a game known as Apocalypse, seamlessly bridging the realms of reality, has abruptly materialized on Blue Star. This virtual world is teeming with an array of fantastical creatures, malevolent spirits, and bizarre entities. Even a nameless minor foe lurking beyond the novice village possesses the ability to effortlessly slay players. By sheer chance, Lin Yi acquires an activation code with a highly coveted serial number, bestowing upon him an unparalleled red talent. This extraordinary talent enables him to draw from a vast repository of 10,000 talent materials. From insignificance to prominence, as his talents ascend, Lin Yi is able to solidify an ever-increasing number of superior talents, all of which are of gold and red caliber. While other players struggle to merely survive within the game, Lin Yi, leveraging his advantageous talents, gradually evolves into a formidable force within the gaming landscape. As the game world fully merges with Blue Star, a preeminent powerhouse endowed with red talents establishes dominion over a state, founding a nation. Lin Yi, upon opening his talent panel, smiles and utters, "I'm afraid you're mistaken. I possess a plethora of talents just like yours." Chapter 1. Inquiry. Name: Lin Yi. Are you the one who reported the incident? Yes. Please elaborate on the circumstances at that time. In the interrogation room, Lin Yi sits across from two recording officers, seemingly still recovering from the recent trauma. Just half an hour prior, he had been dining with several friends from a gold farming group at a hot pot restaurant. Midway through their meal, one of the older brothers, named Lu Hong, suddenly writhed in agony before their very eyes, and within mere minutes, he transformed into a pool of putrid liquid. The entire party in their private room was rendered speechless with shock, and a slightly composed Lin Yi promptly called the authorities. Furrowing his brow, Lin Yi remarks, "I can't say for certain. Our gathering was arranged days in advance. Who could have anticipated such an occurrence during our meal? Prior to your gathering, did Lu Hong exhibit any unusual behavior? If I were to describe any irregularity, it would be that old Lu appeared somewhat pallid upon his arrival. I even inquired if he needed to see a doctor. However, he smiled and assured me he was fine. Unexpectedly, halfway through the hot pot, he seemed to choke and his complexion turned a ghastly shade of purple. Within minutes, he had devolved into a viscous fluid, leaving us too terrified to approach him." Another officer furrows his brow and asks, "Within mere minutes? How long exactly was that?" Lin Yi contemplates, 2 to 3 minutes, perhaps 3 to 4. We were all quite tense at the time, so I cannot specify the exact duration, but you may review the surveillance footage from the hot pot restaurant. Very well, we will further investigate this. However, based on our inquiries, it appears that your relationship with Lu Hong was the closest among the attendees. Lin Yi nods. Indeed, as you may know, I am involved in gold farming within the game, and old Lu serves almost as a mentor to me. My entry into this field is entirely due to his guidance. Furthermore, within our vast gold farming studio, he is the primary investor and a major shareholder, while I have also invested around 100,000, making me a minor shareholder. We communicate frequently, and our relationship is quite amicable. The police swiftly documented the details and then inquired, "Has he exhibited any unusual behavior recently or uttered anything peculiar?" Unusual behavior. Lin Yi pondered before responding. Indeed, to be frank, he has shown a lack of interest in the studio's affairs lately, only settling the studio's earnings with me at night, while during the day he is utterly unreachable, his phone permanently silent. This is simply uncharacteristic of him. Why do you say that? Because Lao Lu is an outsider who came to Linha City several years ago to seek his fortune. To my knowledge, he has both a mortgage and a car loan, and he has a son on the verge of entering university, with his wife having divorced him long ago. His household expenses are considerable, and when our studio was newly established, he was the most dedicated among us. The police continued their inquiry. Has Lu Hong mentioned to you what he has been busy with during this period? Lin Yi shook his head. Not at all. I have asked him several times, and he merely stated that he had pressing matters to attend to and could not focus on the studio's affairs. But what? Lin Yi reflected and said, I recall that once, after a few drinks, he joyfully confided that he was about to strike it rich and would leave the studio's management to me. At the time, I thought he was merely inebriated and did not take his words seriously. Has Lu Hong left anything for you recently? This is quite important. Please answer truthfully. He once gifted me a few books, and several foot massage vouchers. Do those count? Well, we have gathered all the necessary information. You may leave now. If any matters arise, we will inform you. Also, it would be best to refrain from leaving the city for the time being, so we can easily reach you. Stepping out of the police station, Lin Yi wore a gravely concerned expression. The day's events challenged his fundamental beliefs. Lu Hong, a robust man standing at 6 feet tall, had inexplicably transformed into a putrid, greenish sludge within mere moments. It is vital to recognize that this is reality, not fiction. This world does not possess the magical corpse-disintegrating fluids found in martial arts novels. Just a few drops could instantaneously reduce a person to a pool of toxic liquid. In Lin Yi's understanding, even the most potent sulfuric acid could not dissolve a person into liquid in such a short span of time. Moreover, during the police inquiry, there was a persistent, if subtle, probing into whether Lu Hong had left behind anything. Clearly, these two officers possessed knowledge regarding Lu Hong's sudden and grotesque demise, aware of certain underlying truths. Standing by the roadside, Lin Yi allowed the cool breeze to clear his thoughts momentarily before preparing to summon a ride home. However, just as he activated the sound on his phone, a flurry of messages erupted from the studio's gold farming group. What on earth is happening? How did Brother Hong suddenly leave us? Uncertain, perhaps inquire with those who attended the dinner. It could be poisoning or perhaps food poisoning. Poisoning? Nonsense. Your household can't possibly reduce a person to a pool of sludge and emit such a foul stench. I nearly retched on the spot. I suspect he may have fallen victim to some sort of hex, or perhaps he offended the wrong person and was cursed. Such occurrences are common in novels. Stop rambling. What did the police say? Even if the police are aware of the situation, they wouldn't disclose it to us. Brothers, with Brother Hong's departure, I am genuinely concerned about the future of our vast studio. I haven't even secured my meals for this month. Uncertain, perhaps ask Ego, though he seems to still be in the inquiry room and likely hasn't emerged yet. After reading through the group messages, Lin Yi contemplated before sending a message. Lao Lu has encountered an incident. Studio operations will be paused for the next 2 days. Salaries will be dispersed as usual during this period, so take the time to rest, brothers. Thank you, Ego. Thank you, Ego. A dozen messages flooded the screen, and Lin Yi sighed softly. With Lao Lu's sudden departure, he was left uncertain about the future viability of the gaming studio. The following day, within the Linha City Police Department, a confidential meeting room was convened to discuss Lu Hong's death case. Had Lin Yi been present, he would have recognized the two officers who had questioned him the previous day among those gathered. A stern-faced, middle-aged man with a square jaw asked, "Have the cause of Lu Hong's death been determined?" A young officer at the table replied, "Preliminary assessments suggest it was due to the latent poison of a level 6 monster, the snakebird. When a player is afflicted by this hidden toxin, their body exhibits no immediate abnormalities, and their character data panel provides no alerts. However, should the player consume certain special ingredients, the poison can activate suddenly, claiming their life within mere minutes. According to our investigation, there was a plate of pig brains at the hot pot restaurant where Lu Hong dined, which is one of the triggers for the poison to manifest." The square-jawed officer glanced at the documents in his hand, nodded, and further inquired, "Can we identify Lu Hong's character in the game?" The young officer responded, "Not yet. Our intelligence personnel are limited, and the map of the game, Apocalypse, is vast. We have been unable to access most novice villages or ascertain their locations. Furthermore, the level 6 monster snakebird is widely distributed throughout the Apocalypse game, typically appearing wherever there is a forested environment. Relying solely on the snakebird, we cannot determine Lu Hong's character identity. However, Lu Hong surprisingly managed to endure the venom of the bird serpent and emerged safely from the game, evidently possessing the capability to confront the bird serpent head-on. His level is undoubtedly above 6. The square-faced officer turned to inquire, "Old Wang, Old Zhang, have you made any progress?" Old Wang and Old Zhang were the officers taking the statement from Lin Yi. Old Zhang spoke up, "Captain, we have investigated Lu Hong's network of relations. Lu Hong divorced his wife in his early years, and his only direct relative is a son named Lu Bo, who has been attending high school in the neighboring Qing city and only returns during holidays. Moreover, we searched Lu Hong's residence but found no significant discoveries." The square-faced officer furrowed his brow. "What do you mean by no significant discoveries? What did you uncover?" We discovered that Lu Hong appears to be a member of the Black Card Alliance, as he possesses several anonymous bank cards totaling over 3 million, with approximately 90 of the funds originating from Zhao Yilong, who is also a member of the Black Card Alliance. Upon hearing Zhao Yilong's name, the young officer raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Once again, it's this Zhao Yilong. Several recent cases of real-life deaths among players of Apocalypse are related to him. The Black Card organization is indeed a malignant tumor." The square-faced officer inquired, "Have you found the invitation code?" Logically, Lu Hong's invitation code should manifest after his death. Old Wang replied, "No. We thoroughly searched Lu Hong's belongings but found no trace of his invitation code. Captain, should Old Zhang and I pay a visit to Qing City today? Perhaps Lu Hong's invitation code is with his son." Considering the value and significance of the invitation code, the square-faced officer nodded. "Very well. You shall depart once the meeting concludes. By the way, ensure that someone checks Lu Hong's studio as well." After the meeting, the square-faced officer remained silent, contemplating the documents in his hand. His name was Zhang Baichuan, a team leader dispatched from the capital, specifically tasked with overseeing all cases related to Apocalypse in Lin City. Approximately 6 months ago, a game named Apocalypse emerged globally, shrouded in mystery, with no one aware of its origins. However, it is said that obtaining an invitation code for Apocalypse allows one to enter its game world and become a player. Most importantly, the abilities acquired by players within the game world can be synchronized with reality. In the past, Zhang Baichuan, with his military background, would have scoffed at such matters and dismissed them as absurd. Yet a month ago, he received an invitation code and successfully entered the world of the Apocalypse game. Since then, his previously held worldview has crumbled. In the confidential meeting room, Zhang Baichuan lit a cigarette, inhaling quietly, his expression grave. How to describe that game world? 3 words: extremely perilous. Players who first enter the Apocalypse realm will randomly spawn in a novice village, where the outskirts of any such village are teeming with ferocious monsters and eerie spirits. Even the most lowly creatures lurking around the novice village are comparable to tigers, leopards, wolves, and jackals in the real world, and players can only rely on their bare hands and the physical prowess derived from reality to struggle within this game. Even someone like him, a specially trained Special Forces operative, could unexpectedly perish in the game, let alone an ordinary person. Those who mistake the Apocalypse world for a mere game are destined to meet a most tragic end. After finishing his cigarette, Zhang Baichuan let out a soft sigh, then rolled up the cuff of his sleeve to reveal a string of golden code patterns. These codes were unlike any characters from Earth, their origins shrouded in mystery, and they served as the invitation code to the Apocalypse game world. He then gently caressed the golden code patterns with his fingers, and in the next instant, his body swayed and vanished from the realm of reality. Chapter 2. The Invitation Code. The following day, Lin Yi arrived early at the vast gold farming studio to assist the police from the municipal bureau in handling Lu Hong's belongings. He placed all of Lu Hong's possessions into a storage box and submitted it. One of the officers inquired, "Is this all there is?" "Nothing else." Lin Yi nodded yes. "The studio is cluttered. Old Lu rarely left personal items here. Aside from a few changes of clothes, there are only some small trinkets." "All right, thank you for your efforts. We will take these items with us," the officer replied. Soon after, 2 police officers swiftly departed with Lu Hong's belongings. Once they were gone, Lin Yi stood alone in the empty office, sighing. Standing there, he could still recall old Lu's face from the previous day. The studio had secured 2 significant deals yesterday, and Lu Hong had specifically come to treat everyone to a meal. Yet, he had not expected life to vanish so swiftly and unexpectedly. The once esteemed elder brother had now left behind not even a corpse. What has become of this world? After lamenting, Lin Yi returned to his desk, powered on his computer, and skillfully opened several of the most popular games and idle scripts on the market, beginning his work. Although the other members of the studio were absent that day, as one of the studio's co-owners, he needed to quickly convert the gaming achievements from yesterday into revenue. After all, the in-game gold and precious equipment fluctuated in value daily, and delays were not an option. After a considerable period of diligent work, Lin Yi saw several thousand yuan added to his bank account and prepared to pour himself a glass of water. However, at that moment, he suddenly noticed a golden envelope inexplicably in his drawer. The envelope was made of fine material and bore the bold characters Apocalypse. Apocalypse? What could this be? Lin Yi's face displayed confusion as he opened the envelope, revealing several lines of text. "Dear Trialist, congratulations on obtaining the qualification for the Apocalypse game trial. Please log on to the website 3Tianki and enter the activation code IRSFHAGFul. The Apocalypse game? Lin Yi's heart raced. For some reason, he felt that this game was peculiar, perhaps related to Lu Hong's bizarre death in reality. Subsequently, Lin Yi approached the situation with a mindset of experimentation and entered the URL into his computer's browser. The screen flickered, and a profound game interface emerged, followed by a game trailer. The trailer commenced with a black background displaying the game title, Apocalypse. The camera shifted to a dilapidated mountain village, where the buildings stood in disarray, exuding an ancient aura. A figure clad in a cloak and armor approached from the distance, wielding a shimmering sword. This individual, weapon in hand, slowly exited the mountain village. Beyond the village lay seemingly endless darkness, with green eyes lurking in the shadows of the trees and mournful wails echoing through the forest. It felt as though this person was embarking on a journey from which there would be no return. The camera quickly transitioned to showcase various scenes from the game: ancient ruins, bloodied villages, mysterious altars, perilous mountains, and vast icy landscapes. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled. The graphics were astonishing. It must be said that despite Lin Yi having played various games available on the market, he could not help but marvel at the exquisite graphics of this game called Apocalypse, especially those dark, eerie forests and the howls of the damned, which evoked a visceral sense of immersion. After the trailer concluded, a button appeared prompting him to enter the activation code. Lin Yi, deep in thought, hesitated for only a moment before inputting the activation code from the envelope. The computer screen flickered, displaying a large message. Ding. Congratulations, player, you have activated the game. You may now proceed to create your game character. The black text blinked 3 times before suddenly transforming into a swirling black hole that engulfed Lin Yi entirely. What the? With a startled exclamation, Lin Yi vanished from the studio. After some time, as the lock of the studio door turned, several gold farming members entered slowly. The scene of Brother Hong's death last night was too horrifying. I couldn't sleep a wink and kept having nightmares. Do you think Brother Hong was poisoned? Respect the dead. Brother Hong was good to us. Now that he has gone, let us not speculate. Indeed, work comes first. I'm still buried in debt. Although Yi gave us a day off, we can't afford to delay in making money. One person approached Lin Yi's desk and exclaimed, "Hey, why is Yi's computer still on and the game is running? Did he forget to turn it off last night?" "No, look, the water heater is still on. Yi must have come in early. He might have stepped out now. Enough chatter. Let us get to work and take advantage of the good game market to earn some extra cash." Meanwhile, Lin Yi felt as if he had passed through 3 seconds of dizziness before finding himself in an ancient wooden hall. The floor beneath him was made of ordinary wooden planks, and above him were 2 massive beams. The hall was filled with curling green smoke, drifting through the air. Lin Yi inhaled deeply, savoring the delicate fragrance that seemed to cleanse his very soul. What a surreal sensation. Lin Yi scanned the surroundings, feeling his vision obscured by the green smoke, unable to clearly discern objects even 3 meters away. Have I truly entered the game? What kind of game is this? Despite having previously harbored doubts about the game, he was still astonished. He had inexplicably traversed through a computer into another realm. Was this place truly the world of the Apocalypse game? And was old Lu's cause of death connected to this? Just as Lin Yi pondered, a resonant voice echoed in his ear. Ding. Player has activated the game through a special invitation code and obtained the qualification to draw talents. Please complete character registration within 3 minutes. Failure to do so will result in expulsion from the Apocalypse world. Draw talents? Before Lin Yi could contemplate further, another voice resonated in his ear. Player talents have been matched. You have received the Universal Talent, which boasts a talent material library of 10,000 types, including 734 white talents, 200 green talents, 19 blue talents, 856 purple talents, 102 golden talents, and 88 red talents. Universal Talent, red quality talent. The owner can randomly draw a talent from the talent library every 24 hours. The drawn talent can be solidified or abandoned. Note, after using the solidification ability, the player cannot solidify any talent for 3 days. Talent level, LV1, can solidify 1 talent slot. Universal Talent, and it's a red quality talent. Lin Yi was taken aback. As a seasoned player with over a decade of gaming experience, he was acutely aware of the paramount importance of top-tier talents within the game. This versatile talent appeared to be a superior red talent, capable of randomly selecting any talent each day. If the randomly chosen talent possessed favorable attributes, it could be solidified into a permanent talent. However, the cost of solidifying a talent was that one could not utilize the solidification ability for 3 days thereafter, implying that should a desirable talent appear during this period, it would be squandered. Most importantly, this versatile talent seemed to be merely at level 1, with only a single solidification slot available. Should it level up, it might reveal multiple solidification slots. At that point, Possessing a higher level and the ability to solidify several red talents would render one nearly invincible in the game. Despite acquiring this top-tier talent, Lin Yi still harbored a sense of unease. He remained oblivious to the true nature of this game, Apocalypse. But the mysterious death of Lu Hong in reality suggested that the game undoubtedly harbored significant peril. Even with exceptional talents, one must not let their guard down. Next, Lin Yi swiftly created his in-game name and selected his initial attire. There was little to deliberate regarding the game name. It could not be his real name. Lin Yi chose not to employ his usual gaming alias, but instead casually adopted a common name, Eternal Green Mountain. As for the gaming attire, the options were limited to either a coarse linen garment or a basic leather outfit, neither of which provided any attribute bonuses. He opted for the coarse linen attire. Curiously, there was no character customization or profession selection process in the game. Chapter 3, Rebirth in Ancient Pool Village. Before long, Lin Yi completed the character creation, and a shimmering white light enveloped him, revealing a data panel. Player, Eternal Green Mountain. Status, normal. ID, 007. Gender, male. Level, 1. Experience points, 100. Hunger level, 8100. Strength, 6. The normal male limit is 10, affecting physical damage and the weight limit of wieldable weapons. Constitution, 8. The normal male limit is 10, affecting health points. Health recovery rate and baseline resilience. Agility, 7. The normal male limit is 10, affecting movement and reaction speed. Stamina, 11. The normal male limit is 10, affecting stamina limit. Recovery rate, carrying capacity, and resistance to negative emotions. Profession, none. Advanced attributes, currently unavailable. Spirit, unknown. Internal energy, unknown. Faith, unknown. Spiritual power, unknown. Initial talent, versatile talent, red, LV1. The attributes list was extensive. It took Lin Yi a moment to comprehend his own statistics. Evidently, his foundational attributes seemed to correlate with reality. After all, his prolonged periods of idling in games had left his strength and constitution significantly lacking compared to an average person. The sole advantage being his commendable stamina, allowing him to grind for 2 consecutive days and nights in grind-heavy games. As for the advanced attributes, they appeared to be locked due to his profession status. It seemed that in this game of Apocalypse, elevating one's level was not the sole focus. Professions were equally significant. At that moment, as if 3 minutes had passed, Lin Yi felt the surrounding mist envelop him, akin to being propelled by colossal hands out of an ancient wooden temple. Ding. Player randomly spawning. Player has spawned in Ancient Pool Village. As the scene shifted, Lin Yi opened his eyes to find himself at the entrance of an ancient village. Before him lay a low, seemingly endless earthen wall stretching for dozens of meters, flanked by militia members wielding weapons. Though referred to as a wall, it was merely a compacted dirt embankment with limited defensive capabilities. Beside the entrance stood a half-meter-high stone tablet inscribed with the 3 characters of Ancient Pool Village. Notably, the inscription was in Chinese characters, elegantly penned with remarkable vigor. Another reborn soul has arrived. It seems the number of newcomers has been steadily increasing in the village lately. The more, the better. A few more would alleviate our burdens. Indeed, the nights have been far from safe lately. Lin Yi overheard 2 militia members speaking in hushed tones nearby, their words clear despite their low volume. Silently, he touched the rough fabric of his linen attire. The texture coarse and abrasive against his skin. The ground beneath his feet was hard and unyielding. Was the game truly this realistic? Was this a genuine world or merely a fabricated game realm? Casting his gaze around, Lin Yi noticed the absence of typical NPCs one might encounter in ordinary games. He approached the nearest militia member, donning his coarse linen attire, and, emulating the tone of the previous conversation, politely inquired, "May I ask, esteemed sirs, what manner of place is this ancient pool village?" One of the militia members glanced at Lin Yi and nodded, saying, "You are quite the courteous individual, far superior to the last reborn soul. However, we are merely common folk and possess little knowledge. You might seek out the village chief or the local elder. They will be able to answer your questions. Moreover, I advise you to take your time exploring the village first. Do not rush out to hunt monsters and level up recklessly, lest you meet an untimely end. Should that occur, we would be the ones tasked with retrieving your remains. Thank you very much." Lin Yi expressed his gratitude sincerely before proceeding into the village as directed. Ancient Pool Village appeared modest in size. Following a narrow path, Lin Yi caught a glimpse of the village's overall layout. The houses were haphazardly arranged, primarily constructed of yellow clay, some with yards housing chickens, ducks, and geese, while others stood in disrepair. Along the way, he encountered several villagers. As a seasoned player, Lin Yi understood the significance of information within a game and approached to engage in conversation. Unfortunately, most villagers seemed rather indifferent, stepping aside as he approached. A few beggar-like individuals, however, were willing to answer his inquiries, albeit in exchange for food or a small coin. Regrettably, Lin Yi found himself empty-handed, unable to fulfill their demands for trade. Fortunately, he soon arrived at the village center. Here, the buildings were primarily made of bricks and tiles, arranged with a sense of order, surrounded by ancient trees that provided ample shade, resembling a thriving ancient settlement. Through his inquiries, Lin Yi finally located a local elder. This venerable man appeared to be in his 60s, clad in a brown fine cloth robe, with a keen gaze that exuded an extraordinary presence. A mere glance from him caused Lin Yi's eyes to sting. No wonder the temple reacted earlier. It was indeed the arrival of a reborn soul. Not daring to be remiss, Lin Yi respectfully clasped his hands and inquired, "May I ask your name, esteemed elder, and what place is this?" The elder, seemingly accustomed to welcoming reborn souls, responded in a calm voice, "My name is Gu He, and this is Ancient Pool Village on the continent of Apocalypse. We have lived here for generations, and you, dear reborn souls, have been selected by the temple, hailing from another world. Each reborn soul may remain here for 3 hours. Exceeding this time will result in expulsion. Within Ancient Pool Village, you may acquire wealth and sustenance through trading or by completing tasks, or venture outside the village to slay beasts and monsters for experience points. As for further details, I cannot provide them, for I have seldom ventured far from Ancient Pool Village." Upon hearing Gu He's words, Lin Yi nodded appreciatively. This NPC was quite responsible, offering detailed explanations. After a moment's contemplation, he clasped his hands once more and asked, "Thank you for your enlightening words, Elder Gu He. I wish to inquire how one might voluntarily depart from this world." Furukawa cast a fleeting glance at Lin Yi and remarked, "You possess a medium symbol on your wrist. By sensing it, you can traverse in and out of this realm. Of course, this symbol can also conceal itself, acting at your discretion." Lin Yi rolled up his sleeve and discovered a series of incomprehensible golden symbols shimmering brilliantly. These symbols bore a striking resemblance to the invitation code he had filled out earlier. They were letters, yet not of the English alphabet. Although he had learned the method of returning, Lin Yi did not hasten to depart, but instead inquired, "Elder Furukawa, being new here, I am uncertain of the proper course of action. I hope you might enlighten me further. Additionally, I have heard whispers of dangers lurking beyond the village. Could you elucidate what these threats entail?" Furukawa nodded, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Ah, what an articulate and loquacious newcomer we have. Since I have no pressing matters, I shall share some insights with you. As a recent arrival, your strength is limited, and it would be prudent to avoid venturing outside the village for now. There lurk bloodthirsty beasts, cunning venomous creatures, and malevolent spirits that favor the cloak of night. At your current state, you would be ill-equipped to confront any of them. Though our village, Gyutin, may be modest, it is self-sufficient and under the protection of the temple, granting us a basic ability to defend ourselves. So you need not worry for your safety. In the meantime, I advise you to familiarize yourself with the village and perhaps learn a few skills from certain individuals. To the east resides a butcher. Should you earn his mentorship, you may acquire some martial techniques. To the west, a woodcutter wields his axe with precision and possesses martial knowledge as well." Hearing this, Lin Yi felt a surge of joy and, after a moment's reflection, bowed deeply. "Thank you, Elder Furukawa, for your guidance. Might I have the honor of apprenticing under you?" Furukawa burst into hearty laughter. "Apprentice under me? Huh. There are many who wish to be my disciple in Gyutin Village. You have only just arrived, and neither your character nor your talent is known to me. So I cannot accept you at this time. However, should you make a significant contribution to the village, I would consider taking you on as my disciple." Clearly, the village elder had declined Lin Yi's request, yet Lin Yi had anticipated this. At first glance, it appeared that while Gyutin Village was a novice's haven within the game, Elder Furukawa was undoubtedly a high-level NPC, not to be trifled with. To become his apprentice would indeed necessitate the completion of specific tasks. After parting ways with Furukawa, Lin Yi began to meander through Gyutin Village. Now that he had grasped the method of returning, he felt no urgency to leave. Instead, he wished to explore the village further and gather information. However, after lingering there for nearly half an hour, he had yet to encounter another player. Could it be that there were numerous novice villages within this game world, or was the influx of players rather sparse? Having circled the village a couple of times, Lin Yi had nearly memorized its layout when a pang of hunger struck him. Glancing at his status panel, he noted that his satiety level had dropped to 60 points. Clearly, he needed sustenance. It seemed, as Elder Furukawa had suggested, that his primary concern within the village should be how to earn a living. Venturing out to slay monsters could wait a while longer. He then made his way to the butcher's residence in the eastern part of the village. Chapter 4, Extracting Talents. The butcher, surnamed Li, was said to have fled from another village over a decade ago. He was a robust figure, sporting a bushy beard and a deep, resonant voice. Upon hearing Lin Yi's intentions, Butcherly shook his head dismissively. You, lad, are frail and scrawny. It is evident you lack strength. Even with Elder Furukawa's recommendation, I cannot take you on. Lin Yi's heart sank, but he remained undeterred and sought to negotiate further. Butcherly tossed his heavy black iron cleaver onto the meat-strewn chopping block and challenged, try lifting it. If you can manage, I shall accept you. Lin Yi stepped forward, grasped the handle, and exerted all his might to lift it, veins bulging from the effort, yet the cleaver remained firmly in place. At that moment, Lin Yi felt utterly defeated. The cleaver must have weighed at least 80 or 90 pounds, not to mention being lodged firmly on the block, making it nearly impossible to lift. It seemed his lack of strength was the issue. He wondered how many points in strength would be required to hoist such a cleaver. Thank you, Butcherly. I was foolish, Lin Yi said, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect as he prepared to leave, only to be called back by Li. Wait a moment. In light of Elder Furukawa's recommendation, take this piece of wild boar meat. Consider it a gesture of goodwill. The butcher handed him a chunk of meat, still bearing some fur. Thank you. Lin Yi, currently devoid of possessions save for a rough linen tunic gifted by the system, recognized that even if the meat wouldn't fetch much, it would suffice to stave off his hunger, marking a small victory in his endeavors. Afterward, Lin Yi made his way to a nearby haystack, where he collected dry twigs and straw. After spending about 10 minutes, he managed to roast the wild boar meat. However, lacking salt or any seasoning, the meat carried a strong, gamey odor even after cooking. Yet, there was no alternative. He had to eat or risk going hungry. It must be said that his sensory experience in this world of revelation mirrored that of reality. The discomfort of hunger was quite palpable. Ding. You have consumed a small piece of roasted wild boar meat. Satiety increased by 5 points. Having accumulated his satiety to over 90 points, Lin Yi refrained from further eating, placing the remaining half piece of meat into his character's spatial backpack. The backpack had 10 slots, ample enough to store half a piece of meat. Subsequently, Lin Yi caressed the golden symbol on his wrist, and in a flash, his figure vanished from sight. In the expansive studio, Lin Yi suddenly reappeared at the spot from which he had vanished. The hot water he had poured for himself earlier had long since turned cold. He scanned the room, noting that no one had taken notice of his return. The team members who had come in to work overtime were engrossed in their computers, diligently focused on their tasks, utterly oblivious to the presence of an additional individual in the room. Lin Yi inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of emotions that surged within him. Had he truly returned? The game of revelation was indeed a new world. What was the source of this phenomenon? A deity? An extraterrestrial being? As he opened a drawer, Lin Yi discovered that the golden envelope was missing. Had one of his colleagues taken it? No, they would not touch his belongings. Furrowing his brows in contemplation, he speculated that either the police who had interrogated him the previous night or those who arrived this morning to collect Lu Hong's belongings were after that golden envelope. The activation code for the game. But how had the activation code found its way into his desk drawer? Could it have been left by Lu Hong? Lin Yi shook his head. Despite their amicable relationship, Lu Hong would never divulge the existence of such a transcendent game that allowed entry into another realm. Furthermore, he was certain that nothing had been in the drawer when he left work yesterday. During that time, Lu Hong had invited them for a meal, and Lin Yi had been with him the entire time, leaving no opportunity for Lu Hong to slip anything into his drawer. At that moment, Lin Yi suddenly recalled that this desk had once belonged to Lu Hong. However, Lu Hong had seldom visited the studio, and Lin Yi had taken a liking to this spot, relocating himself there. Perhaps Lu Hong had previously placed the golden envelope here. If the game character's death caused the activation code to reappear, it would explain why the golden envelope had turned up in this drawer. As Lin Yi pondered this, an employee named Wang Mao, seated across from him, raised his head in a daze and suddenly noticed Lin Yi. Huh, Yigu, when did you come back? Yigu is back. How did I not notice? Observing the expressions of his colleagues in the studio, Lin Yi took a sip of cold water and smiled. I just returned not long ago. Seeing you all so engrossed, I didn't want to interrupt. It's nearly noon. What would you like to eat? I'll order takeout for you. Thank you, Yigu. In the afternoon, Lin Yi returned to his residence. This is a modest talent apartment, encompassing an area of approximately 30 square meters. It consists of a narrow bathroom, a kitchen, and a bedroom. Although the space is limited, it is well equipped, offering a comfortable living experience for a single occupant. After a brief tidying up of the room, Lin Yi did not rush into the apocalypse world. Instead, he opened his computer and began searching for information related to apocalypse. Naturally, Lin Yi was astute enough not to foolishly input keywords such as the apocalypse world activation code or anything related to invitation envelopes. As such, specialized keyword searches online could draw the attention of certain organizations. After a thorough search, Lin Yi discovered that while there was an abundance of information regarding Apocalypse online, such as references to the Apocalypse Digital Company and the Ming Dynasty's Apocalypse era, none of these were pertinent to the bizarre world he had entered that morning. Just as Lin Yi was about to abandon his search, he stumbled upon a post in a Baidu Tieba forum titled Gathering Place for Thrilling Players. The author of the post was named I Love Games, and the content stated, selling a special game activation code for a bargain price of 3 million RMB. Those in the know will understand. Numerous comments followed, all ridiculing the poster for being insane, questioning how a game activation code could possibly be worth 3 million. Lin Yi refrained from replying, having read through the comments without finding any useful information before leaving the forum. Lin Yi pondered that perhaps the 3 million yuan activation code was indeed the one required to enter the Apocalypse game he had experienced earlier. This indicated that many individuals in the real world had already encountered the Apocalypse world, and that the activation codes necessary to access it were scarce and exorbitantly priced. Stroking his chin, Lin Yi recalled how, at the police station yesterday, the officers had persistently inquired whether Lu Hong had left anything behind, hinting at a connection to the Apocalypse continent, particularly in the village of Guten. With a flash of light, Lin Yi's figure reappeared in the game world. Much like the time difference in reality, the sun in the game was positioned in the southwest, indicating it was around 1 or 2 in the afternoon. Not far from his feet, the remnants of the campfire he had extinguished before going offline still smoldered. Having spent 3 hours online, which equated to 6 real-world hours, Lin Yi had thoroughly explored the entirety of Guten village in the morning, taking up over 2 hours. He now had less than 4 hours left, which he could not afford to squander. Glancing at his data panel, Lin Yi noted that the tools from reality had not been brought into the game, nor had his meal's satiety been synchronized. It seemed that the game existed independently from reality, with no connection between the two. However, how Lu Hong had met his demise in reality remained a mystery. Could it be unrelated to the game? Furthermore, if one were to die in the game, would they be able to resurrect? Shaking his head, Lin Yi felt that his understanding of the Apocalypse game was woefully inadequate. Speculating further would yield little benefit. Yet, recalling the sight of Lu Hong's death before him, Lin Yi realized that exercising caution within this game was of paramount importance. After all, one only has one life. Next, Lin Yi opened the Universal Talent option in his character data panel. Having spent the morning asking for directions and exploring Guten village, he had not had the opportunity to examine the talents. Since the Universal Talent could only be drawn once a day, he decided it was best to utilize it now. Drawing for a talent. As the scene shifted, Lin Yi felt his consciousness enter an independent space. Before him lay a multifaceted die radiating with a spectrum of colors. Ding! The talent for the day had yet to be solidified. Would he like to draw for a talent? Draw with a flash of light. The die spun rapidly before gradually coming to a halt after a few seconds. Ding! You have drawn the white talent Skeletal Surprise. Chapter 5, The Attack Incident. Skeletal Surprise? Lin Yi quickly clicked to view the detailed description of this talent. Skeletal Surprise. White talent the holder can increase their strength, constitution, and agility by 1 point each, and gain a 20 proficiency boost when learning external skills. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Although it was a white talent, it appeared to be quite beneficial. While the increase of 1 point in strength, constitution, and agility might not seem significant at first glance, the proficiency boost when learning external skills was indeed noteworthy. Through the guidance of the village elder, Lin Yi understood that external skills represented the initial skills within the game. If he could learn external skills, he would possess a measure of self-defense in Guten village. However, based on his morning encounters, acquiring any skill in the village was no simple task, external or otherwise. Consequently, Lin Yi did not hastily solidify the Skeletal Surprise talent, but resolved to continue exploring Guten village. After all, his knowledge of the game was still scant, necessitating further information gathering. He ventured westward along the surrounding wheat fields, making his way deeper into the village. It was mid-afternoon, the sun blazing high above, and the temperature was sweltering. Along the way, he observed villagers toiling in the fields. To Lin Yi, the newly arrived inhabitant, these villagers seemed unfazed. They merely cast a glance in his direction before returning to their agricultural tasks. As Lin Yi roamed, he noted the intriguing social dynamics within Guten village. The outermost areas were occupied by farmers cultivating crops or beggars subsisting on charity. The scattered, thatched cottages were unevenly distributed. In contrast, the central region of the village housed villagers like Butcher Li, who possessed a particular skill, leading to slightly better living conditions. Overall, this small population of Guten village exhibited a clear class division, reminiscent of an ancient county town. Without the character data panel, Lin Yi would have found it difficult to discern whether this place was an alternate world or merely a game. However, even as a game, The apocalypse world was far from ordinary. Roar. Just then, a chilling scream erupted from a nearby thatched cottage, the sound jarring Lin Yi and causing him to jump in surprise. What on earth? Through the window of the cottage, Lin Yi barely caught a glimpse of a shadow moving within. Initially intending to investigate, Lin Yi turned to see the villagers who had heard the scream, frantically fleeing. It's a demon. Run. The demon has entered the village. Alert the village elder. Demon? Lin Yi was taken aback when, with a thunderous crash, the wooden door of the thatched cottage splintered under the force of the shadow's charge. The figure was approximately 2 meters tall, muscular, with sharp teeth and blood dripping from the corners of its mouth. Its eyes glowed with a menacing green light as it greedily surveyed its surroundings. Clearly, everyone had fled, leaving Lin Yi as the only one remaining, slightly slower to react. Run. Lin Yi, not foolish, felt the hairs on his neck stand on end and immediately turned to flee. Roar. The creature, dubbed a demon, let out a roar and charged toward Lin Yi. He sprinted desperately, sensing a massive entity closing in behind him, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. After running a few dozen meters, realizing the monster was gaining on him, Lin Yi's heart raced. There's no way I'll outrun this thing. Spotting a small clearing in the woods ahead, he abruptly changed direction toward the villagers who had scattered. In this situation, running alone would lead to certain doom. Mingling with the crowd might offer him a glimmer of hope. However, the demon's speed was astonishing, its limbs propelling it forward like a fiend in pursuit of Lin Yi. Within mere seconds, it had closed the gap. At that critical moment, Lin Yi suddenly remembered that he had yet to use the skeletal surprise talent. Realizing he had no time to hesitate, he solidified it for his survival. Instantly, a faint warmth surged through Lin Yi's body. With the enhancements provided by the skeletal surprise talent, he felt his speed increase significantly. Whoosh! The malevolent specter brandished its razor-sharp claws, narrowly grazing Lin Yi's back. Mere inches separated him from death at the hands of the fiend. After evading that deadly strike, Lin Yi, propelled by sheer desperation, finally outpaced a sluggish villager. Wait for me. The villager, a weathered farmer in his 40s with dark skin, noticed Lin Yi charging from behind. Panic etched across his face as he glimpsed the fearsome demon in pursuit. Don't leave me behind. I'm sorry, Lin Yi began, but before he could finish, a horrific scream echoed from behind. Turning, he beheld the farmer ensnared in the demon's grasp, torn asunder like a mere chick. Scalding blood splattered onto the muddy ground. With no time for guilt, Lin Yi witnessed the towering demon rip off the farmer's head and shove it into its maw filled with jagged teeth, crunching it with grotesque ease. In mere moments, the head was reduced to fragments, swallowed whole. Lin Yi felt a shudder of terror. He had narrowly escaped death. Realizing that had he run any slower, it would have been him. By the heavens, this ancient village is perilous. He was merely a novice, yet confronted with such monstrosity. With no time to ponder further, Lin Yi sprinted forward once more. It appeared the demon, unsated after devouring one victim, sought another. At that moment, a furious shout reverberated from afar. Damnable beast, your reckoning has arrived. A brawny man wielding a long sword charged towards them. His speed was astonishing. Though he was hundreds of meters away, he closed the distance in mere seconds. The demon, sensing a formidable threat, abandoned Lin Yi and the villagers to pursue the man. You dare to challenge me? Prepare to die. The man bellowed, swinging his sword, the rough blade gleaming with a reddish-brown light as it struck the demon. A thunderous collision erupted, sending shockwaves through the air, before both adversaries separated and landed, appearing evenly matched. The demon crouched, its claws digging into the earth. Letting out a furious roar, its bloodthirsty green eyes fixed on the man. No wonder it infiltrated the village. It must be an 8th-level demon. But encountering me? Consider yourself unfortunate. The man lunged forward once more with his sword. Clang, clang. The blade met the demon's claws, sparks flying in fiery displays. Many villagers who had fled alongside Lin Yi paused in the distance, watching breathlessly. Thank goodness, it's Gu Man, the captain of the militia. With him here, we are saved. Regrettably, old Chu had lagged behind and fell victim to the demon, but Lin Yi was swift enough to escape that fate. Gu Man, the militia captain? Lin Yi pondered. Realizing that to confront an 8th-level demon, Gu Man's prowess must be considerable. Yet, the game's features were so limited. Why was there no ability to check NPC or monster levels? At that moment, someone turned to Lin Yi, accusing him. It's all this newcomer's fault. Had he not drawn the demon, old Chu would still be alive. The villagers murmured, casting unfriendly glances at Lin Yi. He awkwardly rubbed his nose. Knowing he had indeed been the one to attract the monster, there was no defense to offer. Yet, in that life-and-death moment, he had acted instinctively to preserve his own life. After all, one's life was paramount, and in this game, death could be all too real. As for the fallen villager, all Lin Yi could offer was a silent apology. Ahead, Gu Man clashed with the demon, his swordplay fierce and powerful, each strike resonating with explosive might. In a matter of minutes, the demon was forced to retreat, its towering black form marred with crimson gashes. The demon howled in agony. Damn it! To wreak havoc on my patrol day, I'll dismember you into pieces. As he spoke, Gu-man swiftly severed the demon's foreclaw, and seeing it writhe in pain, he drove his sword into the creature, pinning it to the ground. The demon's foul blood seeped into the soil, revealing that it was now entirely at Gu-man's mercy. You there, boy? Come here. However, Gu-man did not hasten to finish the demon off. Instead, he beckoned Lin Yi from the crowd. Me? Lin Yi hesitated for a moment. Gu-man glared, gesturing again. Yes, you the newcomer. While this filthy creature still breathes, don't dawdle. Come here. With no choice, Lin Yi stepped forward. Gu-man stomped down hard on the demon's chest, then handed Lin Yi the blood-soaked sword. The weapon was hefty, and Lin Yi struggled to lift it with both hands. At that moment, a notification appeared before his eyes. Chapter 6, Loot. Qingfeng Longsword. Spirit Weapon. A treasured blade passed down for over a century in ancient Pond Village. Though its surface is pockmarked, it imbues its wielder with an unceasing flow of power, increasing strength the longer the battle lasts, up to a maximum of 20 points. Lin Yi's eyes brightened at the mention of a spirit weapon, one that grew stronger with continued combat. What a splendid find. Gu-man clapped Lin Yi on the shoulder, urging him onward. Hurry, don't hesitate. Finish off this vile creature. I'm to kill it. Realizing Lin Yi was a newcomer, Gu-man elaborated. Yes, you must slay it. As a reborn, you'll reap valuable rewards from the kill. Understanding, Lin Yi nodded and turned his gaze to the writhing demon on the ground. It had chased him relentlessly moments before, nearly devouring him. Roar. Sensing Lin Yi's intent to kill, the demon howled, baring its blood-stained fangs. But now, the roles had reversed. You dare to glare at me. Lin Yi firmly gripped the Qingfeng longsword and thrust it into the demon's maw, silencing it for good. Ding. You have slain an 8th-level demon, earning 60 experience points. The demon's form shimmered and disappeared, leaving behind 2 items. Demon Fong, green. A rare material, can be fashioned into a spirit weapon by a skilled craftsman. Low-grade demon blood, white. A common drop from low-level demons, infused with chaotic demonic energy, versatile in use. Gu Senior, what about these 2 items? Don't call me Senior. Call me Captain. You did well, acting decisively just now. You've got some guts. Gu-man stepped forward to collect the 2 items dropped by the demon. Not bad luck, a green quality material. Even though you didn't contribute much, according to the rules, you deserve a share. Consider yourself fortunate. You can have the demon blood. He nodded approvingly and tossed the low-grade demon blood to Lin Yi. Thank you, Captain Gu. Lin Yi accepted the item without protest. The low-grade demon blood was a red, transparent crystal about the size of an egg, exuding a faint foul odor when brought near. After inspecting it, Lin Yi placed it into his backpack. Though uncertain of its utility, Gu-man's remarks suggested it held some value. Just then, a voice called from the distance. Captain, I'm here. I've come to help. So don't hold back. A plump man clad in leather armor hurried from the village, his speed commendable as he rapidly approached Lin Yi and the others. Lin Yi squinted his eyes, scrutinizing the visage of the rotund figure before him, who appeared to be a fellow player. Upon noticing the bloodstains on the ground, the portly individual immediately displayed a look of disappointment. He glanced at Gu-man and then shot a sidelong look at Lin Yi. Ah, once again, I've arrived late. Captain, why didn't you wait for me? Wait for you, my foot. I told you to come earlier, yet you persist in slacking off. If our team didn't require a reborn, I would have kicked you out long ago, Gu-man retorted, cursing under his breath. He then turned to Lin Yi and said, Kid, make sure to put in the effort. Once you reach level 5, come find me, and if you pass the test, I'll accept you. Remember, in Gutan Village, the most suitable place for reborns like you is the militia. Thank you, Captain, Lin Yi replied. All right, I'm off. With that, Gu-man hoisted his Qingfeng sword, waved his hand, and departed. However, the rotund fellow did not leave with Gu-man. Instead, he turned to Lin Yi and inquired, Brother, you're a newcomer, aren't you? When did you join the game? Also, what did you just drop? Lin Yi shot him a glance, but remained silent. The portly man continued to press. Come on, don't be like that. We're all players here. We should help each other. Tell me what you dropped, and I'll share some information you might find useful. Lin Yi shook his head once more, not interested. Oh, that's rather dull. There aren't many players in Gutan Village. Tread carefully, or you might find yourself isolated. The rotund man attempted to threaten. But upon seeing Lin Yi's indifference, he vanished in a flash, logging off. Damn, that was quick, he muttered, realizing he still had patrol duties to complete, and left the area. In the confines of his apartment, Lin Yi's figure materialized. He clenched his fist, raising an eyebrow. Just as he had surmised, his strength had indeed increased somewhat. This was evidently related to his solidified talent. It appeared that abilities acquired in the game could manifest in reality, while game items could not be taken out. However, thoughts of the rotund player he had encountered moments ago caused Lin Yi to furrow his brow. If this game allowed the acquisition of extraordinary powers, it would imply a competitive dynamic even among players from the same Earth. Perhaps, in addition to being wary of monsters in the game, one must also be cautious of other players. Since character customization was not an option, it seemed prudent to procure a mask within the game. Otherwise, being recognized in reality could prove perilous. At that moment, myriad thoughts raced through Lin Yi's mind. After a considerable interval, he logged back into the game and reappeared in Gutin Village. The portly player was nowhere to be found, and Lin Yi surveyed the vicinity. Noticing the absence of villagers as well, perhaps the news of the recent demon attack had spread. After deliberation, he resolved to head west of the village to seek out the lumberjack mentioned by the village elder, Gu He. Presently, apart from a small piece of wild boar meat and some low-level demon blood, he possessed nothing else. To sustain himself in the village, he certainly required employment and a deeper understanding of this world. In the western part of Gutan Village, numerous villagers toiled, despite it being the afternoon. Lin Yi quickly located the lumberjack, Gu Yongqiang, after inquiring around. Among the many lumberjacks in Gutin Village, only one possessed notable strength and knowledge of martial arts. It was said that this lumberjack had once competed for the position of militia captain, but, due to an injury to his right leg, was unable to fight and had to rely on chopping wood for a living. Upon learning of Lin Yi's intentions, Gu Yongqiang did not test him like the butcher, Li, but instead directly tossed him a rusty axe selected from a back room. There's a small grove 300 meters behind the house. Chop a bundle of dry wood for me, and I'll give you 10 coins. I only need 3 bundles today. At that moment, a system notification chimed. Ding. Gu Yongqiang from Gutan Village has issued you a daily quest. Submit dry wood to receive a monetary reward. Lin Yi nodded. The world finally resembled a game, complete with quests. However, he wondered if this task offered only monetary rewards without any experience points. With a hint of uncertainty, Lin Yi asked, Thank you, Brother Gu. Besides dry wood, do you require anything else? Gu Yongqiang shook his head. The things I need are beyond your reach. Off you go, it's getting late. And for reborns, chopping wood is no easy task. Understood, Lin Yi replied, refraining from asking further questions as he picked up the rusty axe and made his way to the small grove behind. Though it was termed a small grove, it was in fact a densely vegetated and shadowy hillside. Truth be told, had he not seen other villagers chopping wood there, Lin Yi would have hesitated to enter the thicket alone, especially given the recent demon attack. If similar monsters lurked within, it would be tantamount to courting death. While there were plenty of trees on the slope, suitable dry wood for kindling was scarce. Lin Yi began his search for dead branches, preparing to fell any lifeless trees he encountered with the axe. Time flew by swiftly, and after about an hour, Lin Yi finally managed to gather a bundle of dry wood, drenched in sweat. Upon returning to Gu Yongqiang's residence, he received his 10 coins. The copper coins in this world resembled those of ancient China, being round with a square hole in the center. Gazing at his dwindling sustenance level, which had fallen below 60, Lin Yi decided against immediately chopping more wood. Instead, he retrieved the wild boar meat from his backpack and began to eat. As he munched, he conversed with Gu Yongqiang. Through their dialogue, he learned that the purchasing power of copper coins in Gutan Village was limited. A simple flatbread cost 3 coins, while well water was free but required one to fetch it from the village entrance. Lin Yi couldn't help but shake his head, although he had earned 10 coins. His sustenance levels were depleting rapidly. After all this back and forth, the copper coins he had earned barely sufficed for a meal. Once he finished the wild boar meat and rested for a while, Lin Yi prepared to chop wood again. At that moment, Gu Yongqiang cautioned, Don't go chopping wood now. It's almost dusk, and the woods are unsafe. If you wish to chop wood again, come earlier next time. Unsafe? Brother Gu, is there some kind of monster lurking in the woods? Gu Yongqiang shook his head and replied, Who knows? Any kind of monster could appear. The closer it gets to night, the more likely you are to encounter demons and spirits. Brother Gu, are there any places in the village that are safe? Upon hearing this, Gu Yongqiang scoffed, Safe? There's no such thing as a safe place in this world. Perhaps one morning we'll wake up to find Gutan Village razed to the ground by some monstrous being. Chapter 7. Speculations on the Special Invitation Code. Given Gu Yongqiang's dire warnings, Lin Yi dared not gamble with his life. After all, he had inquired earlier and learned that many reborns had perished in Gutan Village over the past month, and none had reappeared after their demise. This suggested that dying in the game could very well lead to death in reality. Although he could not chop wood, Lin Yi did not squander the remaining time. He ventured to a nearby store and spent 9 coins on 3 flatbreads to keep in his backpack, then continued exploring the vicinity to see if any more quests were available. Before long, His 6 hours of online time came to an end, and having achieved little, Lin Yi found a secluded and safe spot within the village to log off back to reality. While he had filled his belly in the game, reality was quite another matter. As soon as he returned, he felt his stomach rumble and promptly went to the kitchen to prepare a simple meal for himself. While eating, Lin Yi sent a message to the studio staff, inquiring about their earnings for the day. An employee named Zhou Hai sent a message, "Brother Yi, today fortune smiled upon us, and we closed several deals. However, why didn't you come by this afternoon? If you had matters to attend to, I understand. You all have worked hard, and I will settle the commissions for you this weekend. Old Lu encountered some trouble, and I fear I will be exceedingly busy during this time. Please help me keep an eye on the studio's affairs." After a brief exchange, Lin Yi began to ponder his experiences in the Apocalypse game that day, as well as the information he could deduce. Firstly, the Apocalypse game is not an ordinary game. It is highly likely a true alternate world. Secondly, death in the game may very well equate to death in reality. Thirdly, the invitation code he obtained is exceedingly precious, and the state is also seeking the activation codes for the Apocalypse game. Unless absolutely necessary, he must not divulge the fact that he possesses one. Fourthly, the versatile talent he acquired is immensely useful. If he wishes to survive in the Apocalypse world, he should perhaps leverage the advantages of this talent. Fifthly, the Apocalypse world is fraught with peril. Even within the confines of Guotan village, unforeseen events may transpire, necessitating cautious development. Until he possesses the means to protect himself, he must refrain from recklessness. After inscribing these reflections on paper, Lin Yi scrutinized them several times before incinerating the sheet. That evening, Lin Yi first visited the studio, only to receive a call from the police station midway, instructing him to retrieve Lu Hong's belongings. Upon arriving at the police station, he was attended to by the same 2 officers who had taken his statement the previous day. These officers exhibited a commendable demeanor. After handing over the items taken from the studio that morning, one of them inquired, "Lin Yi, why didn't you answer the phone when we called you this afternoon?" Lin Yi explained, "I apologize, Officer Wang. I wasn't feeling well this afternoon and took a nap in my dorm." Officer Wang accepted this without suspicion and nodded, "All right. You may go." However, just as Lin Yi exited the police station, he noticed a young man standing at the entrance, his eyes red from crying. It was Lu Hong's son, Lu Bo, who bore a backpack. Upon meeting, Lu Bo immediately sobbed, "Brother Yi, my father is gone." Lin Yi's heart sank, and he found himself at a loss for words to offer comfort, opting instead to place a reassuring hand on Lu Bo's shoulder. "When did you return?" Lu Bo, rubbing his swollen eyes, replied, "I took leave after your call yesterday and rushed back, arriving in the early hours. I have been at the police station all day. Don't dwell on your father's situation too much, Xiaobo. You haven't had a proper meal, have you? Come, Brother Yi will take you out to eat." At this moment, on the second floor of the police station, Officer Zhang Baichuan observed Lin Yi and Lu Bo departing and asked, "Is the one with Lu Bo the Lin Yi we mentioned?" "Yes, Captain. Is there something amiss with him?" Zhang Baichuan shook his head, "Not that I can discern. But we have yet to locate Lu Hong's invitation code. Those closely associated with him must be monitored. We cannot afford to be lax." A younger officer, Zhao Shuang, expressed his confusion, "Captain, as far as I know, a new batch of activation codes will soon be distributed at the end of the month. Isn't it unnecessary to find Lu Hong's invitation code with such urgency? Wouldn't it be more prudent to focus our efforts within the game?" Zhao Shuang was one of the 2 members of the Apocalypse squad in Lin Yi City who possessed an activation code, a privilege that had allowed him to be specially recruited into the government S-team. Zhang Baichuan chuckled softly, lighting a cigarette as he posed a question, "Xiao Zhao? According to our investigation, when did Lu Hong first enter the Apocalypse world?" Zhao Shuang replied, "From the statements we gathered, we estimate it was approximately 3 weeks ago." Zhang Baichuan continued, "Lu Hong perished after confronting the bird serpent with hidden toxins. What level do you believe Lu Hong was?" Zhao Shuang pondered briefly. "If he soloed the bird serpent, he must be at least level 8. If he was in a team, it becomes difficult to gauge. Let us assume he was soloing. 3 weeks, or 21 days. If one plays 6 hours a day, can one truly progress from a novice to an 8th level expert in such a short time?" Zhao Shuang suddenly grasped the implication. He had been playing for nearly a month, and even with access to internal guides from the Apocalypse squad, leveling up felt as slow as a snail's pace. After a month, he had barely reached level 5. Yet, Lu Hong had achieved level 8 in merely 3 weeks, which was evidently abnormal. "Captain, didn't our investigation reveal that the Black Card Alliance had contact with Lu Hong? Could it be that Lu Hong's rapid advancement was aided by them?" Zhang Baichuan flicked the ash from his cigarette. "No, you don't understand the nature of the Black Card Alliance. They won't engage in ventures that yield no profit. Moreover, the bank cards found in Lu Hong's home were payments from the Black Card Alliance to him, indicating that they had needs of Lu Hong, thus the financial transactions. Hence, I deduce that Lu Hong's invitation code is likely among the earliest issued, possibly one of the initial activation codes following the game's inception. Zhao Shuang's expression turned to one of astonishment, the first batch of activation codes. That explains much. He quickly added, Captain, while I was training in the capital, I heard that the first batch of activation codes was scarce, and each one possesses unique abilities. Our training instructor, Captain Niu, is a member of that first batch, and I believe he recently advanced to a professional level. Zhang Baichuan nodded. Indeed, that batch of activation codes is distinct from standard ones. Each is exceedingly valuable. Lu Bo's rapid leveling is likely due to the advantages conferred by the activation code. Therefore, we must locate Lu Hong's activation code swiftly. As members of the Black Card Alliance may also be in pursuit, we must stay ahead of them. At this juncture, Zhao Shuang expressed his concern. However, Captain, given Lu Hong's numerous transactions with the Black Card Alliance, do you think his activation code has already fallen into their hands? There exists a possibility, but the likelihood is low. Lu Hong's cause of death was due to his ignorance of the hidden toxins carried by the bird serpent, which can transfer poisonous properties from the apocalypse world to reality. Such a hasty and unexpected demise would not have allowed the Black Card Alliance to receive advance notice. Understood, Captain. However, our squad as core members are just the two of us. The workload is quite taxing. When the next batch of activation codes is distributed, can we not recruit more members? Zhang Baichuan smiled wryly. I too wish to recruit more personnel, but these activation codes are precious. I cannot simply request them. Nevertheless, you must rapidly level up and develop within the apocalypse world, as new recruits will require your guidance. Chapter 8. The diary left by Lu Hong. Meanwhile, Lin Yi had taken Lu Bo to a quiet, homely restaurant where they dined in silence. After their meal, Lu Bo's tears began to flow once more. Lin Yi could only offer futile words of comfort. Xiao Bo, your father's death is shrouded in mystery. While you were at the police station today, did the investigating officers share any insights with you? Lu Bo wiped his tears and, with a quivering voice, replied, No. They mostly asked me questions about my father's recent behavior and whether he had left anything for me. However, I've been preoccupied with exams lately. So he knew I was busy and didn't call me often. Suddenly, Lu Bo looked up, his eyes bloodshot. Brother Yi, what do you think really happened to my father? I watched the surveillance footage from the hot pot restaurant, and I can't fathom how a living person could suddenly turn into poisonous water. It's utterly bizarre. I sense that the officers taking statements know something, yet they refuse to disclose any information. Lin Yi nodded, sighed, and asked, Xiao Bo, what are your plans moving forward? If you wish to continue your studies, you need not worry. Your father was like a mentor to me, and I can support your educational expenses. As for your father's investment in the studio, you may either take over or liquidate it. I don't want to study anymore. With my father gone, what use is an education? As Lu Bo contemplated the act of reading, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to cease his tears and exclaim, Ego. There was an occasion when I returned home after evening study during the holidays, and my father mentioned preparing something for me. He even suggested that I needn't exert myself so much, that whether my academic performance was commendable or not was of little consequence. However, I was too fatigued at the time to inquire further. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Did your father truly say that? It was no wonder Lin Yi was taken aback. He was well acquainted with Lu Hong. The latter worked tirelessly to earn a living solely for his son, Lu Bo. Moreover, it was rumored that the high school in the neighboring Qingshan city was a provincial key institution, and Lu Hong had invested considerable resources to ensure Lu Bo could attend there. Lu Hong placed immense importance on Lu Bo's academic achievements. On one occasion, when Lu Bo's exam scores plummeted, Lu Hong nearly inflicted severe punishment upon him, an incident Lin Yi had witnessed. Thus, the notion that academic performance was inconsequential was evidently inconsistent with Lu Hong's character. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yi queried, Xiao Bo, have you mentioned this to the police? Lu Bo frowned. No, I forgot. Ego, would you take me home? I need to search for something. Perhaps my father truly left behind something significant, something linked to his demise. All right, I shall escort you home. After delivering Lu Bo back to his residence, Lin Yi did not linger. However, the following morning, Lin Yi received a call from Lu Bo. Ego, come quickly. I think I found something. Early in the morning, Lin Yi had planned to head to the studio before delving into the world of the apocalypse, but now his plans were interrupted, compelling him to first visit Lu Bo. Upon arriving at Lu Bo's home, Lin Yi was struck by the disarray. Numerous pieces of furniture and books had been moved, revealing signs of a thorough search. Lu Bo emerged from the room, clutching a black box. Ego, I believe I've uncovered the truth about my father's death. Lu Bo's eyes were reddened, clearly having glimpsed the contents of the box beforehand. Lin Yi approached. Inside the black box lay only a white envelope and a pristine notebook. Upon seeing the white envelope, Lin Yi's gaze sharpened. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the activation code envelope he had received the previous day. The distinction lay in the fact that his envelope was golden and crafted from a unique material, while the one before him was composed of ordinary white paper, exuding an unremarkable aura. Xiaobo, what is the situation? I'm not entirely sure, but ego. If you examine the diary my father left behind, you will understand. Lu Bo evidently trusted Lin Yi greatly, directly handing over the pristine notebook. Lin Yi opened the notebook, discovering only a few pages inscribed with Lu Hong's handwriting. Initially, I had no intention of keeping a diary, as there seems to be no respectable individual who engages in such a practice. Yet, since acquiring the activation code for the Apocalypse game, I've come to realize that I may not even qualify as a respectable person anymore. I cannot predict who will read this diary, but I feel compelled to document my experiences within the Apocalypse game, preserving a fragment of memory. It cannot merely be termed a game. Rather, it is a realm brimming with the extraordinary. On my first day in the Apocalypse world, I was born in a place called Dayu Village, a small settlement with a population of only a few thousand, where the locals welcome beings such as us with open arms. On the very first day, I witnessed monsters invade the village and assault the villagers. It appears this world is fraught with peril. After several days of exploration, I discerned that to level up, one must slay monsters, with higher-level creatures yielding greater experience points. The tasks available within the village only reward copper coins and items. Indeed, my suspicions were confirmed. The attributes gained from leveling up in the Apocalypse world could be transferred back to reality. Advancing one level grants 5 free attribute points, and having reached level 2, I am now capable of lifting weights that I previously could not manage, and my sprinting speed rivals that of professional athletes. On the 5th day in the Apocalypse world, I faced a life-threatening crisis. I narrowly escaped death in this forsaken realm. Fortunately, the militia arrived just in time to save my life. It must be said, the nights in the Apocalypse world are exceedingly dangerous. I shall never again enter during the night, for besides the monstrous entities, there are also eerie spirits akin to vengeful ghosts. A new player arrived, with a foul temper, possibly a second-generation wealthy individual in reality. After a brief interaction, I ceased to engage with him. Individuals of such arrogance rarely survive more than 3 days in the Apocalypse. Seeing him reminded me of Xiaobo. Thankfully, the lad is quite sensible, relieving me of any concerns. I should also prepare an invitation code for Xiaobo. Though this world is perilous, it also presents unparalleled opportunities. A tragedy occurred today. A level 10 pig-horn demon stormed into the village, claiming the lives of several villagers and 2 players. One of whom was that wealthy newcomer, Zhu Mukin, the son of the richest man in Nanhai City. I can only wonder how his father will feel upon learning of his son's demise. On the 12th day in the Apocalypse world, today is a momentous occasion, for I utilized the green materials gifted by the village chief to forge a spiritual weapon. As far as I know, spiritual weapons are rare within the Apocalypse world and are difficult to produce. Upon learning of my successful forging, the village chief expressed a desire to take me as his apprentice. After becoming the village chief's disciple, even the militia captain showed me greater respect. Indeed, even in an alternate realm, one's background holds significance. Today, the village chief informed me that level 10 serves as a threshold. Beyond it lies professional levels. And only by attaining a professional level can one venture beyond the village into the treacherous wilderness. I am quite curious about professional levels. For the past 2 days, I have been inquiring about them. It turns out that the advancement attributes on the character panel correspond to 4 primary professions, which represent the path of progression in the Apocalypse world. My talent is quite exceptional, and currently, all 4 professions seem to suit me. With the village chief's assistance, I joined the militia, and thanks to the experience points I accrued, I quickly leveled up to 7. I am preparing to forge my 3rd spiritual weapon, one I intend to keep for myself, yet I still require several green quality materials, one of which can only be obtained from the birds and snakes outside the village. The Black Card Alliance has contacted me once more. These individuals are like an inescapable affliction, employing both coercion and temptation. I have no choice but to engage in trade with them, forging spiritual weapons in exchange for their assistance. It is also my fault. I should have concealed my appearance upon entering the game. Today, the Black Card Alliance delivered an activation code, serving as payment for my previous weapon forging. I intend to reserve this for Xiaobo, though I should also consider Xiao Yi, as navigating this world alone is unfeasible. Allies are essential. On the 20th day in the Apocalypse world, upon logging in today, I received some unsettling news. Last night, a vengeful spirit attacked the village, injuring several militia captains and village elders. It seems I cannot venture outside the village to seek birds and snakes for the time being. Chapter 9. Change. Just as Lin Yi was engrossed in the reading, he noticed that the diary abruptly ceased. indicating that Lu Hong encountered trouble shortly after penning these words. Nevertheless, Lin Yi gleaned a wealth of information from the diary's contents, dispelling many of his uncertainties. It appears that this elder brother of his still held him in regard, having once contemplated bringing him into the world of the apocalypse. Lin Yi felt a pang of regret. Had Lu Hong not faced misfortune, he probably would never have had the opportunity to engage with the apocalypse. With this thought in mind, Lin Yi raised his gaze and asked, Xiao Bo, where did you find this diary and envelope? Lu Bo replied, Igu, these items were hidden beneath the floorboards of my father's study. He had mentioned them to me once before, but I nearly forgot. Luckily, I remembered in time. My father concealed these items well, preventing the police from discovering them. However, Igu, do you think if the world of the apocalypse mentioned in my father's diary is real, a realm akin to a game, should we report this to the authorities? Lin Yi regarded Lu Bo. What are your thoughts on the matter? Lu Bo hesitated. I don't know. I think the diary is fine, but the activation code in this envelope might be quite precious, and I don't want to share it with anyone. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yi said, then keep it. It's something your father left for you, to be used at your discretion. However, judging by your father's diary, the world known as Apocalypse is perilous. If you perish within it, it would truly mean your end. You must contemplate carefully before using the activation code. Lu Bo nodded solemnly. Rest assured, Igu, I understand the gravity of the situation. But, Igu, aren't you at all tempted by this activation code? As he posed the question, Lu Bo deliberately glanced at Lin Yi's expression. Lin Yi chuckled, patting Lu Bo on the shoulder. This is a gift from your father to you. It would be futile for me to desire it. Besides, if it is indeed, as your father describes, a treacherous world, then I suspect this activation code may not be a blessing after all. Seeing that Lin Yi genuinely seemed disinterested in the white activation code, Lu Bo immediately smiled and said, Don't worry, Igu. If I thrive in that world, I'll make sure to get you an activation code too, and we can develop together as brothers. Lin Yi laughed in agreement. All right, it's settled then. However, you must inform me of any dangers you encounter in that world. As your brother, I am a seasoned player with experience in all types of games, and I will be here to assist you. I understand, Igu. I will undoubtedly trouble you in the future. After parting ways with Lu Bo, Lin Yi suppressed his thoughts and returned to the studio. There were more members present today, and after a brief round to assign tasks for the day, he concocted an excuse to return home. Lu Hong's diary proved to be immensely useful, providing a plethora of information. First, it confirmed that the Apocalypse game indeed features numerous novice villages, with new players being born at intervals. However, villages like Gyutan and Dayu seem quite distant from one another, and communication before reaching a professional level appears impossible. Second, leveling up in the game is crucial. Each increase in level grants a significant boost to attributes. Yet, at present, simply accepting tasks is insufficient for leveling up. One must eliminate monsters to gain experience. Lu Hong's diary primarily detailed two types of monsters, one being the monstrous creatures known as Yao, and the other being the elusive Gui that revel in nighttime. The former possesses a corporeal form, bloodthirsty and savage, preying upon humans, while the latter is ethereal, akin to specters, striking unseen. Lin Yi conjectured that the ghostly creature he encountered yesterday was a type of Yao. Thirdly, after reaching level 10, players would transition to professional levels. Yet the diary offered no insights into what these levels entailed or the professions available for selection. This might be because Lu Hong wished to keep such vital information from being recorded in the diary. However, since Lu Hong obtained information about professional levels from the village chief of Dayu, it indicated that attaining a certain status within the novice village would likely facilitate access to relevant information from higher-ups. Naturally, Lin Yi was not in a rush for details regarding professional levels, as he was currently only at level 1, far from reaching level 10. Fourthly, one must not carelessly reveal their identity in reality, as evidenced by Lu Hong, whose exposure led to being targeted by the Black Card Alliance, culminating in threats and coercion into a transaction. Fifthly, Lu Hong's diary suggested he possessed a unique talent for forging, which allowed him to craft spiritual weapons and be taken on as an apprentice by the village chief. Lin Yi reflected on his own versatile talent. If he and Lu Hong shared the same activation code, would Lu Hong also possess a similar talent? Perhaps Lu Hong's forging capability was simply a rare talent randomly acquired within the spectrum of his versatile talent, subsequently solidified. If that were the case, it would imply a hierarchy of invitation codes. Lu Hong's golden invitation code might be exceedingly precious, while the ordinary activation code left for his son, Lu Bo, would hold lesser value. Hence, Lin Yi needed to ensure that information regarding Lu Hong's invitation code remained confidential. Otherwise, he might attract not only the attention of the authorities, but also that of the Black Card Alliance. With this thought in mind, Lin Yi concluded that he could not afford to spend excessive time within the apocalypse world recently. If he disappeared for an extended period in reality, leaving others unable to contact him, he would inevitably arouse suspicion. Chapter 10. Captain Gu Qinghu. As for his development in the apocalypse world, Lin Yi felt there was no need to rush. His versatile talent was currently solidified only as a white talent, although it had saved his life yesterday. A white talent ultimately lacks substantial potential for growth. If time permits, Lin Yi believed he could afford to take his time in the early stages, focusing less on grinding for levels. As long as his forthcoming versatile talent could solidify into an exceptional one, he would not have to worry about his progress in the apocalypse world. Of course, he would not squander the 6 hours he could spend daily in the apocalypse world. He simply needed to space out his online time to avoid drawing attention. With these considerations, Lin Yi did not hastily re-enter the apocalypse world, but instead returned to the studio to supervise his staff in their gold farming efforts. During lunchtime, he found a moment to slip into the apocalypse world. Upon appearing near the lumberjack Gu Yongxiang's home, Lin Yi accepted a woodcutting task from him and proceeded to the small forest at the back mountain to chop wood. The labor of woodcutting was exhausting. Even with his attributes enhanced by the skeletal marvel talent, he could not sustain prolonged exertion. Thankfully, drawing from his experience gathering firewood the previous day, Lin Yi managed to collect a bundle of firewood in just over an hour. After submitting the task, he earned 10 coins and sought a shaded spot to enjoy a pancake with well water. During his idle moments, Lin Yi attempted to draw from his versatile talent. This talent refreshes daily at dawn, randomly offering talents from the talent material pool. However, since the skeletal marvel talent was already solidified, any good talents drawn in the next 3 days would merely be a fleeting glimpse, without the ability to be solidified. Ding! You have drawn the white talent weak and fortunate. Weak and fortunate. White talent the bearer will permanently lose 3 points in constitution attributes, but will have an increased probability of good fortune. Upon reading this talent, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. This white talent turned out to be a half-debuff, half-buff trait that reduced attributes. It was fortunate that he did not draw this weak and fortunate talent yesterday. Otherwise, he might have perished at the claws of that ghostly creature. After completing the talent draw, Lin Yi did not linger and promptly logged off. At that moment, beneath the crumbling city walls outside of Guten village, blood stained the earth and grass. On the ground lay 2 corpses resembling azure wolves, alongside 3 militiamen groaning in agony. Clearly, a fierce battle had transpired here not long ago. A team member examined the injuries of the wounded, frowning. Captain, Gu Hai is all right. His injuries are not severe. But Gu Yuan and Gu Qing have been gravely injured by the bloodthirsty wolves. Without medical treatment, they may not survive the night. The man referred to as Captain was a young man in his 30s, with well-defined features and an upright stature, exuding a resolute demeanor. His name was Gu Qinghu, the second captain of the Guten village militia, primarily responsible for the defense of the east and west city walls. Due to the recent surge of monstrous creatures infiltrating the village, he had specifically arranged today's defense outside the city, while also clearing the surrounding minor monsters. However, unexpectedly, just past noon, 2 level 9 bloodthirsty wolves breached the trap defenses outside the city, charging directly toward their militia team. A level 9 bloodthirsty wolf was a foe he could only face with all his might, wielding spiritual weapons against just one, let alone 2, who could coordinate and possessed considerable intelligence. Fortunately, the strength of their militia was formidable, with several members being formidable warriors at levels 7 or 8. Utilizing the distraction caused by his comrades, he ultimately succeeded in slaying one of the heart-eating wolves, and, in collaboration with the others, they dispatched the remaining wolves. Despite their triumph, the militia suffered grievous losses. Gu Qinghu cast a glance at his comrades and spoke in a deep, resonant voice. Rest assured, I shall take them back for medical treatment shortly. With the presence of the 3 village elders, their lives are not in peril. One of the members expressed concern. Captain, this is not a sustainable situation. The frequency of monster attacks on our village has been increasing alarmingly. I have heard that not just our 2nd squad, but also the 1st, 3rd, and 4th squads have suffered significant casualties. If this continues, we will scarcely have enough personnel to defend the walls. Upon hearing this, the other members, still reeling from their recent life and death struggle, chimed in. Indeed, Captain, our 2nd squad already has the fewest members. With the recent losses of Gu Qing and Gu Yuan, how can we possibly fend off those creatures lurking outside the village? In addition to the daytime patrols outside the village, we must also guard the streets at night with torches. I have not enjoyed a good night's sleep in over half a month. Captain, should we not recruit some newcomers? Gu Qinghu sighed softly. Where could we possibly find enough newcomers? Aside from you young people, the village is left with only a handful of children. Furthermore, without at least a level 5 cultivation, joining our militia would merely lead to their demise. Guten village was not large, merely a small settlement with a population of a little over 3,000. The village's resources limited its population growth. In previous years, monster attacks had been infrequent, and the militia managed to maintain a fragile balance with the young villagers and the occasional refugees arriving from outside. However, in the past 6 months, following the divine edict from the temple and the emergence of the reincarnated ones, monsters and nocturnal specters had become increasingly visible, launching attacks on the village at regular intervals. Compared to 6 months ago, the militia had seen a reduction of 30% in its personnel, making it increasingly arduous to defend the entire village. At that moment, a member proposed, "Captain, why don't we recruit a few reincarnated ones? I have heard that several promising reincarnated individuals have recently arrived in the village. If we could cultivate their potential." Upon hearing the suggestion about recruiting reincarnated ones, another member immediately retorted vehemently, "Reincarnated ones? Lao Shan, have you lost your mind? Our second squad has resolutely refused to recruit reincarnated individuals. Have you forgotten that it was a reincarnated one named Long Haixin from our squad who caused chaos in the village, leading to a nocturnal attack? That night, 2 of the village elders almost lost their lives because of it. After that incident, our entire second squad was punished with a month of blood food. If we had that blood food, I would have surely advanced to level 7 and awakened my innate talents." The proposer, Gu Shan, shot back with a fierce glare. "Hey, Gu Xiaolu, don't be so dismissive. Not all reincarnated ones are bad. Besides, they are different from us. They can level up simply by defeating monsters and can be cultivated in a short time. Moreover, the monsters they defeat often drop high-quality materials. I have heard that the captain of the 3rd squad, Gu Man, enjoys taking reincarnated ones to hunt monsters. In just a week, he has gathered a considerable amount of materials for forging spiritual tools. It won't be long before he possesses a second spiritual tool, potentially surpassing our second squad." Gu Xiaolu scoffed. "What do you mean by surpassing the second squad? Gu Shan, don't think I'm oblivious to your motives. A reincarnated one has recently appeared near your home, haven't they? I suspect you are merely looking to curry favor with them." Upon hearing this, Gu Shan exploded with anger. "Shut your mouth, Gu Xiaolu. You're slandering me." Seeing the two on the verge of a confrontation, Gu Qinghu furrowed his brow and bellowed, "Enough! Silence, all of you." Gu Qinghu held significant authority within the militia. When he raised his voice, the members fell silent, closing their mouths in obedience. Only Gu Shan and Gu Xiaolu glared at each other, neither willing to back down. Gu Qinghu sighed internally. He was well aware of the advantages and benefits of recruiting reincarnated individuals. However, their second squad had previously accepted a few reincarnated ones, most of whom proved to be unruly, disobedient, and prone to acting on their own accord. Often, before they could be fully trained, they would bring significant trouble upon the squad. Particularly, Long Haixin had taken it upon himself to experiment with the specters within the village, leading to an attack by professional-grade specters on Gyutan village. That night, countless lives were lost. Not only did the militia suffer heavy casualties, but 2 of the 3 village elders were also gravely injured. The memory of that night was fraught with dread. Had it not been for the intervention of Elder Gu He, who used the temple's power to suppress the specter, Gyutan village would have likely faced annihilation, becoming a desolate wasteland haunted by spirits. It was precisely because of this incident that Gu Qinghu opposed the inclusion of reincarnated individuals in the militia. However, it seemed that their second squad indeed required new personnel, and since there were few young individuals in the village suitable for the militia, recruiting reincarnated ones appeared to be a viable option. Chapter 11. Joining the militia in the evening. Lin Yi returned to his apartment after a day's work at the studio and logged back into the world of revelation. Today, he had taken advantage of his free time to log in multiple times, completing 2 woodcutting tasks, perhaps due to his repeated submissions earning Gu Yongxiang's favor. Gu Yongxiang assigned Lin Yi a new task. "Since you currently lack accommodation in Gyutan village, you may use the firewood shed in the courtyard as your residence. However, I am unable to walk well, so you must fetch 2 buckets of well water from the east of the village every morning. Ding. Gu Yongxiang from Gyutan village has issued you a daily task. Completing the water fetching task will grant you the right to reside in the firewood shed." From Lu Hong's diary. Lin Yi was aware of the dangers lurking in the world of revelation at night. If he chose to log in during those hours, he would need a place to stay. He had inspected the firewood shed mentioned by Gu Yongxiang. Though small and dirty, it contained a wooden bed for resting, making it a suitable shelter. "Thank you, Brother Gu. You can rest assured. I will go fetch water first thing tomorrow morning." Gu Yongxiang nodded, clearly pleased with Lin Yi's attitude, and then provided him with clean bedding and sheets. The bedding appeared somewhat faded and had clearly been used for over a decade, but it looked clean and bore a faint scent of soap. Lin Yi couldn't help but nod. Brother Gu was indeed a kind-hearted person. However, Lin Yi remained by Gu Yongqiang's side not only to gradually explore the world of revelation, but primarily for Gu Yongqiang's external skills. In Lin Yi's understanding, external skills in the world of revelation were akin to skills in a game. According to Lin Yi, the sword techniques used by Gu Man, the captain of the militia, against the specters were external skills. During the confrontation, Gu Man and the specter seemed evenly matched, but once Gu Man unleashed his external skills with a spiritual weapon, the specter was quickly overwhelmed and captured, highlighting the efficacy of external skills in enhancing strength. Moreover, Lu Hong's diary had also mentioned external skills, stating that they were rare and, once learned, could be utilized in reality with tremendous power. As the sky gradually darkened, Lin Yi tidied up the little firewood shed bedroom. Noticing that his online time was limited, he prepared to log off. However, at that moment, footsteps echoed in the dark courtyard, followed by the sound of conversation from Gu Yongqiang's residence. Captain Yongqiang, don't call me captain. I'm limping. I haven't been your captain for a long time. But why are you here instead of properly managing your second squad? Clearly, the visitor was Gu Qinghu, the captain of the second militia squad. The conversation gradually faded into the background, and Lin Yi shook his head before logging off. Inside, the discussion continued. Gu Qinghu said, Brother Yongqiang, I have heard that a reincarnated one has come to your home. Was it recommended by Elder Guhi? Gu Yongqiang nodded. That old man frequently engages in such antics. I have grown accustomed to it. This marks the third instance this month. So, how does the newly arrived individual fare in terms of character and talent? Gu Yongqiang expressed his surprise. What? Is your militia team in such dire need of personnel that you must recruit a new arrival? Moreover, did I not hear that your second team was not accepting newcomers? Ah, Brother Yongqiang, he replied, I must confess. Our second team suffered the loss of 2 members outside the village today. For the foreseeable future, they will be unable to patrol or perform their duties. Some members mentioned that several new arrivals have been trickling into the village lately, so I thought it prudent to investigate and see if any might be suitable. If they are not, he has only been here for 2 days. Joining your militia would surely lead to his demise. As for future suitability, I shall observe for a while longer. On the 3rd day in the world of apocalypse, Lin Yi logged on early, seizing the opportunity before dawn to fetch 2 buckets of well water for Gu Yongqiang from the east of the village. He then accepted a firewood gathering task and proceeded to chop wood in the backyard. During this time, Lin Yi also attempted to draw from the universal talent pool once more. Yet, once again, the talent he received was of the white quality. Fate's lonely star. White talent. Possessing this talent means that you will encounter dangerous events far more frequently than an ordinary individual, and the probability of those who befriend you meeting a tragic end increases. However, amidst the crises, fortune accompanies you, granting you a certain chance to receive rewards from fate. Undoubtedly, this was yet another talent with detrimental effects outweighing any potential benefits. Lin Yi would never consider solidifying such a talent. However, given that all 3 talents drawn in succession were of white quality, it seemed that acquiring a more favorable talent would require both time and a stroke of luck. That day, Lin Yi maintained his usual routine, continuing to work at the studio, converting the gold and equipment earned over the past few days into currency, and settling the wages for the studio members. During this period, he also sent some messages to Lu Bo, but the lad was slow to respond. Lin Yi surmised that Lu Bo had likely utilized an activation code to enter the world of apocalypse. The lad was indeed decisive, and Lin Yi could only wish him good fortune in that realm. Thus, for 3 consecutive days, Lin Yi spent his days managing studio affairs and using sporadic moments to delve into the world of apocalypse. The longer he remained in Gutan village, the more information he gathered. It seemed that due to Lin Yi's commendable performance before Gu Yongqiang in recent days, he received a new task upon logging in that morning. Inside the house, Gu Yongqiang looked at Lin Yi and said, In Gutan village, merely chopping wood does not guarantee your safety. As a newcomer, you require experience. I have observed your patience in gathering firewood these past few days. You possess a steady demeanor. Would you be willing to assist the militia? Assist the militia? Lin Yi was taken aback and inquired, Brother Gu, does the militia not only recruit members of level 5 and above? Gu Yongqiang shook his head and patiently explained. It is not about joining the militia. Rather, it is about assisting them. You are aware that, as a newcomer, you are unique. By defeating monsters and spirits, you can acquire special items. Your assistance in helping them eliminate these creatures will also grant you valuable experience for your growth. Seeing Lin Yi pensive and not immediately agreeing, Gu Yongqiang added, Rest assured, given your current low level, your role would solely be to assist in eliminating foes, not to charge ahead. The militia will dispatch personnel to protect you, ensuring your safety. Despite his reassurances, Lin Yi remained somewhat hesitant. The prospect of gaining experience alongside the militia without requiring level 5 was indeed appealing. However, possessing a universal talent meant that with careful development, Drawing a favorable talent could pave a broader path for him. Furthermore, although Gu Yongxiang stated that the militia would protect him, the world of Apocalypse was fraught with peril. Even militia members could not guarantee their own safety. In dire circumstances that even the militia could not handle, it was likely that no one would care for him. A newcomer. Lin Yi fell into silence. Observing his prolonged silence, Gu Yongxiang furrowed his brow. Lin Yi was currently at level 1. Lacking any means to counter monsters and spirits, and Gu Yongxiang himself was hesitant to recommend Lin Yi to assist the militia. However, just yesterday, the captain of the 3rd militia team, Gu Man, had successfully forged a defensive spiritual weapon using materials dropped by a newcomer, significantly enhancing his strength. He had even slain a level 10 spirit attempting to infiltrate the village by evening, earning the village elder's commendation. Such a feat prompted other militia captains to seek to emulate Gu Man's approach, aiming to bring newcomers along to defeat monsters for materials. The captain of the 2nd team, Gu Qinghu, had approached Gu Yongxiang the previous evening with a proposal to assist newcomers in their growth while collaborating to gather materials. Contingent upon the newcomers meeting certain character standards that warranted investment. Lin Yi's performance in the past few days had been commendable. He had conducted himself steadily and without haste. Thus, Gu Yongxiang had recommended him to Gu Qinghu. Yet, it seemed Lin Yi was reluctant to take risks at this moment. Gu Yongxiang raised an eyebrow. This newcomer, known as Eternal Youth, appeared to be overly cautious, inconsistent with his perception of newcomers. It was noteworthy that during this period, he had encountered numerous newcomers, all of whom, upon learning that their abilities could be carried into their own world, displayed fervent enthusiasm. They not only begged him to teach them martial arts, but also sought to join the militia to hunt monsters. Why was this newcomer so different? After pondering, Gu Yongxiang remarked, "If you are willing to assist, I could consider teaching you my martial arts skills." Martial arts? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's interest was piqued. If the benefits were substantial enough, he might indeed consider taking a more adventurous path. What martial art is it, Brother Gu? The Yang Yen sword technique. A powerful sword art I learned 10 years ago in Tianshui City. However, I had promised my master not to teach it to anyone lacking exceptional talent. If you can advance to level 4 within half a month, I shall teach you the Yang Yen sword technique. Very well, Brother Gu. I accept the offer to assist the militia. Seeing Lin Yi's decisive agreement, Gu Yongxiang shook his head with a smile. He had initially thought Lin Yi was a steady and hardworking newcomer, but it seemed he was a cautious individual who would not act until he saw tangible results. He wondered whether recommending him to Gu Qinghu was the right choice. That afternoon, under Gu Yongxiang's guidance, Lin Yi visited the militia's 2nd team's base for the first time. The location was a compound with tiled houses, and the courtyard was adorned with several sun trees. The sun tree was a unique species in the world of Apocalypse, with pale red bark and rare blood-red branches. Lin Yi noticed numerous scratches on the bark of the sun trees, but was unsure of their origin. Noticing Lin Yi's gaze, Gu Yongxiang explained, "The sun tree is a special species. When its sap is applied to the eyes, it allows one to see the presence of spirits at night." Several militia bases in Guten village are equipped with sun trees for nightly patrols, and the scent of the sap can repel certain spirits. Lin Yi nodded, understanding the significance. Brother Yongxiang. At that moment, several individuals emerged from within, led by Gu Qinghu and the members of the 2nd militia team. It was evident that the militia team held Gu Yongxiang in high regard. Gu Yongxiang nodded. "I have brought him here. He is now in your care. Ensure the village's safety, and do not let me down." After a few words of caution, Gu Yongxiang departed. Gu Qinghu scrutinized Lin Yi from head to toe and inquired, "Are you the one known as Eternal Youth? What a peculiar name you have chosen." Lin Yi rubbed his nose. He had randomly selected this name for the game, and it was indeed ill-suited for a village that emphasized surnames. "Captain Gu, you may address me as Qingshan." "Very well, Qingshan, please follow me inside." Captain Gu Qinghu said no more and led Lin Yi into the quarters. Once inside, Lin Yi discovered that he was not alone. Another player was present. This individual, though clad in similar attire, possessed a distinctly different aura from the villagers of Guten. He appeared to be in his 30s, donned in plain garments, with a cowhide bough slung around his waist. His eyes narrowed slightly as he regarded Lin Yi, hinting at a possible glasses wearer in reality. He stepped forward with a smile, extending his hand. "Greetings, young brother. What level are you? Are you here to assist the militia?" "I am Dugu Feng, pleased to make your acquaintance." Lin Yi, undeterred, offered his hand in return. "Qingshan, a newcomer to Guten village." Dugu Feng laughed heartily. "Huh? Newcomers are not typically granted access here. It seems you are quite fortunate." "Brother Qingshan." "Flattery," Lin Yi nodded, exchanging a few pleasantries. He remained acutely aware of the potential dangers posed by players in the Apocalypse world. Prior to his arrival, he had taken measures to conceal his identity with a piece of brown linen. However, Gu Yongxiang had forcibly removed it. asserting that anyone attempting to hide their face in Gyutin village was either a wanted outlaw or a lurking demon, both of whom would be attacked immediately by the militia. With no viable means of disguise, Lin Yi had no choice but to reveal his true visage. At that moment, Gu Qinghu approached them, stating, "Well then, you both have been recommended, and your characters have been deemed trustworthy. I shall forego any further assessments. From now on, you two will be provisional members of our militia's second squad. Though your strengths are lacking, one at level 4 and the other at level 1. Upon hearing level 1, Dugu Feng turned to Lin Yi with a look of mild surprise. Indeed, the player before him was a true novice. The newcomer was rather lucky, managing to join the militia at such an early level. It is well known that in the novice villages of the Apocalypse continent, the quickest way to level up is to gain experience alongside the militia. Gu Qinghu continued, "Our second squad is on duty on the single days of each month, either guarding outside the city during the day or patrolling the village at night. Of course, given your current low levels, encountering a malevolent spirit would spell certain death for you. Thus, you will not be assigned night duties. However, during the daytime, as long as you are in Gyutin village, you will be required to accompany our second squad. My expectations are not high. Be obedient, diligent, and refrain from actions that may endanger Gyutin village." Previously, a member of our squad named Long Haixin, in a bid to enhance his strength, foolishly raised malevolent spirits and was ultimately slain by my own hand. Should either of you engage in similar folly, I guarantee you will meet a grim fate. After delivering this stern warning, Gu Qinghu's tone softened. "Of course, I am not a bloodthirsty individual. As long as you listen, do not act recklessly during perilous encounters with demons and malevolent spirits, I shall not impose undue punishments." Becoming provisional members of our second squad comes with numerous benefits. In addition to daily monetary rewards and shares from slaying demons and spirits, if you perform exceptionally, you will also receive a portion of the blood food distributed monthly within the village. Blood food. Dugu Feng's face lit up with excitement upon hearing this, while Lin Yi also felt a hint of surprise. According to the information he had gleaned from Gu Yongqiang, blood food was a unique reward in Gyutin village, capable of enhancing one's attributes. It is crucial for both reborn individuals and the natives of the Apocalypse continent to overcome the bottleneck between levels 4 and 5. And consuming blood food could aid in breaking through this barrier. Dugu Feng could not contain his curiosity. "Captain, is it true that there is blood food? What are the performance conditions required to obtain it?" "Conditions?" Gu Qinghu pondered for a moment before replying. "It is not difficult. Simply assist in the slaying of 5 demons or malevolent spirits each month." "All right, thank you, Captain," Dugu Feng exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. He had been in the Apocalypse world for a month, struggling to level up beyond 4 due to his low vitality attributes. During this time, he had resorted to bribing a member of the militia named Gu Shan in hopes of joining the militia to gain access to blood food rewards. With Gu Qinghu now promising blood food, how could he not be thrilled? Gu Qinghu, a decisive individual, after outlining the rules of the militia, began to familiarize the two with the patrol routes. Today is a dual day. Squads 1 and 3 are on duty. The captain of Squad 1 is Gu Laihai, the most powerful among the village elders, while I lead Squad 2. As he guided them, Gu Qinghu elaborated on the militia structure. Presently, Gyutin village boasted 4 major militia squads, each comprising approximately 20 members. Captains must be 10th level experts possessing spirit weapons, while squad members typically range from level 5 to 8. Arriving at the outer city walls of Gyutin village, gazing out at the distant wilderness and forests, Gu Qinghu continued, "The nearest village to us is called Hexian village, situated across 3 great mountains, approximately 50 li away. Though the distance may seem short, the journey is fraught with countless demons and perils. We once maintained contact with Hexian village, but since the frequent emergence of reborn individuals and the increase in demons, our communication has been severed." Surrounding Gyutin village, the most numerous demons are the heart-eating wolves, which usually appear in packs and are cunning by nature. If spotted, it is imperative to notify the main force. Additionally, there are lurking phantoms known as ghost demons and shinyas that often infiltrate the village. Gu Qinghu spoke at length, detailing 7 or 8 types of dangerous demons found near Gyutin village, meticulously describing their appearances, characteristics, and vulnerabilities. Lin Yi could not help but feel he had gained invaluable knowledge. Joining the militia indeed offered numerous advantages, allowing for a quicker understanding of this Apocalypse continent. "Well then, I have said all that needs to be said. Do either of you have any questions?" Gu Qinghu inquired, looking at Lin Yi and Dugu Feng. Lin Yi, curious, asked, Captain, I heard from Brother Gu about Tianshui City. Could you enlighten me on what that place is?" Dugu Feng leaned in, equally intrigued. He had been in Gyutin village for quite some time and had never heard of Tianshui City. "Tianshui City? Yongqiang actually mentioned that to you? It seems he intends to teach you the Yanyan blade technique." Gu Qinghu chuckled before continuing. Tianshui City is a great city where humans gather, our true sanctuary. Before taking on the role of militia captain, all of us must first travel to Tianshui City as per protocol. However, the journey is long and perilous, requiring considerable manpower, and must be undertaken under the protection of the village chief and elders. As a reborn individual, you may only have the chance to access Tianshui City upon reaching a professional level. For now, do not dwell on it too much. At that moment, Dugu Feng interjected. Professional level? Captain, how can one attain that? Gu Qinghu shot him a glance and replied, do not aspire too high. I am not yet at the professional level myself. Why ask so much? Focus on reaching level 10 first before considering professional matters. After being reprimanded, Dugu Feng wisely refrained from further inquiries. Lin Yi had many questions swirling in his mind as well, but seeing Gu Qinghu's impatience, he chose to remain silent. With that, Gu Qinghu led the two back. These are your uniforms. Tomorrow, our second squad will be on duty outside the city. Discuss how you will log in, and come to the city gate to find me. Gu Qinghu tossed them 2 sets of militia uniforms before departing, leaving Lin Yi and Dugu Feng alone in the room. Chapter 12, Treasure Vault Exchange. Dugu Feng glanced at Lin Yi with curiosity. Brother Qingshan, are you truly a newcomer? I am at level 1. How could that be false? After Lin Yi responded. He glanced at the militia uniform issued by Gu Qinghu, and couldn't help but nod in approval. The quality of this attire far surpassed the novice clothing he wore, offering a far more refined texture. Noticing that Lin Yi seemed reluctant to delve deeper into the topic, Dugu Feng chuckled and remarked, it appears that Brother Qingshan is quite exceptional. It seems we will soon be members of the same militia, assisting and growing together. Very well, Lin Yi replied. Although their time together had been brief, he held a favorable impression of Dugu Feng, recognizing the potential benefits of fostering a good rapport in the future. After agreeing on the time to log in the next day, Lin Yi parted ways with Dugu Feng and made his way alone to a secluded willow tree by a pond in Gyutan village. Ensuring no one was around, Lin Yi retrieved a shovel from his spatial backpack and began to dig into the muddy ground beneath the willow. He had borrowed the shovel from Gu Yongxiang's residence before heading out, and his purpose for being here was clear. Today, he had fortuitously unlocked a new talent. A green talent related to treasure hunting. Treasure Sensation. Green talent, you possess a unique ability to sense hidden treasures within a 10-mile radius. Once activated, this ability can only be used again after 3 days. To be frank, ever since he had fixed the white talent, Bone Marvel, Lin Yi had been consistently acquiring white quality talents from the talent space. It was not until the day that he finally unlocked a green talent. Considering the capabilities of this new talent, he decided to replace Bone Marvel with Treasure Sensation. This was his first time utilizing the Treasure Sensation talent, and he felt an inexplicable pull towards something beneath the willow, prompting him to follow the sensation. The soil beneath the willow was difficult to excavate, riddled with roots, and Lin Yi was cautious not to create too much noise to avoid drawing attention. After digging approximately half a meter deep, he unexpectedly unearthed a wooden box. The box was adorned with intricate patterns, though it appeared weathered and decayed from years of being buried in damp soil. Lin Yi did not hasten to open the box. Instead, he placed it into his spatial storage, filled the hole back in, and quietly departed the area. Upon returning to his dwelling, Lin Yi finally opened the box and retrieved its contents. Inside lay a cool, red, lustrous jade stone. Mysterious Stone Growth Soul Tool. A soul tool crafted from the heart of a special spirit doll, capable of sensing nearby spirits. When placed at the user's heart, it can permanently bind to the mysterious stone. Note, this item is a permanent growth soul tool. Upon absorbing sufficient spirit ashes, it can enhance its sensing range. After perusing the description of the red jade stone, Lin Yi's brow furrowed slightly. A soul tool? A growth-type soul tool? Moreover, this object seemed to differ from ordinary spiritual tools. However, based on the system's description, it was undoubtedly a remarkable treasure, capable of sensing spirits. It was worth noting that earlier, Gu Qinghu had emphasized the dangers posed by spirits when introducing the perils surrounding Gyutan village. Spirits, unlike monstrous beings, exist in a peculiar state between physical form and soul, capable of transforming between the two. Their danger lies in their ability to conceal themselves and parasitize various objects, rendering them difficult to detect. Should this soul tool, the mysterious stone, truly possess the ability to sense nearby spirits, it would undoubtedly enhance safety when encountering spirits within Gyutan village. Nevertheless, Lin Yi was not eager to bind this mysterious stone just yet. This world was fraught with peril, and many things remained uncertain. Until he fully understood what a soul tool entailed, he was unwilling to experiment recklessly. Currently, the two most valuable items in Lin Yi's possession were the recently acquired mysterious stone and the white demon blood material previously allocated to him by Gu Man. The former required clarification on the nature of soul tools before he could utilize it. While he was already aware of how to use the latter as a prospective member of the militia, within Gyuton village, there existed a treasure repository exclusive to the militia. This repository was overseen by Gu Yuan, one of the 3 elder leaders of Gyuton village. Inside, various extraordinary items could be exchanged for contribution points, which could then be used to obtain other necessary extraordinary items. Now that Lin Yi was considered a quasi-member of the militia, he naturally had the right to access the treasure repository to exchange for needed items. Before heading there, Lin Yi had learned that although his low-level demon blood white was merely a white-quality material, it held significant value, as only a few high-level demons would drop it, and its uses were extensive. Thus, it was worth approximately 30 contribution points. Of course, Lin Yi was uncertain about what could be exchanged for those 30 points. Subsequently, following the address provided by Captain Gu Qinghu, Lin Yi arrived at the core area of Gyuton village. The temple, heritage site, and treasure vault of Gyuton village were all located here, making it the most heavily guarded area in the village. Upon his arrival, Lin Yi had encountered the elder Gu He nearby. The treasure vault of Gyuton village was guarded by 2 militia members, whose stern expressions suggested they were of considerable rank. Upon learning of Lin Yi's purpose, they verified his identity and granted him passage. The second team is even beginning to recruit reincarnators now, and a newcomer at that. It seems the news of Brother Man forging a spiritual tool has stirred the second team's captain, one of them remarked. It appears reincarnators are becoming quite the sought-after commodity in our village. Indeed, reincarnators are exceptionally unique. They can yield complete materials when defeating demons and spirits. Even with the specialized militia members handling demon corpses, the materials obtained would still lose much of their essence. The 2 men openly criticized the situation in front of Lin Yi, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Lin Yi rubbed his nose and proceeded into the vault. The treasure vault of Gyuton village was constructed underground. Upon entering, Lin Yi followed a dark passage for several meters until he arrived at a brightly lit cellar. The cellar was spacious, adorned with various furnishings, a bed, a wardrobe, and wooden tables, suggesting it was once someone's living quarters. Just as Lin Yi was pondering this, an elderly man with graying hair slowly emerged from a shadowy corner. Reincarnator, what do you seek to exchange in the vault? The elderly man, stooped and pale, seemed to have been injured recently, hinting at the scent of medicinal herbs wafting through the cellar. Taken aback, Lin Yi inquired, "Are you Elder Gu Yuan?" "Indeed, I am," Gu Yuan replied, regarding Lin Yi. "And what name do you go by?" Lin Yi stated his purpose directly. "I am Qingshan Bulo, here to exchange demon blood for contribution points and subsequently acquire some useful items." Upon seeing Lin Yi produce the somewhat foul-smelling, low-level demon blood white, Gu Yuan nodded slightly and retrieved a sheepskin scroll. Given the scent, this is likely demon blood dropped by a ghostly demon. It possesses considerable essence. Though its quality is somewhat lacking, you can exchange it for 33 contribution points. This scroll contains the catalog of items available for exchange in the vault. Peruse it carefully. Should you wish to exchange for any treasures, just let me know. If not, your contribution points can be recorded for future use. Lin Yi accepted the scroll and began to examine it in detail. It was filled with an abundance of information and treasures, leaving Lin Yi momentarily dazzled. Demon skin full body armor, crafted from the skin of a heart-eager wolf. This armor is remarkably durable, impervious to blades and swords, and includes a helmet and breastplate. It does not belong to the category of spiritual tools and is valued at 100 contribution points. Divine Fire Candle, a candle imbued with divinity, once ignited. It has the power to dispel darkness and effectively counter malevolent spirits. The materials used in its creation are unique and rare, valued at 150 contribution points. Copper coin, the currency utilized within the Tianshui city region, also applicable in the ancient Tan village. 1 contribution point can be exchanged for 101. Diamond sword, a treasured sword forged from a special mineral metal. Its blade is razor sharp, capable of slicing through the hide of most demonic beings. This item is not classified as a spiritual tool and is valued at 350 contribution points. Red heart fruit, a mystical fruit that grows in the wilderness. It requires the infusion of demonic blood over time to sprout and bear fruit. Consuming 1 grants a slight increase in strength, 1 point for reincarnators. This fruit is not easily obtained, found only outside the ancient Tan village, with a current stock of 3, each requiring 300 contribution points for exchange. Spirit ashes, basic materials dropped upon the demise of malevolent spirits, with 50 contribution points redeemable for 1 gram. The parchment contains numerous exchangeable items, many of which would be of great utility to Lin Yi. Aside from armaments such as the full-body demon skin armor and the diamond sword, Lin Yi's utmost desire is the strength-enhancing red heart fruit, regrettably requiring 300 contribution points. a sum he currently falls far short of. Moreover, treasures available for 33 contribution points are scarce. As Lin Yi continued his perusal, he finally stumbled upon some appealing items, all of which were talismans. Defense Talisman, a divine talisman crafted by the village chief. Shattering the talisman paper activates a protective barrier that lasts for 2 seconds, capable of withstanding attacks from creatures below level 8. However, it is ineffective against certain level 8 and above creatures and malevolent spirits. Due to the necessity of demonic blood in its creation, this talisman demands 80 contribution points for redemption. Spirit Detection Talisman, also crafted by the village chief. Igniting this talisman allows one to sense malevolent spirits within a radius of 100 meters. Note: this talisman can sense at most one spirit, and its activation may provoke the spirit's aggressive tendencies. The exchange for this talisman requires 50 contribution points. Strength Talisman, a talisman handcrafted by the village chief upon activation. It grants the user a minor boost in strength, 5 points for reincarnators, lasting for 1 minute, after which the user will experience a period of weakness. This talisman can be redeemed for 30 contribution points. Speed Talisman, another creation of the village chief. Activating this talisman grants a slight increase in speed, 5 points in agility for reincarnators, also lasting 1 minute, followed by a brief phase of weakness. This talisman too can be acquired for 30 contribution points. In total, there are 4 types of talismans. Naturally, Lin Yi cannot afford the first 2. But with his contribution points, he can purchase either the Strength Talisman or the Speed Talisman. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively chose the Speed Talisman. Given the current state of the demonic beings and malevolent spirits he faces, even a 5-point increase in strength would be of little benefit. However, if he could run faster, that would indeed be advantageous. After all, during his last encounter with a ghostly demon, his slightly increased speed was what enabled him to narrowly escape danger, with a villager sacrificing himself behind him. Chapter 13, The First Defense of the City. After exchanging for the Speed Talisman, Lin Yi converted his remaining 3 points into copper coins. During this period, he had diligently completed Gu Yongxiang's firewood collection tasks, exhausting himself daily to gather over 21, only to discover that 1 contribution point could convert to 101. It must be said, exchanging contribution points for copper coins is exceptionally cost-effective. With these 301, Lin Yi no longer needed to rely on the firewood task to earn in-game currency. Each day, he could enjoy better food instead of merely tough pancakes and slightly bitter well water. Of course, 301 would not last long. However, upon joining the militia, he would receive a daily stipend of 21 along with a share of loot, leading him to believe that financial worries would soon be a thing of the past. Before departing the treasure cellar, Lin Yi casually inquired with the village elder Gu Yuan about the nature of soul weapons. Gu Yuan, taken aback, regarded Lin Yi and responded, "A soul weapon? How do you know of such a thing?" It is akin to a spiritual tool but exists on a higher tier. Soul weapons can merge with the soul itself, capable not only of combating demonic beings, but also specifically designed to counter malevolent spirits. However, they are exceedingly rare and of great value. Should you possess a soul weapon, feel free to come to me for an exchange. You may choose from the items on the parchment. Surely you jest. How could I ever possess a soul weapon? I merely heard others mention it, and was curious to inquire, Lin Yi replied, feeling a surge of excitement at the thought of the soul weapon's immense value. It was noteworthy that during his recent browsing of the parchment, he had seen many rare treasures, yet not a single spiritual tool among them. Considering that each of the 4 militia captains in the ancient Tan village each possessed only 1 spiritual tool, it was evident how precious they were. The fact that soul weapons were even more elusive than spiritual tools underscored their extraordinary worth. Thus, it was apparent that Lin Yi had indeed unearthed something remarkable today. His green treasure hunting talent was indeed extraordinary. Suppressing his exhilaration, Lin Yi returned to Gu Yongxiang's firewood storage to log off. Once Lin Yi vanished, a figure emerged from the grass outside the courtyard. It was the village elder Gu Yuan, who had been trailing him. Gu Yuan squinted, pondering whether the boy had truly encountered a soul weapon or merely heard of it from others. "What brings you here?" At that moment, Gu Yongxiang appeared, his countenance filled with fury. Gu Yuan frowned, not bothering to conceal his presence as he stepped from the grass. "What is this? Are you so impolite that you cannot even address me as uncle? Still holding on to past grievances?" Gu Yongxiang scoffed. "If you hadn't hoarded the treasury and refused to provide medicine to treat my injury, my leg wouldn't be crippled to this day." Gu Yuan sighed. "That medicine is the lifeblood of the village. Unless the village chief or the 3 elders were gravely injured or at risk of death, no one has the right to use it. Even if I had agreed back then, the village chief would have never allowed it. I thought you had cultivated your temperament over the years and let go of your resentment, but it seems you still harbor such bitterness." "Resentment?" I no longer harbor hatred. I merely wish to teach you a lesson. Gu Yongqiang, uninterested in further discussion, flicked his wrist, summoning a machete that he swung towards Gu Yuan. How dare you lay hands on your own uncle, you ungrateful wretch. Gu Yuan's eyes widened as he hastily crushed the talisman on his person. Although he was an existence surpassing level 10, he followed a path of divinity, and his close combat abilities were evidently inferior to Gu Yongqiang, who had once competed for the position of militia captain. In the next moment, golden light erupted, sending Gu Yongqiang flying 3 meters away. Gu Yongqiang grimaced as he twisted his numb arm, gritting his teeth. Old man, you dare retaliate? If you don't let me vent my anger today, I'll chase you down for a good thrashing. Hearing this, Gu Yuan's eyebrows shot up in anger. Utter nonsense. You impudent wretch. Lin Yi, oblivious to the minor troubles his inquiry about the soul weapon had stirred up, had inadvertently ignited a conflict between the uncle and nephew. However, the following morning, upon logging in, Lin Yi discovered that his previous firewood storage was no more. It seemed that something had demolished the storage, with 3 walls destroyed and firewood scattered across the ground, resulting in a chaotic scene. What has happened? Have more demonic beings invaded the village? While Lin Yi pondered, Gu Yongqiang limped out from within. Gu Qinghu has arranged accommodations for you. Since you've joined the militia, you'll be staying there from now on. Lin Yi intended to inquire about what had transpired here, but seeing Gu Yongqiang's dark expression, he refrained from asking further. With a clasped fist, Lin Yi expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Brother Gu, for your care during this period. Shall I proceed now? Go ahead. Once your level reaches 4. Return to learn the Flame Sun sword technique from me." Departing from Gu Yongqiang's residence, Lin Yi made his way directly to the city wall of Guten village. At that moment, members of the 2nd militia team, under the command of Gu Qinghu, were already stationed outside the village. Gu Qinghu was absent, and one of the militia members from the 2nd team greeted him with a smile. "Brother Qingshan, you've arrived." Lin Yi responded with a smile. "Yes, where's the captain?" He went to patrol the outer perimeter of the wall. The 3rd team, which guarded the village yesterday, reported hearing the howls of heart-eating wolves nearby. The captain, feeling uneasy, took a few brothers to investigate. Just as they were speaking, Gu Qinghu, accompanied by several members of the 2nd team, emerged from the wilderness ahead. In his hand, he carried a black carcass, which upon closer inspection, turned out not to be a heart-eating wolf, but rather an ordinary mountain goat from the wild. Blood dripped from the goat's neck, suggesting it had been slain by a single, precise strike. "Qingshan has arrived. Splendid, quite punctual," Gu Qinghu remarked. Tossing the mountain goat to the ground, he instructed the others to handle the carcass, preparing to roast it outside the city wall. Gu Qinghu jested, "You're in luck. Young lad, on your very first day, we get to feast on roasted meat. Ordinarily, we only have the chance to indulge once every 10 days or so." The members of the 2nd team skillfully processed the goat's body, working in harmony to extract its entrails, build a bonfire, and season the meat. Unable to contain himself, Lin Yi interjected, "Captain, won't the bloody scent from processing the carcass near the city wall attract nearby monsters?" "Monsters? I actually hope they come. However, ordinary animals do not possess a strong allure for them. You see, monsters require human blood and flesh to grow stronger. The flesh of common animals merely satiates their hunger. Moreover, the monsters surrounding Guten village are quite clever. A few years back, we lured a horde of them with the blood of ordinary animals, leading to a massacre. Since then, such tactics can only attract weaker, less intelligent monsters." As Gu Qinghu grilled the meat, he elaborated to Lin Yi. Just then, Gu Xiaolu from the team suddenly pointed toward the hillside, exclaiming, "Captain, there are traces of heart-eating wolves." The others quickly turned to see several gray-furred heart-eating wolves, towering at nearly 2 meters, lurking atop the slope. Their blood-red eyes were strikingly noticeable, evoking a sense of dread from a distance. Indeed, this pack of beasts has come, but it appears they are wary of approaching. It's hard to say. Since they dared to show themselves, they must have their sights set on us. Sooner or later, they will surely attack. Gu Shan, a member of the team, had already armed himself and turned to ask, "Captain, should we take action?" Gu Qinghu, while tending to the meat, replied, "No rush, let's wait. When dealing with wolves, one must possess greater patience." Soon, the pack of heart-eating wolves disappeared over the opposite slope. Gu Qinghu then instructed everyone to return to their respective watch positions and remain vigilant for the wolves' movements. Every few hundred meters along the city wall of Guten village, there stood a small beacon tower. Should monsters invade, the militia members stationed at these towers would ignite the signal fires. Gu Qinghu explained to Lin Yi that heart-eating wolves are bullies who prey on the weak. If they discover a source of human flesh, they will not rush in blindly, but will instead seek out defensive weaknesses to exploit. If all goes as expected, the wolves that just revealed themselves will not leave. They will likely linger in the vicinity of Guten village, waiting for an opportunity to strike. During the 2 hours of the morning, Lin Yi enjoyed a feast of roasted mountain goat under Gu Qinghu's watch, after which nothing transpired. Upon the arrival of Dugu Feng for the handover, he logged off. Leaving the world of the apocalypse, it was already past 9 o'clock. At this hour, heading to the studio was not too late. Yet Lin Yi had no intention of going. For today, he planned to acquire a gym membership at a nearby fitness center. Upon logging in today, he discovered that his strength attribute had increased from 6 points to 7. It is worth noting that one's attributes in reality are intertwined with those in the game. When attributes in the game improve, they can similarly enhance one's real-life capabilities. Lin Yi speculated that perhaps his recent woodcutting activities in Gutan village had provided him with ample exercise, resulting in the increase of his strength attribute by 1 point. Recalling how his character's attributes were initially generated based on his physical condition in reality, he surmised that improving one's physical fitness in the real world could likewise lead to enhancements in the game world. This revelation suggested that in the Apocalypse game world, leveling up is not the sole means of augmenting attributes. Physical exercise can also yield growth in one's capabilities. Chapter 14, Continuous Drops. During the lunch break, Lin Yi completed his tasks at the studio and logged in once more. As before, he cautiously approached the city wall guarded by the 2nd Militia Team. However, upon arrival, he was met with a pungent scent of blood. Voices echoed from the battlements. "Hey, Captain, be gentle with the bandage. Quit your whining. The wolf's claws are poisonous. If I don't clean the poison properly, don't come crying to me later." Climbing atop the wall, Lin Yi was met with the sight of Gu Xiaolu and 2 other team members, their abdomens wounded and moaning in agony. While Captain Gu Qinghu was applying a green herbal liquid to their injuries, bloodstains were scattered across the ground. "Captain, what happened?" Gu Qinghu glanced at Lin Yi and replied, "These youngsters were ambushed by those 2 heart-eating wolves this morning. Fortunately, I arrived in time, or we would have faced fatalities." At that moment, Gu Xiaolu, gritting his teeth, exclaimed, "Damn it, those 2 beasts were too cunning. They saw us having lunch on the wall and sneaked up silently along the wall." Gu Qinghu scolded, "Enough explanations. As seasoned members, you let yourselves be outsmarted by beasts. You brought this upon yourselves. Furthermore, I warned you that heart-eating wolves do not stray far. How could you make such a grave mistake? You are even less competent than the newcomers." The injured Gu Xiaolu and his companions remained silent, bearing the brunt of the reprimand. Subsequently, Gu Qinghu wiped the blood from his hands and approached Lin Yi. "Qingshan, your timing is impeccable. Those 2 heart-eating wolves have tasted blood. They will likely be unable to restrain themselves and may sneak into the village this afternoon or evening. I plan to take action against them immediately." Lin Yi nodded. "All right, Captain, I will follow your lead." Gu Qinghu patted Lin Yi on the shoulder, satisfied. "Ha, good. You have some courage. Rest assured, I won't let you face the heart-eating wolves directly. All I need is for you to assist me in taking down those 2 beasts at the last moment. Captain, you can trust me. I have experience. Previously, Captain Gu Man killed a ghost demon, right? I've heard about it. To be honest, if you hadn't been able to slay a ghost demon at level 1, even with Brother Yongxian's recommendation, I wouldn't have allowed you to join our team." Gu Qinghu said no more, then called out several members of the 2nd team, instructing them to retrieve certain items from the village before leading Lin Yi directly out of the city wall and into the wilderness outside Gutin village. The wilderness was desolate and bleak, with the winds howling. Scattered around were the remains of various animals, their blood-red flesh stark against the landscape. As Lin Yi ventured beyond Gutan village for the first time, an overwhelming sense of insecurity washed over him, as though unseen eyes were watching from the shadows. Gu Qinghu, noticing his unease, chuckled, "Don't worry, I cleared this area not long ago. There is little danger during the day." After walking for approximately 500 meters, until the city wall vanished behind a high slope, Gu Qinghu finally came to a halt. Ahead lies a treacherous wetland, the ground uneven and sunken, where numerous animal carcasses lie in a grotesque heap, swarmed by errant flies. Under the blazing midday sun, the oppressive heat envelopes them, and Lin Yi inhales slightly, immediately assailed by a pungent stench that penetrates his lungs, lingering inescapably. "Good heavens, it reeks." Gu Qinghu surveyed the surroundings, explaining, "This is an advantageous location. The terrain is depressed, with mud pits. If we can lure the heart-eating wolves here, we can ambush them from all sides and ensure they do not escape." Hearing this, Lin Yi expressed his doubts. "Captain, those heart-eating wolves are quite intelligent, not easily deceived. I fear it may not be so simple to lure them. I plan to create a temptation they cannot resist, though it may involve some risk." Just then, Gushan returned from the village, breathless and clutching a tightly wrapped package of oiled paper. "Captain, I've procured it." The elder from Gyuan Township advised caution and also provided me with a talisman, warning that it would cost you contribution points. "Damn that old fool," Gu Qinghu muttered, accepting the 2 items from Gushan. The talisman glimmered a deep crimson, radiating a faint pulsating light, clearly a valuable item, far superior to the swift talisman Lin Yi had exchanged for the previous day. Upon unwrapping the oiled package, they discovered a writhing mass of flesh. Lin Yi leaned closer, his brow furrowed. Is this blood food? Truth be told, its appearance was somewhat repulsive. Seemingly severed from some living creature, blood food is vital to humans and equally coveted by monstrous entities. Lin Yi recalled that it could also be exchanged for contribution points, but at a steep price of 2 points per gram, making it exceedingly expensive. The blood food in Gu Qinghu's possession weighed approximately 6 taels, equating to a staggering 600 contribution points. Undoubtedly, Gu Qinghu was making a significant investment to entice the heart-eating wolves. Subsequently, Gu Qinghu descended into the pit, meticulously arranging the blood food. Meanwhile, Gu Shan led Lin Yi and the other team members to a nearby rocky outcrop. It turned out that the area beneath the rocks had been hollowed out, providing adequate concealment for several individuals. Gu Shan handed Lin Yi a vial of potion, instructing, "Use this to mask the scent with fresh water. We cannot afford to let the heart-eating wolves catch wind of our presence." "What about the captain?" Lin Yi inquired. "Do not concern yourself with him. The blood food is too precious. He must remain vigilant below. If the local wildlife consumes it, all will be for naught." "But if the captain is down there, how will the heart-eating wolves take the bait?" Lin Yi questioned. "You underestimate our captain. He possesses a technique of breath holding that renders him undetectable, akin to a corpse. Wrapped in mud, he will emit no scent." Lin Yi posed several questions, all of which Gu Shan answered. Soon, the cave's entrance was sealed, leaving only a small opening for ventilation. Time passed slowly, and before long, more than half an hour had elapsed. Suddenly, a furious shout erupted from outside. "What audacity! They really have come. Gu Shan, quickly assist." Gu Shan and 4 militia members dashed out, leaving only a 7th-level team member named Gu He to guard Lin Yi. Outside, the sounds of a fierce battle erupted, and Lin Yi attempted to peek outside, only to be pulled back by Gu He. "Qingshan, you are but a 1st level. If the heart-eating wolves set their sights on you, I cannot guarantee your safety. For now, let us wait for the signal." Lin Yi agreed, clutching the only item that could save him, this swift talisman, and patiently awaited the outcome. Within the low-lying mud pit, Gu Qinghu wielded a long, dark blade that bore the characteristics of a mystical weapon, fiercely engaging 2 heart-eating wolves. These 2 creatures, both 9th-level beasts, exhibited remarkable intelligence and coordinated their attacks. Realizing that their desired blood food was being snatched from the mud pit by Gu Qinghu, they recognized the ambush and launched a full frontal assault, intent on swiftly eliminating him and reclaiming the enticing bait. Die! Gu Qinghu's strikes were sharp, the dark blade glowing with a fiery crimson light, as if capable of cleaving flames. Even facing 2 9th-level heart-eating wolves, he found himself barely holding his ground. "Captain, we are here." At that moment, Gu Shan and the others arrived, significantly alleviating the pressure on Gu Qinghu. "You engage one, I will take down the other." Sensing a shift in the tide, the 2 heart-eating wolves, realizing the odds were against them, howled before attempting to flee. However, Gu Qinghu had chosen a treacherous location. The sandy soil and sunken terrain ended in a mire of foul water. The 2 heart-eating wolves desperately clawed to escape the pit, but their paws slipped repeatedly, and they found themselves ensnared in the muck. "I have endured this foul stench to lure you here. I shall not let you escape so easily." Gu Qinghu scoffed coldly, intensifying his assault, targeting one of the heart-eating wolves' vulnerable underbelly. Within 2 minutes, Lin Yi, concealed in the cave, heard Gu Qinghu's urgent call. "Qingshan, come help." Without delay, Lin Yi emerged from the rocky shelter, witnessing Gu Shan and the others grappling with a heart-eating wolf trapped in the mud. Meanwhile, Gu Qinghu stood over another heart-eating wolf, its lifeless form lying in a pool of blood. Lin Yi did not hesitate, swiftly descending into the pit toward Gu Qinghu. "Here, take this knife and strike at the wolf's neck." Lin Yi nodded, accepting the bloody dark blade. At that moment, he felt the weight of the weapon. It was significantly heavier than Gu Man's Qingfeng longsword. Dragon's Roar Blade, a legendary weapon passed down through generations in Guten Village, unparalleled in sharpness. With a power rating of 10, when tempered with dragon blood, its blade becomes even more resilient, and its might doubles. Lin Yi glanced at the Dragon's Roar Blade's attributes, then lifted the weapon with both hands and swung down forcefully. Thud! The heart-eating wolf beneath him bore multiple gashes from Gu Qinghu's previous strikes, and with its abdomen severely wounded, it was on the brink of collapse. Lin Yi aimed for one of the deep cuts and struck with all his might, ultimately delivering a fatal blow that sent blood spraying a meter high. Ding! You have slain a 9th-level heart-eating wolf and gained 70 experience points. The body of the heart-eating wolf beneath Gu Qinghu shimmered and vanished, leaving behind 2 items. Heart of the heart-eating wolf, green, a rare material rich in vitality, Consumption is likely to enhance physical attributes, though there is a small chance of demonic transformation. Low-level demon blood, white. A drop from low-level demon creatures, infused with chaotic and volatile demonic energy, with diverse applications. With 2 fortunate drops in hand, Gu Qinghu picked up the items, his expression brightening, and then handed them to Lin Yi before rushing towards the remaining heart-eating wolf. Now bereft of its comrade and intent on attacking Gu Shan and the others with reckless abandon. Upon arriving, Gu Qinghu witnessed the creature tossing several men aside and viciously mauling a 7th-level militia member. "How dare you commit such violence before me?" Gu Qinghu roared, his rage surging. His chi pulsating as the dragon's roar blade trembled slightly, emitting a sound akin to a dragon's roar. Flame Sun Blade Technique. A 3-meter-long flame-red blade of energy erupted from him, crashing down upon the heart-eating wolf's back. Howl! In the next instant, the heart-eating wolf was sent flying several meters, its flesh and blood scattering through the air. "Qingshan, hurry!" Gu Qinghu urged as they sought to subdue the last remaining heart-eating wolf. Lin Yi was still immersed in the swordsmanship of Gu Qinghu and hurriedly responded. Taking the longing blade, Lin Yi inhaled deeply and struck down once more with great force. Ding! You have slain a level 9 heart-seeking wolf and gained 70 experience points. Subsequently, 2 items dropped. Heart-Seeking Wolf Compendium, a compendium detailing the species, habits, and weaknesses of the heart-seeking wolf, a unique item for the reincarnator, which allows permanent access to the heart-seeking wolf status, health, and other attributes. Beast Leg Bone, a leg bone dropped from a certain low-level beast, suitable for weapon forging or grinding into powder for other uses. Chapter 15, Level 10 Great Demon. Upon seeing the first item that dropped, Lin Yi's eyes lit up. The Heart-Seeking Wolf Compendium? It seems that using this will allow me to examine the heart-seeking wolf's level and attributes, much like a game's identification skill. No wonder, as a player, he was unable to detect the monster's level and status. It turns out one must acquire the corresponding compendium for the beast. Gu Qinghu, noticing the dropped items, raised an eyebrow. Both items were of white quality, and one could only be used by the reincarnator, which undoubtedly left him somewhat disappointed. What a pity. If only 2 pieces of green-quality beast materials had dropped today, perhaps within a week, he could gather enough materials to forge a spiritual weapon. He would then have the opportunity to flaunt it before that brat Gu man. Gu Qinghu shook his head slightly and turned to Lin Yi, saying, "Qingshan, as previously discussed, if the drop is an odd number, I shall compensate you with contribution points. If even, you may take half. Choose wisely. Which 2 do you desire?" Lin Yi scanned the 4 dropped items. The most valuable to him were undoubtedly the green-quality Heart-Seeking Wolf Heart and the Heart-Seeking Wolf Compendium. However, since Gu Qinghu had exerted considerable effort, Lin Yi, being a person of discernment, naturally wouldn't take the most precious item. "Captain, I would like the beast blood and the compendium." "Very well." Seeing Lin Yi's thoughtfulness, Gu Qinghu smiled. Although today's haul was not as grand as he had envisioned, the green-quality Heart-Seeking Wolf Heart was still a good find, sufficient to offset his losses today. Upon hearing that Lin Yi would receive half, the other members of the militia looked on with envy. The reincarnator certainly had it good, acquiring 2 dropped items with minimal effort, while they toiled and struggled without gaining a single treasure. Yet, without Lin Yi, even if they procured 2 complete heart-seeking wolf corpses, they would still be unable to obtain materials from the carcass. This was because beasts differed from ordinary animals. Once a beast perished, the residual demonic energy would rapidly dissipate, causing the entire corpse to become tainted, with its essence gradually lost. Unless there was a master skilled in dissection present at the scene to butcher the beast immediately, they might be able to salvage 1 or 2 vital organ materials from the wolf carcass. However, within the entire Gutan village, it was said that only the village chief possessed such expertise. Without the reincarnator, the militia would likely gain nothing from their arduous efforts in slaying the beasts. Thus, the militia members bore no ill will towards Lin Yi for receiving 2 dropped treasures. They instead harbored thoughts of collaborating with Lin Yi during their next encounter with a weaker beast, so they too could share in the spoils. Gu Qinghu rewrapped the relatively undamaged blood food in oil paper and noticed that the injured team members had already bandaged themselves. He then waved his hand decisively. "All right. The wilderness is unsafe. Clean up here and hurry back to the village." Lin Yi placed the acquired beast blood into his spatial backpack and held the heart-seeking wolf compendium in his hand. Ding. Player Qingshan Bulo has discovered the heart-seeking wolf compendium. Would you like to unseal it? Upon unsealing, the player will gain the ability to query the attributes of the heart-seeking wolf. Unseal. Immediately, the compendium in Lin Yi's hand transformed into a beam of white light and vanished. After its disappearance, Lin Yi felt no different, and neither did Gu Qinghu and the others, as they were accustomed to such phenomena. After all, reincarnators were different from them and were favored by the divine. However, just as Lin Yi and the others emerged from the sunken pit, they heard something rapidly approaching from the distant sky. Gu Qinghu looked up and his expression suddenly changed. Not good, it's a Shun Crow. It's likely been drawn here by the scent of the blood food I just revealed. The Shun Crow. Lin Yi's heart trembled as well. This was a level 10 great demon. Although he had never seen a Shun Crow, Gu Qinghu had previously introduced it to them. Level 10 demons were great demons, brimming with demonic energy. If one appeared, even the entire militia would likely be unable to defeat it. Among them, the Shun Crow was one of the most dangerous types of demons outside Gutin village, born as a level 10 entity. Lin Yi glanced up and saw a shadow diving down from the clouds. Run. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi instinctively sprinted forward. Just as he was about to use the speed amulet in his hand, he felt a large hand lift him up, wrapping around his waist. It was Gu He, who was of level 7, with many attribute points in agility and physique, hence Gu Qinghu had assigned him to be by Lin Yi's side. Gu Qinghu had instructed him to take Lin Yi and flee in times of danger, so upon hearing of the Shun Crow's appearance, he immediately carried Lin Yi toward the village. Gu He was swift. In the blink of an eye, he had carried Lin Yi over 50 meters. At that moment, an extremely piercing caw echoed through the sky. Upon hearing that sound, the fleeing militia felt a splitting headache, their ears ringing, and many of them froze in place, tumbling to the ground. Gu He was also affected by the Shun Crow's cry, and he threw Lin Yi harshly onto the ground. Ouch! Lin Yi rolled several times on the ground. Dust swirled around him as he covered his ears and got up. Touching his ears, he found them both bleeding, likely his eardrums had burst. A quick glance at his attribute panel revealed that his health had plummeted from 97 points to 53. Lin Yi displayed a look of shock. The Shun Crow's cry was terrifyingly potent, causing such damage even from hundreds of meters away. If it were to unleash 2 more cries, his life points at this level would likely be extinguished by the sound alone. Truly formidable for a level 10 great demon. Fortunately, at that moment, Gu Qinghu noticed the dire state of everyone. He shouted furiously, brandishing the longing blade as he charged at the Shun Crow in the air. Everyone, hurry back to the village and call for help. I can't hold it off for long by myself. Amidst Gu Qinghu's shout, the others quickly scrambled to their feet, stumbling toward Guten village. Before long, Lin Yi and the others reached the village walls. From a distance, they saw Gu Qinghu entangled with the Shun Crow on a small hillside, but the Shun Crow, utilizing its flying advantage, was forcing Gu Qinghu to retreat repeatedly. Moreover, it seemed to be targeting the blood food pack on Gu Qinghu's back, frequently attacking it. Gu Shan, witnessing this, called out ahead, "Captain, why not just throw the blood food away?" Gu Qinghu could hear him, but paid no mind. The pack on his back contained not only borrowed blood food, but also the heart of the heart-seeking wolf he had just obtained. If he threw it all away, he would be left with nothing today. However, facing such a level 10 great demon was indeed a challenge. He himself was at level 10, but could only barely fend off the Shun Crow's attacks with the longing blade and his exquisite swordsmanship. As time passed, the Shun Crow's attacks grew increasingly fierce. Aware that this was human territory, and lingering any longer could pose a danger. Whoosh! At that moment, the sound of an arrow slicing through the air resonated beside him. Lin Yi turned his head and was astonished to find a tall man clad in armor standing beside him. This individual had long, flowing hair, and held a massive bow nearly 2 meters in length, drawn taut in the shape of a crescent moon. Whoosh! Another arrow was loosed, and the hovering Shinya frantically dodged, yet was grazed by the arrow, losing several feathers in the process. Captain Li Hai of the militia brigade. The captain has arrived. Our leader is saved. The crowd erupted in cheers of joy. It was then that Lin Yi realized that the person beside him was Gu Li Hai, the captain of the 1st militia team and the most formidable figure in the entire Guten village, second only to the village chief and the 3 elders. Amidst the astonishment and elation of the crowd, Gu Li Hai had already unleashed 5 arrows in quick succession. Each arrow flew with the swiftness of lightning, striking the Shinya hundreds of meters away. One of the arrows pierced the creature, which let out a mournful cry and flapped its wings frantically, ascending into the sky. Gu Li Hai squinted and drew his bow once more, commanding, "Cheng Hu, keep it from escaping, or we will face endless troubles." Rest assured, this beast won't get away. Having endured relentless attacks from the Shinya, Gu Cheng, who was filled with seething rage, he pulled out the blood-red talisman that Gu Shan had brought and directed its energy skyward. The blood-red talisman radiated brilliantly, resembling a miniature sun, casting red light in all directions. Illuminated by this crimson glow, the Shinya screamed in agony, as if scorched, plummeting from the sky. This was the demon-banishing talisman, one of the most potent talismans against monsters in Guten village, crafted only twice a month by Elder Gu Yuan. Had it not been for Gu Li Hai's timely intervention, the 2 of them, combined with the demon banishing talisman, would have been able to defeat the Shinya. Gu Cheng, who had initially hesitated to use it. In the next moment, Gu Cheng, who lifted his Lin blade, channeling power for a decisive strike. Thud! The Shinya's dark brown feathers were as tough as steel, and the blade penetrated only halfway. At that moment, Gu Hai's arrow flew in from afar, piercing the Shinya's wing. Kid, I'll take you to slay the monster. Seeing the Shinya as a sure target, Gu Hai seized Lin Yi and leaped down to the battlefield. Whoa! Lin Yi was caught off guard and found himself thrust into the fray. On the ground, the Shinya lay drenched in blood, with several gashes from Gu Cheng's recent slashes. Gu Hai squinted and released an arrow at close range, severing the Shinya's throat. After sustaining such significant injuries, the once mighty Shinya now resembled a defeated dog, barely clinging to life. Gu Cheng, who finally sighed in relief, saying, Li Hai, it's fortunate you arrived in time. Otherwise, I fear I would have perished. You have the demon banishing talisman, so you can't blame anyone else. Heh, talismans are on credit. It's best to avoid using them if possible. However, today we've had quite the haul, aside from those two heart-eating wolves. We didn't expect to slay such a formidable demon. As he spoke, Gu Cheng, who handed the longing blade to Lin Yi. Qingshan, today you've struck it rich. No other reincarnators have this fortune. Treat us to a meal another day. Thank you, captains, I'm grateful. Looking at the Shinya, which was barely alive, Lin Yi flashed a broad smile. Although the day had been fraught with peril, the outcome was splendid, as they had slain yet another demon. Moreover, it was a level 10 demon. He couldn't help but wonder what treasures such a high-level demon might yield. Raising the longing blade high, Lin Yi plunged it fiercely into the Shinya's neck, where the arrow had struck. Ding! You have slain a level 10 Shinya, earning 100 experience points. 100 experience points. Goodness! The experience from this great demon surpassed that of the level 9 heart-eating wolves by a considerable margin. Lin Yi glanced at his attribute panel. His experience bar had accumulated to 300 points, sufficient to elevate him to level 2 or even 3. However, Lin Yi had no intention of leveling up just yet. As Lu Hong had once mentioned in his journal that in the apocalypse world, defeating monsters of a higher level yielded increased experience. Now that he was mingling with the militia, he only needed to deal the final blow to gain experience, making immediate level advancement unwise. Nevertheless, considering how close he had come to being overwhelmed by the Shinya's roar, it was clear that his health was alarmingly low. He realized that if he continued to accompany the militia, he needed to acquire more means of self-protection. Lost in thought, the deceased Shinya transformed into 3 loot items. Shinya Iron Feather Green, a rare material, the hardest feather from the wings of the great demon Shinya, capable of being forged into a spiritual weapon. Intermediate Demon Blood Green, an item dropped by intermediate demons, containing chaotic and violent demonic energy, with various applications. Shinya Sound Green, a record of the Shinya clan's demonic techniques. Exceedingly rare, upon learning, one can produce a sound that pierces the soul. The more proficient one becomes in this art, the greater the power and range of the sound. And upon mastering it, one can ensnare the attacked into a hallucinatory abyss. Note, if this demonic technique is used in the presence of the Shinya clan, it may invoke their relentless wrath. Upon witnessing the loot, Lin Yi's face lit up with joy. 3 green items had dropped, including a demonic technique. He had never heard of demons dropping techniques before, and he was uncertain if reincarnators could learn them. However, according to the rules, with 3 items dropped, he was entitled to at least one. Gu Cheng, who, noticing the 3 items, also displayed a pleased expression, saying, Not bad, we've had good fortune. We just happen to be 3 people, so why not take one each? With that, he looked at Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai frowned, appearing unsatisfied with the 1-item distribution. Gu Cheng, who immediately furrowed his brows, saying, Li Hai, don't go back on your word. I promised Qingshan his share beforehand. Gu Hai ignored Gu Cheng, who and turned to Lin Yi, proposing, In defeating the Shinya, we all contributed, so 1 item each is indeed fair. However, 2 of these items are urgently needed by me. You're called Qingshan, correct? Would you be willing to relinquish your share to me? I can offer you compensation. Compensation? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, contemplating. He desired all 3 loot items, especially the demonic technique, Shinya Sound, which seemed highly valuable. Noticing Lin Yi's gaze, Gu Hai hesitated and asked, Are you interested in the demonic technique? Lin Yi nodded. Yes, Captain. What exactly is a demonic technique? Can we reincarnators use it? Gu Hai replied, Yes, but the cost is substantial. Demonic techniques are akin to our external skills, albeit exclusive to demons. If we humans wish to wield demonic techniques, we generally require double the vitality, and excessive use will gradually lead to demonic transformation, ultimately resulting in a state where one is neither human nor demon. Since you are currently level 1, you likely have yet to learn any external skills. Here's the deal. If you forfeit your right to this distribution and join my team, I can directly impart my external skill to you. Upon hearing this, Gucheng, who could no longer remain silent. Hey, Li Hai, don't try to poach my people right in front of me. We only have 2 reincarnators in our team. What will I do if you take one? Besides, Brother Yongqiang promised Qing Shan that he would teach him the yin-yang blade technique once he reaches level 4. Upon hearing this, Gu Li Hai looked at Lin Yi and said, the yin-yang blade technique is indeed commendable, but the external skill I can teach you is of green quality archery, superior to the yin-yang blade technique. In terms of quality, it can also compensate for the demonic technique, Shinya sound, that you desire. This seeing Lin Yi still hesitating, Gu Li Hai sweetened the deal further. Additionally, I see that you are in need of a weapon. I once used a bear tendon longbow, which, while not classified as a spiritual weapon, is still a highly valuable armament. If you agree to my proposal, in addition to my archery skill, I will also gift you the bear tendon longbow. Of course, whether or not you switch to the militia team is entirely up to you. Upon hearing those words, Lin Yi felt a flicker of excitement. Chapter 16. The initial trial of external skills. The green quality external skill came with a fine bow. If the cost of the demonic arts was indeed as steep as Gu Li Hai had claimed, then exchanging it with him would be a tremendous gain. Casting a glance at Gu Qinghu, Lin Yi contemplated and said, Captain, I agree to the exchange you proposed, but regarding the external skill you mentioned. Teaching external skills requires a considerable amount of time, which I do not possess. However, I do have the original manuscript of the external skill, which can be directly utilized by you, the descendants. Beside him, Gu Qinghu gasped, the original manuscript. Li Hai, how could you bear to part with the original? If Qing Shan learns it, the manuscript will vanish. Gu Li Hai chuckled and replied, this demonic art, Shenin, is also an original. It's a fair trade. Neither side will suffer a loss. After reaching an agreement with Lin Yi, Gu Li Hai directly accepted the Shinya Iron Feather Green and Shonin Green, leaving the intermediate demonic blood green for Gu Qinghu. Upon returning to the militia's accommodation, Lin Yi spread out his bedding and belongings, then retrieved the green external skill that Gu Li Hai had handed to him. It was a tome that exuded a sense of antiquity, seemingly aged over the years. The characters on it appeared to have been meticulously copied by hand. Tianqing Archery Green, a rare human external skill, crafted from the comprehension of celestial stars, allowing one to infuse their vitality into arrows, increasing the damage by a percentage. Upon firing the 7th arrow consecutively, it could unleash an explosion of damage that accumulated from the previous 6 arrows. After perusing the external archery skill, Lin Yi did not hesitate to utilize it for learning. Tianqing Archery Green has been learned. The original manuscript has vanished. Ding. You have acquired an external skill. The character's vitality value has been activated. Player, Qing Shanbu Lao. Status, slightly injured internally. ID, 007. Gender, male. Level, 1. Health points, 83. Experience points, 300-100. Satiety, 78-100. Strength, 7. Normal male, 10 points. Affects physical damage and determines the weight limit of weapons you can wield. Constitution, 8. Normal male, 10 points. Affects maximum health, health recovery speed, and basic resilience. Agility, 7. Normal male, 10 points. Affects movement and reaction speed. Stamina, 11. Normal male, 10 points. Affects stamina limit, recovery speed, and carrying capacity. Vitality, 85. External skill, Tianqing Archery Green, LV1, 0-500. Each point of vitality attached to an arrow increases damage by 2. The 7th consecutive arrow can unleash an additional 12 damage. Lin Yi chose to conserve his experience points, as he had not leveled up. Thus, only his strength had increased slightly due to recent physical labor, while the other attributes remained largely unchanged. Notably, with Lin Yi having learned an external skill, the vitality attribute had been activated. However, since vitality is linked to the 4 core attributes, Lin Yi's vitality was rather low at only 85 points. If he were to use this 85 vitality to activate the Tianqing Archery, he could only manage to shoot 8 arrows. It seems he would need to significantly enhance his vitality in the future, especially since breaking through from level 4 to level 5 requires meeting specific vitality standards. Subsequently, Lin Yi took out the bear sinew longbow gifted by Gu Li Hai. The bear sinew longbow was entirely black and approximately 15 meters in length. Bear sinew longbow, crafted from black bear sinew and ironwood. It requires significant strength to draw and is not categorized as a spiritual weapon. Lin Yi attempted to draw the bear sinew longbow, but could only bend the string slightly, not even a third of its capacity. It appeared that to wield this longbow, one would need to reach at least level 4 or 5, concentrating attribute points on strength. For now, that seemed unattainable. After organizing his belongings, Lin Yi handed over his tasks to Dugu Feng and subsequently logged off. However, upon logging in, Dugu Feng was immediately envious upon learning that Lin Yi had just assisted in slaying 3 demonic creatures. 3 demonic creatures. What a wealth of benefits that could yield. How exhilarating. Alas, why didn't he, the captain, entice the bloodthirsty wolf while I was online? Upon returning to his residence, Lin Yi glanced in the mirror and noticed a slight abrasion on his forehead, likely from being thrown by Gu He. As for his bleeding ears, fortunately, Gu Laihai had handed him a healing talisman when he gifted him the Tianxing archery. The healing talisman, valued at 30 contribution points, could perform targeted healing on an injured area. Under the talisman's influence, his ears had nearly healed, but any movement still elicited a twinge of pain. Finding a duckbill cap from his wardrobe to cover the forehead injury, Lin Yi donned it and headed toward the studio. In recent days, although Lin Yi had occasionally monitored the studio's progress, his focus had shifted predominantly to the apocalypse world, resulting in a noticeable decline in the studio's daily revenue. He needed to oversee matters. After approximately 2 or 3 hours, as dusk approached, Lin Yi stopped by a small eatery near the studio for a simple bowl of beef noodles before returning to the gym close to his apartment. The gym Lin Yi frequented was replete with various sports facilities, occupying 3 floors of a shopping mall, featuring a swimming pool, ice skating training hall, and archery range. After a brief workout, Lin Yi proceeded to the archery range downstairs to acquire a quarterly membership card. Initially, he had intended to learn sword techniques in the apocalypse world, but now that Gu Laihai had imparted archery skills, he would shift his focus to archery. After all, given his current low attributes, engaging monsters at close range posed considerable risks. If he could eliminate them from a distance with a bow, his safety would be significantly enhanced. Yet, as there was no one to instruct him in the use of a bow within the apocalypse world, he resolved to learn in reality. After obtaining his membership, a coach named Zhang soon approached. The coach, a young man in his 40s with robust arms, greeted Lin Yi with a smile. "Brother, are you new here? Have you practiced archery before?" Lin Yi shook his head. "No, I'm just starting." The coach replied, "All right then, I will first teach you some fundamental attack techniques, and then we can find a bow that suits you to try." He began with the shooting methods, explaining that there are 2 traditional styles of shooting: the 3-finger draw method, also known as the Mediterranean style, which is the most instinctive form of archery for the average person, and the thumb draw method, referred to as the traditional thumb ring style, which requires some training and specific thumb rings. It must be said that the coach at this archery range was quite responsible, providing a comprehensive introduction to the basics. After grasping the foundational knowledge of archery, Lin Yi selected a 40-pound bow to practice with. Initially, he did not attempt to use the Tianxing archery he had learned from the apocalypse world. Instead, he diligently practiced his shooting techniques and accuracy. After approximately an hour of practice and growing somewhat familiar with the bow, Lin Yi began to draw the bow and nock arrows, infusing vitality into the arrowheads. Whoosh! An arrow shot forth, its tail seemingly trailing light. The first arrow was unremarkable, with a mere enhancement of 2, barely noticeable. Then came the second, third, and up to the 7th arrow, each shooting forth with a whoosh, embedding deeply into the wooden target. Lin Yi shook his head slightly. Although the 7th arrow had increased the damage by 12, due to his inherently low strength and the use of a low-pound bow, the overall impact was not particularly impressive. However, Coach Zhang approached, examining the depth of the arrows embedded in the wooden target, his expression one of astonishment. "Lin, my young brother, your arm strength is impressive. To achieve such penetration with a 40-pound bow is remarkable. With more practice, I believe you could handle even heavier bows." Lin Yi merely smiled and remained focused on his archery practice. The following day, upon logging in, Lin Yi discovered that Dugu Feng was already waiting outside his room. Today, the second team had a day off, and thus there was no need to defend the city. Dugu Feng, his face alight with excitement, exclaimed, "Brother, I heard you traded for a bow technique from the captain. Have you learned it yet? I'd pay a handsome price for it, whether in RMB or in-game items. I assure you it will be worth your while." "Apologies, but I've already learned it," Lin Yi replied. "What a pity." Dugu Feng sighed deeply. After Lin Yi logged off yesterday, he had made inquiries about what Lin Yi had acquired. Upon learning that Lin Yi traded with Gu Laihai for a green quality bow technique, he was so thrilled that he couldn't sleep the entire night, eager to obtain that technique for himself. He hadn't anticipated that Lin Yi would learn it so quickly and utilize it the very same day. It was worth noting that Dugu Feng also practiced archery. Initially, his goal was to acquire the bow technique from the first team. However, the first team had stringent recruitment criteria for the reborn, and despite his best efforts, he couldn't gain entry. He ended up bribing Gu Xiaolu from the second team, and, like Lin Yi, managed to join them. Although he could learn bow techniques in the second team, it was said that the technique traded by Gu Laihai and Lin Yi was of green quality, extremely rare. Dugu Feng had once looked down on Lin Yi, viewing him merely as a newcomer who had stumbled into the militia by chance. However, now that Lin Yi had learned a green quality technique, he recognized him as a potential asset and felt it prudent to maintain a good relationship with him. Brother Qingshan, I estimate you must have gained over 100 experience points yesterday, yet it seems you haven't leveled up? Lin Yi chuckled and replied, there's no rush. I've heard that killing monsters at a lower level grants more experience. Is there an experience bonus for being at a lower level? Dugu Feng expressed surprise, as he was unaware of this fact. Brother Qingshan, this news is invaluable to me, but I won't let you suffer a loss either. I have a piece of information to sell you. To the southwest of our Gutan village lies a valley teeming with level 5 corpse monsters. Most of these monsters were once militia members, and defeating them can yield the techniques they once learned. Dugu Feng paused before continuing. I currently possess a light skill technique. Swift steps, which I acquired from there. Lin Yi inquired, a light skill technique? What quality is it? Dugu Feng scoffed, brother, what quality do you think? It's of white quality, of course. You think green techniques are as common as watermelons? Lin Yi touched his nose, recalling that he had tried the green quality, Tianxing archery, in reality yesterday, but hadn't he felt its power was particularly impressive. Admittedly, the arrows he shot lacked potency, likely due to his current low technique level. Lin Yi asked, Dugu Leoj, isn't it perilous outside Gutan village, rife with monsters? Are you not concerned about encountering them in that valley? Or will the militia accompany us? The militia won't engage those corpse monsters. They only wander outside the valley and pose no threat to the village. Besides, the valley is only about 3 kilometers away in a straight line, not too far. Especially since we have a strong leader guiding us. A strong leader? Dugu Feng boasted with a hint of pride. I have a brother in the first team who is already at level 8 and possesses 3 techniques. If necessary, we can prepare some charms and potions. There's generally no danger. Lin Yi further inquired, are you sharing this information with me because you believe I can join your team? Of course. With your green quality technique as a foundation, I may soon find myself relying on you. Dugu Feng paused. However, your current level is too low. If you reach level 4 or 5, I guarantee you can join our team, making it easy to acquire several techniques. Thank you, Dugu Leoj. I will seek you out once my level is sufficient. Lin Yi did not dismiss the notion entirely. After all, in the world of Tianxi, techniques were rare commodities, and the valley's corpse monsters that dropped them were undoubtedly valuable resources. Absolutely, Dugu Feng concluded, brother, this information is quite crucial, so rest assured. I promise not to speak of it carelessly. After Dugu Feng departed, Lin Yi began organizing the items in his backpack. First was the deceptive stone growth soul device. A valuable item he had unearthed 2 days prior thanks to his innate talent, capable of detecting nearby malevolent spirits. Lin Yi intended to bind it today. Next, he had the low-level demon blood white, materials acquired yesterday, which were worth about 30 contribution points in the treasury. He planned to exchange them for some charms for self-protection. Lastly, there was the bear muscle longbow, swift charm, and several hundred copper coins. Since he had managed to hunt 3 monsters in succession thanks to the assistance of the second team, he intended to treat the entire militia second team to a sumptuous meal at noon. He wondered if the copper coins would suffice. If not, he could trade some contribution points, as yesterday, had it not been for Gu Hie's protection, he might have perished due to his slow escape from the Siren's call. Thus, it was essential to maintain good relations with the militia. Lin Yi was not stingy with his resources. Subsequently, he headed to the treasury at the center of Gutan village, where the custodian was still the village elder Gu Yuan. However, Lin Yi noticed something peculiar. A portion of Gu Yuan's white hair seemed to have been cut, and the corner of his eye was slightly swollen. Had he been in a fight? In Gutan village, who would dare to confront the village elder? Without dwelling on it, Lin Yi proceeded to exchange his low-level demon blood white, perhaps due to the higher level of the gluttonous wolf. The quality of this demon blood was considerably better than that dropped by ghost demons, yielding him 41 contribution points. Noticing Lin Yi's gaze lingering on his swollen eye, Gu Yuan grumbled, "What do you want, kid? Stop staring." Village elder Gu Yuan, I'd like to exchange for some copper coins, starting with 500. And I'll keep the remaining contribution points for now. For Lin Yi, what he lacked most was a sense of security. At present, he yearned for the defense charm in the treasury, which could withstand attacks from monsters and malevolent spirits below level 8. Unfortunately, the defense charm was quite expensive, requiring 80 contribution points, so he would need to save up further for the exchange. Fine. This time, Gu Yuan handed him not a large bag of copper coins, but 5 taels of silver. In Gutan village, the ratio of silver to copper was not 1,000, but rather 1,100. Thus, 500 copper coins were valued at 5 taels of silver. Chapter 17, A Trial of Blood and Food. As Lin Yi finished his transaction and prepared to leave, Gu Yuan suddenly recalled something and cautioned, "Kid, I forgot to mention last time. Soul devices can be both beneficial and harmful. Some soul devices are adept at bewitching the mind, so if you encounter one, remain vigilant. Bewitching the mind. Do soul devices possess their own consciousness? Are you joking? How could I possess such precious items? Gu Yuan waved him off dismissively. It's best if you don't have any. Just seeing you irritates me. Get lost. Lin Yi appeared innocent, wondering why the elder seemed so impatient with him after only a couple of encounters. That kid takes his leave. After exiting the treasury, Lin Yi made his way directly to Gu Yongqiang's home. He remembered that there was a rarely used bow and arrow set in Gu Yongqiang's possession. Though it was a rather ordinary bow, it was suitable for Lin Yi's current strength. Now that he had acquired the technique, Tianqing archery, he aimed to maximize his practice time in the game. In the early morning, Gu Yongqiang was naturally at home. Upon learning of Lin Yi's intentions, Gu Yongqiang wasted no time and directly tossed the dusty, worn bow and arrows hanging on the wall to Lin Yi. I've heard about yesterday's events. You performed admirably. As for this bow and arrow, they serve merely as decoration here, so take them and make use of them. Although you have learned the Heavenly Star archery technique of Lin Yi, once you reach level 4, you must find time to learn my yin-yang sword technique. While my sword technique may not be as refined as the Heavenly Star archery, it is one of the few combat arts in Gyutan village capable of inflicting damage on the eerie spirits. Can it really cause harm to the eerie spirits? Lin Yi felt a surge of excitement within. He had no intention of abandoning his study of the yin-yang sword technique, and now, upon hearing its value, his interest was piqued even further. Thank you, Brother Yongqiang. Gu Yongqiang nodded solemnly. However, I do not possess the original text of the yin-yang sword technique, so I will have to teach you personally. I hope your aptitude for swordsmanship is not lacking. Rest assured, Brother Yongqiang, I promise to dedicate myself to learning. Lin Yi replied earnestly. Since the emergence of the descendants in Gyutan village, Gu Yongqiang had encountered various descendants, and truth be told, he held the most favorable impression of Lin Yi among them. He believed that Lin Yi would greatly protect their village as he matured, and thus he was inclined to offer any assistance he could. After parting from Gu Yongqiang, Lin Yi encountered a new player carrying a bundle of firewood at the back mountain. Hey brother, wait. Are you also a player from Earth? The newcomer, Wang Zilong, displayed immense excitement upon seeing Lin Yi and rushed forward. Wang Zilong was an ordinary employee at a foreign enterprise in reality. A couple of days ago, he stumbled upon a mysterious activation code and entered the world of Apocalypse. This game world shattered Wang Zilong's understanding of reality, but it filled him with delight. However, upon entering, he quickly realized that this so-called game world was vastly different from any he had experienced before. It was far too realistic. There were no beginner tutorials, no fixed NPCs, and he could not venture into the wild to hunt monsters, as the militia warned that doing so would lead to certain death. After being recommended to Gu Yongqiang by the village elder, he had spent the past 2 days chopping wood to scrape by, relying on the copper coins earned from his woodcutting tasks. He felt utterly miserable, working 2 jobs in a day. When he saw Lin Yi clad in militia attire and wielding a bow and arrows, it was evident that Lin Yi was an experienced player, which heightened his excitement. Brother, are you from Earth? Don't call me brother. I'm an alien. Lin Yi glanced at him and turned to leave. An alien? Wang Zilong was taken aback. Just as he was about to respond, Lin Yi had already vanished around the corner. Lin Yi then made his way to the dormitory assigned to him by the militia. Although it was called a dormitory, it seemed that he was the only one residing there. The other militia members typically used it as a resting place. Today was a day off, and the number of personnel was sparse, with only Gu He and Gu Shan practicing martial arts in the courtyard. In the militia, nearly all members possessed martial arts skills. Some practiced sword techniques, while others focused on knife techniques. As Lin Yi understood, once one officially joined the militia, they could exchange a small number of contribution points to learn martial arts. However, according to Dugafeng, the quality of the martial arts offered by the militia was not high. To learn superior techniques, one would need to study under the village's experts, such as Gu Lianhai's unique archery style, the Heavenly Star archery, or Gu Yongqiang's yin-yang sword technique, which could counter the eerie spirits. Seeing everyone training, Lin Yi chose not to disturb them, and instead found a corner of the courtyard to set up a wooden target, preparing to practice with the bow and arrows he had just acquired. However, when he opened his attribute panel, Lin Yi was taken aback to find that he had gained 2 points in the proficiency of the Heavenly Star archery. It was noteworthy that he had only practiced it briefly in reality after learning it yesterday, and had never used it in the Apocalypse game. Could it be that practicing martial arts in reality could also increase proficiency? Lin Yi was astonished, feeling as if he had stumbled upon a remarkable secret. The possibility of cultivating martial arts in reality? It seemed that after the 6 hours of online time in the Apocalypse world were up, he would not have to remain idle in reality. Dugafeng had not disclosed the secret to him, but he must have discovered it long ago, possessing martial arts himself. After contemplating this, Lin Yi calmed himself and began to draw the bow and nock an arrow, starting to practice his archery technique. However, the bow and arrows he held differed greatly from the powerful bow he had used at the archery range, and it took him a while to adjust. An hour later, standing about 10 meters away from the wooden target, Lin Yi found that he could hit the target with nearly every arrow. While he was able to strike the target, the accuracy was quite random, with some arrows landing on the outer edges and others hitting the center. Lin Yi realized that his talent for archery was rather average. He wished he could draw an archery talent from his universal talent. Unfortunately, the universal talent was too unpredictable, and it was difficult to say when he might acquire an archery talent. Moreover, he had only recently solidified his treasure sensing talent and would need at least a day or two before he could solidify a new talent. After practicing for a considerable time, Lin Yi depleted his blood value again, and his proficiency in the Heavenly Star archery had risen to 5 points. He discovered that the limiting factor for proficiency growth was not anything else but his blood value. With only 85 blood value, after shooting a round of 7 arrows, he would nearly exhaust his blood value, requiring time to recover before he could attempt the Heavenly Star archery again. The recovery of blood value was slow. Even with proper rest and nourishment, it would take about 10 minutes to gradually restore 12 points. In the 2 hours of the morning, he had only managed to practice 2 rounds of the Heavenly Star archery. Lin Yi speculated that even if practicing the Heavenly Star archery in reality was possible, the game in reality operated on a double time system. In a day, he could at most gain around 12 proficiency points. To elevate the Heavenly Star archery to level 2, he would need at least over a month. A month was simply too long. Subsequently, Lin Yi approached Gu He, who had just taken a break, to inquire about how to restore his blood value. Gu He pondered for a moment and replied, "To restore blood value? The best method is to increase your blood value cap. You are only at level 1, so your blood value is naturally low. You could either level up to enhance your attributes, thereby increasing your blood value and accelerating recovery, or consume items like blood food that can provide additional blood value." Hearing Lin Yi's conversation, Gu Shan, who had been practicing with his sword, also paused and chimed in, "Qing Shan, didn't you receive some loot yesterday? Go seek out Elder Gu Yun. He specializes in concocting potions. He has a potion that can restore blood value." "A potion that restores blood value? Why didn't I see it in the treasury?" Lin Yi asked. He, it is said that Elder Gu Yun and Elder Gu Yuan have always been at odds. So the potions created by Elder Gu Yun are never placed in the treasury. However, if you approach Elder Gu Yun directly for an exchange, that should be fine. All right. Lin Yi nodded. Although he knew there was a potion that could restore blood value, he did not intend to exchange for it, as he was not extravagant enough to use contribution points to practice the Heavenly Star archery. It simply wasn't worth it. As time passed, Lin Yi decided it was nearly time to log off and check on his studio. Just then, Gu Qinghu stormed into the courtyard, cursing under his breath. Gu Shan approached him, asking, "Captain, what's wrong?" Gu Qinghu replied, "Didn't I ask you to borrow 6 tails of blood food from that old fool, Gu Yuan, yesterday? Today, I sought him out, intending to return the blood food, only to have that old curmudgeon declare it tainted and demand that I purchase it. Damn it. Considering the talisman I had used yesterday to subdue the demon, I found myself at a considerable loss. Enough about that old fool." Gu Qinghu, feeling rather disinclined to elaborate further, waved his hand, beckoning the others in the courtyard to gather around. "This blood food is far too much for me to consume alone. My brothers shall share in it, each receiving a small piece." Upon hearing this, the faces of those present lit up with delight. "Thank you, Captain," they exclaimed. "Our captain is magnanimous. As I often say, among the militia captains, it is our second squad's leader who is the most loyal. In the militia, although each month there is a share of blood food, such treasures not only enhance vitality but, with prolonged use, also augment personal attributes. This kind of treasure is beneficial to all. The more, the merrier. Enough with the flattery. I'm merely rewarding you for your dedication to training on your day off. Go forth, practice diligently, and protect our village well. Do not tarnish the name of Gu Qinghu." At that moment, Lin Yi stepped forward, receiving a piece of blood food about the size of his thumb. This blood food weighed approximately 10 grams. To exchange for it using contribution points would require at least 20 points. Hurry and consume it. This was harvested yesterday and won't last long. Gu Qinghu took the lead, devouring his fist-sized portion in just a few bites. Lin Yi followed suit, finding the blood food to have a slightly metallic and earthy taste, but otherwise palatable. It is said that blood food grows from a plant known as earth meat, named for its resemblance to pulsating flesh. After consuming the blood food, Lin Yi noted an increase in his vitality, a substantial rise of 2 points. His current vitality now stood at 105. Quite impressive indeed. The increase from the blood food is not insignificant. Lin Yi pondered that he might as well use his stored contribution points to exchange for more blood food, as he would inevitably need to consume it. However, those with poorer constitutions could only partake in smaller amounts daily, requiring time to digest. Blood food must be consumed regularly to yield effective results. Subsequently, Lin Yi prepared to depart. Before logging off, he informed everyone that they would gather for a meal at the village's only tavern at noon. The others expressed their joy at this news, exclaiming Lin Yi's camaraderie was commendable. When the time arrived, Lin Yi logged on early, arriving at Fufeng Tower, the sole tavern in Gyutan Village. Located in the heart of the village, Fufeng Tower is one of the few two-story buildings and a high-end establishment. It is said that the owner of Fufeng Tower had originally moved from Tianshui City, but settled here after their trade caravan was interrupted. Upon his arrival, Lin Yi noticed that very few patrons were dining at Fufeng Tower. Those present were merely a handful of affluent families clad in silk. This observation indicated that there were indeed not many wealthy households in Gyutan Village. Given the village's ongoing threats from monsters and malevolent spirits, coupled with its isolation from the outside world, it is no wonder that affluent families are scarce. Noticing Lin Yi in his militia uniform, a young waiter approached him with a smile. "You seem a bit unfamiliar, sir. May I ask what you would like to order? I will take a look first." After inquiring about the menu, Lin Yi found the prices to be quite reasonable, well within his means, and thus reserved a large private room on the second floor. He promptly ordered over 20 dishes, both meat and vegetables. After calculating his remaining silver coins and finding he still had a fair amount left, he ordered several jugs of wine. Although the militia typically refrains from drinking, today was a day of rest, and a little indulgence should pose no issue. Before long, Gu Qinghu and the other members of the second squad began to arrive at Fufeng Tower, including Lin Yi and the newcomer Du Gufeng. The second squad comprised a total of 23 individuals, with only a few members absent due to injuries. As everyone settled in, Gu Qinghu naturally took the head seat, with Lin Yi and Du Gufeng sitting together. "Brothers, it has been quite some time since our squad gathered. Now that we have the chance, let us first toast to Qing Shan, as this meal is on him." During the meal, Du Gufeng leaned over to Lin Yi and inquired about Gu Qinghu distributing blood food that day. Upon learning that it was indeed true, he smacked his thigh in regret for not being present. "Brother Qing Shan, if there are any future opportunities, do remember to inform me. We join the militia together. You have both external skills and blood food, reaping such rewards, while I have yet to see any returns." "Sure," Lin Yi replied with a smile, casually acknowledging his comments. In the afternoon, Lin Yi returned to the courtyard to practice archery and took the opportunity to bind the Eerie Stone Growth Soul device in his dormitory. The binding process was rather simple. He merely had to place the Eerie Stone against his chest. The stone then transformed into a streak of light, piercing into Lin Yi's chest. "Ding! You have successfully bound the Growth Soul device, Eerie Stone. Spirit 1. Spirit 1? Lin Yi's heart raced. Spirit is not one of the 4 fundamental attributes, but a special attribute associated with advanced professions. He had not anticipated that binding the Eerie Stone would confer an increase to his spirit. He wondered if the stone would continue to enhance his spirit attribute as it matured. Time flew by swiftly, and soon 2 days had passed. During these days, Lin Yi had accompanied the second militia squad on duty, guarding the city walls for an entire day. Fortunately, the weather was calm, and no dangers arose. However, on a day when Lin Yi was absent, Du Gufeng and several other militia members managed to slay a solitary monster known as the Fright Boar. The Fright Boar was merely a level 6 minor demon and had fallen into the militia's trap, making the task quite effortless. Yet, they reported that only a white-quality material had dropped, leaving Du Gufeng empty-handed apart from a small compensation of contribution points. Quite unfortunate, indeed. Aside from militia duties, Lin Yi spent his time in the game practicing the Celestial Star archery technique. Notably, he had decided to spend all of his contribution points intended for a talisman on acquiring blood food instead. However, the remaining 36 contribution points only sufficed for 15 grams of blood food. After 2 days, Lin Yi had increased his vitality by 3 points, bringing his current vitality to 135. On one particular morning, as the 3-day cooldown period refreshed, Lin Yi eagerly anticipated drawing a talent. Yet, before doing so, he decided to utilize his talent, Treasure Sense, as its cooldown had also reset. Subsequently, Lin Yi activated Treasure Sense to search for treasures within Gyutan Village. A mysterious force seemed to guide him, suggesting that following this path would lead to something valuable. The ability of this talent was indeed marvelous. Following his intuition, Lin Yi proceeded westward. Upon reaching the westernmost wall of Gyutan Village, he found himself amidst dense underbrush and various low-lying plants. Ultimately, his gaze was drawn to a cluster of red fruits on a plant. Shahong fruit, a special fruit that grows in the wild. When ground into a liquid, It can detoxify and stop bleeding. A healing-type fruit? Lin Yi wondered about its potential value, but was not one to be picky. He promptly picked 3 of the Shahong fruits from the plant. Satisfied, he nodded. He would keep one as a reserve and exchange the remaining 2 for contribution points, as he was in dire need of blood food to increase his vitality. Afterward, Lin Yi returned to his residence to draw today's talent. As the dice on the talent page spun, a flash of blue light streaked across. Ding! You have drawn the blue talent, Blood Drain. Blue talent. Lin Yi felt a jolt of surprise. A blue talent exceeding the quality of the green talent was a rarity indeed. His fortune today seemed remarkably favorable. Having first discovered 3 white-quality spirit fruits, followed by drawing a blue talent. Eagerly, Lin Yi examined the description of Blood Drain. Blood Drain, blue talent. Enables the extraction of blood energy from creatures by slaying them, which is automatically converted into health points. Note, this talent is blue and can only be drained 1,000 times. Upgrading the talent level can increase the number of drains. After absorbing the information, Lin Yi's heart surged with excitement. This talent appeared extraordinary, akin to a growth talent that could enhance attributes. However, he was uncertain about the amount of health points that could be drained in a single instance. If just one act could yield 1 health point, then 1,000 drains would amount to 1,000 health points. However, today was a duty day, and Lin Yi was assigned to guard the city with the 2nd militia team, leaving no time to test the talent's capabilities. Suppressing his exhilaration, he arrived at the city wall, where most members of the 2nd team were already present. Gu Qinghu waved his hand, instructing, "Go, take your positions along your respective lines, and ensure no monsters slip into the village." Lin Yi had no fixed position, so he naturally followed Gu Qinghu. The watch was rather mundane. No monsters prowled outside the walls, and no intruders were detected within the village. After more than 2 hours, it was time for Lin Yi to change shifts, handing over his post to the solitary phone. Yet, he did not hasten to log off. Instead, he ventured to Fufeng Tower, purchasing a live chicken and a live duck from a kitchen attendant. He was eager to test whether slaying these birds could yield health points. Ding! You have slain a common chicken. No experience bonus. Ding! Your blue talent, Blood Drain, has been activated, granting you a permanent health point increase of 0.8. A live chicken provided an increase of 0.8 health points. Lin Yi then attempted to slay the live duck in his possession. Ding! You have slain a common duck. No experience bonus. Ding! Your blue talent, Blood Drain, has been activated, granting you a permanent health point increase of 0.8. Again, it was 0.8 health points. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow in contemplation. It seemed that the amount of health points gained from slaying creatures was likely correlated to their size. The chicken and duck were roughly similar in size and health content, hence the identical health point gain. Pondering this, Lin Yi decided to test other creatures. He sought out the butcher, Li, in the eastern part of the village, asking if he could personally slay a pig. Slay a pig? And you're willing to pay me? Li scrutinized Lin Yi with curiosity. I've seen many newcomers, but it's the first time I've met one who wants to pay to kill a pig. However, seeing you in the militia outfit piques my interest. If memory serves, you were merely a newcomer to Gyutin village about a week ago. It's impressive that you've already joined the militia. Unaware that his militia attire had added a touch of distinction to his persona, Lin Yi only heard Li say, "All right, since you're paying, you can do as you wish." Subsequently, Lin Yi was led to the backyard, the designated area for pig slaughter. Several pig carcasses hung from the walls, and the ground was littered with bloody entrails. The air was thick with a pungent scent of blood. Li called into the house, "Changsheng, come out and work. Go fetch a live pig from the pen." A young man emerged, wielding a bone-cutting knife, his outer garment stained with red pig's blood. "Master, didn't we just kill one this morning? Why another? Is there no end to this? Stop your chatter and go," Li urged, prompting the young man, named Changsheng, to sigh and head out to fetch the pig. Before leaving, he cast a glance at Lin Yi but said nothing. Lin Yi noted with a sharp gaze that Changsheng, based on his demeanor and attire, was indeed a player. Another player? Lin Yi mused. In his week or so in the apocalypse world, he had encountered 4 players, including the chubby fellow from the 3rd militia team, the solitary foam, a newcomer from days prior, and now this one. It appeared that there was a substantial number of players in Gyutin village. Soon, Changsheng returned with a hefty black pig, weighing over 300 pounds. Sensing the impending doom, the pig shrieked frantically upon entering the yard. Li stepped forward, firmly holding down the roaring black pig with one hand, while the other swiftly wielded the black iron butcher's knife, swiftly bringing the large creature crashing to the ground with a gaping wound opened at its throat. Lin Yi's eyelids flickered. This butcher was indeed a hidden master. "Kid, though I don't know why you want to kill a pig, it's nearly breathless. If you're going to do it quickly." "Thank you, Butcher Li." Lin Yi wasted no time. Seizing a handy butcher's knife from the yard, and striking 3 times at the pig's wound to finally slay it. Ding. You have slain a common domestic pig. No experience bonus. Ding. Your blue talent, Blood Drain, has been activated, granting you a permanent health point increase of 14 health points. This was significantly more than the gains from the chicken and duck. Indeed, the correct application of the Blood Drain talent was to slay larger creatures. However, he recalled that the number of livestock in Guten village was limited, aside from the black pigs, the number of raised animals like wild goats, not to mention chickens and ducks, would make it quite difficult to amass 1,000 creatures. Brother, seeing you in militia attire, don't you know that killing pigs and ducks in this game yields no experience? As Lin Yi pondered post-slaughter, Chongqing approached, extending his hand. I'm Qin Chongsheng, a seasoned player. What is your name? Lin Yi stepped forward to shake his hand. I'm Qin Shanbulo. Qin Chongsheng nodded. Nice name. I've been in Guten village for 3 to 4 months now. I've seen many skilled players who managed to join the militia, but you seem unfamiliar. Yes. I haven't been here long. Lin Yi replied, his curiosity piqued. 3 to 4 months? What level are you now? Qin Chongsheng chuckled. Me? Just level 1. Ever since I learned that this game can lead to death, I haven't ventured outside the village. I've been here for 3 to 4 months, just learning to slaughter pigs with my master. Lin Yi was at a loss for words. This player was truly cautious. Having spent so long in the apocalypse world, yet remaining at level 1, solely focused on butchering pigs. Noticing Lin Yi's expression, Qin Chongsheng smiled and said, I'm not like you lot, who think this is an extraordinary world and rush to fight monsters to level up. This world is fraught with dangers not just from monsters, but also from treachery. My life is precious. No adventure is worth my neck. Lin Yi remarked. If this place is so perilous, you needn't stay here. You wouldn't understand. I'm here to make money, to be a game merchant. Qin Chongsheng turned with a smile, producing a piece of paper from his backpack. It bore a string of bank card numbers. Brother Qingshan, this is my overseas remittance bank account. I sell various apocalypse game items, information, silver, and external skills. As long as you can afford it, I can procure anything you desire in the game. Lin Yi's interest was piqued. Anything for sale? What is the price for external skills? External skills? This item is akin to a skill book in the game, with its production being exceedingly rare. I possess 2 forms of external martial arts. One is a record that requires no time investment for mastery, known as Xian Gui Gong. It enhances both health and constitution, priced at a flat 3 million RMB. The other is the Sha Zhu Dao Fa, a hands-on teaching method learned from my master, which guarantees proficiency, available for 5 million RMB. Upon hearing such exorbitant starting prices, Lin Yi inhaled sharply. Brother Chongsheng, 5 million RMB? Why is the Sha Zhu Dao Fa so costly? Moreover, if Li the Butcher discovers that you are imparting external martial arts to others, won't he be furious? Qin Chongsheng elucidated, the quality of external martial arts varies greatly. The Sha Zhu Dao Fa I acquired is among the finest techniques in the entire Guten village. Although it is merely of white quality, it possesses damage enhancement against monsters, making the 5 million price reasonable, if not low. As for my master, you need not worry. A portion of my earnings is shared with him. Impressive. There exists such a strategy to profit from players alongside indigenous NPCs. However, it appears that both the Sha Zhu Dao Fa and Gu Yongqiang's Yin Yang Dao Fa are distinguished among white external arts. One inflicts damage on monsters while the other is effective against phantoms. No wonder that upon entering the village elder, Gu He, recommended seeking out Li the Butcher and Gu Yongqiang. It seems they truly consider the needs of the newcomers. Lin Yi pondered, then inquired further, Brother Chongsheng, what are the prices for silver, items, and game information? Qin Chongsheng motioned for Lin Yi to step aside. Silver is inexpensive, currently. 1 tael of silver is priced at 10,000 RMB. Whether you wish to buy or sell, that is my price. As for items, it depends on your needs. Of course, a deposit is required. Information is priced based on its significance. Are there any spiritual artifacts for sale? What is their price? Upon hearing about spiritual artifacts, Qin Chongsheng shot Lin Yi a sidelong glance. Spiritual artifacts? Brother, do not jest. Such items are exceedingly rare. There are scarcely a few in Guten village. I do not have any for sale, but I can procure ordinary weapons for you. I can acquire ordinary weapons myself. But what about information? Do you possess any vital news? Let me share some freely, as a gesture of friendship. For instance, the Tianqi game emerged approximately half a year ago and has undergone several activations since. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Is that all? Nothing more? Ahem. Allow me to add a bit more. Our country has formed dedicated player squads, with relevant agencies established in nearly every prefecture-level city. Therefore, it is best not to expose your identity in the game. Otherwise, you might attract unwelcome attention. Hearing this information, Lin Yi nodded. It seems the authorities handling the Luhong incident were likely from a special official agency. Lin Yi continued to inquire, what is the consequence of attracting attention? Qin Chongqing shrugged. There is nothing particularly bad about it, but it is a loss of freedom. One would be under scrutiny. If it is discovered that you have killed in the game, you would likely face imprisonment. However, I have heard that the authorities are currently short-staffed. And as long as you pass the political review, you might be recruited. After hearing this, Lin Yi nodded. What about Gutan Village? Is there any significant information? Also, what is the situation regarding professions after level 10? Qin Chongqing sighed. Brother Qin Shan, I am not a walking encyclopedia. How could I know everything? Logically, you are part of the militia and should possess much more information than I do. Lin Yi decided not to press further, sensing that Qin Chongqing's intelligence was rather limited. He then asked directly, never mind, can you acquire blood food? What is the price? Qin Chongqing shook his head, I cannot obtain it. Blood food is a controlled resource in Gutin Village, available only to militia members. I would have suggested if you could procure it. I would buy it at a high price. Lin Yi's disappointment was palpable. Brother, you have nothing of value. Ahem, it is not that I have nothing. It is just that the items you seek are too advanced. Seeing Lin Yi's intent to leave, Qin Chongqing could not help but add, brother, I know of a map resource outside the village that can yield original external martial arts. This information is not widely known yet. Would you be interested? If so, I can sell it to you at a discount. Lin Yi waved his hand, indicating he was not interested. Is it the valley to the southwest? That news has circulated widely. Subsequently, he paid Li the butcher for the slaughtering fee and departed without a glance back. Although Qin Chongqing claimed to be a game merchant, his knowledge and resources were evidently limited. Nevertheless, Lin Yi felt quite satisfied with the information he had gleaned. Chapter 19, Maximizing the Benefits of Talent. After leaving Li the butcher, Lin Yi contemplated how to maximize the benefits of the blood extraction talent. First and foremost, killing 1,000 creatures within the Tianqi world was evidently impractical. However, Lin Yi conceived an alternative plan of slaying large creatures in reality. He recalled that when he first solidified the talent, Bone Marvel, he had brought a slight enhancement of the talent's attributes into the real world. This indicated that talent abilities could indeed be transferred to reality. If the blood extraction talent could be triggered by killing creatures in reality, he might be able to reach the required cap for the talent within a few days. Soon after, Lin Yi logged off and made his way to a nearby vegetable market, purchasing a live duck for slaughter. After the act, he felt no particular sensation, but whether there was a health increase would need to be confirmed by checking the attribute panel in the game. Next, Lin Yi returned to his dormitory and entered the Tianqi world to examine his attributes. Player, Qingshan Bulo. Status, normal. ID, 007. Gender, male. Level, 1. Health, 1,018 points. Experience, 300,100. Satiation, 98,100. Strength, 7. Normal male limit 10 points. Influences physical damage and the maximum weight of weapons used. Constitution, 8. Normal male limit 10 points. Influences health cap, health recovery speed, and basic resilience. Agility, 7. Normal male limit 10 points. Influences movement and reaction speed. Stamina, 11. Normal male limit 10 points. Influences stamina cap, stamina recovery speed, and load capacity. Vitality, 135. External skill, Tianxing Arrow Technique Green, LV1, 9,500. Each point of vitality attached to an arrow increases damage by 2. The 7th consecutive arrow can unleash an additional 12 damage. Initial talent, Universal Talent, Red, LV1 Blood Extraction. Upon viewing his health on the attribute panel, Lin Yi's face lit up with joy. Indeed, it had increased. He recalled that before logging off, his health was 101 points, and now it had risen by 8. This indicated that killing creatures in reality was indeed beneficial and yielded the same health increase as that obtained in the Tianqi world. That evening, Lin Yi researched various slaughterhouses near Lin Yi City, primarily focusing on those dealing with cattle, sheep, and pigs. The following day, Lin Yi did not enter the Tianqi world at the usual time. Instead, he chartered a vehicle to conduct an on-site investigation at the slaughterhouses near Lin Yi City. First, he needed to slaughter 1,000 live creatures, a number far too immense for a typical small factory to accommodate. However, larger slaughterhouses typically employed machines for slaughtering, with strict management. Even if he could pay to gain access, he would likely not be permitted to carry out the slaughter himself. Throughout the entire day, Lin Yi visited over 10 slaughterhouses but found none willing to cooperate. Fortunately, his detailed preparation from the previous night ultimately led him to a rural slaughterhouse by evening, primarily focused on slaughtering live cattle and pigs. After negotiating a favorable price, the proprietor joyfully acquiesced to Lin Yi's request. The demand for the slaughter of over 1,000 pigs and cattle was unprecedented in his experience. However, For him, it mattered little, as long as the payment was assured. He was content. That evening, Lin Yi commenced a modest trial run, dispatching around 20 live cattle. Given the considerable size of the cattle compared to pigs, their vitality was markedly greater. Lin Yi had previously assessed that each live cow, under the influence of the blood extraction talent, could augment his health by 16 points. Slaughtering 1,000 cows would yield an additional 200 points of health compared to pigs. Thus, Lin Yi resolved to focus solely on cattle in the days to come. After a grueling day, exhaustion weighed heavily upon Lin Yi. Rather than returning to Lina City, he opted for a lodging near the slaughterhouse. After ensuring that the accommodation was devoid of any clandestine recording devices, he ventured into the world of Apocalypse. To be candid, it was Lin Yi's inaugural experience of entering the game at night. Aware of the lurking dangers posed by the spectral entities, he refrained from venturing outdoors, choosing instead to practice archery within the confines of the courtyard. After all, he had squandered an entire day without logging in, and he could not afford to waste the 6 hours of game time allotted to him. After replenishing his hunger with some food, Lin Yi stepped out of the militia's dormitory. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld the inky darkness of the night, pierced by a strange crimson light that illuminated the entire sky. It was said that this crimson glow emanated from the temple of Guten Village, a protective radiance capable of dispelling some of the darkness's eerie spirits. Having heard of it before, Lin Yi found nothing peculiar in the sight. The rest area was deserted, shrouded in darkness, prompting Lin Yi to ignite some candles before proceeding to practice celestial archery in the courtyard. With each arrow released, Lin Yi diligently honed his archery skills. After 2 hours of intense practice, a piercing sound suddenly echoed from the distance, seemingly originating from the southern part of Guten Village. Soon after, a brilliant firework erupted in that direction. Lin Yi furrowed his brow. This firework served as a signal from the militia, indicating an incursion by spectral entities. Typically, all militia members would rush to provide support at such a time, yet Lin Yi hesitated not. He swiftly stowed his arrows in his backpack and decisively logged off, vanishing from the world of Apocalypse. Unlike ordinary monsters, spectral entities could kill without a trace. Once ensnared by a spectral being, survival was almost certainly impossible. The militia had previously lost 2 captains to these entities, and Lin Yi felt that his own frail stature would only serve as a hindrance if he joined the fray. This was not cowardice, but rather a matter of prudence. The following morning dawned bright and sunny. Concerned about the spectral attack on Guten Village the previous night, Lin Yi logged into the game early. Upon arrival, he discovered a grim scene. A dozen corpses laid out in an open area to the east of the village, with 4 militia members gathered nearby, their expressions somber. The lifeless bodies bore the marks of a harrowing demise, many with blood streaming from their orifices and expressions of terror frozen upon their faces, as if they had witnessed something profoundly horrifying before their end. Upon hearing the news, Lin Yi made his way to join Gu Qinghu and Gu He. "Captain, what transpired?" Gu Qinghu remained silent, while Gu He whispered, "Last night, a spectral entity invaded the village, draining the life essence from several villagers, resulting in their tragic deaths. One member from the 3rd team also perished." "Did we capture the spectral being?" Gu He shook his head. "We did not apprehend it. To be precise, we could not locate it." The village elder stated that these entities can conceal themselves within shadows and are exceedingly adept at hiding. "Our 4 militia teams searched throughout the latter half of the night, but found no trace of the specter. What shall we do now?" "I don't know. The village elders should have a plan. I suspect there will be a significant operation tonight." Soon after, the bodies were cremated and buried. The village elder Gu He conducted a simple ritual, summoned the 4 militia captains, and then dispersed the crowd. During the day, Lin Yi continued his regular patrols outside the city wall with the 2nd team. However, the entire militia, including the recently returned Gu Qinghu, was engulfed in an atmosphere of foreboding, preoccupied with thoughts of the spectral entity that had invaded the village. A palpable tension hung over the 2nd team. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lin Yi inquired, "Captain, can the external skills we have learned inflict damage on spectral entities?" Gu Qinghu sighed. "Most external skills are ineffective. Only a select few can harm them, such as the Flame Sunblade technique, Spirit Binding technique, and the village chief's unique external skill. Of course, talismans crafted from ancient sources can also harm spectral beings." Afterward, Gu Qinghu turned to Lin Yi. "I have heard that Brother Yongxiang intends to teach you the Flame Sunblade technique. Since you have unlocked your vitality, you should learn it promptly. In the event of an encounter with a spectral entity, it may grant you a means of self-defense. However, be aware that if your vitality is too low, the Flame Sunblade technique will only yield limited effectiveness." Lin Yi nodded. "I understand, Captain." Previously, Gu Yongxiang had mentioned that the reason for waiting until level 4 to teach him the Flame Sunblade technique was due to its dependence on vitality levels. If his vitality were too low, he might not even be able to execute the technique. Nonetheless, the spectral incursion the previous night instilled a sense of urgency in Lin Yi. Currently, he possessed only level 1 attributes, rendering him not much different from an ordinary person. In the face of dangerous monsters or spectral entities, he had no means of self-protection. He resolved that he must utilize his experience points to level up without delay. They should not be hoarded. In the event of an unforeseen incident leading to his demise, there would be no opportunity for regret. Having made his decision, Lin Yi seized an opportunity to spend his experience points on leveling up. Ding! You have consumed 100 experience points. Level increased, gaining 5 free attribute points. Ding! You have consumed 200 experience points. Level increased, gaining 5 free attribute points. In a single breath, he advanced 2 levels, acquiring a total of 10 free attribute points. His 4 fundamental attributes were strength, constitution, agility, and stamina. Among these, constitution was primarily linked to health points. Lin Yi believed that blood extraction could provide him with over 1,000 health points. Thus, he decided not to allocate points to constitution for the time being. Strength was tied to attack power, and Lin Yi planned to focus on enhancing his strength attribute. Agility, associated with reflexes and speed, was crucial for timely escapes in dangerous situations, so he deemed it necessary to invest points there as well. As for stamina, Lin Yi's stamina attribute was already the highest at 11 points, allowing him to defer further investment. After careful consideration, Lin Yi allocated 7 points to strength and 3 points to agility. With the allocation complete, his attributes and vitality stood at strength, 14, normal male maximum is 10, affecting physical damage and the weight of wieldable weapons. Constitution, 8, normal male maximum is 10, influencing health point limits, health recovery speed, and basic resilience. Agility, 10, normal male maximum is 10, affecting movement and reaction speed. Stamina, 11, normal male maximum is 10, influencing stamina limits, recovery speed, and carrying capacity. Vitality, 16, 6 points derived from blood food. Regarding health points, he had slaughtered 23 domesticated cattle the previous night, gaining a health point boost of 368, plus an additional 40 points from his recent level up, bringing his total health points to 1786. Compared to level 1, Lin Yi now possessed nearly double the health, significantly enhancing his sense of security. However, he realized that after leveling up, the experience gained from slaying monsters might diminish. Despite this, Lin Yi was unconcerned about the slight decrease in experience. With the spectral entities invading the village, safety was of utmost importance, and possessing greater self-defense capabilities was far more valuable. Upon exiting the world of Apocalypse, Lin Yi made his way to the factory to commence the slaughter of live cattle. Perhaps due to a recent upgrade, Lin Yi felt an invigorating surge of strength coursing through his entire being. His arms and abdomen were now adorned with subtle muscle definition. He conducted a simple speed test and was astounded to discover that his performance had improved significantly, running 100 meters in approximately 10 seconds. Within the factory, Lin Yi proceeded to slaughter over 100 live cattle, only pausing for lunch around noon. His meal consisted of a modest boxed lunch, where he consumed only rice and vegetables, lacking the appetite for meat. At that moment, he received a message from Lu Bo brother Yi. I will be away for a while, likely not returning for half a month. Please refrain from contacting me during this period. The message concluded with a smiley emoji, a prearranged signal between Lu Bo and Lin Yi indicating safety and authenticity. After reading the message, Lin Yi felt no concern for Lu Bo's safety, as he had been in regular contact, often reassuring Lin Yi of his well-being. He surmised that Lu Bo had likely attracted the attention of the authorities, and according to Qin Changsheng, it was probable that Lu Bo would be recruited as an official member. In front of the Lin Yi City police station, a vehicle contained 3 individuals. The foremost was Zhao Shuang, a formal member of the Lin Yi City Apocalypse Squad and subordinate to Zhang Baichuan. The other 2 included Lu Bo, who had just sent Lin Yi the earlier message, carrying a black backpack and suitcase as if preparing to relocate. The last was a stranger named Zhou Huaiwen, appearing to be in his 40s with an honest demeanor. As the vehicle set in motion, Lu Bo couldn't suppress his curiosity. Brother Shuang, what kind of training will we undergo at the Beijing headquarters? Are we going to be deemed unqualified? Zhao Shuang smoothly shifted gears and turned to reassure him. Rest assured, your evaluations should pose no significant issues. Once we arrive, it will primarily be related training. As for the assessments, they are merely a formality. That's a relief, Lu Bo said, finally feeling at ease. Ever since he entered the Apocalypse world using a standard activation code, he had followed Lin Yi's advice to lay low and gradually explore this new realm. However, he had not anticipated that the authorities would keep a close watch on him due to Lu Hong's elusive special activation code. After several consecutive days spent in the Apocalypse world, Lu Bo's activities quickly caught the attention of the officials. Subsequently, Zhang Baichuan assigned Zhao Shuang to connect with Lu Bo and facilitate his recruitment. However, according to protocol, Lu Bo was required to undergo relevant training at the Beijing headquarters to uncover more of the Apocalypse Games mysteries. As Lu Bo pondered aloud, "Brother Shuang, if we leave, won't that leave Captain Zhang all alone in the team? What if a special incident occurs?" Zhao Shuang replied confidently, "No need for concern. Special incidents are rare. In fact, none have occurred in Lina City. Additionally, I will return promptly after escorting you to Beijing." Throughout the journey, Zhao Shuang engaged Lu Bo in casual conversation, while Zhou Huaiwen in the back seat silently gazed out the window, lost in thought. Catching a glimpse of Zhou Huaiwen in the rearview mirror, Zhao Shuang remarked, "Old Zhou, don't be so glum. I assure you, the headquarters has pertinent information regarding your son's case. We will certainly uncover the identity of his murderer." Zhou Huaiwen slowly lifted his gaze, his raspy voice responding with a faint, "Good." The vehicle then fell into a quietude. Chapter 20. Beasts in reality. Lu Bo turned to glance at Zhou Huaiwen, a man he was seeing for the first time. According to Zhao Shuang, Zhou Huaiwen's son was among the first to enter the Apocalypse world, but was apparently slain by a fellow human player. Upon discovering the information left behind by his son, Zhou Huaiwen sought out the government, hoping to obtain details about the murderer for revenge. Lu Bo mused that he shared a similarity with Zhou Huaiwen. Both had lost close relatives, Zhou Huaiwen his son and Lu Bo his father, both tragedies entwined with the Apocalypse world. With a sigh, Lu Bo reflected on the shared pain of losing a loved one to violence. Although he learned from Zhao Shuang that his father, Lu Hong, had succumbed to a hidden poison, Lu Bo felt a lingering unease. In his father's journal, Lu Hong had been adept in crafting spiritual artifacts and had been a disciple of the village chief. Logically, he should have had protection from the militia during his travels. How could he have been harmed by a 6th-level bird snake, leading to his untimely demise? Lu Bo sensed that there was more to the story. His journey to Beijing for training was fueled by the knowledge that a certain instructor there was a descendant of Dayu village, and he intended to connect with this instructor to uncover the truth behind his father's death. The vehicle sped along the highway, kicking up clouds of dust. Meanwhile, Lin Yi took a break from his duties in the afternoon to log on for his shift before returning to the factory to continue the cattle slaughtering. He labored diligently until past 7 in the evening, his slaughtering apron stained with fresh blood. The owner of the slaughterhouse, a man named Zhu in his 30s with a plump physique and glasses, observed Lin Yi's deftness in dispatching the cattle. "Bro, you're not going to have an accident, are you? If the pressure is too intense, you should consider seeing a doctor," Zhu remarked with a chuckle. "Huh, brother Zhu, you jest," Lin Yi replied nonchalantly, aware that his demeanor might raise suspicions among others. After returning to his dormitory for dinner and to freshen up, it was already 10 o'clock at night. With half an hour remaining in his online session, Lin Yi initially intended to practice archery in the Apocalypse world, but reconsidered, recalling the malevolent spirits rumored to be roaming within Guten village. In the midst of his boredom, Lin Yi logged on to several gaming websites, hoping to uncover information related to the Apocalypse game. However, after perusing for a while, he found little of significance. He noted that a previous forum post regarding the sale of game activation codes had been deleted, leaving him uncertain if those codes had been sold. Subsequently, he reached out to a few employees from his studio, learning that many were still awake, preparing to work through the night on gaming tasks. Lin Yi offered words of encouragement, advising them to balance work with rest, and even sent them a small late-night snack red envelope. Working in the gaming and gold farming industry often entailed late nights, something Lin Yi had experienced firsthand when he first entered this line of work. Just as he was preparing to retire for the night, an unexpected commotion erupted outside the quiet countryside inn, the sound of wild boars growling echoing in the air. In a mountainous village, it was not unusual for wild boars to appear. Lin Yi dismissed it, turning over to continue his slumber. Yet, a chilling scream pierced the night. "Help! A wild boar is coming down the mountain to eat people. Save me!" Someone's cry jolted Lin Yi upright, prompting him to rush downstairs. "Boss, what is happening?" he inquired. "I don't know. I just woke up," the innkeeper replied, stumbling out in slippers, evidently disturbed from sleep by the earlier ruckus. Many nearby residents turned on their lights and emerged from their homes. Lin Yi took the shovel handed to him by the innkeeper and joined the throng. "What is going on? Who shouted for help just now?" Lin Yi asked. It sounded like old Jiang. "Doesn't he enjoy fishing?" The noise seemed to come from the pond by the roadside. "Why is it so quiet now? He wouldn't have fallen in, would he?" A villager shouted in that direction. "Old Jiang, are you there?" But no response came from the darkened road. "Let us go. There are so many of us. We should check it out together." Numerous villagers armed with shovels and wooden sticks made their way toward the scene, with Lin Yi and the innkeeper following the crowd. However, an unsettling feeling gnawed at Lin Yi's heart. After walking several dozen meters, they reached a dimly lit stretch of cement road where a massive wild boar, caked in mud, was gnawing on something on the ground, oblivious to their presence. The sound of the wild boar devouring its prey was jarringly loud in the stillness of the night. Stealing their nerves, the crowd edged closer. As the person in the front switched on a powerful flashlight, it was then that they beheld the enormity of the creature before them. Good heavens! How could a wild boar be so massive, having descended from the mountains? Wild boar? Lin Yi stepped to the forefront of the gathering, using the beam of light to peer into the darkness, and suddenly his pupils constricted, his heartbeat slowing momentarily. This wild boar stood an astonishing 2 meters tall, and most alarmingly, its eyes glowed a sinister crimson. It is notable that while animals' eyes may reflect light at night, no amount of flashlight illumination would cause a wild boar's eyes to emit a red glow. This could only imply that the creature before them possessed naturally red pupils. Lin Yi recalled the warning of the militia captain, Gu Qinghu, who had stated that the distinguishing feature of a supernatural beast was its unusual eye coloration, often manifesting in eerie greens and bloody reds. Yet, how could the supernatural entities of the apocalypse world materialize in the realm of reality? A wild boar with red eyes. Could this indeed be a haiju? Lin Yi suddenly remembered the incident from a couple of days ago involving Dugufeng, who had participated in slaying a haiju. Although he had not been present at the time, he had heard tales that the haiju was a colossal beast with red eyes that relished human flesh. Just as Lin Yi was grappling with this shocking realization, a voice cried out in terror, "Good grief, it seems this wild boar has been feasting on humans. Isn't that an old man lying there?" Under the harsh light of the flashlight, the crowd finally noticed 2 shadowy figures sprawled at the creature's feet, one clutching a fishing rod. The wild boar had buried its snout into the belly of one victim, feasting upon their entrails. Suddenly, it lifted its head sharply to gaze at the onlookers. Its razor-sharp white tusks and snout dripping with fresh, crimson blood, a macabre sight that made it seem as though all present were mere prey. The horrific tableau nearly sent the crowd into a panic. What manner of monster is this? Quickly, let's call the police and have them come to apprehend it. It's strange. I've never seen such a colossal wild boar in the mountains, especially one with red eyes. Could it be a mutation? Run, run. If that thing charges at us, we won't stand a chance. At that moment, a calm elderly man spoke up. Don't panic. Let us unite and strike with our shovels. This beast may hesitate if it sees our numbers. Thud, thud, thud. Under the guidance of this elder, the crowd began to cluster together, banging their tools against the ground while slowly retreating. The wild boar appeared momentarily deterred by the noise, refraining from charging. It was only after it dragged the 2 bodies away into the darkness that the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. Let us return to our homes, call our families to stay indoors, and report this to the authorities, stating that a giant wild boar with red eyes has invaded the village and is consuming people. Elder Lin, I have already reported it. Report again. Ensure they bring firearms, no tranquilizers. This wild boar may be mutated and has already devoured 2 individuals. It must be exterminated. In the aftermath of the fright, most of the men present returned to their homes, while a few lingered in the courtyard of the inn, awaiting the police's arrival. Lin Yi retreated to his room, pondering the wild boar that had just appeared. He was convinced that the creature was indeed a haiju, a level 5 supernatural entity from the apocalypse world. Yet, he had not anticipated that a haiju would manifest in reality. How had it crossed over? What would happen if one day they encountered specters, bloodthirsty wolves, or sinister spirits in the real world? Lin Yi furrowed his brow deeply. It seemed that with the emergence of the apocalypse world, reality had become perilous. Chapter 21. The Secrets of the 4 Major Professions for the remainder of the time. Lin Yi remained in the upper floor of the inn, not daring to venture down again. As a member of the militia, he was acutely aware of the dangers posed by supernatural beings. Should this haiju storm into the village, it was unlikely that anyone could escape its jaws, not even himself. Despite possessing several hundred points of vitality and 14 points of strength, he would stand no chance against a creature of at least level 5. Perhaps the harrowing accounts of the alarmed callers had prompted an urgent response, for about 20 minutes later, Lin Yi heard the wail of police sirens outside. Wailing sirens echoed as Lin Yi peered down from the upper floor. From the uniforms, it appeared that the local armed police had mobilized. The police commander emerged, demanding, "Who made the call? What is the situation?" The elderly man from before stepped forward to recount the events that had transpired. A wild boar 2 meters tall, with red eyes, eating people in the middle of the street. The armed officers furrowed their brows, struggling to believe the existence of such a colossal, mutated wild boar. It was simply too outrageous. They proceeded to the scene of the incident, where they discovered 2 large pools of blood on the ground. "Commander, it appears someone has died, and the corpses have been dragged into the forest. Commander, we have found tracks of the wild boar, and they do seem rather unusual. It appears this beast materialized out of thin air." Red eyes. The commander of the armed police seemed to have an epiphany. quickly instructing his team to refrain from entering the mountains in search of the beast. He approached the elderly man once more, asking, "Sir, are you certain that wild boar had red eyes?" "Yes, indeed. All of us witnessed it. Its eyes were blood red, truly terrifying." After consulting several witnesses, the commander's expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to contact the Lin Yi City Armed Police Headquarters. By the early hours of the morning, the Lin Yi City Police Station received reports of a suspected supernatural entity in the area. Based on the descriptions provided by eyewitnesses, it was likely a Haiju. He immediately informed the relevant departments to procure live ammunition and set out for the small village where Lin Yi resided. The following morning, after a night of disturbances, Lin Yi descended to wash up. Through inquiries, he learned that several waves of armed police from the city had arrived throughout the night and had dispersed into the mountains to search for the wild boar. A crowd of gossiping villagers had gathered at the entrance of the village, discussing the grim news. "Hey, I heard they found old Zhang's body in the ravine. It was a gruesome sight, his innards consumed entirely by the wild boar. Isn't that the truth? Poor Xiao Lu. He must have been the first to respond to the sounds, but little did he know he would be bitten to death by the boar. I heard someone yelling for help last night. It must have been Xiao Lu. What a pity for that young man. He hadn't even married yet." Just then, Lin Yi received a message from Boss Zhu of the slaughterhouse, stating that due to the wild boar's attack on the village, nearby factories had temporarily ceased operations. Of course, if Lin Yi wanted to come by, he could enter through the back door. They had received a shipment of several live cattle today, available for him to slaughter. One must admit, Boss Zhu was quite considerate. However, Lin Yi pondered. The beast was not only drawn to human blood, but also had a heightened sensitivity to the vitality of ordinary animals. The slaughterhouse, with its rich aura of vitality, would likely attract the attention of the Haiju. There was no need to take such risks today. He could only hope that the forces dispatched to the mountains last night would prove effective and swiftly deal with the Haiju. Around noon, while at the inn, Lin Yi heard a series of gunshots echoing from the nearby mountains. Meanwhile, on a densely vegetated hillside, the massive Haiju lay lifeless in a pool of blood. The earth beneath its feet was riddled with bullet holes, evidence of the intense gunfire that had finally brought the level 5 creature down. Commander Zhang, holding a walkie-talkie, instructed the various teams to approach in an orderly fashion. He reiterated the importance of confirming whether the mutated wild boar was truly dead. "Commander, it's confirmed. It's dead." "Excellent." At this moment, Zhang Baichuan, who had been preoccupied through the night, finally breathed a sigh of relief. During his training in the capital, he had encountered cases of beasts from the apocalypse world invading reality, which had resulted in significant casualties. Fortunately, the terrifying boar appeared in the mountains outside the city, leading to minimal fatalities and few witnesses. Had it occurred within Lin Yi City, the toll would have been catastrophic. Moreover, without deploying heavy weaponry, he alone would not have been capable of slaying this monstrous creature. This incident marked the first invasion of apocalypse beasts in Lin Yi City, providing ample justification to report to headquarters and request an increase in the formal team roster. The boar's carcass was also a valuable asset. Subsequently, Zhang Baichuan approached the body of the boar and gestured for the others to transport it back. By evening, the villagers, including Lin Yi, received an official announcement from the government stating that the mutated wild boar had been exterminated, allowing everyone to venture out with peace of mind. Only then did Lin Yi muster the courage to return to the slaughterhouse and resume his work of butchering cattle. Later that night, Lin Yi logged into the apocalypse world to check his status panel. Player, Qingshan Bulo. Status, normal. ID, 007. Gender, male. Level, 3. Health points, 578. Experience points, 0400. Satiation, 67100. Strength, 14. Normal male limit is 10, which affects physical damage and the maximum weight of wieldable weapons. Constitution, 8. Normal male limit is 10, affecting health point ceiling, recovery speed, and base resilience. Agility, 10. Normal male limit is 10, affecting movement and reaction speed. Stamina, 11. Normal male limit is 10, affecting stamina ceiling, recovery speed, and carrying capacity. Vitality, 16. 6 points derived from blood food. Martial skill, Tianqing Archery Green, LV1. 14,500. Each point of vitality attached to an arrow increases the damage of 2 arrows. The 7th consecutive arrow can unleash an additional 12 damage. Initial talent, Universal talent, Red, LV1 Blood Drain. In recent days, Lin Yi had successively slain over 200 cattle, finally accumulating his health points to over 500. In comparison to the 97 health points at level 1, this 5-fold increase provided Lin Yi with a significant sense of security. However, due to having exhausted his contribution points, he could no longer exchange for vitality, leaving his current vitality at a mere 16 points. The deficiency in vitality hindered his efficiency in practicing Tianqing archery. Despite dedicating every spare moment to archery practice in the second-team courtyard of the Apocalypse world, the proficiency of Tianqing archery had yet to improve significantly. Although the terrifying bore had been dealt with in reality, Lin Yi felt an acute sense of urgency. He feared that one day, monsters from the Apocalypse world might manifest in reality. The only solution was to rapidly enhance his strength to confront the impending unknown dangers. In the dimly lit skies of the Apocalypse world, the temple's crimson glow illuminated a portion of the heavens. In the courtyard of the militia's second team, Lin Yi was diligently shooting arrows at a wooden target when he saw Dugu Feng rush in hastily. "Qingshan, I knew I would find you here," he exclaimed. "I bring good news. Our Guten village is preparing to establish the 5th militia team, and all members will be comprised of us reborn." Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. "Dugu, where did you hear such news?" "Hee, one of my brothers from the first team learned it from our captain, Gulaihai." Lin Yi nodded thoughtfully. The brother Dugu referred to was named Chong Kongqua, reputed to be a level 9 expert and one of the earliest players to enter Guten village. The information he shared was likely reliable. Lin Yi pondered, "Brother, you are currently level 4, and I am level 3. Even if the 5th militia team is formed, we might not qualify to join, right?" Strictly speaking, neither Lin Yi nor Dugu Feng were yet formal members of the militia, merely reserve members. However, the proposal to establish the militia team had been a decision made by the village chief alongside the 3 elder villagers. And this militia team comprised of the reborn would receive focused training. Focused training? Lin Yi mused. While training is plausible, it could also mean being used as cannon fodder. Given the increasing casualties within the militia, and with no exceptional youth to step up, maintaining the safety of Guten village would rely on the rapidly growing reborn. Nevertheless, every matter has its pros and cons. As long as there are sufficient benefits, taking some risks is worthwhile. "Dugu, how do we join this 5th militia team? And what will the training entail?" Dugu Feng replied, "It is said that any reborn with high potential, good character, and excellent qualities can join. Moreover, all reborn from our 4 militia teams, including us, are eligible for direct selection. As for training, it seems the elders from Guten village will personally lead us in slaying beasts and leveling up." "Impressive. The elders will lead us in leveling up. That is quite a grand gesture." Lin Yi was somewhat astonished. It was rumored that the 3 elders of Guten village were formidable experts exceeding level 10. Even if they were not of professional grade, they were likely indistinguishable from them. If they personally guided players in leveling up, players could potentially reach level 10 in a short period. Dugu Feng smiled. "Are you interested now, little brother?" To be honest, I was quite surprised to hear this news as well. However, high rewards come with high risks. If we are trained up, we will also have to contribute to the village. After all, Guten village does not support idlers. "Indeed," Lin Yi remarked. "It seems you are preparing to join the 5th militia team?" Dugu Feng nodded. "Correct. While we have avenues for slaying beasts and leveling up in the second team, the pace is too slow. The higher the level, the greater the experience required. I have been in Guten village for over a month now, yet I am still only level 4. I cannot fathom how long it will take to reach level 10. With an opportunity for rapid advancement now at hand, I certainly won't let it slip by. All right, count me in." The following day, Lin Yi inquired about the soon-to-be-formed 5th militia team from Gu Qinghu. Gu Qinghu was taken aback by Lin Yi's astuteness regarding the news and generously informed him, "Qingshan, if you wish to join the 5th team, you may. However, it is not as you might think. You won't be directly elevated to level 10 by the elders. First and foremost, the reborn joining the 5th team will be managed collectively by the elders, who will impart knowledge on dealing with monsters, malevolent spirits, and even survival skills in the wilderness. Once the training is sufficiently underway, the elders will select reborn from the 5th team who demonstrate exceptional talent and teach them the skills of crafting divine symbols or concocting ritual medicines." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi could not restrain his curiosity. "Captain, do these divine symbols and ritual medicines relate to the professional levels that come after level 10? Gu Qinghu cast a glance at Lin Yi. "You are quite perceptive. Technically, there are certain secrets I shouldn't disclose to the reborn, but since you've been performing admirably in our second team, I shall share this with you. Once you reach level 10, you will encounter a bottleneck. At that point, your physical attributes will have largely reached the human limits. The next step is to break through a certain threshold and enter the professional level. As far as I know, there are 4 primary professions in the Apocalypse continent: warrior, sorcerer, priest, and seer. For primary professions, Lin Yi suddenly recalled the 4 advanced attributes displayed on his status panel: spirit, inner strength, faith, and spiritual power. It seemed these 4 attributes were indeed linked to the 4 professions. "Captain, if what you say is true, then the elder of Gyuan in Guten village must indeed be capable of crafting talismans. He ought to be a deity following the path of faith. And as for the elder of Guyun, who can concoct potions, Could he possibly be a shaman? Gu Qinghu nodded. You are not mistaken. Each of the 4 major professions possesses its own peculiarities. The power of faith can be harnessed to create divine symbols, while shamanic energy is employed to brew various potions. Then, Captain, what distinguishes the martial artists and the sequentialists? At this, Gu Qinghu shook his head with a wry smile. I am equally in the dark. Our village lacks the lineage for these 2 professions. To be precise, we do not even have the inheritance of shamans. Only the legacy of the deity remains. As for the elder of Guyun, he fortuitously transitioned to the shaman profession a decade ago during his travels, which has no relation to Gyutan village. Lin Yi continued to inquire. Captain, is there a hierarchy among the 4 professions? Which one is deemed superior? I cannot say for certain. However, I once heard Brother Yongxiang mention that the origins of these 4 professions are shrouded in mystery, having been passed down for thousands of years in the continent of Apocalypse. Among them, the sequentialist is the most enigmatic, with the greatest difficulty in transition, while becoming a martial artist is comparatively easier. One merely needs a martial stone tablet to undergo the transition, at which point their vitality will transform into inner strength, enhancing the potency of their external techniques. Noticing a look of yearning on Gu Qinghu's face, Lin Yi remarked, Captain, it seems you have a fondness for martial artists? Gu Qinghu sighed, indeed. I have dedicated my life to martial arts, and my childhood aspiration was to become a martial artist. It is not just myself. Other leaders of our militia, such as Gu Man and Gu Laihai, likely share the same ambition. Lin Yi scratched his head in confusion and asked, Captain, although our village lacks the inheritance of shamans, we do have the legacy of deities. Since you have already reached level 10, why not become a deity? Gu Qinghu shook his head. You do not understand. Transitioning to one of the 4 professions is not merely a matter of desire. Every individual in Gyutan village must be nurtured in the temple from birth for a period. If one possesses the talent for deityhood, the temple will react. If not, they will never become a deity in their lifetime. Given such requirements for deities, there must be similar limitations for shamans. However, the martial artist profession imposes no such prerequisites. As long as one has abundant vitality and can comprehend the martial stone tablet, they can become a martial artist. Unfortunately, the martial stone tablet is only found in Tianshui City, and our path to Tianshui City has been severed, leaving us without a means to advance to martial artists. After hearing Gu Qinghu's words, Lin Yi realized that advancing in professions was far from simple. Chapter 22, The Surge in Life Points. Yet, with only the deity profession available in Gyutan village, if Lin Yi wished to transition to another profession, he would likely need to devise alternative means. It seemed they had digressed, and Gu Qinghu furrowed his brow, stating, All right, you were intending to inquire about the 5th militia, weren't you? How did we end up discussing professions? If you truly wish to join the 5th militia, the primary concern is whether you can accept the contract that comes with joining. Lin Yi was taken aback. A contract? Captain, is it necessary to sign a contract to enter the 5th militia? Of course, Gu Qinghu explained patiently. Once training is complete, all newly born members of the 5th militia will venture out under the guidance of the elders to hunt the scattered monsters in the wilderness, assisting the newly born in leveling up swiftly. However, this endeavor will deplete resources that our village has accumulated over the years to combat monsters and specters. Hence, all participants must sign a contract to remain in Gyutan village for 1 year, serving our needs. Upon hearing the terms of the contract, Lin Yi furrowed his brow. A year's commitment to remain in Gyutan village exceeded his expectations. Captain, is it absolutely necessary to sign this contract? Gu Qinghu explained with patience. Naturally. Qing Shan, you newly born must eliminate monsters and specters to level up quickly. While our village is protected by the temple, and only a few monsters occasionally intrude. To elevate you to level 10, it is essential to seek out a significant number of monsters in the wilderness, which incurs substantial resource expenditure. I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, Captain. Given this, I shall refrain from joining the 5th militia. Lin Yi shook his head, having changed his mind after hearing Gu Qinghu's explanation. Although the 5th militia appeared promising, the conditions of the contract were unacceptable to him. With his versatile talent, Lin Yi believed he could reach level 10 without excessive delay. Thus, committing to a 6-month contract was not advantageous for him. Gu Qinghu patted Lin Yi on the shoulder, smiling. Good. I also believe the 5th militia is not suited for you. Joining them entails real adventure, life and death stakes, unlike our 2nd militia, where we merely guard the city gates and deal with isolated monsters. The efficiency of Gyutan village was remarkable, and the selection process for the 5th militia was swiftly carried out throughout the village. The following day, nearly all newly born villagers received a notification. Ding. Gyutan village is forming the 5th militia. All newly born may sign up, and through selection, may join the 5th militia. Although Lin Yi had been in Gyutan village for a week or two, He was not aware of the exact number of newly born individuals in the village. This gathering of all applicants for the 5th militia at the eastern playground provided him an opportunity to gain clarity. At noon, under the scorching sun, the vast playground was sparsely populated, with only about a dozen individuals present. Most of these individuals had short hair, clearly identifiable as players. Some wielded swords, bows, and other weapons, while others were empty-handed, still clad in the beginner's beast skin clothing, seemingly new arrivals in Guten village. At that moment, a figure approached from the crowd. Brother Qing Shan, with such favorable conditions in the 5th militia, why haven't you joined? This person was Qin Changsheng, the apprentice of Butcher Li. Didn't you also refrain from joining? Qin Changsheng shrugged. I am not capable. My level is too low, and I lack specialties or talents. Even if I sign up, I wouldn't last until the end. Unlike you, brother, as a reserve member of the militia, once you reach level 5, you will surely be a core member. Lin Yi chuckled. Have you been checking me out? Hey, how can you say that? I'm a game merchant. There are so few players in Guten village that I know most of the high-level players just by asking around. Qin Changsheng flattered. However, in my time here, I have yet to see anyone at level 1 join the militia. You, brother Qing Shan, will surely become a great master in the future. Thank you. By the way, do you know many players in the village? To say I know them all would be an exaggeration. Primarily, my master slaughters pigs, and I have been in Guten village long enough to have seen most of the players. However, I am not familiar with the newly born. Qin Changsheng pointed. Look at the players in the back row of the playground. I have not seen them before, likely newcomers from the last few days. Curious, Lin Yi asked. So how many players are there in Guten village? Counting the ones here, there are fewer than 50. Some, like me, fear monsters and specters, only logging on occasionally to experience life, remaining at level 1. Others are lone wolves, rarely interacting with other players. Then there is a group of high-level players from the militia or those who have not joined the militia, around 5 or 6 of them, all above level 8. Do you know how many villages similar to Guten village exist in the continent of Apocalypse? Who knows? As far as I know, even the officials are unclear. While Lin Yi and Qin Changsheng were chatting idly, Gu He appeared, spoke a few words, and took the dozen or so newly born individuals away. Qin Changsheng asked in confusion, Hey, where are they going? I wanted to see how the selection process works. Lin Yi, having learned about the process from Gu Qinghu, replied. They are heading to the temple, where the first round of screening will take place. Qin Changsheng expressed envy. Not bad. If these newcomers are selected, they might just soar to great heights. A swift ascent, perhaps. In the temple of Guten village, after a brief selection process, only 4 players remained from the initial dozen who had gathered in the playground. Among them was Wang Zilong, a newcomer who had crossed paths with Lin Yi previously while chopping wood in front of Gu Yongxiang's house. Wang Zilong believed that the fabled militia team 5 consisted solely of the 4 selected players. However, to his surprise, several others clad in militia uniforms soon arrived. These players were already members of the militia, thus requiring no selection to join Team 5. Having been in Guten village for several days, Wang Zilong knew that only players above level 5 were eligible to join the militia, which elicited an envious expression from him. Hey, I'm Wang Zilong. Are you also from Earth? Dugu Feng cast a fleeting glance at the approaching newcomer and nodded. Although joining militia Team 5 necessitated signing a 6-month contract to serve Guten village, the allure of an immediate 10-level advancement was too tempting for Dugu Feng to resist. Apart from him, another player named Zhu Chang from Team 1 and a hefty level 5 player named Qian Duoduo from Team 3 also joined militia Team 5. Outside the hall of the temple, Gu He surveyed the assembled individuals and spoke solemnly. Welcome, Descenders, to militia Team 5. This team has been specifically established for you, the Descenders, to facilitate your rapid growth. Meanwhile, Lin Yi arrived at the treasury of Guten village with 3 Shaohuang fruits. He was in urgent need of blood food to increase his health points and thought that the only valuable items he possessed were the 3 Shaohuang fruits. He contemplated exchanging them for contribution points to obtain blood food, though he wondered about the worth of the Shaohuang fruits. After all, they were white-quality spiritual fruits and not mere ordinary produce, so they should hold some value. The militia on duty outside the treasury today was Team 1, and Gu Laihai was stationed at the entrance. Lin Yi, familiar with the militia captain, explained his purpose. Gu Laihai inquired, You possess healing Shaohuang fruits? Show them to me. Lin Yi produced the freshly picked Shaohuang fruits he had stored in his spatial backpack. Indeed, these are Shaohuang fruits. Quite impressive, Gu Laihai remarked with satisfaction. He then turned to Lin Yi and continued, Qing Shan, you're fortunate to have found such spiritual fruits within the village. You won't need to exchange them in the treasury. I have blood food here if you need it. Lin Yi hesitated. Captain, this. Don't worry, I won't swindle you. Each fruit will yield 2 liang of blood food. Give me all 3, and you would hardly get even 1 liang in the treasury for them, Gu Laihai assured him. 2 liang of blood food for each fruit. That amounts to 6 liang, or 300 grams of blood food. Lin Yi thought to himself. He originally intended to keep one fruit in reserve, but it was more prudent to exchange them for blood food at this moment. All right, Captain, I will trade with you. Good, Gu Laihai replied cheerfully, quickly turning to fetch a fist-sized, fresh, writhing portion of blood food from the treasury and handing it to Lin Yi. In the future, should any materials or treasures drop from monsters, feel free to come to me for exchanges. I assure you that what you receive will be far more advantageous than what old Gu Yuan offers you. That old fellow has a penchant for swindling the treasures of descenders. Is that so? Lin Yi pondered. He realized that he had visited the treasury twice, which implied that old Gu Yuan had indeed taken advantage of him on both occasions. Gu Laihai, you're quite the storyteller, Gu Yuan, who had just exited the treasury, overheard and scowled darkly. Although he was one of the elders of Guten village, it seemed few respected him, and many disparaged him behind his back. Elder, you must have misheard, Gu Laihai retorted, unfazed by the accusation. He produced a wooden box from seemingly nowhere and placed the 3 Shahuang fruits inside. After receiving the blood food, Lin Yi prepared to leave, but was called back by Gu Yuan. You're the one known as Qingshan, correct? Blood food is only useful in the early stages. Its significance diminishes as time goes on. The truly valuable treasures in Guten village are all here with me, including various life-saving professional-grade charms. If you possess any genuine treasures, you may come to me for exchanges. With that, Gu Yuan shot a glare at Gu Laihai and returned to his quarters in the treasury. Lin Yi couldn't resist asking, Captain, what are professional-grade charms? Are they the ones listed on the treasury exchange scrolls? Gu Laihai shook his head. No, the charms on the scrolls are of ordinary quality, typically effective only against level 10 or lower monsters and spirits. The professional-grade charms that old Gu Yuan referred to can genuinely slay level 10 and even higher monsters and spirits. The charm we used outside the city last time was a semi-finished professional-grade charm. You witnessed its power firsthand. Even the formidable monster, the Shinya, had little chance of resisting it when released at close range. However, these charms are highly valuable. Even I have yet to use one. Old Gu Yuan is likely just trying to bait you. Lin Yi scratched his head. All right then. However, he sensed that Gu Yuan's words were likely hinting at something, possibly related to the soul artifact he had once mentioned. Thus, it seemed that if he possessed a soul artifact, he could exchange it for professional-grade charms with Gu Yuan. Unfortunately, he had already utilized the eerie stone soul artifact. After wrapping up matters in the world of Tianqi, Lin Yi consumed a small piece of blood food and logged off to go cattle slaughtering. However, the slaughterhouse Lin Yi found was ultimately a small-scale operation. According to Boss Zhu, in just 3 days, Lin Yi had already exhausted the month's supply of beef from his factory. If he wished to continue slaughtering, he would need to pay more. Lin Yi felt helpless. He needed to fully maximize the benefits of the blood extraction talent in a short time. Otherwise, if he acquired a new useful talent in the game, he would have to replace it promptly. Reluctantly, Lin Yi added an extra 150,000 to the originally agreed price, persuading Boss Zhu to procure more cattle. Fortunately, as the owner of a gold farming studio, Lin Yi had some savings. Otherwise, he would not have been able to afford this sum. With the allure of money, Boss Zhu proved to be trustworthy, quickly arranging for hundreds of live cattle from other factories for Lin Yi to slaughter. After just 2 days of effort, Lin Yi finally reached the maximum limit of 1,000 living beings for the blood extraction talent. At this point, his health points in the game had risen to 1714. It could be said that Lin Yi's current health was significantly greater than that of level 10 players, even surpassing that of professional-grade players. Of course, merely having a high health pool was not enough. He needed to match it with corresponding combat prowess. Nevertheless, gazing at his 1,700 health points, Lin Yi felt an overwhelming sense of security. Should he encounter the formidable Shinya again, he could withstand its monstrous howls of magic multiple times without perishing. One day, as Lin Yi logged back into the world of Tianqi, he began his routine by washing his hands in the morning before drawing today's talent. Ding! You have drawn the green talent, Monster Slayer. Monster Slayer, a green talent that increases the holder's damage against monsters by 20, but also draws their attention and animosity. Upon seeing this green talent, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. It was indeed an excellent talent for slaying monsters. However, it also came with a downside, as it would attract the ire of the monsters. If he equipped this talent, the likelihood of being targeted by monsters would significantly increase. Even though Lin Yi currently possessed robust health, he did not wish to place himself in danger, challenging a vulnerability that could only be traversed once. Regrettably, the talents drawn over the past few days have all been of the mundane white variety. This time, after much anticipation, I have finally obtained a green talent. Yet it remains unusable. Lin Yi shook his head slightly, letting out a sigh before gathering his belongings to join the second team on duty. It is noteworthy that the sinister spirit that invaded Gyutin village has yet to be found, leaving its whereabouts shrouded in mystery. It is said that although this malevolent entity excels at concealment, it has not yet ascended to a professional level and thus cannot appear in the daylight. Therefore, patrolling Gyutin village during the day poses minimal danger. Today, Lin Yi's task is not to guard the city, but to accompany Gu Chenghu and others in overseeing several key structures within Gyutin village. Chapter 23: The Enigma Within Fufeng Tower. As noon approached, the sun hung high in the sky, its rays scorching the air to the point of suffocation. Strangely enough, since arriving in Gyutin village, Lin Yi had never witnessed a single drop of rain. The weather was perpetually clear and bright. Outside the temple, in the shade beneath the trees, Gu Chenghu and Lin Yi and the others were feeling unbearably hot. Qingshan, do you still have any water? Bring me some. Due to Lin Yi's possession of a spatial backpack, Gu Chenghu preferred to store trivial items on him. We've run out of water, so I'll go fetch some from the well. Don't take the long route. Go to Fufeng Tower. They can provide our militia with well water. And it would be best to bring back some ice as well. Understood. Fufeng Tower was not far from their location. Lin Yi broke off a thick branch for shade and jogged towards it under the blazing sun. At this hour, the tower was devoid of diners. Lin Yi approached the waiter to explain his purpose. Please take a seat and wait. I will fetch the water immediately. Perhaps due to the unique architecture of Fufeng Tower, Lin Yi felt a significant drop in temperature upon entering, with cool breezes occasionally wafting in through the windows. Just as he contemplated finding a chair to rest, he suddenly felt his heart racing violently. Could this be the warning of the cursed stone? Was there a malevolent entity concealed within Fufeng Tower? A surge of alarm coursed through Lin Yi. It was his first experience sensing the disturbances of the cursed stone. Though the cool breeze brushed against his face, he felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Suppressing the shock within, Lin Yi quickly retrieved the water and a few ice cubes from the waiter before hastening back to Gu Chenghu's side. Upon seeing Lin Yi approach in a frantic manner, Gu Chenghu raised an eyebrow. Captain, I sensed something amiss in Fufeng Tower. There was an unsettling chill. Did you not mention that if a malevolent spirit were to appear, the surrounding temperature might drop, hence Fufeng Tower should be safe? Before Gu Chenghu could respond, his companions, including Gu Shan, burst into laughter. Qingshan, you are overreacting. Fufeng Tower was deliberately built in a location renowned for its auspicious feng shui. It is said to be warm in winter and cool in summer. Moreover, there is an ice cellar beneath Fufeng Tower. When it is open, the cold air naturally escapes. How could a malevolent spirit possibly hide there? Indeed, Qingshan, the temple has a restraining effect on malevolent spirits. There should be none lurking nearby. Lin Yi glanced at Gu Chenghu. Captain, understanding that Lin Yi rarely overreacted and likely had discovered something significant, Gu Chenghu inquired, Qingshan, please elaborate. However, Lin Yi found it challenging to articulate his thoughts, as he had sensed the existence of the malevolent spirit through the soul artifact. Nevertheless, with the malevolent entity potentially hiding in Fufeng Tower, failure to communicate this could endanger the entire Gyutin village. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yi leaned closer to Gu Chenghu and whispered, Captain, there truly is a malevolent spirit. I can sense its presence up close. Initially, I felt nothing unusual upon entering Fufeng Tower, but upon approaching the southwest corner window on the first floor, I sensed something was amiss. Gu Chenghu's eyes widened in surprise. Is that so? Indeed, I have no reason to deceive you. Though Gu Chenghu was astonished that Lin Yi could perceive the malevolent spirit, he acknowledged that the born individual possessed unique abilities, making Lin Yi's proximity to sensing the entity plausible. Well done, young man. You have certainly surprised me. Gu Chenghu clapped Lin Yi on the shoulder and then instructed Gu Shan and the others to disperse and notify others. While I believe what you say, we need to confirm whether the malevolent spirit truly resides within Fufeng Tower. Let us head to the treasury. Subsequently, Gu Chenghu led Lin Yi to the treasury where Gu Yuan resided. Inside, Gu Chenghu did not disclose Lin Yi's ability to sense the malevolent spirit. Instead, he stated that he might have discovered its hiding place and needed the divine talismans to ascertain this. Disturbed from his afternoon rest, Gu Yuan wasted no time, promptly retrieving over 10 talismans valued at 50 contribution points each. However, seemingly considering something, Gu Yuan also produced a red talisman, which appeared to be an upgraded version of the malevolent spirit detection talisman. Previously, Gu He and I utilized numerous detection talismans to search for the hidden malevolent spirit within the village, yet we found no trace. Perhaps the quality of the detection talismans was insufficient to uncover a spirit skilled in concealment. Take this demigod talisman instead. It was evident that the upgraded detection talisman was of the same caliber as the demon shocking talisman, and Gu Yuan displayed a hint of reluctance when presenting it. After exiting the treasury, Gu Chenghu chuckled. This old fellow is usually stingy, I didn't expect him to part with something valuable for such an important matter. Lin Yi then accompanied Gu Qinghu to the exterior of Fufeng Tower. Upon their arrival, Lin Yi noticed that many members of the militia from the first and third teams, led by Gu Laihai and Gu Man, had gathered there. Together with the second team, nearly 30 militia members were present. Lin Yi also spotted Chang Kongqua, a level 9 player from the first team. Dressed in militia attire, with a bow and long knife strapped to his waist, his expression was one of cold indifference. Acknowledging Lin Yi with a nod, Chang Kongqua offered a silent greeting. Gu Qinghu scanned the area and asked, "Where is Gu He? He has gone to the temple and will be here shortly." Gu Man could not contain himself and interjected, "Qinghu, how can you be so certain there is a malevolent spirit within Fufeng Tower?" Gu Qinghu, not wishing to disclose Lin Yi's information, diverted the conversation. "I have my methods. I just obtained a batch of detection talismans from the old fellow. We will divide them and then encircle Fufeng Tower in groups to prevent the malevolent spirit from escaping." Perhaps due to the commotion caused by the gathering of the militia, several bold villagers from Guten village approached cautiously, observing from a distance. Lin Yi, having received Gu Qinghu's instructions to stay back during the impending battle, moved into the crowd of villagers. After all, the larger the crowd, the less conspicuous he would be. Should the malevolent spirit break through the militia's encirclement, he could take advantage of the ensuing chaos to flee. However, clad in militia garb, Lin Yi stood out too prominently, and many villagers instinctively drew away from him, as though he were a source of danger. Embarrassed, Lin Yi rubbed his nose and returned to the militia. Seeing Lin Yi's actions, Gu Qinghu chuckled and approached him, handing him a defensive talisman worth 80 contribution points. "This is for you. Remember to take care of yourself during the battle." Learning that Lin Yi could sense the malevolent spirit, his regard for Lin Yi naturally increased. In dealing with malevolent spirits, aside from using the talismans crafted by Gu Yuan, certain specialized external techniques could also inflict damage. However, among the militia, only a handful could learn such precious techniques, totaling no more than a dozen individuals. Subsequently, Gu Laihai, Gu Qinghu, and others divided the militia into 2 teams, positioning those capable of inflicting damage on the malevolent spirit at the forefront to engage in the assault, while the remaining militia members stood guard on the periphery to protect the villagers. Lin Yi possessed only the Celestial Star Archery technique as his means of attack, which was insufficient to harm the wraiths, naturally relegating him to the rear. At this moment, the innkeeper, cooks, and attendants of the Fufeng Tower had been summoned and, after a thorough examination with protective talismans, were found to be free from wraith infestation. If there were indeed wraiths within the Fufeng Tower, they could only be concealed within the very structure itself. Soon, the militia, having finalized their assault strategy, sprang into action. For individuals emerged from the militia ranks, positioning themselves at the corners of the Fufeng Tower, each wielding a standard wraith-detecting talisman. The talismans ignited swiftly, releasing spirals of azure smoke that danced in the air, lingering for several heartbeats before dissipating. Gu Man observed this spectacle, licking his lips with a spark of excitement. How intriguing! Could there truly be something present? It was known that the wraith-detecting talismans, once activated, typically conjured azure smoke to track nearby wraiths. Should no wraiths exist, the smoke would vanish almost immediately. However, if they were present, the smoke would undoubtedly pursue them. Yet, in this instance, the smoke appeared to meander aimlessly before fading away, indicating something amiss. Subsequently, Gu Qinghu, brandishing an upgraded wraith-detecting talisman, unleashed a massive swirl of azure smoke that spiraled into the Fufeng Tower. "Indeed, let us venture inside to investigate. You all remain on guard here." Gu Qinghu felt a flicker of joy. If no wraiths resided within the Fufeng Tower, he would surely face considerable embarrassment today. Fortunately, after much ado, they had finally unearthed the wraiths lurking in the village. Thus, Gu Qinghu, accompanied by a few others, delved deeper into the Fufeng Tower, following the trail until they halted before the ice cellar in the basement. Though the cellar was locked, a chilling aura seeped outwards. Filthy creatures, caught red-handed, yet still daring to hide. I shall see where you flee. Gu Qinghu gestured for his comrades to spread out, then grasped his dragon's roar blade and forcefully kicked the cellar door open. With a creak, the wooden door shattered into splinters. Instantaneously, a shadow darted across the ground, then erupted into multiple smaller shadows that surged forth from the ice cellar. The militia members trailing Gu Qinghu braced themselves for battle. Meanwhile, the radiance of the dragon's roar blade flared brightly as he swung it towards the largest cluster of shadows. A piercing scream emanated from within the darkness. However, the shadow did not dissipate. It merely dimmed, transforming from an inky black to a translucent hue. Gu Qinghu furrowed his brow. Everyone engage. Do not allow these filthy entities to escape. The militia members responded in unison, predominantly employing the solar blade technique to attack the dispersing shadows. Outside the Fufeng Tower, Gu Man and Gu Lihai also detected the commotion, preparing for confrontation. Suddenly, several shadows burst forth from the basement, scurrying chaotically along the areas cast in shadow. Gu Man acted first. He bit his finger, drawing an intricate pattern upon his Qingfeng sword, then slashed with it, obliterating a small shadow before him. Is this the spirit binding technique? Lin Yi observed from the periphery, intrigued. It was said that the spirit binding technique was specifically designed to combat wraiths, requiring the user to draw patterns on their weapon with their own blood beforehand. In some respects, it was more suitable for dealing with wraiths than the solar blade technique. The battle within the basement raged fiercely, yet Gu Qinghu's forces were limited, allowing many shadows to escape. On the ground, several shadows were cornered by the militia into the dark recesses, then ventured into the sunlight. Under the blazing sun, all shadows traversing the light sizzled and emitted agonized howls, as if being scorched by searing flames. Do not hesitate with the talismans. We must not let the shadows slip away. Gu Lihai, agile and swift, leaped atop a tall tree, drawing back his massive bow to unleash a volley of arrows. Many arrows pinned the shadows in place, akin to tacks fastening a piece of paper to a wall, rendering the shadows unable to escape. Subsequently, the militia members moved in for the kill, systematically eliminating the immobilized shadows. As the shadows erupted and fled, over 30 had been dispatched in the span of a mere minute. Yet, numerous shadows still lurked in the vicinity of the darker areas. Lin Yi noticed that Chang Kongqua had also joined the fray. He moved with remarkable speed, locking onto a shadow and swiftly closing the gap, drawing his long blade to scatter it. He, too, employed the solar blade technique. One by one, the shadows fell, leaving behind only a pile of ashes. This substance was known as wraith ashes, possessing versatile applications. Lin Yi desired to enhance the detection range of his soul apparatus, deeming this material essential. What a valuable resource, yet alas, I am not partaking in the battle. Just as the crowd believed the wraith capable of manifesting multiple shadows was on the verge of annihilation, a sudden scream pierced the air from the periphery. Ah, save me! A shadow had stealthily infiltrated the outer ranks of the militia, climbing into one man's shadow. It viciously gnawed at the man's essence, swiftly devouring his arm. And as the shadow vanished, the man's arm in reality also succumbed to an unseen force, disappearing without a trace. Having consumed a portion of the man's essence, the shadow grew more substantial. What the hell? Lin Yi gasped, astonished. Was this the peculiar ability of wraiths? It was no wonder the villagers of Gutan dared to confront monsters, yet recoiled in fear from wraiths. Their abilities were undeniably formidable. Without knowledge of their methods, one could easily fall prey to their tricks. Identify the core of this creature and surround it to rescue the man. Gu Lihai, witnessing this scene, was equally taken aback. This shadow wraith had previously wreaked havoc in Gutan village, merely hiding within shadows and siphoning the life force of several individuals. Now, it not only consumed life essence, but also had the capability to devour shadows and restore itself, a rarity among wraiths. If this creature were to escape, capturing it again would prove exceedingly difficult. With a stern expression, Gu Lihai drew his longbow once more, releasing a flurry of arrows. The shadow wraith, keenly aware of the impending peril, swiftly abandoned the man's shadow and fled into the distance. Although it sizzled in the sunlight, it appeared resilient against the searing damage. This cannot be allowed. Just then, a divine talisman soared from afar, transforming into a bolt of thunder. Crackling, the azure lightning illuminated the clear sky, striking the shadow wraith with devastating force. In its wake, only a charred pit remained, the fleeing shadow wraith seemingly obliterated. Chapter 24, The Encrypted Forum of the Outer Network. The Divine Talisman. Old Guhi has arrived. Joy surged among the crowd. Wonderful, the Thunder Talisman. This wraith shall be utterly vanquished. After all, even a professional-grade wraith cannot withstand the might of thunder. Lin Yi turned his gaze to see Guhi approaching steadily from the distance, his countenance grave. Truth be told, it was his first time witnessing Guhi in action. Typically, this elder wore a harmonious expression, always smiling. It was surprising to see such formidable strength at a critical moment. With the wraith's core eradicated, the remaining scattered shadows lost their significance, swiftly falling to the onslaught of the assembled militia. At this moment, the shadows within the basement's ice cellar had been completely extinguished. Gu Qinghu, accompanied by his companions, emerged and, upon learning that Guhi had eliminated the primary entity of the shadow spirit, could not help but exhibit a look of joy. With the spirit vanquished, he could finally enjoy a sound slumber after these taxing days. However, as he approached Guhi, he found him squatting at the site where the shadow spirit had been dispatched, his expression grave. Village elder, why do you still wear a frown? Generally, even professional-grade spirits cannot withstand your Thunder God Talisman attack. Are you still concerned that the shadow spirit has not perished? Beside them, Gu Man, having collected the ashes of the spirit he had slain, joined the conversation, saying, "Indeed, the shadow spirit fears sunlight, indicating it has yet to reach professional-grade status. Below that level, a single bolt of thunder should suffice to obliterate it." Upon hearing their words, Gu He stood, shaking his head. "The shadow spirit's primary entity is undoubtedly dead, yet I suspect there may be other entities, or perhaps the one hidden within this Fufeng Tower is, in fact, one of its manifestations." Gu Man was taken aback. How could that be? No spirit, regardless of its prowess, can possess multiple entities. Gu He merely shook his head, choosing not to elaborate. He had learned from the village chief that the shadow spirit was no ordinary specter. Due to the loosening of its seal, this entity, which had existed since ancient times, had inexplicably arrived at Gyutan village. Even though he had personally dispatched the shadow spirit, Gu He remained convinced that it still had a contingency plan, that it had not truly been eradicated. Regardless of whether the shadow spirit is truly dead or not, the spectral threat to Gyutan village has, for the time being, been alleviated. However, your militia must not become complacent. Remain diligent in your patrols to prevent any malevolent beings or spirits from infiltrating the village. Gu He then turned to Gu Qinghu and remarked, "Xiaohu, it is commendable that you managed to locate the spirit's hiding place today. This is a significant achievement." Gu Qinghu laughed heartily, well aware that the discovery of the shadow spirit was primarily due to Lin Yi. Yet, in front of so many, he refrained from revealing Lin Yi's capabilities. As both Gu Laihai and Gu Man possessed their own valuable incarnates, especially those capable of sensing spirits. With their second team's Du Gufeng having already transferred to the fifth team, he feared that if Lin Yi were snatched away, he would have no time for regret. Although Gu He was uncertain whether the shadow spirit had been entirely eliminated, he publicly proclaimed that the spirit had been dealt with, to reassure the populace. After tidying up the chaos outside Fufeng Tower, Gu Qinghu took Lin Yi aside. "Qingshan, you have accomplished a great feat today. What do you desire as a reward? Blood food or martial technique?" Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, he had become quite the coveted individual in Gu Qinghu's eyes. He pondered briefly and replied, "Captain, I noticed you collected quite a bit of spirit ashes. Could you possibly share some with me?" Currently, Lin Yi still had the blood food acquired from Gu Laihai, which he consumed in small portions daily, sufficient for another week or two. As for martial techniques, his limited vitality points were already devoted to practicing the celestial star archery, making the acquisition of new techniques unnecessary. Moreover, he still had the Flame Sun Sword technique awaiting him from Gu Yongqiang. Many militia members had utilized the Flame Sun Sword technique against the Shadow Spirit's doppelgangers that day, and it appeared to possess considerable prowess, inflicting significant damage on spirits. With ranged attacks from the Celestial Star Archery and close combat capabilities from the Flame Sun Sword technique, he envisioned learning a movement technique in the future to bolster his combat effectiveness. Thus, he found himself unhurried regarding blood food or martial techniques. Instead, he was keen on acquiring some spirit ashes to test the growth limits of the soul artifact. Spirit ashes? Gu Qinghu expressed mild surprise at Lin Yi's request, but without a moment's hesitation, handed him a small pouch of ashes he had collected in the cellar. "Here, take this. Additionally, keep the talisman I previously gave you for your protection." The pouch of spirit ashes weighed approximately 10 grams, valued at 500 contribution points based on a rate of 50 points per gram. Lin Yi quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Captain." Gu Qinghu patted Lin Yi's shoulder earnestly. "Take good care of yourself. Your ability to sense spirits is far too vital. Do not suffer any losses." Since the resolution of the shadow spirit issue, the patrol frequency within Gyutan village had relaxed significantly, no longer as stringent as before. One day, while on duty atop the city wall, Gu Qinghu noticed several wild boars lurking in the wilderness and proactively led Lin Yi and the others out to hunt them. There were 3 wild boars in total, seemingly a mature sow accompanied by 2 piglets. The sow stood 2 meters tall and was of level 6, while the piglets appeared to be only a few months old, standing half a meter tall and at level 3. The trio of wild boars posed minimal threat. Gu Qinghu approached alone, swiftly dispatching them with a few strikes, leaving just enough life for Lin Yi to deliver the final blow. Then, with a narrowed gaze, Gu Qinghu beckoned Lin Yi. "Qingshan, I hear you have been practicing archery for quite some time. Step back and give it a try." "All right." Lin Yi distanced himself, knocking an arrow and channeling a small amount of vitality into it before releasing. Swish. The arrow soared through the air, striking precisely at the sow's forehead. Unfortunately, the boar's tough hide proved too resilient, and Lin Yi's arrow was deflected away. The members of the second team erupted in laughter at this scene. "Qingshan, your strength seems insufficient. You should aim for the neck. The boar's head is incredibly hard." "Indeed, Qingshan, aim for the neck or the heart." Lin Yi took a deep breath. In reality, with his 14 points of strength, he believed he could easily pierce a human body with his full force shot. He had not anticipated that even against the wild boar, he struggled to penetrate its hide. Reflecting on the recent appearance of these wild boars in the real world, he realized that without firearms, few could have slain such fearsome beasts. Undeterred, Lin Yi continued to employ the celestial star archery, and on his 7th shot, with accumulated damage, he finally managed to embed the arrow into the sow's neck wound. Ding! You have slain a level 6 wild boar, earning 30 experience points. Regrettably, he noted the experience gain had drastically diminished. He shook his head in disappointment before employing the same method to eliminate the 2 piglets. Ding! You have slain a level 3 wild boar, earning 10 experience points. Ding! You have slain a level 3 wild boar, earning 10 experience points. The trio of wild boars, being 1 large and 2 small, yielded a total of only 4 items. Wild Boar Compendium, White. A compendium detailing the species, habits, and weaknesses of wild boars. An exclusive item for incarnates, allowing permanent access to view the status, vitality, and other attributes of wild boars. Wild Boar Meat, White. Flesh infused with demonic energy. Suitable for those with robust physiques. Consumption may enhance certain attributes, but excessive intake could lead to demonic transformation. The first 2 items were dropped by the level 6 sow, while the 2 piglets each dropped a low-grade demon blood, White. Though merely 4 items of white quality, both Lin Yi and Gu Qinghu expressed satisfaction with the haul. Upon discovering that the wild boar meat was beneficial for Gu Qinghu, Lin Yi selected the wild boar compendium, along with 1 portion of low-grade demon blood. Now, possessing the compendium for both wild boars and heart-eating wolves, he finally had the ability to discern the attributes and states of these 2 types of demonic creatures. In the following consecutive days, while on patrol atop the city wall, Lin Yi was consistently accompanied by Gu Qinghu, who led him to hunt down solitary demonic creatures in the wilderness below. Lin Yi could sense that Gu Qinghu was eager to elevate his level. Once, Lin Yi inquired about this matter, and Gu Qinghu responded, I have heard that the reincarnators from Team 5 have begun to venture out to hunt demons. You, my boy, have actually forsaken the opportunity to ascend directly to level 10 to remain in our second team. As your captain, I cannot allow you to suffer a loss. I shall ensure your promotion to level 10, no matter what. Naturally, Lin Yi was skeptical of this statement, believing that Gu Qinghu's assistance stemmed from his ability to sense the eerie spirits. However, Lin Yi chose not to confront this notion. After all, it would be foolish not to seize a favorable opportunity. With a formidable expert hunting demons, the prospect of delivering the final blow was undeniably thrilling. For 3 or 4 consecutive days, even when not on duty with the second team, Gu Qinghu would take Lin Yi to slay demons. Unfortunately, due to the protection of the temple in Gutan village, it was largely a forbidden zone for most demons, with only a few solitary creatures wandering nearby. Over the course of several days, Gu Qinghu and Lin Yi encountered no high-level demons, only 3 level 5 fright boars, and a level 7 heart-eating wolf. The spoils from these encounters were naturally divided between Lin Yi and Gu Qinghu. At last, Lin Yi's experience points had accumulated to over 100. Yet he still lagged far behind the 400 points required to advance to level 4. At this rate, it would likely take him nearly half a year, if not longer, to reach the so-called level 10, and this progression was predicated on suppressing his experience points without increasing his level. How splendid it would be to have a continuous spawn point. Lin Yi then recalled the valley in the southwest mentioned by the solitary wind, a place once used by militia for burying the dead, now inhabited by numerous corpse monsters of relatively low levels, primarily level 5. The crucial aspect was that these corpse monsters had a chance to drop martial arts techniques learned in their previous lives. If Gu Qinghu could lead him to that valley for monster grinding, it would be nothing short of perfect. However, considering that the valley was a burial site for the militia, it might contain the ancestors of the villagers from Gutan. Lin Yi felt a twinge of reluctance to bring this up. Nevertheless, Lin Yi's boldness prevailed, and during a duty day, he broached the subject with Gu Qinghu. Gu Qinghu was quite familiar with the valley, revealing that it was called the Ancient Tomb Valley, the resting place of the militia warriors from generations past. However, since the valley had been cursed by an eerie spirit, causing the bodies buried there to undergo a transformation, Gutan village had ceased to inter their militia's remains there. Gu Qinghu appeared contemplative. You wish to train in the Ancient Tomb Valley? That is not out of the question. Lin Yi had merely been probing, but to his surprise, Gu Qinghu acquiesced. He immediately pressed for confirmation. Captain, is that truly possible? Gu Qinghu nodded. You must have heard this from the reincarnators of Team 5. They are currently training in the Ancient Tomb Valley. Training in the Ancient Tomb Valley? Lin Yi shook his head. Captain, I was entirely unaware of this. I merely felt that my leveling speed was too sluggish. Well, if the reincarnators from Team 5 can go, it would not be impossible to take you along. However, Qingshan, should you reach level 10, I will need you to assist me with a task. During this time, Gu Qinghu had been unreserved in helping Lin Yi level up, which was undoubtedly a request. Lin Yi was not surprised and promptly replied, "Captain, please go ahead." Gu Qinghu stated directly, "I have been stuck at level 10 for several years, and in order to advance to a martial artist, I must travel to Tianshui City to seek the martial arts stone tablet. The journey from Guten Village to Tianshui City is indeed a long one, fraught with both demons and eerie spirits. Demons are tangible and easier to defend against, but eerie spirits employ various forms of attack, making them difficult to guard against. I need you to join us when the time comes and accompany us to Tianshui City." Traveling to Tianshui City? Lin Yi pondered. If Guten Village were akin to a novice village in a game, then Tianshui City must represent the map beyond the novice territory. Once he reached level 10, even without Gu Qinghu's urging, Lin Yi would seek ways to venture to Tianshui City, with Gu Qinghu aiding his leveling and merely accompanying him to Tianshui City. Lin Yi was naturally inclined to agree. "Captain, you mentioned we would have many companions, correct?" Gu Qinghu replied, "Indeed, if all goes well. Gu Man and I will lead the group, along with certain members from Team 5. Lin Yi inquired, "So, training Team 5 is also aimed at seeking Tianshui City?" "That is indeed part of the reason," Gu Qinghu nodded, before adding, "However, while the ancient Tomb Valley poses little danger to me, it remains a considerable threat to you. Rest well today. I shall take you to the ancient Tomb Valley for training tomorrow morning." "Understood, Captain." Upon returning from the world of awakening, the sky was already nearing dusk. Lin Yi glanced at the western horizon, painted with a vibrant sunset, and checked the weather forecast on his phone, discovering that Linhe City was expecting an 8th-level typhoon accompanied by heavy rain within the week. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yi had already been immersed in the world of awakening for nearly 3 weeks. Regrettably, his level had only risen to 3. However, if tomorrow's journey to the ancient Tomb Valley proceeded smoothly, he should be able to elevate his level swiftly. Additionally, since Lu Bo's last visit to the capital, he had not sent any messages, leaving Lin Yi curious about his current situation. It would be ideal to gather some official intelligence from him. Standing by the apartment window, Lin Yi became lost in thought while gazing at the sunset. At that moment, he heard the sound of a suitcase being dragged from the adjacent room, along with the voice of a girl on the phone. "Mom, don't worry, I've just arrived at the apartment. The room is quite spacious, and the rent is affordable." Lin Yi found it peculiar, as it seemed no one had lived in the adjacent room until now. Had a new tenant moved in? It made sense, given that the rental prices in his student apartment were low, attracting a fresh batch of graduates each year during the graduation or job-seeking season. Lin Yi thought little of it, and was about to return to his room when he noticed the girl from next door carrying a pile of clothes to the balcony to hang up. The girl was quite tall, around 170 centimeters, clad in tight blue jeans that accentuated her leg lines, her figure long and well-proportioned. She wore a simple yet elegant white long-sleeved shirt, looking impeccably clean. A glance at her face revealed fair skin and striking features, suggesting she had just graduated from university, with a hint of youthful innocence. Quite impressive. She was indeed a beautiful girl. Lin Yi did not linger and turned back to his room. "Hey, hello, I'm Lu Yuxian." Lu Yuxian attempted to greet her new neighbor, but found that he had left without a backward glance. What a peculiar person. Lu Yuxian thought no more of it. Checked the clothes drying rack on the balcony, and began to hang her clothes one by one. It was not until around 7 or 8 in the evening that she had finally tidied up her apartment. "Phew, I'm exhausted, but at least the chores are done. Now it's time for dinner, to fill my little tummy." She prepared to take the elevator downstairs for a meal, only to find that the peculiar neighbor had just exited the elevator, drenched in sweat, seemingly just returning from a workout. "Oh, this strange neighbor is quite good-looking. Hello, I'm Lu Yuxian, your neighbor from next door. I just moved in today." The Lin Yi who had just exited the elevator paused briefly, giving a slight nod. "Hello, I'm Lin Yi." "Hello, Brother Lin. I hope you'll take care of me in the future." Lin Yi's first impression was that this graduate named Lu Yuxian was very outgoing, talkative, and brimming with youthful vitality. However, his thoughts were primarily consumed by the world of awakening, leaving little room for romantic pursuits. After all, engaging in a relationship would require considerable energy and time. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lin Yi quickly freshened up, then booted up his computer, opened a VPN, and entered a foreign gaming forum. Since his first encounter with the apocalypse world, Lin Yi has relentlessly sought information online, and at last, yesterday, he made a significant discovery. The foreign gaming forum before him, a recently established small site, primarily featured discussions about games on Steam. However, Lin Yi discerned that these discussions merely served as a facade. Within this modest forum lay numerous, deeply concealed, encrypted game threads, all of which pertained to the apocalypse world. The encryption password was the English translation of apocalypse world. Upon accessing the encrypted hidden thread, Lin Yi encountered a blood-red, bold post. "Tokyo's Enigma. Hundreds have perished, Yet the government chooses to conceal the truth. The comments beneath were plentiful, numbering in the hundreds. Once again, cases of malevolent spirits invading reality have surfaced. If I recall correctly, the last incident occurred in North America, claiming a dozen lives. This situation is different. I've heard that this time the spirit is of professional grade, and even the local government is unable to resolve it. The situation remains unresolved to this day. I'm in Tokyo, and I've seen it from a distance. That area has turned into a death trap. Everyone who enters meets their demise. The government has cordoned off the region. It feels as if the apocalypse is nigh. The emergence of the apocalypse game is surely a harbinger. We must quickly develop within the game. I'll take this opportunity to advertise, offering high prices for resources from the apocalypse world. Transactions via BT coins are secure. Feel free to message me privately. Fortunately, I am in China, a beautiful country, and currently quite safe. I am in France, having just participated in the Olympics, also quite safe. Within the encrypted site, this post garnered the highest view count, with comments ranging widely, many trivial. The commentators appeared to hail from various regions. Yet Lin Yi sensed that the majority were likely from his own country. Besides the most prominent post about Tokyo's enigma, Lin Yi began to sift through older posts, gradually uncovering vital information. Some speculated that whether it be malevolent spirits or monstrous entities invading reality, it could be attributed to players dying in the game, resulting in a temporary opening of the passage between reality and the apocalypse world. Lin Yi pondered, if this were true, then the appearance of the ferocious pig in the village outside Lin Yi city indicated that a player must have perished in the game that day, inadvertently summoning the creature into reality. With this thought, Lin Yi messaged Boss Zhu from the slaughterhouse, inquiring whether there had been any other deaths in the small village. Boss Zhu quickly replied, stating that a young man had gone missing in the village. This young man's parents were away for work, and he was known to spend much of his time gaming at home. It was only after the ferocious pig incident that the police discovered his disappearance during a population check in the village. Lin Yi sighed inwardly. It was indeed the case. This suggested that the invasion of creatures from the apocalypse world was traceable. Lin Yi also recalled the activation code that the young man had dropped upon his death. But given the official speed in such matters, that code had likely already been confiscated by the authorities. After browsing the encrypted site for quite some time, without finding any further substantial posts, Lin Yi shut down his computer, preparing to rest. After all, he needed to be well rested for the upcoming expedition to the ancient burial valley to hunt corpse monsters. At that moment, sounds of running water drifted from the neighboring dormitory. It seemed that a girl named Lu Yuqian was taking a shower. The apartment had poor sound insulation, and the water ran for over half an hour. Afterward, Lin Yi gradually fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 25, Purple Talent. The following morning, Lin Yi had just finished breakfast and had yet to log into the apocalypse game when he noticed flashes of lightning and rumbling thunder outside, accompanied by a heavy downpour. Standing by the window, Lin Yi observed the beautiful girl Lu Yuqian from the previous day, anxiously gathering her clothes. The rain was torrential, likely soaking all the garments she had hung out to dry the day before. However, Lin Yi had little time to concern himself with her plight. Seeing that the time was nearing, he gently brushed his wrist where the activation code was located, and with a flicker, he vanished from his room. More than half an hour later, a knock resounded at his door. It was Lu Yuqian, intending to borrow an umbrella for her outing. Yet, after knocking for quite some time, there was no response from within. How strange, is no one home? But I didn't hear Linda go leaving, she mused. Outside, the wind howled and rain poured, while within the apocalypse world, the sun shone brightly. In the east, a radiant sun slowly ascended, casting a soft glow. Lin Yi, in the militia dormitory of the second team, stuffed all his prepared items into his spatial backpack. Although a player's backpack was not large, it could accommodate a modest amount of supplies. This was his first departure from Guten village, and Lin Yi was thoroughly prepared, having packed enough food and water for 3 to 4 days, along with a considerable number of arrows. Anticipating close combat, he also borrowed an ordinary long knife from Gu He. While it was possible to exchange contribution points for weapons in the treasury, Lin Yi had refrained from doing so since learning that Gu Yuan might exploit the contribution points of the reincarnators. In the future, should he require blood food or charms, he would have Gu Qinghu assist him with exchanges, a small favor his captain would likely not refuse. Seeing that the time was nearing, Lin Yi prepared to meet Gu Qinghu at the southern gate of the village. However, before that, he needed to draw a talent. Since drawing the blood absorption talent last time, Lin Yi had yet to solidify a new talent. During this interval, he had drawn a green talent, Aquatic Master, allowing him to breathe underwater for half an hour and increasing his speed by 100 while submerged. To be honest, this talent was indeed useful. However, he had never encountered rivers or large bodies of water near Guten village, rendering this talent of little use to him. Thus, he chose not to solidify it. Today, as he prepared to draw a talent, Lin Yi washed his hands as per usual. On the universal talent page, as the talent dice radiated light, a purple glow suddenly filled Lin Yi's vision. "Oh my, a purple talent!" Lin Yi exclaimed, bursting with excitement. White, green, blue, and now purple. This was a talent of a higher quality than blood absorption. As the light gradually dissipated, Lin Yi could finally see the rare talent he had drawn. Innate Blade Master, a rare purple talent. Possessing this talent grants you a keen perception and learning ability regarding blade techniques. You are a natural blade master. With a blade in hand, it becomes as integral to you as your own organs, easily manipulated at will. Any blade technique you practice will be mastered in a short time, achieving a state of sublime proficiency. After reading the description of this talent, Lin Yi could only exclaim in awe, "Incredible." Fortunately, he hadn't solidified the Aquatic Master talent the day before. Or else even if he had drawn the Innate Blade Master talent today, he wouldn't have been able to solidify it. Without hesitation, Lin Yi solidified the Innate Blade Master in his talent slot. After solidifying this talent, he casually retrieved the ordinary long knife from his backpack. The knife, approximately half a meter long, had an antiquated blade with a few rust spots. Although the weapon was ordinary, the moment Lin Yi grasped it, he felt an immediate difference. The knife seemed to possess a life of its own. Recalling a knife dancing video he had watched previously, Lin Yi began to recall and learn frame by frame. Soon, he transitioned from initial awkwardness to proficiency, gradually becoming immersed in the exhilarating experience of dancing with the knife. Meanwhile, Gu Qinghu, having waited for a while at the southern gate, grew concerned over Lin Yi's delay and decided to check the second team's dormitory. Pushing open the door, he beheld a young man clad in militia attire, gracefully wielding a long knife in the center of the room. His fluid and powerful movements traced silver arcs in the moonlight, akin to the most dazzling shooting stars in the night sky, brimming with life and rhythm. This kid's knife skills are astonishingly adept. Gu Qinghu marveled. Gu Qinghu was taken aback, yet he refrained from interrupting Lin Yi, who was immersed in his own world. Lin Yi's posture was agile, seemingly merging with the blade. Each swing appeared so instinctual, so effortlessly executed. As he delved deeper into his swordplay, Lin Yi gradually adjusted his breathing, synchronizing it with the rhythm of his technique. Eventually, he slowly sheathed his sword, his movements gentle, causing the entire training ground to fall into a serene silence. What exquisite swordplay, albeit somewhat ostentatious and lacking lethal force, Gu Qinghu praised as he approached. "Captain?" Lin Yi was momentarily startled, pulling himself from his earlier reverie, realizing that he had likely missed the meeting time. "My apologies, Captain. I became so engrossed in practicing my swordplay that I lost track of time." "No matter," Gu Qinghu replied. "But Qing Shan, with such remarkable swordsmanship, why do you persist in lugging around that broken bow and arrow for practice?" Lin Yi scratched his head, wishing it were otherwise. Had he drawn upon this purple talent sooner, he might have commenced his sword training long ago. Given his recent practice, it seemed that under the boon of Born Swordmaster, he could swiftly master any sword technique. Gu Qinghu inquired, "Well then, the sun is shining brightly. Shall we proceed to the ancient Tomb Valley?" Yet Lin Yi hesitated, contemplating. "Captain, may I first visit Brother Yongxiang to learn the yin-yang sword technique?" With a chuckle, Gu Qinghu replied, "Learning the yin-yang sword technique? Qing Shan, that technique differs greatly from the swordplay you just practiced. It's arduous and challenging. Even with your innate talent, mastering it today seems improbable. Let me give it a try, Captain. If I fail to grasp it today, I shall set it aside and focus on leveling up." For reasons unknown, Lin Yi felt an unwavering confidence in his swordsmanship, as if no technique in existence could pose a challenge to him. Perhaps this confidence stemmed from the solidified talent he had just experienced. Soon after, Gu Qinghu led Lin Yi to Gu Yongxiang's residence. Upon learning that Lin Yi sought to study the yin-yang sword technique, Gu Yongxiang did not refuse him. Although he had previously allowed Lin Yi to come and learn swordplay only when he had sufficient vitality to execute the technique. Lin Yi's vitality had increased to an impressive 22 points after consuming blood food for over a week. This level of vitality was sufficient to unleash the initial power of the yin-yang sword technique. Gu Yongxiang retrieved his former sword and approached the open space in the courtyard, stating, "The yin-yang sword technique primarily consists of executing the technique and employing vitality, both of which must be learned separately, though neither is without its difficulties. I once instructed a talented newcomer, and it took him half a month to master the technique. I hope you can do it in less time. Otherwise, it may indicate that swordplay is not suited for you." Lin Yi nodded solemnly. Gu Yongxiang continued, "All right, I will first impart the complete yin-yang sword technique to you. To begin, proper stance and grip are essential. While practicing, your feet should be shoulder-width apart, your body slightly forward, and your knees gently bent. Next, posture and breathing are crucial. Through practice, you must discover the perfect harmony between your body and the sword, coordinating your movements with natural breathing to maintain stability and fluidity. Ding. You are learning Gu Yongqiang's yin-yang sword technique. Current learning progress. 5. It must be said that Gu Yongqiang's explanations of the swordplay were foundational. Aside from the yin-yang sword technique, he imparted many fundamental sword techniques. Although Lin Yi possessed born swordmaster, his breathing and grip relied on instinctive talent, inevitably harboring minor flaws. Thus, the techniques Gu Yongqiang elucidated proved immensely beneficial, allowing him to compensate for his knowledge gaps. Lin Yi felt akin to a sponge, voraciously absorbing knowledge. Next, Gu Yongqiang began to demonstrate the swordplay, and Lin Yi observed intently. Minutes later, Gu Yongqiang, panting, declared, "All right. I just performed a brief segment of the yin-yang sword technique. Now, follow the techniques I taught you and demonstrate a segment yourself." "Certainly," Lin Yi replied, firmly grasping his weapon. The tip of his sword traced a path through the air as he practiced each movement. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, the sword's momentum elusive yet subtle. Gu Yongqiang's eyes widened in astonishment. This. Beside them, Gu Qinghu watched in disbelief, his mouth agape. Previously, he had witnessed Lin Yi practice in the dormitory, where his skill was extraordinary, yet he assumed Lin Yi had been training for a long time. Now, he was witnessing Lin Yi learn the yin-yang sword technique from scratch. After just one demonstration from Gu Yongqiang, Lin Yi flawlessly replicated the technique, even improving upon certain moves to a standard surpassing that of Gu Yongqiang himself. A prodigy, an unparalleled genius with the sword. Once Lin Yi completed his demonstration, Gu Yongqiang, visibly excited, exclaimed, "Excellent. Qingshan, I never imagined you possessed such a high aptitude for swordsmanship. Let us continue with the subsequent lessons of the yin-yang sword technique." Pay close attention. As the morning sun continued its ascent, time slipped by. Lin Yi tirelessly immersed himself in the study of the yin-yang sword technique. Within a mere 2 hours, his progress in mastering the technique reached an astounding 90. This remarkable advancement left both Gu Yongqiang and Gu Qinghu utterly astonished. Gu Yongqiang had no doubt that if he had demonstrated the technique at an even faster pace, Lin Yi's learning speed would have increased further. He had encountered many newcomers, and without a doubt, Lin Yi was the fastest learner among them. In the history of Gutan village, no one had ever mastered the yin-yang sword technique with such swiftness. Half an hour later, Lin Yi successfully grasped the technique for channeling vitality, and the system notification chimed. Ding. You are learning Gu Yongqiang's yin-yang sword technique. Current learning progress, 100. You have successfully mastered the yin-yang sword technique. Opening his attribute panel, Lin Yi was delighted to find the yin-yang sword technique listed under external skills. External skills. Tianqing Archery Green, LV1, 56,500. Each point of vitality infused into an arrow increases damage by 2. The 7th consecutive arrow can unleash an additional 12 damage. Yin-yang sword technique White, LV2, 343,800. Infusing a minimum of 10 points of vitality into the sword increases damage by 8. If the infused vitality is doubled, the damage also doubles. Note, the yin-yang sword technique can inflict damage on phantoms. Upon reviewing the damage description of the yin-yang sword technique, Lin Yi surmised that its white quality likely stemmed from its significant vitality consumption. Currently, with 24 points of vitality, he could only execute 2 strikes. However, the additional damage was far superior to that of Tianqing Archery. To his surprise, the yin-yang sword technique could be upgraded to level 2, indicating that his talent was indeed extraordinary. Merely mastering an external skill had automatically elevated it to level 2. Subsequently, Lin Yi practiced the yin-yang sword technique several more times, and its proficiency on the panel soared remarkably. 10 increases. With Gu Yongqiang and Gu Qinghu, both well-versed in the yin-yang sword technique, providing guidance, Lin Yi's proficiency astonishingly reached level 3 within half an hour. Yin-yang sword technique White, LV3, 891,100. Infusing a minimum of 10 points of vitality into the sword increases damage by 16. If the infused vitality is doubled, the damage also doubles. Lin Yi was elated. The level 3 yin-yang sword technique effectively doubled the power of each strike. It could be said that even the damage increase from shooting 7 consecutive arrows with Tianqing Archery was comparable to that of a single strike from the yin-yang sword technique. It appears that the higher the level of external martial arts, the more formidable the damage becomes. After mastering the yin-yang blade technique to perfection, Gu Qinghu led Lin Yi to the ancient Grave Valley. The valley lies not far from Gutan village, merely a few miles of desolate mountain trails. However, once they departed from the village walls, both Gu Qinghu and Lin Yi adopted a markedly cautious demeanor. In the wilderness, the probability of encountering monsters is significantly heightened, especially as one ventures farther from the village shrine, where the likelihood of meeting formidable level 10 demons increases. Should they truly encounter such a creature, it is likely that Gu Qinghu would have no choice but to flee with Lin Yi. As they gazed back at the receding walls of Guten village, Lin Yi could not help but inquire, "Captain, how is the training of the militia team 5 progressing?" Gu Qinghu replied, "I am not entirely certain. It has always been led by Gu Laosi. However, I have heard that several of the newcomers are clamoring to withdraw, perhaps due to the excessively perilous training environment." The Gu Laosi mentioned by Gu Qinghu is the captain of Militia Team 4, reputed to be at odds with Gu Qinghu and his companions, living a solitary existence marked by eccentricities. Lin Yi pressed further, "Isn't their protection from the village elders? How can it be dangerous?" Gu Qinghu wielded his longing blade, cleaving through the underbrush to forge a narrow path, and casually remarked, "You do not comprehend Gu Lao's temperament. He delights in belittling and oppressing others. It is not just you newcomers. Even the militia brothers under him cannot tolerate his demeanor. Although there is elder protection, they are not always vigilant. Most of the time, they are left in Gu Lao's charge, so it is entirely normal for the newcomers to find him unbearable." Meanwhile, within the ancient Grave Valley, Gu Laosi was mercilessly berating the members of Militia Team 5. "Wang Zilong, is it? I have lured out the corpse monsters. What are you hiding for? Get out there immediately and cooperate with the others to slay the monsters. Cowering like that, you're acting like a cowardly woman," he scolded. "And you, Qian Duo, don't be hasty in stowing away the dropped items. According to the terms of our contract, those drops belong to all of us. If you dare to hoard even a single item, I will sever your hand." He then turned to Feng Wuwudi, whose name sounded impressive, but he retorted, "Don't scream like a banshee. It was just a scratch. If I lure out all the corpse monsters in this valley, I assure you I will abandon you and flee with the others. Damn it, what a rabble. I truly cannot fathom why the village elders would cultivate a group of newcomers like you. In my opinion, they should select those with strength and audacity." For an entire morning, Gu Laosi ranted and raved, and while the members of Militia Team 4 had grown accustomed to his tirades, the newcomers of Team 5 found it intolerable. They had come to enhance their strength through the game, not to endure insults. Chapter 26, The Bet of an External Martial Arts Manual. The newcomer Feng Wuwudi stepped forward, indignantly declaring, "Gu Laosi, if you continue to berate us, I swear I will withdraw from the militia." "Withdraw? Not on your life." Gu Laosi replied fiercely, "You have signed a contract. You are now residents of Guten village. If you dare to withdraw, I will hunt you down relentlessly until I end your life." His threats were not mere bluster. Many veteran players had heard tales of Gu Laosi pursuing the village's newcomers. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Dugu Feng quickly intervened, pulling Feng Wuwudi back. "Enough. This isn't an ordinary game. If an NPC truly pursues us, there's nowhere to report it. Once you level up, you can seek revenge later." Regaining his composure, Feng Wuwudi, blushing, said, "Then I shall let it go." Seeing that Feng Wuwudi no longer dared to argue, Gu Laosi insulted him, calling him a coward. At that moment, Gu Qinghu emerged from the thicket with Lin Yi. "Gu Laosi, I could hear you berating people from afar. I see the corpse monsters in the valley have not been drawn out. You should be luring in the monsters outside first." Upon recognizing Gu Qinghu's presence, Gu Lao's expression soured, and he stood up, saying, "Gu Qinghu, why are you here instead of guarding the village?" "Out of boredom. I brought our team's members to hunt some monsters," Gu Qinghu replied. Gu Laosi cast a glance at Lin Yi beside Gu Qinghu and remarked, "You're bringing a newcomer to hunt monsters? Since when have you been so generous to the newcomers, Gu Qinghu? Do you not remember the lesson from the previous newcomer?" Gu Qinghu retorted mockingly, "What do you care? It would be a miracle if you can even lead the Militia Team 5 out of here. Let alone train them to face monsters and spirits. They might come looking for you instead. That is none of your concern. If they truly possess such capability, I would be pleased for them." Gu Laosi shot back. Pausing, Gu Laosi glanced at Lin Yi and inquired, "Newcomer, what is your name?" Lin Yi first looked at Gu Qinghu before responding, "I am called Qingshan Bulo." "Another peculiar name. Are you here to slay corpse monsters in the valley as well?" "Indeed." "Good. You have courage. Do you dare compete with the members of Militia Team 5? If you win, this external martial arts manual will be yours," Gu Laosi stated, producing a manual, which was none other than the Swift Step that Dugu Feng had previously obtained, a white-quality external martial arts technique. Just as Lin Yi was about to speak, Gu Qinghu interrupted him. "Gu Laosi, what trickery are you up to?" "It's no trickery. I simply wish to test the courage and skills of your second team's newcomers." "Gu Qinghu, the question is, do you dare to compete?" "What will we be competing in?" Gu Qinghu asked. Gu Laosi declared, "Naturally, we will see if you can single-handedly slay the corpse monsters. Since you, Gu Qinghu, have personally come to assist the newcomer in leveling up. This newcomer must possess some skills, yes? I will not make it difficult. Dugu Feng, step forward. Dugu Feng, taken aback, pointed at himself. Me? Gu Laosi scolded. Yes, you. Stop dawdling. I've fed you so much experience. It's time for you to show what you can do. Dugu Feng, realizing the implications, understood that as a reserve member of Team 2, Gu Laosi's challenge was clearly aimed at embarrassing Gu Qinghu. He quickly protested. Captain, I'm not sure I can handle it. I just reached level 6. Dealing with level 5 corpse monsters is pushing it. What are you afraid of? The newcomer you will be competing against is likely not even level 5. Furthermore, if you win, this external martial arts manual will be your reward. Upon hearing this, Dugu Feng's eyes widened in surprise. Though he was familiar with the swift step, he had purchased it at a considerable cost from his friend, Chang Kongqua. It is worth noting that at present, any external martial arts technique in the Enlightenment world commands a value in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. Hearing Gu Laosi offer the swift step, which they had laboriously obtained, as a reward was nearly irresistible for Dugu Feng. He could instantly recoup his investment by reselling it. Dugu Feng glanced at Gu Qinghu and then at Lin Yi, feeling a twinge of guilt before saying, Captain, I am willing to give it a try. Excellent. Gu Laosi grinned at Gu Qinghu. So what say you, Gu Qinghu? Your former team member has agreed. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Gu Qinghu did not respond immediately, but instead quietly conferred with Lin Yi. Qingshan, do you have confidence? Lin Yi fell silent. He had yet to encounter a level 5 corpse monster, but logically, it should not differ much from the level 5 fright boar. Could his current level 3 attributes contend with a corpse monster? He believed it should not be a problem. Lin Yi's health now exceeded 1,000 points. And with his exquisite blade technique, augmented by Born Blade, his melee capabilities had significantly increased. Regardless of whether he could handle the corpse monster, Lin Yi was confident that his combat prowess surpassed that of Dugu Feng. Gu Qinghu smiled. All right, since you believe you can manage, I will accept the challenge. However, the stakes seem a bit low. I shall raise them. As he spoke, Gu Qinghu turned to Laosi and said, I've long heard of the treasures you possess. Let's revisit our previous wager, but this time, let's both place a bet. I shall wager 2 pieces of green-grade beast materials against you. If I lose, these materials shall be yours. Perhaps you can gather a few more to forge a spiritual weapon. Should I emerge victorious, you will present me with the divine water. Laosi raised an eyebrow. Divine water? It seems you have your eyes set on this treasure. Within Gutan village, divine water is indeed a true gem, capable of enhancing the attributes of both ordinary individuals and those of the reborn. However, the supply of divine water in the village has always been scarce, primarily reserved for the village chief and the 3 esteemed elders. The divine water in his possession was bestowed upon him by the village chief. Uncertain, Laosi summoned Dugu Feng. Dugu Feng, do you have confidence in winning? Dugu Feng grimaced. Captain Laosi, would you cancel the wager if I admitted to lacking confidence? Truth be told, although Dugu Feng was aware that his level surpassed Lin Yi's, Lin Yi had recently acquired a green-grade external archery technique. He was uncertain of the destructive power of green-grade techniques, but knew they were not to be underestimated. Thus, he found himself lacking in confidence. Laosi, uninterested in further discussion, snapped, Get lost. You must win this duel. If you lose my divine water, you'll work off your debt for me. Subsequently, Laosi stepped forward and declared, Very well, Gu Qinghu, if you have faith in your team, I shall not be outdone. Let us proceed with the wager. As the wager commenced, Laosi instructed his militia to lure out 2 corpses. Meanwhile, Qian Duo, Wang Zilong, and a few other reborn individuals curiously gathered to observe. The plump Qian Duo remarked, Brother, I saw you last time. You were quite impressive. What gave you the courage to challenge Brother Dugu? His archery is unmatched in our team, hitting the mark every time. Ignoring the rotund man, Lin Yi merely glanced at him without responding. Wang Zilong approached, whispering, Qingshan, give it your all. We all hope to see Laosi humbled. By the way, the corpses are monsters formed from the bodies of militia members tainted by some eerie energy. Their weakness lies in the neck. Also, they are remarkably fast when running. Thanks. Brother, Lin Yi nodded. He had never encountered corpses before, and this information proved invaluable. Soon, the first corpse was drawn forth. Its body was composed of shattered limbs and incomplete bones, covered in decaying flesh and writhing maggots. Logically, the blood and flesh of corpses should have decomposed long ago. Yet this particular corpse still bore much flesh, albeit in a most grotesque and terrifying manner. As the corpse approached, an overwhelming stench permeated the air, akin to a blend of 1,000-year-old excrement and a dead rat. Lin Yi's face paled slightly as he glanced at Dugu Feng, Wang Zilong, and the others. Though they had dealt with corpses for several days, their reactions were not markedly better than his. Each held their noses and took several steps back. Laosi announced, All right, Who will go first? Gu Qinghu, seemingly brimming with confidence, chuckled. Let Dugu Feng take the lead. If Qingshan makes a move, I fear you might concede immediately. Lao Si retorted, nonsense. Would I concede? Since your team members have yet to encounter a corpse, we shall commence. Dugu Feng, you go first and show your former captain what you can do. Oh, and this time, neither of you is allowed to use talismans or potions. Understood. Dugu Feng stepped forward, skillfully revealing a bow and arrows in his hands. Lao Si commanded, release the corpse. The two corpses, restrained by iron chains by members of the fourth squad, were released, with one immediately charging toward Dugu Feng. Lured by the scent of flesh, the corpse surged forward like a zombie from an apocalyptic film, covering several meters in an instant. Dugu Feng held his breath, his expression serious as he swiftly knocked arrow after arrow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows flew, several embedding themselves in the corpse, yet they did nothing to halt its momentum. Dugu Feng was unfazed. As the corpse drew near, he quickly stowed his bow and retrieved a shield and long knife from his pack, assuming a defensive stance. Boom. The ground erupted as the corpse collided with him, pushing Dugu Feng back 3 meters. What tremendous force! Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim from a distance. Though he was unaware of how Dugu Feng had allocated his skills, it was evident that the same-level corpse, upon accelerating, nearly knocked Dugu Feng off his feet. This demonstrated that the corpse's strength surpassed Dugu Feng's. If he could not contend with strength, Dugu Feng would likely find himself on the receiving end of a beating. Indeed, as the battle unfolded, the corpse relentlessly assaulted Dugu Feng's shield, causing him to stagger backward repeatedly. Naturally, the shield's defense was limited, and within less than a minute, numerous claw marks appeared on Dugu Feng's body. However, with his high agility attribute, Dugu Feng adeptly evaded the corpse's continuous attacks. Occasionally, seizing an opening, he managed to strike the creature's neck with his knife. Under these circumstances, it seemed likely that the mindless corpse would ultimately lose, provided Dugu Feng's endurance held out long enough. Chapter 27, Slaying the Corpse Without Injury, astonishing the crowd. Observing the unfolding battle, Wang Zilong couldn't help but exclaim, impressive. Brother Feng truly deserves his title as our team's second strongest. Curious, Lin Yi inquired, if he is your second strongest, then who holds the title of first? To his surprise, Wang Zilong proudly declared, naturally, that would be me in the future. Once I level up, I shall be the strongest. Lin Yi shook his head with a smile and asked, what about the plump one in your team? What rank is he? Oh, you mean Xiange? He ranks 3rd. He was already at level 5 when our 5th squad was formed. However, now that we've all leveled up by 1, he remains at level 5. Lao Si scolds him for being cowardly and not daring to face the monsters. Just then, Qian Duo approached with an annoyed expression, saying, Wang Zilong, keep your voice down. I'm not deaf. Wang Zilong quickly apologized, my bad. Qian, I'll be more mindful next time. Qian Duo chose not to pursue the matter further, but shot Lin Yi a glare. And you, stop calling me the plump one, it's hurtful. My name is Qian Duo. All right, plump one, Lin Yi replied. Meanwhile, as time passed, Dugu Feng appeared to be losing stamina in his struggle against the corpse. Just as the corpse launched another claw attack, Dugu Feng suddenly emitted a green flash from his feet, twisting his entire body at an incredible angle. Positioning himself behind the corpse. Die. Seizing the moment as the corpse lunged forward, Dugu Feng struck 3 blows to the back of its neck, finally severing its head cleanly from its body. The members of the 5th squad erupted in cheers. We won. Amazing, Dugu Feng. Brother Feng, that was incredible. You managed to slay the corpse one-on-one. Witnessing this spectacle, Lao Si wore a self-satisfied expression as he approached Gu Qinghu, saying, what do you think? Your team member has transformed under my guidance, hasn't he? Indeed, he possesses some skill, Gu Qinghu acknowledged, nodding. However, this only proves that my team members inherently have high potential. You've merely benefited from it. Enough with the verbal sparring. Let that fellow named Qingshan take the stage. I wish to see what he is capable of. At that moment, Gu Qinghu approached Lin Yi and asked, do you require a shield? It must be said that the combination of shield and long sword indeed constitutes an excellent combat strategy. With a shield in hand, Lin Yi, who is at a disadvantage in attributes, should possess greater room for maneuverability. No need for the shield, Captain. A single blade suffices for me. Lin Yi was not being arrogant. The sensation of wielding a sword was quite extraordinary, as if the reach of the long blade defined both his offensive and defensive boundaries. Moreover, with his robust health points, even if he were to be clawed by the corpse monster a few times, it would not pose a significant issue. He had previously observed the corpse monster's attack patterns, which primarily relied on pouncing bites and claw rending. As long as he executed his swordplay adeptly, the creature before him would hardly be able to inflict harm. Seeing Lin Yi's unwavering confidence, Gu Qinghu said nothing further. He too held faith in Lin Yi. as the recently learned Flame Sun Sword technique was particularly effective against the corpse monsters. Given that these creatures were birthed from some malevolent spirit, the Flame Sun Sword technique would naturally inflict additional damage upon them. Since you refuse to use a shield, then let us cease the chatter and enter the fray. With Gu Laoxi's command, the bound corpse monster charged forward. Among the observing team, Wang Zilong handed a healing potion to Dugu Feng, inquiring with curiosity, "Brother Feng, you and Brother Qingshan used to be on the same team. What weapon did he generally wield?" "A bow. He likely, like me, prefers to harass the corpse monsters from a distance." Before Dugu Feng could finish his sentence, he noticed Lin Yi had not drawn a bow, but was instead brandishing a plain long sword, charging directly at the corpse monster. His eyes widened in surprise, and it seemed that the pain from his own wounds faded in that instant. Damn, is Brother Qingshan really this reckless? At that moment on the battlefield, Lin Yi proactively engaged the oncoming corpse monster. As the foul wind from its claws rushed toward him, Lin Yi remained unperturbed, holding the sword with its back facing upward to deflect the creature's assault. Clang! A tremendous force surged along the blade, causing Lin Yi to stagger slightly, feeling the strain. The next instant, a glimmer of steel flashed as Lin Yi's sword sliced through the monster's dual arms, landing on the comparatively softer area of its nape. This strike severed a substantial chunk of putrid flesh, but did not harm the cervical vertebrae. Damn, it's tougher than I imagined. After landing the blow, Lin Yi swiftly retreated, using the blade to fend off the creature's claw attacks. Clang! Clang! The corpse monster's successive strikes were all thwarted by Lin Yi's sword. At this point, not only were the onlookers astonished by Lin Yi's adept swordsmanship, but even the corpse monster roared in rage and charged. However, Lin Yi's swordplay was relentless, successfully parrying all of the creature's claw attacks. Gu Laoxi could not help but express his admiration, exclaiming, "This lad possesses remarkably skilled swordplay. Impressive, Brother Qingshan." Dugu Feng was awestruck by the scene, realizing that he might be on the verge of defeat. On the battlefield, Lin Yi, relying solely on his long sword, adeptly countered the incessant attacks of the corpse monster. Yet, he soon recognized that his strength attributes were ultimately inferior to Dugu Feng's, making it difficult to sever the creature's head in a short span. Then let me test the might of the Flame Sun Sword technique. Lin Yi glanced at his attribute panel, noting that his proficiency in the Flame Sun Sword technique had increased by over 100 points. Goodness, my proficiency is rising even with each breath. Unless he encountered a more formidable talent in the future, he had no intention of relinquishing his innate swordmaster, purple talent. Swish! With all his might, Lin Yi poured 10 points of health into his blade and struck at the corpse monster's head. The unadorned long sword emitted a faint golden glow, and with a sharp crack, the creature's head appeared to tilt grotesquely, particularly where the blade made contact with its putrid flesh, which began to sizzle and smoke. Under the assault of the Flame Sun Sword technique, the corpse monster's movements became slightly stiffened, its reactions delayed. Gu Laoxi was once again taken aback, exclaiming, "The Flame Sun Sword technique." He glared at Gu Qinghu. Goodness, Gu Qinghu, had I known this lad had already mastered the Flame Sun Sword technique, I would never have wagered with you. It was you who proposed the bet. Do not blame me. Gu Laoxi, do not deny your own words. Humph. This lad's level is so low, I doubt he can deliver more than one effective strike. One blow will not be enough to slay the corpse monster. Gu Qinghu was aware that Lin Yi had been consuming blood food daily, thus boosting his health points significantly. If one strike was insufficient, then surely two would suffice. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lin Yi readied a second strike. This blow harnessed all the health points within him, its force surpassing that of the previous strike. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as the corpse monster before Lin Yi collapsed instantly, its head flying off. Ding! You have slain a level 5 corpse monster, earning 25 experience points. The remains of the monster dissipated, transforming into a loot item that appeared on the ground. Lin Yi approached to collect it, discovering it to be a rather worthless drop. Corpse oil white, the essence of the fat condensed from the corpse monster, suitable for igniting candles. Its odor can repel certain scent-sensitive creatures. This piece of corpse oil was the size of a fist, pale white, and even when held, one could feel a noxious stench emanating from it. Though the item was repugnant, Lin Yi nonetheless placed it in his backpack. In the world of apocalypse, even the most worthless of drops held value. Upon seeing Lin Yi return unscathed, Gu Qinghu marveled, "What a fine lad. You have truly exceeded my expectations." Prior to their wager, he had surmised that Lin Yi, with his proficient swordplay and the corpse monster's fear of the Flame Sun Sword technique, had a 70 to 80% chance of victory. Yet, he had not anticipated Lin Yi would achieve victory so effortlessly, seemingly untouched by harm. The Lin Yi before him was undoubtedly a rare combat prodigy in Gutan village over the past few centuries. With proper cultivation, It was a foregone conclusion that Lin Yi would reach level 10. At this moment, Gu Laosi also revised his opinion of Lin Yi, approaching him and stating, "Qing Shan, why not join our 4th militia squad? I will grant you the position of vice captain, and upon my retirement, you shall assume the role of captain." Lin Yi shook his head. "I apologize, but I am a member of the 2nd squad and currently have no intentions of switching teams." Gu Qinghu quickly added, "Qing Shan, do not heed this fellow. Gu Laosi speaks little truth. Even if you join the 4th squad, you will merely be working for him." Lin Yi looked at him and replied, "Rest assured, Captain, both the brothers of the 2nd squad and you have taken great care of me. I will remain with the 2nd squad unless they no longer want me." This heartfelt declaration touched Gu Qinghu, eliciting a joyful expression as he pounded his chest in assurance. "Very well, unless I am dead, you shall always be a member of the 2nd squad." Observing the two performing their camaraderie, Gu Laosi felt a pang of annoyance. Muttering, "Boring," before tossing the swift step technique to Lin Yi. Gu Qinghu raised an eyebrow. "Gu Laosi, what about my divine water? I cannot carry that around with me. We will discuss it upon our return to the village. Your share is guaranteed." Subsequently, Gu Laosi paid no further heed to Lin Yi and Gu Qinghu, directly confronting Dugu Feng. "Dugu Feng, you lost. So all the stakes from today's wager fall upon your shoulders. Old squad leader, this is unfair." Dugu Feng protested, feeling aggrieved. He had not intended to gamble, but Gu Laosi had pressured him into it. Now, having lost, all the blame was laid at his feet. "Do not wear that forlorn expression. As long as you listen well and focus on leveling up, repaying my debt will be a breeze in the future." Having concluded his remarks to Dugu Feng, Gu Laosi turned to the other newcomers, declaring, "And you lot of novices too, put in the effort. If I catch you slacking off again, I will truly toss you into the corpse pit." The assembled crowd could discern that the ancient 4th did not particularly care for the so-called divine water or the wager. He merely sought to temper the newly born members of Team 5 through this means. However, the newly born members present harbored no gratitude towards the ancient 4th, solely due to his foul mouth, which not only insulted them but also frequently hurled vulgarities at their families. Many within Team 5 nurtured a simmering determination, thinking to themselves that once they reached level 10, they would relish the opportunity to teach him a lesson. The ancient 4th was aware of their sentiments. Yet he remained unfazed. The village chief had tasked him with guiding this batch of newcomers, serving as the stern face and the whetstone for their development. Without a measure of strictness, how could these fledglings mature in a short span? Chapter 28. The rapid advancement of the Flame Sun Blade technique. The ancient Tomb Valley sprawled across a considerable expanse, encompassing not only the small plain before its entrance, but also a vast interior. Gu Qinghu had no intention of lingering with the ancient 4th. After the wager concluded, he promptly led Lin Yi deeper into the ancient Tomb Valley. "Qing Shan, I initially intended to lure out the corpse monsters, injure them, and then have you finish them off, but given your earlier performance, you seem quite adept at handling them already. Therefore," Lin Yi understood Gu Qinghu's implication but quickly interjected, "Captain, I exhausted my vitality by employing the Flame Sun Blade technique twice to slay the corpse monster. If I were to take on the next one, we likely wouldn't be able to dispatch many throughout the day. You brought me here to level up. Efficiency is key. So I believe we should proceed as you planned earlier." Gu Qinghu nodded, acknowledging the validity of Lin Yi's reasoning, and chose not to elaborate further. As they traversed the valley, they encountered no corpse monsters, and even living creatures were a rare sight. They pressed onward, cautiously exploring. Suddenly, Lin Yi witnessed a foraging squirrel ensnared by a claw that emerged from the earth, only to have a corpse monster rise from the soil and devour it whole. Lin Yi grasped the situation. No wonder the valley was lush with vegetation, yet scarce in wildlife. The corpse monsters reigned as the apex predators here. Gu Qinghu remarked, "This place was once occupied by malevolent spirits, which deterred nearby creatures from venturing here. Over time, it has become a realm for the corpse monsters. While I can easily deal with them, should more than 5 appear, we must flee without hesitation. Do you understand?" "Understood, Captain," Lin Yi affirmed. "Good. As long as you remember." With that, Gu Qinghu brandished his dragon whisper blade and dashed forward, becoming a blur. The corpse monster, having just consumed the squirrel, had no time to chew before Gu Qinghu's blade severed its body in two, the halves convulsing on the ground. It should still have a breath left. "Let's finish it off," Lin Yi stated, not hesitating as he advanced with his own blade, delivering several swift strikes. If he could dispatch a living corpse monster, surely he could handle one that was already halved. Moments later, Lin Yi successfully slew the creature, earning 25 experience points, though it dropped only corpse oil. "Captain, is this corpse oil valuable? How much blood food can it be exchanged for?" Lin Yi pondered, realizing that if they continued to hunt corpse monsters in the valley, he might accumulate quite a bit of it. Gu Qinghu replied, Corpse oil is a raw material for crafting spirit fire candles. We'll need plenty of those when we head to Tianshui City, so keep the corpse oil for now. It will prove useful later. All right, I'll hold on to it. Lin Yi nodded, continuing to follow Gu Qinghu in search of more corpse monsters. According to Gu Qinghu, they were still on the periphery of the ancient Tomb Valley, encountering mostly solitary level 5 corpse monsters. However, in the core region, the creatures tended to swarm, with varying levels, and it was possible to encounter level 10 corpse monsters, known as Corpse Monster Kings, which were formidable foes, having once been militia captains with considerable prowess and cunning intellect. Even he might not be able to handle them. Considering the potential danger, Gu Qinghu planned to keep their hunting to the valley's outskirts. As time passed, after 2 hours, Gu Qinghu and Lin Yi managed to find 12 level 5 corpse monsters, allowing Lin Yi to deliver the finishing blows. The 12 monsters yielded 12 pieces of white-quality corpse oil, but nothing else. No monster manuals or external martial arts techniques. Lin Yi realized that, although there was a chance for corpse monsters to drop external skills, the probability was exceedingly low. The rapid steps technique that the ancient fourth had presented was indeed quite precious. He recalled that Wang Zilong had mentioned it took them over 3 days to obtain it, confirming the situation's validity. While the continuous slaughter of corpse monsters yielded no delightful drops, the 12 monsters still contributed 300 experience points to Lin Yi. Now, he was on the verge of reaching level 4, but he was in no rush. With his current low level, he enjoyed a slight experience bonus. He considered accumulating enough experience before leveling up and allocating points. Having logged in early that day, Lin Yi noticed that his 6 hours of online time were dwindling. After slaying 2 more corpse monsters, he discovered that his Flame Sunblade technique had advanced to level 4 and proposed returning to the village. Gu Qinghu, feeling somewhat fatigued, gathered some edible wild fruits in the valley before leading Lin Yi back. Upon logging off, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Peering out the window, he noted the overcast sky, thick with clouds, though the heavy rain had ceased. After preparing some food, Lin Yi headed to the gym for a workout. A couple of hours later, he visited the archery range to practice. Although he had shifted his focus from bows to blades, Lin Yi still held a fondness for archery. Had he not drawn the purple knife wielder talent today, he would have likely continued honing his archery skills. Nonetheless, he understood the necessity of preparing a ranged attack method and did not intend to abandon archery practice, merely prioritizing knife training for its greater efficiency. The Flame Sunblade technique differed from the Celestial Star archery technique in that it emphasized the concept of blade momentum. As long as one comprehended the technique, they could gain proficiency. A single day's practice might elevate the Flame Sunblade technique to a higher level. After exiting the archery range, Lin Yi purchased a toy knife made of wood from the mall and returned to his dormitory to practice. Although the toy knife felt light, he noticed that his proficiency in the Flame Sunblade technique was steadily increasing. At this pace, it would not be long before he could master it to level 10. One could not help but marvel at the potency of the purple talent, transforming him from an ordinary person into a prodigious swordsman. If he were to one day acquire a golden or red talent, the possibilities would be even more astounding. It was only now that Lin Yi realized the significance of the golden activation code left by Lu Hong. Should the news of his entry into the awakening world using the golden activation code become public, it would likely attract not only the attention of the authorities but also various private factions, all eyeing him covetously. After all, once a person perished, the activation code would be lost. Thus, it was imperative to swiftly enhance his strength to face any potential crises that might arise in the future. The next day, Lin Yi logged into the awakening world early. Glancing at his attributes panel, he noted that the Flame Sunblade technique was approaching level 5. Flame Sunblade technique white, LV4, 13-20-1400, infusing a minimum of 10 vitality points into the blade increases its momentum damage by 32. If the vitality points infused are doubled, the damage is likewise doubled. Lin Yi estimated that today he would undoubtedly elevate the Flame Sun Sword technique to level 5. If he remained diligent in the real world after logging off, there might even be a chance to advance it to level 6. Furthermore, he had placed an order online for a Longquan metal sword yesterday, which he anticipated would arrive today. Practicing with a real sword should expedite the mastery of his technique. Today was the duty day for the second militia team. Thus, Gu Qinghu was unable to take Lin Yi out to hunt for corpse monsters and could only search for isolated beasts near the city wall. Unfortunately, until Lin Yi's online time concluded, the two had failed to encounter a single monster. Lin Yi was quite eager to discover how to extend his stay in the apocalypse world, as 6 hours a day felt terribly brief. However, neither the foreign forums he frequented nor the players in Guten Village seemed to possess any knowledge regarding how to increase online duration. There were rumors on the foreign forums suggesting that after reaching a professional level, the time spent in the apocalypse world would no longer be restricted. Of course, Lin Yi remained uncertain about the truth of this information, as the forums were rife with dubious data regarding the apocalypse world. Ultimately, the forum's members were a mixed bag, with individuals from various countries, resulting in considerable chaos. As the day's duty was nearing its end, Gu Chenghu approached Lin Yi and said, "For the next week, I want to have to serve duty. Prepare more supplies in your backpack. We will head to the ancient Tomb Valley and 1T return for a week." Lin Yi was taken aback. "Not returning? Captain, you wouldn't be doing this specifically for me, would you?" Gu Chenghu replied, "It is somewhat related to you, but not significantly. The village has expressed dissatisfaction with the training methods of the 5th Militia Team, and they intend for me to go over and assist. I will be alternating shifts with Old C to train the members of the 5th Militia Team." Understanding the situation, Lin Yi couldn't shake the feeling that Gu Chenghu had reported him. Otherwise, there would be no need for the village to dispatch him. Considering the limited level 10 combatants available, glancing at his online duration, Lin Yi noticed that he had only 20 minutes left until he reached 6 hours. And he didn't dare to delay. He quickly procured a batch of food and water to stuff into his backpack before following Gu Chenghu to the ancient Tomb Valley. Upon their arrival at the plains outside the ancient Tomb Valley, the members of the 5th Militia Team had vanished, leaving only Old C establishing camp with his team. As night approached, the wilderness would become exceedingly perilous, requiring vigilance not only against the monsters lurking at night, but also the wandering malevolent spirits. Old C first instructed his team to dig a trench, set traps, and place spells. Then he had them spread the sap of the sun tree to ward off the spirits. When Old C spotted Gu Chenghu and Lin Yi approaching with their packs, he frowned and asked, "What brings you two here?" "The village head is concerned you might struggle alone, so I came to assist and alleviate some of the pressure," Gu Chenghu responded. Before he could finish, Lin Yi noticed Old C's expression shift, and he cursed, "You're talking nonsense, Gu Chenghu. You're just reporting on me again. Damn it, you'll never change." Gu Chenghu casually dug in his ear, unfazed, and said, "Stop cursing. To be honest, I'd rather not be here. I mainly brought Qing Shan to level up. As for the 5th Militia Team members, take them if you want. If not, leave them be." As if recalling something, Gu Chenghu added, "By the way, I brought the divine water you left at home. After all, it's mine now." Seeing Gu Chenghu's shamelessness, Old C lost the energy to curse him further and coldly replied, "There's south no place for you here. Don't bother. I brought my own tent." Considering safety, Gu Chenghu opted not to stray too far and set up his tent near Old C's camp. Before logging off, Lin Yi expressed his concern, asking, "Captain, will you be all right here alone at night?" Gu Chenghu assured him, "Don't worry. I have experience staying in the wilderness at night. If any danger arises, with Old C and the others around, I'll be fine." Chapter 29. Drinking the Holy Water of Gyutan, Attributes Surge. The following day, Lin Yi logged in to find himself inside Gu Chenghu's tent. At that moment, Gu Chenghu was seated on the carpet, polishing the longing sword. Upon seeing Lin Yi, he said, "I've prepared water and pancakes. Once you're full, we'll set out." "All right, Captain." Lin Yi was pleasantly surprised by Gu Chenghu's efficiency, and it seemed that nothing dangerous had occurred the previous night. Just then, Lin Yi heard the sounds of practice emanating from outside the tent. He picked up the water and pancakes, eating while peeking out. He observed the members of the 5th Militia Team under Old C.'s bellowing commands, commencing their training. The training method resembled military formations, with everyone standing in a line to take turns counting off, then forming a defensive formation with their weapons, which appeared rather intriguing. It was a pity for the newly minted members of the 5th Militia Team, who were being drilled like dead dogs. Lin Yi could sense that both the training of the 5th Militia members and the establishment of camp in the wilderness were preparations for their journey to Tianshui City. It seemed the higher-ups of Gyutan Village had resolved to leverage the power of the newly minted members to forge a path between Gyutan Village and Tianshui City. After finishing breakfast and feeling nearly full, Lin Yi tidied himself up and followed Gu Chenghu deeper into the valley. They continued with the same approach as the day before, searching for isolated corpse monsters along the valley's outskirts. However, it seemed that due to the recent training by both their team and the militia, the corpse monsters had dwindled in number. Lin Yi and Gu Chenghu searched the surrounding forest for half an hour without encountering a single one. "Let us venture a bit deeper." Gu Chenghu then led Lin Yi towards the core area of the ancient Tomb Valley, though they did not approach too closely. Soon, they spotted 3 corpse monsters wandering beneath a large tree, while a flock of ordinary birds resembling sparrows chirped incessantly atop the branches. The corpse monsters had been lured by the birds' calls, but unfortunately, they could not fly and could only stand beneath the tree, staring up blankly at the birds, occasionally receiving a droplet of white bird excrement. 3 corpse monsters should be manageable. "Qing Shan, wait here." Gu Chenghu unsheathed the longing sword from his back, preparing to move forward and incapacitate the 3 monsters. Captain, let us attack together. I can't just hide behind you all the time. Leave one corpse monster for me to practice on. After logging off yesterday, Lin Yi had received the Longquan metal sword he ordered online, and after a night of practice, his mastery of the Flame Sun Sword technique had significantly increased, now reaching level 6. Flame Sun Sword Technique White, LV6, 1082. 000 infuse a minimum of 10 points of health into the sword to increase damage by 128. If the infused health value is doubled, the damage will also double. At level 6, the damage enhancement of the Flame Sun Sword technique had effectively doubled compared to level 5, reaching 128. Now, Lin Yi could finally deliver double damage with his strikes, and the sword's imbued Flame Sun energy was particularly effective against corpse monsters. Seeing Lin Yi eager to engage, Guqinghu nodded, very well. His intention in bringing Lin Yi out was to train him for rapid growth. Guqinghu then charged forward, luring away 2 of the corpse monsters, leaving only one behind. As the foul-smelling corpse monster charged, Lin Yi remained composed, flipping his long sword, gripping it tightly, and advanced with a direct thrust. In that moment, Lin Yi unleashed the Flame Sun Sword technique. The blade shimmered with golden light, akin to the blazing sun descending. With a thunderous crash, the oncoming corpse monster was cleaved away, and by the time it landed, its arms were broken and could no longer swing. Good lad. The speed at which you've upgraded the Flame Sun Sword technique is astonishing. You're almost at my level. Though Guqinghu was engaged with 2 corpse monsters, he remained acutely aware of Lin Yi's situation. When Lin Yi effortlessly dispatched a corpse monster with a single stroke, Guqinghu was understandably taken aback. Not bad. The level 6 yin-yang sword technique is indeed powerful, yet my own strength attribute remains woefully inadequate, Lin Yi mused, feeling a twinge of regret. He then stepped forward to eliminate the struggling corpse monster. Ding! You have slain a level 5 corpse monster. Subsequently, Lin Yi approached Guqinghu and finished off the 2 corpse monsters that had been reduced to a grotesque state by Guqinghu's attacks. As the spoils glimmered before him, Lin Yi expressed his delight with a soft exclamation. To his surprise, the last corpse monster not only dropped a chunk of corpse oil, but also a tome-like item. Corpse Monster Compendium White, a record detailing the species, habits, and weaknesses of corpse monsters, a unique item for the progenitor. Upon use, it allows for permanent viewing of the status, health, and other attributes of corpse monsters. Excellent. This is indeed useful for me. With this, Lin Yi could finally observe the properties of corpse monsters during battle. He promptly utilized the Corpse Monster Compendium White and felt an influx of knowledge in his mind, including the level ranges of corpse monsters and their vulnerabilities, combat techniques, and more. Eagerly, Lin Yi urged Guqinghu to seek out more corpse monsters for experimentation. Before long, they encountered a solitary corpse monster, notably larger than those they had faced previously, indicating it was of a higher level. As they drew closer, Lin Yi's field of vision was suddenly filled with information about the creature. Ancient Tomb Valley Mutated Corpse Monster White. Health, 260. Status, Hungry. Level, 7. Skill, 18 Staff Technique. Description: this is a nimble corpse monster with acute perception of surrounding beings. As Lin Yi and Guqinghu approached, the level 7 corpse monster evidently detected their presence and charged at them with a ferocious roar. Captain, allow me to take the first strike, Lin Yi said, blocking Guqinghu, who was ready to intervene, and advanced with his long knife. Boom. As the corpse monster accelerated toward him, Lin Yi used the back of his blade to absorb the impact. However, the force was tremendous, causing him to stagger back several steps to mitigate the blow. This creature is indeed more formidable than the level 5 variants. Its strength is overwhelming, yet it remains within my capacity to handle. Perhaps due to the enhancement of Innate Blade Master, Lin Yi felt a transformation in his formerly timid and cautious demeanor. Now, with a blade in hand, he felt emboldened enough to confront even a level 10 monster. Executing a maneuver from the yin-yang sword technique, the level 7 corpse monster attempted to block with its arm, but was swiftly dismembered by Lin Yi's strike. Health, 58. The blow had reduced the corpse monster's health by 1/5. Although the damage from the yin-yang sword technique was significant, the health cost was also considerable. Having used one strike, Lin Yi found himself capable of executing only 1.5 more. He decided to methodically whittle down the monster's health before delivering a finishing blow with the yin-yang sword technique. However, the level 7 corpse monster's strength, defense, and speed were all markedly superior to those of its level 5 counterparts. Despite Lin Yi's adeptness with the blade, he was soon caught off guard during a block and received a painful scratch from the creature. The claw inflicted a loss of 60 health points. Fortunately, thanks to his earlier ability to absorb blood, Lin Yi had managed to bolster his health to 1700, so losing 60 points was not overly concerning. Meanwhile, Guqinghu, observing from a distance, felt a surge of anxiety as he saw Lin Yi sustain a hit. He feared for Lin Yi's safety against the level 7 corpse monster, given the stark disparity in their attributes. However, upon seeing that Lin Yi appeared relatively unscathed, he exhaled with relief. Qingshan's level was still only 3, and his health and other attributes were too low to contend with a level 7 corpse monster effectively. To enhance his attributes in a short time, apart from leveling up the progenitor, he would have to rely on rare resources. I only possess the divine water I recently acquired, which would be extremely beneficial for Qingshan. Watching Lin Yi engage fiercely with the level 7 corpse monster, Gu Qinghu fell into contemplation, weighing the decision to invest. 12:9. As the monster's health steadily diminished, Lin Yi's strikes became increasingly decisive and precise, each blow landing against the creature's resilient bones. Within merely 2 minutes, he had effectively reduced the level 7 corpse monster's health to below 50 points, while alternating between defense and offense. Seizing the opportune moment, Lin Yi unleashed the remaining health points to execute the yin-yang sword technique. Swoosh! A golden beam cleaved through the corpse monster, instantly depleting its health to 0. Ding! You have slain a level 7 corpse monster, earning 40 experience points. Indeed, while a level 5 corpse monster yielded only 25 experience points, a level 7 monster granted a commendable 40. Upon examining the loot from the level 7 corpse monster, Lin Yi discovered 2 items. One was a white-quality chunk of corpse oil, and the other was a leg bone from the corpse monster, categorized as green-quality material. Corpse monster essence leg bone green. A leg bone formed from the essence of the corpse monster, known for its resilience, suitable for forging into weaponry. Lin Yi knew that Gu Qinghu had been collecting green materials for the purpose of weapon crafting, and he smiled as he said, "Captain, here is the green material you were seeking. Qingshan, you were the one who dealt the finishing blow to this corpse monster. There is no need to share the spoils with me." "What are you saying, Captain? We ventured out as a team, even if I delivered the final strike. You are entitled to your share." For Lin Yi, he currently lacked the means to forge a spiritual weapon. Thus, the green quality leg bone would merely gather dust in his backpack, making it more prudent to pass it on to Gu Qinghu. This not only repaid Gu Qinghu's kindness, but also ensured that Gu Qinghu's enhanced strength could better protect him. "Very well, I shall gladly accept it." Gu Qinghu nodded with a smile, increasingly convinced that his decision to integrate Lin Yi into the second militia team was indeed sagacious. It seemed Lin Yi was not only exceptionally talented, but also possessed a commendable character of gratitude and integrity. The two continued their search for corpse monsters in the dense forest near the valley's core, and by the end of the morning, they had slain approximately 20 additional corpse monsters, most of which were level 5 and level 6, with level 7 monsters being scarce. The spoils consisted solely of corpse oil chunks, with no tomes in sight. However, as they prepared to leave, they encountered a level 6 corpse monster along the way, which dropped the second corpse monster compendium white. Gu Qinghu remarked, "Qingshan, since you have already utilized the compendium, please hand it over to me, and I will convert it into contribution points for you." "Absolutely, Captain," Lin Yi replied. Gu Qinghu likely intended to allocate the corpse monster compendium to the 5th militia team, as the drop rate for such tomes was quite low, and several progenitors in the 5th team had yet to receive one. It must be noted that after using the compendium, one could more accurately assess the health and status of monsters, as well as display damage dealt with each strike. Akin to battling monsters in a game, this provided a significant advantage to the progenitors. Upon returning to the tent outside the valley, Lin Yi changed out of his clothing, which was tainted with the foul stench and blood of the corpse monsters, and donned a fresh set of attire. As the time for his online session dwindled, he prepared to log off and return to reality when he noticed Gu Qinghu rummaging through his pack and retrieving a small white porcelain vial. "Wait, Qingshan, your attributes are still too low. This item should prove beneficial to you." "What is this?" Lin Yi asked as he accepted the vial, his eyes widening in astonishment. Ancient Pond Holy Water Blue. Water from the ancient pond village, nurtured over many years by the temple, possesses the ability to cleanse and invigorate the human body, enhancing latent potential. Progenitors who consume it may increase their attribute points. "Captain, is this for me?" Lin Yi exclaimed in disbelief, for it was a treasure of blue quality, a sight he had never beheld before. Gu Qinghu chuckled and replied, "Consider it an investment in your future, when you ascend to the ranks of a professional master. You must repay me with something even better." Lin Yi scratched his head, hesitant. "This, don't be so quick to refuse. I must say, my acquisition of the divine water owes much to your assistance. After some contemplation, I realize this elixir is merely a luxury for me. It will only allow me to progress a few steps further on the path to level 10. However, for you, it is different. You are currently in need of attribute points, and consuming it will alleviate some of the pressure on me." Having spent some time with Lin Yi, Gu Qinghu was well aware that he was not a person to forget kindness. Weighing Lin Yi's talent in swordsmanship, he deliberated and concluded that Lin Yi was an individual worthy of investment, thus deciding to grant him the divine water. Thank you, Captain. May I accept it? Of course. But you should drink it immediately. It is far too precious. As he spoke, a pang of pain tugged at Gu Qinghu's heart. In his lifetime, he had scarcely drunk divine water. Had he consumed this vial himself and forged a set of spiritual armor, even the formidable Captain Gu Lihai would not stand a chance against him. Hurry and drink it, don't dawdle. Otherwise, I might change my mind. Oh right. Lin Yi dared not linger, swiftly uncorking the small porcelain vial and taking a sip. The ancient spring water was exquisitely sweet, and he felt a warm current coursing through his limbs as it settled in his stomach. Ding. You have consumed ancient spring water, strength attribute 3. Wow. An increase of 3 points in strength. Lin Yi took another sip. Ding. You have consumed ancient spring water, constitution attribute 3. His constitution had risen by 3 points. Was this increase in attribute points random? Observing the dwindling amount of divine water in the vial, Lin Yi decided to down it in one go. Ding. You have consumed ancient spring water, strength attribute 4. Indeed, it was random. This time, the attribute boost landed on strength. Excellent, Lin Yi mused, as he found himself in dire need of both strength and agility. Remarkably, this modest vial of divine water had granted him a total of 10 attribute points, effectively elevating him by 2 levels. The efficacy of this divine water was astonishing. Currently, Lin Yi's attributes were as follows. Player, Qingshan Bulo, status, excited and active, ID, 007, gender, male, level, 3, health points, 1744, experience points, 116, 5400, satiety, 77100, strength, 21, normal male limit, 10 points. Affects physical damage and the maximum weight of wieldable weapons, constitution, 11, normal male limit, 10 points. Affects health point cap, health recovery speed, and base resilience. Agility, 10, normal male limit, 10 points. Affects movement and reaction speed. Stamina, 11, normal male limit, 10 points. Affects stamina cap, stamina recovery speed, and carrying capacity. Vitality, 32, 12 points derived from blood food. Martial skills. Tianqing archery green, LV1, 57,500. Each point of vitality attached to an arrow increases damage by 2. The 7th consecutive arrow can unleash an additional 12 damage. Yin-Yang Sword Technique White, LV6, 490, 2000. Infusing at least 10 points of vitality into a blade increases sword energy damage by 128. If the infused vitality is doubled, the damage is also doubled. Initial talent, Universal Talent, Red, LV1, Born Swordsman. Chapter 30, Awakening of the Level 7 Constitution Talent. After consuming the divine water, with an increase of 7 points in strength and 3 points in constitution, Lin Yi's health points and vitality surged considerably. Naturally, the increase in health points was not drastically noticeable, given his current total of 1,700. However, he observed a sudden rise of 8 points in vitality, reaching a total of 32. It appeared that strength and constitution were pivotal in enhancing vitality. Presently, from the perspective of his 4-dimensional attributes, he was not far behind level 5 players, but when factoring in health points, he surpassed them significantly in terms of health pool. Lin Yi estimated that level 5 players likely had around 200 health points, though this was contingent on whether they invested points in constitution. Those who ignored constitution might possess only a little over 100 health points, and should they encounter a level 7 zombie, a mere scratch could lead to their untimely demise. It was undeniable that the efficacy of divine water was truly remarkable. If he were to acquire a few more vials, would he not possess attributes akin to a level 10 player at level 3? Lin Yi promptly inquired, Captain, can this divine water be exchanged for contribution points? Gu Qinghu, observing Lin Yi's expression, understood that he had reaped significant benefits from the divine water. He shook his head. Divine water is an exceedingly rare resource in ancient Spring Village. Not even I can obtain it without substantial contributions to the village. Only through extraordinary deeds might you earn the chance to receive divine water as a reward. What constitutes an extraordinary deed? Only acts like saving the village count as such. For now, do not entertain those thoughts. Hearing this, Lin Yi sighed, recognizing that, given his current circumstances, he had little hope of acquiring more ancient spring water. Nevertheless, he was profoundly grateful that Gu Qinghu had bestowed upon him such a precious blue resource. Captain, thank you. I promise I will repay you in the future. Gu Qinghu nodded with a smile. Just don't let me down. He then added a remark that left Lin Yi somewhat perplexed. Qingshan, you and your kind, the descendants, represent hope and salvation for us natives of the continent of enlightenment. You are the future. Since Lin Yi and Gu Qinghu had relocated to the outskirts of ancient Tomb Valley, bolstered by his talents, Lin Yi's growth had been remarkable. On one hand, his proficiency in the yin-yang sword technique had skyrocketed to level 8. On the other, his accumulation of experience points was steadily increasing. In merely a week, he had amassed nearly 2,500 experience points. From Dugu Foam, Lin Yi learned that players encounter a bottleneck at level 5 and again at level 7. The experience required to ascend from level 3 to level 4 is 400 points, from level 4 to level 5 is 800 points, and from level 5 to level 6 merely requires 1,000 experience points, without a doubling effect. However, from level 5 onward, each level up necessitates certain conditions pertaining to vitality. Regarding the vitality bottleneck, Lin Yi felt unconcerned, as he consumed small pieces of blood food daily, which gradually increased his vitality. Since his last consumption of divine water, his vitality had already reached 35 points. To surpass level 5, he needed 25 points of vitality, a requirement he easily fulfilled. If Lin Yi were to expend all his accumulated experience points, he should be able to ascend directly to level 6. Following that would be the bottleneck at level 7. For both the descendants and the natives of the continent of enlightenment, level 7 is of utmost significance. It is said that during the breakthrough to level 7, one's unique constitution talent awakens based on the current data of the individual. This opportunity is singular, should someone be fortunate enough to awaken a special constitution talent. They could transform from an ordinary individual into an extraordinary genius. Lin Yi had specifically inquired about the awakening of constitution at level 7 with Gu Qinghu. When Gu Qinghu broke through level 7, his vitality was notably high, reaching a remarkable 100 points, and during the breakthrough, he attained a constitution talent known as Surging Vitality Green. Once this talent is activated, Gu Qinghu can double his health points in battle. It may be said that with his adeptness in utilizing the Flame Sun sword technique, combined with the surging vitality bestowed by this talent, Gu Qinghu is utterly invincible in combat. According to Gu Qinghu's assertions, when Lin Yi compares himself, he perceives his most remarkable attribute to be his health value of 1700. Should he choose to break through to level 7, he fears he may acquire a constitution talent related to health. As for its quality, it is likely to be at least green or blue. After all, a health value of 1,700 is astonishing for the majority of the native inhabitants and reborn beings of the Enlightenment world. Even if a reborn player allocates all 45 points of attributes gained from leveling up from level 1 to level 10 into Constitution, their health would scarcely exceed 1,000 points. Nonetheless, Lin Yi remains unsatisfied. After all, he possesses a red quality universal talent, and the awakened Constitution talent must not be subpar. At the very least, it should be a purple quality Constitution talent. Upon reaching level 6, Lin Yi resolves to pause for a while and fervently refresh his universal talent, hoping to acquire another growth talent akin to Blood Drain. However, the level 1 universal talent possesses only a single fixed slot. Should he select a new talent, his Innate Blade Master would have to be relinquished. Yet, the purple talent, Innate Blade Master, is crucial, as Lin Yi's current combat awareness and swordsmanship are intimately tied to the enhancements provided by this talent. Without Innate Blade Master, his combat power would likely be halved. Lin Yi ponders the possibility of upgrading the universal talent to gain an additional fixed slot, though he is uncertain about the requirements for such an upgrade. In the capital city, Lu Bo and Zhou Huaiwen, hailing from Linha City, have finally concluded their training program. During the past 2 weeks, they primarily engaged in political and cultural immersion alongside various trainings concerning the Enlightenment world. Furthermore, under the auspices of national resources, this group of trainees has largely advanced to level 5, with each of them possessing a martial skill. It can be said that, given their current physical attributes and qualities, they are all considered martial arts experts in reality. Of course, the nation's intent in training them is to protect the populace and maintain security across various locales. However, due to the tight training schedule, both individuals found their original objectives delayed. Lu Bo was unable to locate the reborn instructor from Dayu village, and Zhou Huaiwen similarly could not uncover any information related to his son's demise. At this moment, Lu Shuang, who had personally driven to pick them up, offered heartfelt reassurance as he drove. "Do not worry, both of you. Now that you have joined the national framework, you are considered one of us. Once you become experts in the Enlightenment world, attaining the rank of captain, accessing certain information will not be a daunting task. Furthermore, even if you were to find the perpetrator responsible for your loved one's deaths, assuming such a perpetrator exists, do you believe that with your current strength, you could exact revenge? In my opinion, focus on leveling up within the Enlightenment world. One day, you will find the answers you seek." Inside the vehicle, Lu Bo could not help but exclaim, "Brother Shuang, I feel as though you are trying to deceive me." Zhou Huaiwen fell silent. After 2 weeks of training in the capital, he had learned many secrets of the enlightenment world, realizing that the individual responsible for his son's death was not a simple foe, and that there likely existed a vast underground organization behind it. Zhao Shuang, with a toothpick between his teeth, glanced at Lu Bo in the rearview mirror and said, "What do you mean, deceive? Just tell me, does what I say not hold any truth? While it is indeed true, I believe that if certain matters are not investigated promptly, opportunities to inquire may vanish in the future. Also, Brother Shuang, you previously mentioned a Dayu village instructor at the capital headquarters. I have trained for 2 weeks and have yet to encounter anyone from Dayu village. I suspect you were merely pulling my leg." Lu Bo felt a headache coming on. The post-2000 generation possesses their own thoughts and are not easily misled. "Little Bo, your brother Shuang is one of us. There is no need for deception. I suspect that the instructors who trained me were from another batch, which is why you did not encounter them." The two exchanged banter as they traveled. At this moment, Lu Bo suddenly recalled something and quickly sent a message to Lin Yi. "Brother Yi, I have returned. I estimate that I will arrive in Linha City by evening. Let us find a place to dine, and I will share my experiences from the capital with you." Chapter 31, Semi-Spiritual Longsword. At this moment, Lin Yi was evidently unaware of Lu Bo's message. This morning, due to the various affairs of the studio, he had not managed to log into the enlightenment world until midday. After spending a significant portion of the day hunting corpse monsters on the outskirts of the ancient tomb valley, Lin Yi noted the encroaching twilight and decided to return to the camp outside the valley with Gu Qinghu. Following a week of construction, the camp now boasted a multitude of tents, most of which had been erected by members of Team 5 led by Dugu Feng. They had even kindly constructed a tent for Lin Yi, situated adjacent to Gu Qinghu's tent. At this moment, Gu Laosi had just led a level 9 corpse monster out from the ancient tomb valley for the members of Team 5 to practice against. This corpse monster was of enormous stature, having evidently undergone some form of mutation, standing a full 2 meters tall. Its charge sent tremors through the ground beneath it. Among Team 5, only Dugu Feng was at level 6, the other members were predominantly at levels 4 and 5, making it exceedingly challenging to contend with such a formidable foe. As the corpse monster charged, their carefully arranged defensive formation quickly crumbled, and the group scattered in panic. Wang Zilong was even heard screaming as he fled from the pursuing monster. Fortunately, Dugu Feng took the lead, utilizing his agile movements to divert the level 9 corpse monster. Buying time for the others, Gu Laosi, maintaining his harsh demeanor, stood nearby, furrowing his brow as he shouted, "Maintain formation! Maintain formation! How many times must I repeat this?" When encountering creatures of vastly superior strength in the wild, only through unity and cooperation can survival be achieved. Yet, the oppressive aura of the level 9 corpse monster was overwhelming, with its power and speed far surpassing that of ordinary beings. After nearly half a minute of evasion, Dugu Feng, caught off guard, was knocked to the ground by the monster's claws, while Qian Duo, Wang Zilong, and others were too intimidated to approach. Gu Laosi could no longer bear to watch. "Alu, Xiaoba, you two go and restrain the corpse monster with iron chains. We will try again tomorrow." 2 level 9 militia members from Team 4 swiftly stepped forward, skillfully utilizing chains to rebind the level 9 corpse monster. Gu Qinghu observed from the sidelines, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "Old C, your method is flawed. The level disparity between the corpse monster and Team 5 is too great. A single misstep could result in casualties." Gu Laosi sighed, acknowledging the gap in levels. His aim was to foster cooperation among the reborn, yet their performance had left him thoroughly disheartened. The defensive formation they had painstakingly trained for a week proved utterly ineffective. The moment danger arose, these reborn beings scattered like frightened rabbits. Having witnessed the entire ordeal, Lin Yi felt some empathy. Gu Laosi's method was indeed commendable, but he had misjudged the player's courage. In the extraordinary realm of the Enlightenment game, life is singular, and no one would willingly risk their lives for training. The players have always adhered to the principle of seizing benefits while shunning peril. Gu Qinghu, having some understanding of the reborn's temperament, suggested, "I believe it's better to first cultivate their individual combat abilities. Your current approach is not viable." "Very well, I shall practice for another 2 days. If progress remains stagnant, we will adopt your method." Gu Laosi shook his head, then glanced at Lin Yi with envy, stating, "You are fortunate, Gu Qinghu. You have promising talent arriving at your doorstep. If you send Qing Shan my way, I shall request a vial of divine water from the village chief for you." Gu Qinghu quickly interjected, "Fourth brother, do not undermine my position. We are still brothers." While camping outside the valley with Gu Laosi, he had shared a few drinks with him, and their relationship had notably softened. However, it was also his fault for boasting to Gu Laosi, in a drunken stupor. About Lin Yi's exceptional swordsmanship and extraordinary talent, which only intensified Gu Laoxi's desire to procure Lin Yi for himself. Forget it. Look at your miserly demeanor. Gu Laoxi, uninterested in further discussion, shouted a dismissal to the members of Team 5 before retreating to his tent to rest. Du Gufeng had just endured a fair amount of scratching from a corpse monster, with 2 wounds on his chest. After applying some healing ointment, he approached Lin Yi. Brother Qingshan, the goods have been sold. Here is the weapon you requested. Du Gufeng retrieved a lustrous silver long knife from his backpack. The blade was elongated and substantial, with a distinctive sheen, while the hilt was crafted from exquisite ivory, intricately engraved with elaborate patterns. It was evident that this was a weapon of commendable quality. Lin Yi grasped the silver long knife, weighing it in his hand, and found it perfectly balanced, the entire blade feeling like a seamless entity made from exceptionally durable materials. Though it did not qualify as a spiritual weapon, it was regarded as a semi-spiritual weapon, capable of enhancing a few attributes when wielded, surpassing the long knives he had seen in the treasury valued at hundreds of contribution points. Thank you, brother. You've worked hard, Lin Yi expressed with satisfaction. It's nothing. I made a small profit from this trip, so no need to mind, Du Gufeng chuckled. 3 days prior, Lin Yi had presented him with a book titled Swift Step, requesting assistance in exchanging it for a suitable weapon. Despite being merely a common white-grade external skill, Swift Step was rare for its capacity to enable brief displacement. Fortuitously, Du Gufeng was acquainted with several high-level players from Gutan Village, and he had utilized Swift Step to trade with them for this semi-spiritual silver long knife. From the perspective of those high players, they believed they had come out ahead. Yet for Lin Yi, it was not a loss either, as he had obtained Swift Step through a prior gamble, which he had since learned. Over the past week, he and Gu Qinghu had amassed numerous corpse monster illustrations and corpse oil blocks, with Lin Yi exchanging a portion of these resources for equivalent contribution points with Gu Qinghu. With these points, he had not only acquired a substantial amount of blood food, but also exchanged for a complete set of defensive armor. Now equipped with this armor, Lin Yi felt he was merely lacking a suitable weapon. While a complete spiritual weapon was out of his reach, a semi-spiritual blade was still a feasible aspiration. Since he had not had time to return to the village recently, he had taken out the Swift Step he had acquired and enlisted Du Gufeng's help in the transaction, resulting in the acquisition of the silver long knife. Lin Yi was quite pleased with this semi-spiritual weapon and the defensive armor. He believed he could contend with the level 9 corpse monster he had encountered earlier. If Du Gufeng were to discover that Lin Yi was confident in defeating a level 9 corpse monster, which their entire team had struggled against, he would likely feel an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Currently, Lin Yi's character panel displayed the following data. Player, Qingshan Bulo, status, fatigued, ID, 007, gender, male, level, 3, health points, 1744, experience points, 272,0400, satiety, 89100, strength, 213, normal male limit, 10 points. Affecting physical damage and the maximum weight of wieldable weapons, constitution, 11, normal male limit, 10 points. Affecting health point cap, recovery speed, and base resilience. Agility, 10, normal male limit, 10 points, affecting movement and reaction speed. Stamina, 11, normal male limit, 10 points, affecting stamina cap, recovery speed. And carrying capacity, chi and blood, 35, 15 points sourced from blood food. External skills, Heavenly Star Archery Green, LV1, 102,500. Each point of chi and blood attached to an arrow increases its damage by 2. The 7th consecutive arrow can unleash an additional 12 damage. Fiery Sun Blade Technique White, LV8, 512,600. Infusing at least 10 points of chi and blood into a blade increases damage by 512. Doubling the infused chi and blood results in doubled damage. Swift Step White, LV1, 22,300. Using 5 points of chi and blood allows for a brief high-speed displacement of half a meter. However, this technique places considerable strain on the legs, and frequent use may likely cause injury to the ankles tendons. Equipment. Defensive armor, meticulously crafted from the hide of a black bull demon beast. This armor significantly mitigates damage from both sharp and blunt weapons. Not classified as a spiritual item. Silver long knife, forged from meteorite iron mixed with precious secret silver. This long knife is not only sharp and elongated, but also possesses the ability to penetrate armor, enhancing the wielder's strength by 3 points. Exhibiting the power of certain spiritual weapons. Initial talent, universal talent, red, LV1, natural blade master. Chapter 32. The official information revealed by Lu Bo donned in his new gear. Lin Yi felt an impulsive urge to venture into the valley and practice against a corpse monster. His most potent attack was undoubtedly the LV-8 Fiery Sun Blade technique, which had achieved a 5-fold increase in power. The golden blade aura he struck forth could extend 2 meters in length. According to Gu Qinghu, Lin Yi's mastery of the Fiery Sun Blade technique had far surpassed that of the villagers in Gutan, including Gu Qinghu himself. If Lin Yi wielded the silver long knife against the level 7 corpse monster he had encountered a week prior, he could likely dispatch it with a single blow. The level 8 corpse monster might require 2 strikes, but his current chi and blood level of 35 was sufficient for that. As for the level 9 corpse monster, it would likely necessitate a gradual depletion of its health, enduring some minor injuries before he could slay it using the Fiery Sun Blade technique. It was evident that Lin Yi's combat prowess had transformed tremendously compared to just 1 or 2 weeks prior. He could now contend with level 9 corpse monsters and eliminate level 8 ones. This transformation was solely due to Lin Yi acquiring the purple, natural Blade Master talent. The significance of a high-quality talent was self-evident. Nonetheless, it seemed that the level 8 Fiery Sun Blade technique had also hit a bottleneck. Lin Yi noticed that even with the natural Blade Master talent, the proficiency gain had begun to slow after reaching level 8. It appeared that the natural Blade Master talent also had its limitations. After logging out from the apocalyptic world, Lin Yi checked his mobile phone for messages and discovered that Lu Bo had sent him an invitation for a gathering. Noticing that it was already dark outside, Lin Yi hastily replied to Lu Bo and took a taxi to the location. An hour later, the two found themselves well-fed and satisfied at a high-end barbecue restaurant. Brother Yi, did you know? On the very first day, our instructor took us to the military camp, where we not only soaked in medicinal wine to enhance our physiques, but also learned combat techniques and how to handle firearms. Moreover, the headquarters, upon learning that I had arrived in the apocalyptic world in Yulong Village, specifically assigned a high-level player from Yulong Village to guide my development. In short, I've been busy every day, barely managing 4 hours of sleep, Lu Bo recounted. Lin Yi inquired, Xiao Bo, so you've gained a lot during this time? Lu Bo finished the beer in his bottle, let out several hearty burps, and replied drunkenly, not just a lot, Brother Yi. I tell you, I'm practically a superhero now in real life. I could probably take down a tiger with just 3 punches. Lin Yi chuckled and curiously probed further into Lu Bo's training experiences in Beijing. Under normal circumstances, matters related to such training are strictly confidential and should not be disclosed casually. However, Lu Bo was somewhat indifferent to this. For him, after the passing of his father, Lin Yi had become the closest figure to an elder brother, almost akin to family. He recalled how, in the past, whenever he faced his father's wrath due to poor exam results, it was always Lin Yi who intervened, often taking him out for late-night skewers, making him feel that Yi Ge was the best person in the world. The confidentiality agreements he had signed held little sway over him. Since Yi Ge had inquired, what could he possibly withhold? There were approximately 30 of them, all new players selected from across the nation. According to the instructor, they were already the 5th batch of participants, indicating that the government had previously organized 4 such training sessions. Furthermore, Zhao Shuang, who accompanied him to the capital, mentioned that Captain Zhang from Linha City was a veteran from the 2nd batch. Currently, the government had identified around 150 novice villages, some in close proximity to each other, while others were quite distant. For instance, the village he resided in, Yulong Village, was far from his father's Dayu village. After recounting his experiences in the capital, Lu Bo couldn't resist asking, by the way, Yi Ge, have you managed to obtain an activation code? If not, I can find a way to get one for you from our city. I heard that we currently have 2 unused activation codes in our team. Lin Yi chuckled and replied, half in jest, no need. After you left, I inquired about the Apocalypse game and, fortunately, spent a considerable sum to acquire an activation code. Lin Yi felt that his identity as a player would eventually be revealed, so it was better to confide in Lu Bo sooner rather than later. After all, Lu Bo was still very obedient to him and wouldn't casually divulge information. Upon hearing that Lin Yi had also entered the Apocalypse world, Lu Bo was immediately excited, exclaiming, really? I didn't expect you to act so swiftly, Yi Ge. During my training, I heard that the dark web was selling activation codes, but the prices were exorbitant. Lin Yi nodded, as if affirming the truth of that. The price was indeed steep. He had nearly exhausted his savings to secure the activation code. Initially, he had feared that the seller was a fraud, but fortunately, the code turned out to be genuine. By the way, Xiao Bo, I landed in Gutan Village on the Apocalypse continent. Have you heard of it? Lu Bo pondered for a moment. Gutan Village? I haven't heard of it. It seems the official information on this novice village hasn't been released yet. Lin Yi also sensed that Gutan Village might currently lack official personnel. As Lu Bo mentioned, any official representatives in the game would not only focus on personal development, but would also prioritize social interactions to recognize the appearances of fellow players, subsequently identifying them in reality through portraits. This method of locating and recruiting players would enable the authorities to swiftly amass a substantial number of Apocalypse players, establishing an extraordinary organization capable of covering the nation. However, the absence of official personnel in Guten Village did not imply a permanent state. With the increasing actions of the authorities, Lin Yi speculated that more and more players would soon be recruited. After conversing for a while, Lubo curiously inquired, "Ego, what level are you at now?" "Level 3, Lin Yi replied candidly, confirming his current status, although he possessed combat capabilities equivalent to levels 8 or 9. "Level 3 is quite swift. I endured rigorous training in the capital and only reached level 5. You truly deserve to be called a seasoned player, Ego. By the way, I have a document that the instructor provided during our training. I will send it to you shortly. It should contain valuable information for you." Their meal continued until around 10 in the evening. After a fulfilling gathering, Lin Yi first hailed a taxi to send Lubo back home before returning to his own apartment. After a quick wash-up, Lin Yi opened the encrypted file Lubo had sent him on his computer. The document was extensive, surprisingly encompassing all the monsters currently identified by the authorities, including creatures like the terrifying boar, heart-eating wolf, and the shining crow outside Guten Village. The list included approximately 200 different types of monsters, ranging from level 1 to 10. Unfortunately, the document contained only descriptions of the monster types, lacking any information regarding the mysterious spirits. Additionally, the latter half of the document detailed strategies for how reincarnators could level up, allocate points, and enhance their combat prowess. Based on the data currently under study, every reincarnator would receive 5 attribute points for each level gained. Notably, bottlenecks appeared at levels 5 and 7, with level 5 presenting a health value barrier and level 7 being crucial for awakening innate talents. Comparatively, the bottleneck at level 7 was more significant, necessitating the accumulation of attribute points to unlock the game's innate talents. Existing research indicated that breaking through level 7 would guarantee at least a white innate talent. For reference, data from Captain Hu Feng of Xiangnan City suggested that due to special circumstances and a unique point allocation method, he had surpassed 50 points in agility at level 7, subsequently acquiring a green innate talent related to speed. From this, it was inferred that any character with a breakthrough of 50 points in any of the 4 basic attributes would likely obtain an innate talent of green quality or higher, indicating that a singular focus on point allocation could be a viable strategy. Next, the document analyzed the impact of the 4 basic attributes on characters. Beyond the relevant information provided by the system, extensive data revealed that allocating points to Constitution increased health, with approximately 1 point of Constitution corresponding to 10 health points. Although individual player variances existed, allocating points to Strength, Constitution, or Agility would correspondingly enhance health, with Strength yielding the greatest increase in health points. From a gaming perspective, the system's displayed 4 basic attributes should be balanced. Some players felt that stamina wasn't worth investing in, but through research, it was revealed that stamina not only increased physical strength and recovery, but also exhibited advantages in extreme environments, such as high temperatures or cold. Furthermore, against certain mysterious spirits, stamina could bolster resistance to negative emotions. Upon reaching this point, Lin Yi couldn't help but marvel at the official's capacity for information collection. Previously, he had regarded stamina as somewhat insignificant, but after reviewing this document, certain perspectives had evidently shifted. Continuing to read, he encountered explanations regarding external skills. External skills served as a crucial avenue for players to enhance their combat abilities. However, proficiency in external skills was notoriously difficult to increase. The silver lining was that practicing external skills in reality could also enhance their proficiency. Currently, it was recommended that players focus on mastering a single external skill to elevate their combat power in a short time, as attempting to learn too many external skills would dilute their concentration. In summary, a player's current combat power comprises level attributes, equipment, external skills, and combat awareness. Besides leveling up, players could also seek rare materials within the Apocalypse world to boost their attributes, which was particularly vital before reaching level 7. Collecting ample rare materials to augment character attributes was essential for obtaining superior innate talents upon hitting level 7. Equipment and external skills had already been discussed, so further elaboration was unnecessary. Lastly, regarding combat awareness, players were encouraged to engage in frequent combat, whether in the Apocalypse or reality, as only through repeated battles could one refine their combat awareness. After thoroughly reviewing the information Lu Bo had sent, Lin Yi felt both fulfilled and eager for more. Realizing the wealth of knowledge contained within the document, the depth of research conducted by the authorities on the Apocalypse world was evident. However, it was regrettable that the document lacked any information on class levels beyond level 10, suggesting that such class-level information was deemed a more precious secret by the officials. He wondered whether Lu Bo possessed any insight into class-level information and resolved to inquire about it at their next opportunity. Additionally, Lin Yi felt that his most pressing task was to comprehend how to elevate his innate talent level and secure a talent solidification slot. Today, he had drawn an impressive blue talent, Earth Spirit, a rare blue talent. As a child of the Earth, you shall possess the ability to heed the voice of the land and receive its protection. While standing upon the Earth, you will be able to sense the joys and sorrows of the plants within a kilometer radius, allowing them to become your eyes and ears, subject to your command. Furthermore, while grounded, you will permanently gain an augmentation of 20 points to both strength and constitution attributes. Undoubtedly, should this talent be equipped, Lin Yi's attributes would experience a significant surge, rivaling those of a level 9 player, and he would no longer be vulnerable to ambushes by monsters in the wild. For as long as there are plants within a kilometer, any creatures approaching him would be detected. Alas, although Earth Spirit is formidable, Lin Yi cannot forsake innate Blade Master to solidify this new talent. After all, when comparing blue talents to purple ones, any discerning individual would know how to choose wisely. It can only be said that innate Blade Master is currently more suited to him. Chapter 33, The Anomalous Camp. After perusing the information and refreshing himself with a hot shower, Lin Yi found himself devoid of drowsiness. Realizing that he had over 20 minutes left of his online time, he decided to practice the Sunblade technique in the Apocalypse world. At 11 o'clock at night, it was indeed quite late, and Lin Yi surmised that Gu Qinghu and the others should have retired for the night. However, upon appearing in his tent, he immediately sensed that something was amiss. Peering outside, he was astonished to find the camp shrouded in an impenetrable darkness. It was customary for the camp to maintain a fire and a watchman each night to defend against the creatures and spirits of the wild. Why was there not a single sound this evening? It had not been like this when he arrived earlier. Moreover, Lin Yi could feel an unsettling chill permeating the air, as if a bone-deep cold was beginning to settle in. Could it be that a spirit had invaded the camp? His first instinct was to log off, but reconsidering, he remembered that his Sunblade technique had already reached level 8, capable of dispatching numerous low-level spirits with a single strike. There was no need for fear. Gripping the newly acquired silver blade, confidence surged within him. Whatever spirit it may be, he would simply cleave it. With caution, he unfastened the tent and stepped outside. Upon emerging, he discovered that the entire camp was enveloped in dense, white mist. The fog obscured his vision, rendering anything beyond 2 meters indistinct. The temperature within the mist was frigid. He noticed the grass beneath his feet and the extinguished campfire nearby were coated in a glistening frost. Could this fog be a tactic employed by the spirits? Lin Yi had little knowledge of spirits, but the absence of alerts from his spirit stone indicated that none were near him. The camp was devoid of any sign of Gu Qinghu and the others, leaving him uncertain of their safety. However, both Gu Qinghu and Gu Laosi were seasoned leaders. Even if spirits were to ambush them at night, they would surely be able to organize a defense in time. As Lin Yi advanced cautiously, he soon spotted a cluster of familiar faces gathered in a nearby tent. Gu Qinghu, Gu Laosi, and several members of the militia, including Gu Lu and Gu Xiaoba. A spiritual candle flickered between them, its red glow dispelling the chill and warding off the encroaching white mist. However, as time elapsed, the candle dwindled, nearing its end. Just then, Gu Qinghu furrowed his brow and asked, "Old Four, did you hear footsteps?" "I think I heard footsteps." Gu Laosi frowned. "That's unlikely. Aside from us, the only other presence is the mist spirit, and it has no feet." Gu Lu chimed in, "Captain, could the mist spirit be mimicking footsteps to lure us outside?" It was a possibility, indeed. The near-professional level of the mist spirit's intelligence was commendable. Yet, Gu Qinghu suddenly recalled something and frowned. No, it might be Qingshan logging on. He sometimes practices his sword techniques at night. That is not good. At that moment, Lin Yi was slowly navigating through the mist, but after a while, he realized he had lost his sense of direction and could not find his way back. The fog thickened around him, and he felt as though he were trapped in an ice cellar. He decided to return. However, when attempting to log off, the system prompted, "Ding. You are currently in the spirit's domain and cannot log off." Damn it. He hadn't expected to be unable to return. Nonetheless, Lin Yi felt a pang of surprise. He had heard Gu Qinghu mention that the hallmark of professional-level spirits was their ability to create domains. Could the spirit releasing this fog be a professional-level entity? With this thought, Lin Yi hastily gripped a defensive charm and retrieved a vial of sun water, preparing for the worst. At that moment, the mist began to swirl around him, and the temperature in the area plummeted, as if it had suddenly dropped to 20 or 30 degrees below zero. Thump, thump. Lin Yi's heart raced. His spirit stone was alerting him. An entity was approaching. Gripping the silver blade, Lin Yi's instincts surged. He swiftly sensed movement behind him, turned, and beheld a mass of white mist coalescing into a black, roaring visage, charging towards him. A sense of impending doom enveloped Lin Yi. In that fleeting moment of life and death, the silver blade in his hand erupted with golden radiance. Sunblade technique. This strike harnessed the full measure of his vitality, the blade's brilliance dazzling beyond compare. Boom! The massive black visage of mist was cleaved asunder, and the surrounding fog dimmed significantly. The residual force of the strike carved a 3-meter trench into the frozen grass. Subsequently, the spirit stone ceased its warnings, indicating that he had temporarily repelled the ambushing spirit. But then, footsteps echoed behind him. Lin Yi turned. Who goes there? It's me. Gu Qinghu called out in a hushed tone, quickly pulling Lin Yi into the tent illuminated by the flickering spiritual candle. Glancing around, Lin Yi noted that no one was missing and inquired, Captain, Old Four, what are you all doing here? Gu Laosi retorted, why are you asking us? It's late. What were you doing up here? Delivering a midnight snack to the spirits? Gu Qinghu interjected, enough with the shouting. That mist spirit was just cleaved apart by Qingshan's blade, so it's likely harboring a grudge against us. It will return shortly. Upon hearing this, Gu Laosi was astonished and gazed at Lin Yi. You managed to disperse a semi-professional mist spirit with a single strike? Qingshan, you possess considerable strength. Not bad. Lin Yi replied, but after that strike, my vitality is depleted and the spirit was unharmed. He took out some blood food from his pack, chewing on a couple of pieces to replenish his vitality. Gu Laosi remarked, you're only at level 3. Being able to repel the mist spirit is already impressive. Look at us. Both Gu Qinghu and I are at level 10, and we can't even inflict serious damage on it. We're merely holding on with the spiritual candle. Lin Yi understood the function of the spiritual candle. It could dispel darkness and was effective against spirits. As long as the candle remained lit, they were relatively safe within the tent. Captain, have you notified the village elders? Staying trapped like this isn't a solution. Lin Yi sensed the temperature within the tent beginning to drop, and the candle's flame flickered more rapidly. Clearly, the mist spirit had realized they were hiding and was attempting to deplete the candle's energy by manipulating the surrounding fog. Gu Qinghu shook his head. There's no way to notify anyone. This fog spirit has approached a professional level. The mist it releases creates a ghostly realm that can isolate space. If we set off fireworks within the mist, the village won't see a thing. What should we do? Wait for the sun to rise. Can the fog spirit leave? Generally speaking, spirits below professional level are quite fearful of sunlight, Gu Qinghu replied. But we cannot wait. Our spirit fire candles are limited and won't last until then. Moreover, I fear that 5 teams of newcomers will log in at dawn. If the fog spirit hasn't departed by then, their lives will be in peril. Lin Yi considered this too. Had it not been for his ability to sense spirits and the 8th level flame sun sword technique, he would have likely perished in the fog spirit's ambush just moments ago. The players in the 5 teams were comparatively weaker. Anyone who logged in before sunrise would likely meet a grim fate. Old Four pondered for a moment before resolutely declaring, I initially planned to wait until the candles ran out and fight desperately. Now that you're here, with the flame sun sword technique that counters spirits effectively, I believe we can attempt to eliminate this fog spirit. Gu Qinghu agreed. Indeed, this fog spirit must have been drawn here by our presence. Since it is lingering nearby, it may attack the village sooner or later. If we can resolve this issue tonight, we would eliminate a significant threat. But, Qingshan, can you take action? Both men turned their gaze towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi glanced at his attribute panel and nodded. My vitality has nearly recovered. I can fight. However, my time online today is limited, so if we are to act, it must be swift. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee I won't be forcibly logged out. Chapter 34. A Great Windfall. The Transformation of the Spirit Stone. Good. You're not one to shy away from trouble. You have guts. Old Four said with a glimmer of excitement, retrieving several red talismans from a chest behind him. These are talismans to bind the fog spirit. They are few in number. 1 for each of us. Since the fog spirit dares to attack us, I won't let it escape today. Old Four declared fiercely. Banishment Talisman. A talisman that binds spirits and can render the invisible visible. Judging by its quality and color, this banishment talisman appears to be of semi-professional grade. Lin Yi assumed these talismans were crafted by the elders of Gyuan village, but Gu Qinghu interjected, well done, Old Four, finally willing to bring out the good stuff. If you have any more high-grade talismans, don't hold back, bring them all out. None left. The difficulty in crafting semi-professional talismans is high, and the raw materials are hard to come by. I only have these few, Old Four replied. Lin Yi was taken aback. Captain Old Four, you can craft talismans? Old Four reveled in Lin Yi's astonished expression, a hint of pride in his demeanor. What? Didn't your captain tell you? I am the next village chief of Gyuan village, with exceptional talent. Few can compare. Your captain has been envious of me all along. As for crafting talismans, it's a simple task for me. If you're willing to join our team, I'll gift you one from time to time. Gu Qinghu quickly interrupted. Don't listen to his boasting. The village chief has many years left. It won't be his turn anytime soon. And his divine talent is merely luck, something he was born with. Though Gu Qinghu's tone was light, Lin Yi could sense a hint of bitterness. After all, while Gu Qinghu and Gu Man had to venture out to seek the city of heavenly water and face life and death crises to advance as warriors, Old Four merely needed to stay in Gyuan village, utilizing the temple to attain professional grade as a priest. Among their youthful generation, only Old Four possessed priestly talent. Once the village chief passed, Old Four would naturally ascend to the position. It must be said, those with talent are indeed favored from birth. Yet, the thought of the irascible, foul-mouthed Old Four becoming the future village chief left Lin Yi feeling disheartened about the village's future. At that moment, Lin Yi inquired, Captain Old Four, do you happen to have any spirit ashes? I would like to request some in advance. He knew that since Old Four and the others had camped in the Gutum Valley, they had often hunted scattered wandering spirits in the surrounding wilderness, likely accumulating quite a bit of spirit ashes. Wandering spirits are third-level entities, the lowest tier of spirits, often appearing in groups. These spirits lack a physical form and have low offensive capabilities, as long as one applies the essence of the Een tree to their eyes. They can be easily located and dispatched. Old Four looked puzzled. We have some, but what do you need them for? Spirit ashes are widely useful. They are not only a material for crafting spirit fire candles, but also a component for creating certain talismans to combat spirits. Old Four indeed possessed a significant quantity of spirit ashes, but they were strategic resources for Gyuan village, destined for future use. I have a unique talent. As long as I absorb enough spirit ashes, I can sense nearby spirits. That's why I wish to request some in advance, to better handle the fog spirit later. Lin Yi explained. A talent for sensing spirits? Old Four turned to Gu Qinghu, who nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Qingshan possesses this ability. Just recently, he discovered the shadow spirit at Fufeng Tower using this talent. Kid, I didn't expect you not only to have a talent for combat with a blade, but also for sensing spirits. Very well, wait and see. With Gu Qinghu's testimony, Old Four seemed convinced. He opened his treasure chest again, retrieving a brown cloth bag. Upon opening it, it contained roughly half a pound of spirit ashes. Wow. You should know that 1 gram of spirit ashes costs 50 contribution points to exchange. This nearly 300 grams of spirit ashes must be worth over 10,000 contribution points. Did Old Four raid a spirit nest? Lin Yi nearly drooled at the sight. Don't be envious. These are all my hard-earned accumulations over the weeks. While you newcomers return to your worlds for leisure, I still have to hunt wandering spirits in the nearby wilderness, Old Four said, sensing the urgency of time. He didn't linger further, asking directly, how much do you need? The more, the better. Old Four frowned, but decisively handed the entire bag of spirit ashes to Lin Yi. Very well, I want to see what makes your talent special. Clearly, Old Four wished to witness firsthand how Lin Yi would utilize these spirit ashes. Lin Yi had no choice but to demonstrate in front of everyone, taking a handful of spirit ashes and placing it against his chest. Quickly, the spirit stone within him began to resonate, pulsating in sync with his heartbeat, emitting a faint red glow. Soon after, the spirit ashes visibly floated, merging into Lin Yi's heart like glowing blue quicksand. Seeing this unfold, Gu Qinghu remained unfazed, but Old Four's expression shifted. He recalled ancient texts he had seen in the village, which mentioned a type of soul artifact. This soul artifact was a legacy of Gyuan village, said to have been passed down from ancient times, capable of growing stronger by harnessing the power of spirits. Unfortunately, during a period of turmoil in Gyuan village, that legacy artifact had been permanently lost. The scene of Lin Yi consuming spirit ashes bore a striking resemblance to the use of a soul artifact. Could it be that the lost soul artifact had fallen into Lin Yi's hands? Old Four suppressed the tumult within him, no longer lamenting the rapid consumption of spirit ashes by Lin Yi. As more spirit ashes flowed into Lin Yi's body, he felt an otherworldly sensation enveloping him. Ding. The soul artifact spirit stone is undergoing transformation. Mental power 2. Ding. The soul artifact spirit stone is undergoing transformation. Mental power 3. Ding. The soul artifact spirit stone is undergoing transformation. Mental power 4. The system emitted several prompts, and the more than half a pound of spectral ashes remarkably caused Lin Yi's chest-bound spectral stone to undergo 3 transformations, resulting in a total increase of 9 points in mental fortitude. Previously, Lin Yi had requested 10 grams of spectral ashes from Gu Qinghu, which he had utilized at the time. However, perhaps due to the insufficient quantity, it did not provoke any transformation in the spectral stone. Now, with the stone having transformed thrice and such a substantial boost to his mental capacity. Lin Yi felt not only his senses sharpened, but also an overwhelming sense of clarity and vitality. Clearly, this substantial amount of spectral ashes was not squandered. Upon witnessing Lin Yi finally finish absorbing the ashes, Old Four eagerly inquired, "How do you feel?" Lin Yi took a moment to assess and replied, "Thank you, Captain Old Four. I feel quite well. It seems I can sense spectral entities from a greater distance." "How much greater?" "Previously, I could sense the presence of spectral beings within a 10-meter radius. Now, I believe I can extend my perception to 100 meters. Excellent. That will certainly aid us in confronting the Mist Spectre." Old Four nodded appreciatively, increasingly convinced that Lin Yi had acquired the ancestral soul artifact of their village. Yet, he refrained from revealing too much, as the matter was of great significance, and he needed to discuss it with the village elder upon returning. "However, Captain Old Four, having consumed such a wealth of resources, I fear I may not be able to repay you for some time," Lin Yi suddenly stammered. Old Four chuckled, fully aware of Lin Yi's intentions, recognizing it as a ploy to delay repayment. "When exactly will that be? I suspect you had this plan in mind when you requested to absorb the spectral ashes. All this talk of prepayment is mere deception. Indeed, it seems that those born in this world possess an innate tendency to capitalize on opportunities." Old Four gazed at Lin Yi with a grin and remarked, "No rush. If you truly cannot repay, you may offer yourself as collateral." At that moment, Gu Qinghu came to Lin Yi's rescue, stating, "Enough of this trivial exchange. The time for lingering is limited. We must swiftly locate and vanquish the Mist Spectre. Qingshan, can you sense the presence of the Mist Spectre now?" "Captain, let me give it a try." Lin Yi then closed his eyes in meditation, leveraging the capabilities of the spectral stone on his chest to sense the surroundings. Perhaps due to the enhancement of his mental fortitude, he felt his perception sharpen significantly. Soon enough, Lin Yi discerned that a dense, icy mist, exuding malevolent intent, was swirling around the perimeter of their tent. Clearly, this was the true form of the Mist Spectre, concealed within the fog. "Captain, the Mist Spectre is just outside the tent, but it seems to be a flowing mass of white mist, lacking a physical form." Chapter 35. Exterminating the Mist Spectre. A notable harvest. The abilities of the Mist Spectre were peculiar. The chilling mist it released not only concealed its tracks and obscured vision, but wherever the mist lingered, the spectre could swiftly materialize. In other words, it could teleport within the confines of the fog and remain hidden. However, with Lin Yi's enhanced spectral stone abilities, it was as if he wielded a radar for spectral entities, rendering the spectre's concealment ineffective. Gu Qinghu contemplated briefly and declared, "To completely eradicate this entity, we must draw out its physical form. I will make the first move. You all should act when the opportunity arises." He then unsheathed the dragon's roar blade and stepped out of the tent. The moment he exited, Gu Qinghu was met with an assault, as a massive hand of white mist coalesced above him and struck down with great force. What audacity! Gu Qinghu had long been prepared and was not one to shy away. He raised the dragon's roar and slashed downward. The golden blade light cleaved through the misty hand, severing it in two. Just as Gu Qinghu breathed a sigh of relief, a torrent of white mist began to converge upon the entire camp, coalescing into numerous monstrous entities formed from the mist. These creatures included specters resembling wild boars, ghostly apparitions, and bloodthirsty wolves, all common fiends in the vicinity of Guten village. Indeed, these are the specters of our lands, capable of mimicking such lifelike monsters, albeit mere illusions. Gu Qinghu barked a command and charged into the misty creatures, engaging them with the fiery sun blade technique. Meanwhile, Lin Yi remained seated within the tent, relying on the spectral stone to monitor the situation outside regarding the Mist Spectre. Old Four inquired, "What do you sense?" Lin Yi shook his head. "The Mist Spectre's main body has yet to appear. It continues to swirl above our tent. However, I can sense it has dispersed much of its power to create illusions, rendering its main form weaker." Old Four turned and instructed, "Alu, Xiaoba, you two go outside and assist in dispatching the illusions. It seems this Mist Spectre will not reveal itself until it has finished playing its tricks." At this moment, the Mist Spectre indeed resembled a flowing cloud of mist encircling the tent. Due to the presence of the spiritual fire candles, it was unable to probe the tent's interior. Yet, it was aware that the ant that had wounded it was hiding within. Nevertheless, it dared not reveal itself, realizing that these human ants possessed the means to slay it. After 2 or 3 minutes, the misty entities surrounding them were gradually eliminated by Gu Qinghu and his companions. However, as a cold wind swept through, the surrounding mist began to coalesce into new monsters once more. Gu Qinghu's brow furrowed, and he shouted into the tent, "This won't do. Within the fog's embrace, we cannot eliminate these creatures completely. Old Four, we must try a different approach." Old Four raised an eyebrow, contemplating how to deplete the Mist Spectre's illusions before drawing out its main form, but it appeared the illusions were virtually inexhaustible. Even if they managed to slay them all, they would be drained. At that moment, Lin Yi suggested, "Captain, why not try the Spirit Binding Talisman? It may prove effective against the floating Mist Spectre." Although the Spirit Binding Talisman was merely a semi-professional grade talisman, it was one that Old Four had restored from ancient texts, with limited experience against spectral entities, leading him to be uncertain about its efficacy against a non-physical Mist Spectre, especially one of semi-professional caliber. Thus, he had previously advised against using the Spirit Binding Talisman until the main body of the Mist Spectre was located. Unexpectedly, Old Four's thoughts took a sudden turn, and he inquired, Qingshan, did you just address me as captain? Huh. Lin Yi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had merely misspoken. After all, among the 4 militia leaders, aside from Gu Qinghu, he had distinguished the others by adding prefixes to their names, which was customary among the militia members. Indeed. From now on, you may address me thus. It has a pleasant ring to it. Old Four ignored Lin Yi's bewilderment and resumed rummaging through his treasure chest. Lin Yi clearly observed him retrieving yet another red-hued talisman. However, this particular talisman did not inspire confidence, as a violent aura emanated from it, as if it contained a dreadful specter imprisoned within. Captain, what kind of talisman is this? It is also a semi-professional talisman, but one personally crafted by the village elder. Its power is formidable. Old Four initially intended to provide little explanation, but, upon seeing Lin Yi's inquisitive gaze, added, "This talisman seals within it a trace of the aura of a professional-grade specter. Once activated, the white mist surrounding us will dissipate effortlessly, exploiting the characteristic that lower-grade specters cannot contain higher-grade ones. Thus, this talisman is also known as the Talisman of Breaking Specters, a long-held legacy of our Gutin village." Lin Yi exclaimed, "Such a powerful talisman. Why didn't you use it earlier?" Old Four explained, "This talisman requires materials from a professional-grade specter, which are exceedingly rare. I possess only one. Were it not for the current opportunity to eliminate this Mist Spectre, I would not have brought it forth. Now, enough chatter. Once we dispel this mist, you must coordinate with Gu Qinghu and the others to swiftly slay the Mist Spectre." Upon concluding his words, the ancient figure known as Gu Lao Si crushed the talisman in his hand. In an instant, a massive torrent of inky black mist began to pour forth from the shattered talisman. Lin Yi, standing too close, inadvertently inhaled a wisp of this dark energy, instantly engulfed by a surge of malevolence that filled his heart. Fortunately, Gu Lao Si pulled Lin Yi back and swiftly slapped him awake. The ominous entity contained within the talisman was called the Wrathful Ghost, one of the 7 demonic spirits. Should one inhale too much of its essence, it could render them a fool. Lin Yi cast a resentful glance at Gu Lao Si, suspecting that he had acted deliberately, failing to offer prior warning merely to witness his misfortune, and even intending to strike him again. Fine. You can forget about that half-pound of ash." As a more formidable specter emerged within the misty half-demon lair, the entity sensed a shift in the atmosphere, causing the previously encompassing white fog to disperse violently. Gu Qinghu and the others recognized the situation immediately, surmising it to be the handiwork of Gu Lao Si. "The mist is dissipating. We must not let the specter escape." At that moment, Lin Yi emerged from the tent, armed with his gleaming silver blade, having noticed that the specter, which had previously been shrouded in the tent, was attempting to flee. "Captain, the specter is just 10 meters ahead in the mist. It's trying to escape." "Understood," Gu Qinghu responded, his form a blur as he advanced, unleashing a radiant golden flame from his dragon roar blade and delivering a decisive strike. Within the thinning white fog, the specter was struck directly, its vaporous form cleaved in two before reassembling. To the naked eye, it was evident that the specter's essence had diminished. Clearly, Gu Qinghu's fiery sword technique had inflicted significant damage upon the specter. "After tormenting us for so long, you think you can run?" Gu Qinghu hurled a binding spirit talisman, which transformed into a beam of white light, ensnaring the specter in its grasp. Seizing the opportunity, Gua Lu and Gu Xiaoba joined the fray to deliver additional strikes. In less than 5 seconds, the once house-sized specter was reduced to mere fragments. Its volume diminished by a third as it coalesced once more. At this point, the surrounding white fog had completely vanished, and under the night sky, the specter stood out prominently, leaving Lin Yi no need for reminders of its location. The specter, now acutely aware of its impending doom, struggled frantically against its restraints. As the energy of the initial binding spirit talisman was depleted, Gua Lu swiftly cast a second one. Gu Qinghu and the others surged forward to continue their assault. Lin Yi too approached, delivering 2 strikes. Given that the specter was now akin to a fish on a chopping board, He was determined to seize the final opportunity to vanquish it for maximum gain. After deploying a third binding spirit talisman, the ensnared specter had shrunk to the size of a basketball, its energy waning, seemingly devoid of any means to retaliate. Gu Qinghu sheathed his sword and declared, "Qingshan, it's your turn." "Understood, Captain." Lin Yi gathered his strength, channeling all of his remaining 30-plus health points into the Sunblade technique. The strike radiated like a vast sun, illuminating an area of 4 to 5 meters. Amidst the searing blade light, the specter let out a wail before dissipating into white mist. Ding! You have slain a semi-professional specter, earning 150 experience points. Following the specter's disappearance, a plethora of spectral ashes erupted forth, alongside 2 gleaming items. One stone shimmered with white light, while the other glimmered with black. Deathstone White contains a significant amount of death energy. Contact with the living may lead to ailments or even death, though it serves as a potent tonic for specters. Green Specter Core, a core item dropped by a semi-professional specter, possessing various remarkable uses and considerable value. Lin Yi first picked up the black Death Stone, glanced at its description, and immediately cast it aside in disdain towards Gu Laosi. Just as he was about to examine the Green Specter Core, he suddenly vanished from his spot. It turned out that Lin Yi's online time had expired, forcibly ejecting him from the apocalypse world. The others were left exchanging bewildered glances, and Gu Laosi, baring his teeth in frustration, remarked, "Damn it, did that little brat just make off with our loot?" Indeed. Lin Yi not only absconded with the Green Specter Core, but also discreetly pocketed a binding spirit talisman as he departed. Chapter 36, An Unexpected Situation in Reality. The following morning, before dawn had fully broken, several players from the 5th Militia Squad logged on early, only to discover that their tents had vanished. The entire camp lay in disarray, the ground marred with scars of battle, as if it had endured a fierce conflict. They learned that just a few hours prior, a semi-professional specter had invaded the camp, leading to a violent confrontation, ultimately resulting in the specter's demise at the hands of the militia. A specter invasion? I've never encountered one before. Are they akin to the ghosts depicted in films and novels? You should hope to never witness one. I've heard that a specter had been lurking in the village recently, claiming many lives. When Dugu Feng logged in, the members of the 5th Squad immediately surrounded him. "Dugu, have you heard about last night? A specter invaded our camp." Upon hearing the term specter, Dugu Feng instinctively shuddered, but upon spotting Gu Qinghu nearby, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. The presence of the old captain signified that the threat had been neutralized. "Brothers, what exactly transpired? Please elaborate." After listening to their excited recounting, Dugu Feng finally grasped the events of the previous night, inwardly thankful that he hadn't logged in himself. The invader had been a semi-professional specter. Moreover, the specter's white mist had enveloped the entire camp, leaving no avenue for escape. Ultimately, it was Lin Yi, in conjunction with Gu Qinghu, Gu Laosi, and the others, who had slain the specter. Wait, when did my brother Qingshan become so formidable? Even his good friend, the level 9 Long Kongqua, wouldn't he dare confront a semi-professional specter head-on, would he? Has a mere upgrade to a semi-spiritual weapon truly augmented his combat prowess to this extent? If I recall correctly, Lin Yi had been hoarding experience points and was still merely a level 3 player. The disparity between level 3 and semi-professional is staggering. To be honest, Dugu Feng's impression of Lin Yi was still of the young man who had easily defeated a level 5 corpse monster, showcasing level 5 combat prowess. Yet, even if Lin Yi had made considerable progress over the past week, it seemed implausible that he possessed the capability to contend with a semi-professional specter. Were he aware that the Apocalypse game had not crashed, he might even suspect Lin Yi of having cheated. Dugu Feng found himself perplexed, utterly at a loss. As time passed, the members of the 5th Militia Squad gathered, and Gu Laosi had commenced rigorous training with them. Meanwhile, Gu Qinghu waited for Lin Yi to log in, but upon seeing Gu Laosi lead the squad deep into the valley to hunt corpse monsters, he grew restless. It's odd, Qingshan is rarely late. Could something be delaying him? As Gu Qinghu had suspected, Lin Yi indeed encountered an unexpected situation in reality. After rising early in the morning, Lin Yi intended to log on promptly to examine the Green Specter core he had acquired the previous day. However, while eating buns at a breakfast shop beneath his apartment, Lin Yi, now acutely attuned to his surroundings due to a significant enhancement in mental acuity, sensed someone watching him from a distance. For several minutes, the gaze of the concealed individual lingered upon him. Lin Yi was certain that this person was tailing him. Could it be an official? Had Lu Bo disclosed his status as an Apocalypse player to the authorities? Lin Yi's first instinct was to suspect Lu Bo of betrayal. But after a moment's reflection, he dismissed the notion as improbable. Even official personnel need not be so swift, monitoring him so early in the morning. Moreover, he held a degree of confidence in Lu Bo, Given their relationship, there was no necessity for Lu Bo to act in such a manner. If not official personnel, who could it be? Perhaps it was a member of the Black Card Alliance mentioned by Lu Hong in his diary? Yet, with Lu Hong's affairs having transpired so long ago, why would anyone still be shadowing him? Or could it be that someone had been watching him all along? Only now that his mental attributes had significantly increased within the Apocalypse world last night, granting him heightened perception, was he able to detect their presence? Despite the myriad of questions swirling in his mind, Lin Yi continued to eat his buns at a leisurely pace, refraining from looking up to seek out the one who was fixated on him. Upon finishing his meal, he decided to cancel his plans to venture into the Apocalypse world to hunt monsters and summoned a ride to his studio instead. Meanwhile, not far away, on the second floor of a shop, a man with a telescope lowered his instrument and began to compose a message on his phone. Subject 1 felt quite ordinary. After finishing breakfast, he summoned a ride and vanished, presumably heading to the gaming studio registered under his name. Shortly after, the individual known as Subject 1 received a reply. Continue to observe the situation. This Lin Yi not only shared a close relationship with Lu Hong, but also maintained a strong connection with Lu Bo. Should Lu Bo acquire the activation code left by Lu Hong, this Lin Yi might possess knowledge of something significant. Thus, Subject 16, while he is out, go check his residence. Understood, Subject 1. Within a luxurious building by the Huangpu River in Donghai City, Zhao Yilong slowly placed his phone down. He was, in fact, Subject 1, a prominent member of the Black Card Alliance. In his 40s, he donned a light gray suit, and his refined visage was accentuated by a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Not only was he a renowned businessman in reality, but he was also an adept player in the Apocalypse world. As one of the earliest players to enter this realm, Zhao Yilong had ascended to a professional level. Months prior, bolstered by his vast financial empire, he established an underground organization called the Black Card Alliance within the country. The organization's mission was to unite unofficial players to explore the Apocalypse world together, exchanging information and resources. Membership in the Black Card Alliance came with monetary compensation in reality, and there were no hierarchical distinctions. All were considered members. Naturally, to differentiate individuals, they were referred to by numbers, with Zhao Yilong as the founder being designated as Subject 1. Although the Black Card Alliance publicly presented itself as a law-abiding organization, it remained a private entity beyond official control, leading Zhao Yilong to frequently be summoned for discussions with authorities. This situation gradually diminished only after he reached the professional level. His dispatch of personnel to Lin Yi City was primarily to acquire Lu Hong's activation code, rumored to bear a very low number. As one of the first players in the Apocalypse world, Zhao Yilong was privy to many hidden secrets, including the mystery of the activation codes. Half a year ago, the Apocalypse world had abruptly opened, with a mysterious force randomly selecting 108 individuals from Earth to enter. These 108 individuals comprised the first wave of players, each possessing an activation code numbered from 1 to 108. The activation code numbered 110 was particularly special, crafted from a golden material, allegedly granting its bearer incredible powers upon activation. Codes numbered between 111 and 108 were considered secondary, made of blue paper, also offering various unique rewards upon activation. Subsequent activation codes were no longer numbered, being merely white, standard codes. Zhao Yilong's swift ascent to the professional level, surpassing 99 other players in a mere 6 months, was due to his being among the first selected, endowed with the activation code numbered 102. This code granted the remarkable ability to be immune to 3 deaths within the Apocalypse world. Such an ability was enviable, allowing him 3 lives within that universe. However, Zhao Yilong was aware that his activation code was not the most coveted. The truly game-changing codes were those ranked within the top 10. By a stroke of luck, he learned of Lu Hong's information and understood that Lu Hong's activation code was also of a low number. Uncertain of the exact number, he began to seek contact with Lu Hong, hoping to recruit him into the Black Card Alliance. Unfortunately, the past month had seen him ensnared in a web of mundane matters both in reality and within the Apocalypse world. When he next focused on Lu Hong, he discovered that Lu Hong had unexpectedly passed away in reality, with his activation code now missing. A week prior, Zhao Yilong began to investigate Lu Hong's relatives and friends, including Lu Bo, Lin Yi, and Lu Hong's ex-wife. He ultimately learned that Lu Bo had become a player in the Apocalypse world and was dispatched to the official headquarters in the capital for training. At this juncture, he felt a 70% certainty that Lu Hong had bequeathed his activation code to his son. After all, he had interacted with Lu Hong within the game. Lu Hong held traditional values and cared deeply for his son. If he possessed something valuable, Lu Hong would undoubtedly leave it to his son without a second thought. Upon discovering that Lu Bo had returned to Lin Yi after training, he hastily dispatched personnel to engage with Lu Bo, leading to the scene unfolding today. Inside the building, standing before a vast glass window with a view of the river, Zhao Yilong retrieved a photograph of Lu Hong from his drawer. The image depicted Lu Bo, clad in training attire, smiling outside Tiananmen. Evidently, Zhao Yilong wielded considerable influence, having procured an internal photograph of the trainees. Little fellow, you bear some resemblance to your father. Let us hope you don't inherit his obliviousness, he mused. Approximately half an hour later, Subject 16 sent a message. Subject 1, I've searched Lin Yi's residence, but found nothing of value. The computer is completely clean. Aside from an unopened ornamental Longquan knife in the bedroom, there is nothing particularly noteworthy. I suspect Lin Yi might not be a player in the apocalypse world. Upon reading the message, Zhao Yilong furrowed his brow. Very well, Subject 16. Let us keep our focus on Lu Bo for now. After all, this boy has just come of age. See if you can make contact and invite him to join the Black Card Alliance. Understood, Subject 1. At that moment, Lin Yi was supervising his team members' gold farming activities in the studio. Although his visits to the studio had been infrequent lately, his employees' enthusiasm for work appeared to remain undiminished, which brought him a measure of comfort. After ordering a coffee for each staff member via his phone, Lin Yi suddenly received a message from Lu Yuqian, a contact he had added a few days prior during a chance encounter. Big brother Lin, are you home? I hear some commotion in your room. I remember you seemed to have left early this morning. Upon reading this message, Lin Yi immediately surmised that someone had entered his apartment, and it was highly likely to be the individual who had been tailing him earlier. How audacious. Fortunately, Lin Yi never left any traces of apocalypse-related information in his home. Anything written on paper would be immediately incinerated. And even the browsing history on his computer was meticulously deleted before every shutdown. It's probably just a friend, he replied to Lu Yuqian. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi resolved to contact Lu Bo. At present, he remained uncertain about the identity of the person monitoring him. But he believed that the best course of action to resolve this situation was to seek the assistance of official channels. Meanwhile, Lu Bo was attending a meeting at the Linha City Police Department, where Captain Zhang Baichuan was providing training on police protocols and emergency response techniques for special incidents. Upon receiving the message from Lin Yi, Lu Bo's expression gradually grew solemn. He hastily replied, "Ego, please remain calm and try not to exhibit any unusual behavior. I will make my way over during lunch." Lin Yi responded, "Should you notify your team?" Lu Bo reassured him, "No need. I believe I can handle this matter." Lin Yi nodded, as he too wished to avoid alarming Zhang Baichuan. After all, Zhang was not only a seasoned official but also a player of at least level 9. If his identity as an apocalypse player were to be unveiled before Zhang, it could lead to unwarranted speculation, especially if Zhang were to discover any anomalies regarding the source of his activation code. As the morning progressed, Lin Yi seized the opportunity to enter the apocalypse world. He checked in with Gu Qinghu, assuring him of his safety, and postponed their scheduled hunt for the corpse monsters. Upon returning to his tent, Lin Yi also took a moment to examine the Fog Enigma Spirit Stone he had acquired the previous day. Gu Qinghu had not inquired about it, and the Ancient Four were not present at the camp, prompting Lin Yi to delve into study. To his surprise, as he drew the Fog Enigma Spirit Stone closer to his heart, he felt the enigmatic stone within his chest stir once more. Simultaneously, an overwhelming sense of desire emanated from the stone, as if it longed to devour the Fog Enigma Spirit Stone. A yearning far more intense than that for absorbing the ashes of the enigmatic spirits. Lin Yi hesitated. After all, this was a core item dropped by the Fog Enigma. Could it truly be consumed? Especially since the rights to this item had yet to be determined. It was not entirely his. However, when Lin Yi placed the Fog Enigma Spirit Stone into his backpack, a wave of loss washed over him, as if he were on the verge of missing a significant opportunity. Damn it, if I do consume you, do not let me down, Lin Yi resolved, gently placing the Fog Enigma Spirit Stone against his chest. Chapter 37. Merging with the Fog Enigma Spirit Stone. In the next moment, the Fog Enigma Spirit Stone seamlessly melded into Lin Yi's heart like wisps of white fog. Ding! The enigmatic stone absorbed the Fog Enigma Spirit Stone and began to undergo a transformation. By noon, Lu Bo, having made a few adjustments to his appearance, arrived at the base of Lin Yi's apartment building. In his quest to uncover the identity of the individual stalking Ego, Lu Bo identified himself at the security office and requested access to the apartment surveillance footage. The footage revealed a young man clad in a black hoodie, stealthily slipping into Lin Yi's room approximately 20 minutes after Lin Yi had departed. The figure lingered in the room for only a few minutes, engaging in unknown activities before swiftly disappearing within the community. Despite numerous cameras capturing this individual, his face remained obscured as he kept his head lowered. Huh? Do you truly believe this is abroad, where a mere disguise can conceal you? Lu Bo scoffed, then left with the surveillance video. By the time Lin Yi received Lu Bo's message, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Ego, I have found the person who was tracking you this morning. He is a player from the Apocalypse world, affiliated with the Black Card Alliance. The Black Card Alliance? The organization connected to your father? Lin Yi inquired. Indeed. That is them. They must be after me, especially since I just returned to Lin Yi City yesterday. The reason for their tracking is likely that they noticed I dined with you last night. Xiao Bo, how do you intend to handle this? Do you require my assistance? There's no need, Ego. The Black Card Alliance operates with utter disregard for consequences. You lack an official identity, making it unwise for you to get involved. I will take care of this issue, and I assure you he will be leaving Lin Yi City shortly. After their conversation, Lin Yi couldn't help but reflect on the fact that death truly tempers a person. Just over half a month ago, Lu Bo was a grieving high school student, mourning his father's passing. Yet now, after returning from training, Lu Bo had undergone a remarkable transformation, exhibiting a newfound composure and maturity that belied his youth. Upon returning to his apartment, Lin Yi conducted a brief search and found no additional surveillance devices within the room. Everything appeared unchanged since his departure. And had it not been for Lu Yuxin's warning, Lin Yi might not have suspected anyone had entered his quarters. Members of the Black Card Alliance, very well. I have taken note of you. With that, Lin Yi entered the Apocalypse world once more. Half an hour later, Lin Yi and Gu Qinghu emerged at the outskirts of the core area of the ancient Tomb Valley. Captain, we have been searching for quite some time. Yet there is not a single corpse monster in this vicinity. Perhaps we should venture into the core area to hunt? That sounds reasonable, Gu Qinghu agreed. Since their team had settled in the valley, the number of corpse monsters around the perimeter had diminished drastically. Now, finding a solitary corpse monster was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Gu Qinghu reiterated, as I have mentioned before, once we enter the core area, follow my lead and refrain from acting recklessly. The corpse monsters within are not the same as those outside. Understood. Lin Yi felt a degree of confidence in his abilities. Now that he and Gu Qinghu were working together, even facing a level 10 corpse monster wouldn't be insurmountable. Moreover, having merged with the Fog Enigma Spirit Stone, he had acquired a new capability that he was eager to test within the valley. In comparison to the outer regions, the vegetation in the core area of the ancient Tomb Valley was far more luxuriant. Towering ancient trees loomed overhead, and the ground was littered with unknown fragments of bones and withered yellow leaves. With sunlight unable to penetrate, a miasma enveloped the entire valley. Just as Lin Yi stepped onto a patch of soft, decaying leaves, a shadow suddenly erupted from the ground below. Ancient Tomb Valley mutated corpse monster, green health, 510 status, hungry level, 9 skill, diamond technique description. This is a corpse monster that has been buried for many years, emerging to forage when external disturbances are significant. A level 9 corpse monster with external skills, quite impressive indeed. Lin Yi's initial trepidation transformed into exhilaration upon sighting the towering 2-meter-tall creature. Having hunted countless corpse monsters, Lin Yi had discerned the patterns concerning the drop rates of external skills. Typically, external skills were dropped only by monsters of level 7 or higher, and the skills they bore were those learned during their existence. Such corpse monsters, endowed with external skills, often had a higher drop rate. Captain, allow me to take the lead. A mere level 9 should be manageable for me. Very well. I will remain vigilant of our surroundings, Gu Qinghu nodded, sheathing his dragon champ blade and stepping back a few meters. As the corpse monster roared and charged, Lin Yi deftly flicked his wrist, and the gleaming silver long knife manifested in his grasp. Clang! A golden arc of light cleaved through the air, striking the monster's right shoulder with considerable force. Health, 220. A single strike from the Flame Sunblade technique had decimated half of the level 9 corpse monster's health. One must admit, the level 8 Flame Sunblade technique, with its 512 amplification, was truly formidable. It was likely that no elite from the generations of militia in Gutin village had ever elevated the Flame Sunblade technique to such heights. Though he could have dispatched this level 9 corpse monster in 2 strokes, Lin Yi refrained, recognizing that the creature's immense strength and size made it ideal for honing his blade skills. Instead of relying on the Flame Sunblade technique again, he engaged in a direct clash with the corpse monster, employing a series of strikes. At that moment, the proficiency of the Flame Sunblade technique on his attributes panel began to increment steadily. Minutes later, the level 9 corpse monster fell with a resounding crack, its head severed by Lin Yi's precise strikes. Subsequently, 2 items were dropped. One was a green quality corpse oil fragment, and the other, a green quality material, an ancient bone from the corpse monster's chest. While the external skill he had hoped for did not materialize, the 2 green drops were nonetheless commendable. For the next 2 hours, Lin Yi and Gu Qinghu cautiously roamed the core area of the valley, on the lookout for corpse monsters to hunt. Though the undead creatures here are more widely dispersed, Their initial strength is at level 8. Furthermore, due to the more potent remnants of a certain aura in the core area, the undead here have evidently undergone mutations, resulting in them being significantly larger than their counterparts of the same level found in the outskirts. Within a span of 2 hours, Lin Yi and Gu Qinghu encountered a total of 3 level 8 undead and 2 level 9 undead, except for one level 8 creature that suddenly emerged from the shadows, which Gu Qinghu helped to vanquish. The remaining 4 were dispatched by Lin Yi himself. During this period, Lin Yi not only garnered a substantial amount of experience points, but also saw a considerable increase in his proficiency with the Flame Sunblade technique. The only lamentable aspect was that he did not obtain a single external skill book, only a few green materials. Lin Yi felt somewhat unfortunate, having slain so many undead. He had only acquired a mediocre quality, rapid steps skill. He resolved that once he had more slots for talent solidification, he would definitely solidify a talent that could enhance his luck, thereby improving the drop rates of items. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, Lin Yi, despite not feeling sufficiently satiated from the hunt and still having over an hour of logged time, knew it was imperative to return due to the heightened dangers of hunting undead at night. Just then, a fierce roar resonated from a distant hillside. Both Lin Yi and Gu Qinghu immediately became vigilant, turning their gazes toward the source of the explosion. "Captain, it seems to be a trace of a divine talisman," Gu Qinghu remarked with a furrowed brow. "Indeed, it is a divine talisman. At this hour, the only one capable of remaining in the valley is Old 4. Let us investigate," he urged. Upon reaching the nearby hill, they beheld a large throng of undead bursting forth from the earth, among which were not a few level 8 and 9 creatures. These undead, festooned with decaying flesh, exhibited a rapid speed after merely limbering their stiffened bones, darting toward Old 4 like ravenous hounds. Old 4, now encircled, turned pale with fear. Which damned immortal did this? He cursed. Damn that immortal. To bury so many militia corpses on the same hillside, is he intent on my demise? Had he known that such a multitude of undead lay buried beneath, he would have refrained from employing such a potent explosive divine talisman. With the sheer number of undead overwhelming him, Old 4 hastily unleashed several defensive talismans. Barely managing to shield himself against their assault, he released an emergency flare, hoping desperately for someone to come to his aid. Otherwise, the future village chief of Guten Village might very well perish in this valley. 1 minute later, as the defensive talismans Old 4 carried began to dwindle, the horde of undead drew ever closer. At that moment, a dense white mist inexplicably expanded, enveloping both Old 4 and the undead. This white mist, as the chilling sensation of frost emanated from the mist reached him, Old 4's scalp prickled. "It's the mist apparition from last night. Damn it. Could it be that the mist apparition was not eradicated?" The white mist thickened within mere seconds, obscuring Old 4's vision entirely. Suddenly, a large hand emerged from behind, dragging him away. Old 4 nearly lost his wits in fright, only to turn and discover the grinning face of Gu Qinghu. "Goodness, Gu Qinghu, what a surprise!" he exclaimed. "What is this? Are you unhappy to see me? Should I toss you back?" Gu Qinghu teased. No, I am exceedingly glad to see you, tiger brother," Old 4 quickly replied, shamelessly embracing the camaraderie. "What is going on, Gu Qinghu? What is with this white mist?" Gu Qinghu pointed to Lin Yi, who was manipulating the white mist nearby, and explained, "The mist is conjured by Qingshan. I'm just as astonished. I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, but the ability to generate this white mist should be related to his fusion with the Mist Apparition Spirit Stone." Old 4 gasped in shock. "What? The Mist Apparition Spirit Stone dropped last night? That brat has fused with it?" It is noteworthy that the Mist Apparition Spirit Stone is a manifestation of the rules of the apparition, and obtaining it is crucial for Old 4 to break through to divinity. In the 6 months since the descendants appeared in Guten Village, although several professional-grade apparitions had perished within the village, the core spirit stones of the apparitions had never dropped. Old 4 now resembled someone who had just learned they had won $1 million jackpot only to find the ticket had expired. Unable to contain himself, Old 4 lamented. "Gu Qinghu, I suffered considerable losses in divine talismans while slaying the Mist Apparition last night. Strictly speaking, that Mist Apparition Spirit Stone should not be considered his." Gu Qinghu, aware of the significance of core items dropped by half-professional grade apparitions, attempted to console him. "I understand, but it's already fused. With all your treasures. Does it truly matter? Besides, had it not been for Qingshan's ability to conjure this white mist to ensnare the horde, you might have been torn to shreds by now." Despite Gu Qinghu's attempts at reassurance, Old 4's heart seemed to bleed. He weakly replied, "Don't speak to me. You don't care since it's not yours. Just think, from last night until now, how many of my possessions has that brat consumed?" "Old 4, have you forgotten what the village chief said? The descendants are our future hope. Consider your treasures as an investment. Moreover, Qingshan never stated he wouldn't return them. Gu Qinghu interjected. At that moment, Lin Yi, who was releasing the white mist, suddenly felt dizzy, as if his mental energy was depleted. It turned out that during the day, after the apparition stone in his chest devoured the mist apparition spirit stone, Lin Yi awakened the ability to manipulate the white mist. However, due to his weak mental energy, his control over the white mist was still quite limited. He could only manage a range of 20 meters, and the more mist he released, the greater the toll on his mental energy. Nevertheless, the white mist he conjured bore a striking resemblance to that of the mist apparition, possessing unique capabilities. It was equally frigid and could affect the perceptions of those ensnared. Currently, the horde of undead attacking Old Four was caught in the white mist Lin Yi had summoned. The undead, having limited intelligence, found themselves disoriented within the mist, losing their targets and aimlessly wandering in place. At this juncture, Lin Yi called out, "Captains, I can't hold on much longer. We must flee." Gu Qinghu and Old Four dared not delay. Seeing the mist around them thinning, they hastily rose and fled, with Lin Yi hurriedly trailing behind. After running several miles to the shelter of a large concealed rock, the three finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, upon raising his head, Lin Yi noticed Old Four glaring at him with a fierce expression. "You little scoundrel, who gave you the right to use the mist apparition spirit stone without permission? Don't you know how valuable it is to me? But since you did save my life just now, we are even. However, when are you going to repay me for the half a pound of apparition ashes you used yesterday?" Lin Yi was taken aback, not expecting to be confronted for payment immediately after saving someone. "Ahem, Captain Old Four, I'm currently not in a position to pay," he stammered. Old Four waved his hand nonchalantly. "No matter. I've heard you've slain quite a few undead lately. You should have accrued a good number of undead oil chunks and external skill books. I can take a slight loss. You can use those to settle your debt." "Captain Old Four, there's no need to rush for repayment. It's not customary to demand repayment so soon after lending," Lin Yi pleaded. "Give me a couple of months, and I assure you I will gather it for you." Facing Old Four's shameless demeanor, Lin Yi decided to stand his ground, refusing to pay at this moment. After all, his resources were scarce, and if he were to give everything to Old Four, he might not even be able to secure his daily necessities. Gu Qinghu intervened. "All right, Old Four, if it comes to it, I can cover Qingshan's debt for now." To his surprise, Old Four cast a disdainful glance at Gu Qinghu and retorted, "You? Pay?" In the entirety of Gutan village, who does not know that Gu Qinghu is the poorest? Apart from the somewhat valuable longing blade he possesses, he is neither a woman nor a wife to speak of. "What do you have to repay?" Upon hearing these words, Gu Qinghu fell silent. Lin Yi scratched his head, perplexed as to why the usually amiable Gu Laosi had suddenly become so serious. "Captain Laosi, have you been possessed by an evil spirit?" Gu Laosi scoffed, retorting, "You little rascal, it is you who has been possessed. You do not comprehend the significance of the mist spirit stone to me. Had I known that what you acquired yesterday was the mist spirit stone, I would have never allowed you to lay hands on it." Realizing this, Gu Laosi smacked his forehead. He was aware that Lin Yi possessed a legacy soul artifact. Everything dropped by the spirit is nourishing to that soul artifact. Had he known that the item dropped yesterday was the mist spirit core, he should have waited for Lin Yi to log in today. At this moment, Gu Qinghu leaned closer to Lin Yi, saying, "Gu Laosi has lingered at level 10 for several years. But to break through to the professional level and transition to a divine priest, aside from having ample divine power of faith, he primarily requires the core drop from a professional level spirit. Although the mist spirit stone that dropped last night is merely a semi-professional spirit core, it can assist Gu Laosi in ascending to the rank of divine priest." Upon hearing Gu Qinghu's explanation, Lin Yi finally understood why Gu Laosi had met him with such a sour demeanor. It was for this very reason. Chapter 39, Spirit Mastery and Demonization. At this moment, Gu Laosi suddenly smiled and said, "Kid, I won't make it difficult for you. Help me with one favor, and I'll consider this matter settled. And you need not repay the half kilogram of ash." "Captain Laosi, please be direct. No need to beat around the bush." Lin Yi instantly understood that Gu Laosi was quite shrewd. His earlier insistence on debt repayment was likely merely a prelude to this request. After all, Gu Laosi was aware that the mist spirit stone was already lost. Being overly meticulous about it would serve no purpose. Gu Laosi narrowed his eyes and said, "This favor carries some danger for you, so do not rush to agree. What is it that you require?" Lin Yi inquired. "I need you to log in after midnight tonight, and, using your unique ability, take me into the core area of the ancient Tomb Valley, where there is a cave." However, before Gu Laosi could finish his sentence, Gu Qinghu's expression changed dramatically. "Laosi, have you lost your mind? That place has long been a forbidden zone. If you want to die, go alone. Don't drag others down with you." Gu Laosi ignored Gu Qinghu and fixed his gaze on Lin Yi. Kid, are you going or not? Rest assured, even if I die there, you will not. Lin Yi frowned and replied, Captain Laosi, first tell me what this core area's cave is and what you intend to do there. As long as I can ensure that the danger is not too great, I am willing to accompany you. All right, it's worth discussing with you, as it pertains to our village's dark history. Gu Laosi began, then nodded and asked, Qing Shan, do you know the origin of the ancient Tomb Valley? Lin Yi glanced at Gu Qinghu and replied, I heard the captain say that this valley was originally the burial site of the village's militia heroes, but it was later occupied by a spirit that possesses the ability to resurrect the dead. Over time, the spirit tainted the remains, transforming the valley into what is now known as the ancient Tomb Valley. After Lin Yi finished speaking, Gu Laosi chuckled derisively and said, what you say is not entirely incorrect, but true history is often embellished. Let me tell you the truth. The transformation of the ancient Tomb Valley is entirely the result of the sins committed by our ancestors. Finding a clean stone. Gu Laosi sat down and continued. Approximately 300 years ago, Gutan village experienced internal strife. One faction controlled the village's core resources, the divine priesthood, while the other faction was the lower-class spirit masters, deemed heretical. The rampant warfare devastated much of the historically rich Gutan village, with tens of thousands of villagers perishing in the chaos. Ultimately, the faction represented by the divine priests expelled all the spirit masters. Hearing this, Lin Yi could not help but ask, Spirit masters? Are they those who can control spirits? Gu Laosi continued, indeed. In the Tianqi continent, there exist not only the 4 primary professions you are aware of, but countless others not recognized, such as the spirit master and the demonization master. Both of these professions rely on spirits and demons to achieve breakthroughs. The spirit master, in particular, harnesses a single spirit as their core, accommodating multiple spirits within their body to grow in strength. I have seen records in ancient texts of spirit masters who, after only a few months of cultivation, could attain professional-level combat power. At this juncture, Gu Qinghu interjected, Qing Shan, do not listen to Laosi's nonsense. Ancient texts record that the spirit master profession is notoriously short-lived. It is an evil profession that exacts a toll on one's own life. Prolonged contact with spirits gradually distorts one's humanity, leading to a complete transformation of character. After listening to both of them, Lin Yi understood. So, Captain Laosi, what you mean is that the spirit masters from back then did not perish entirely, but rather escaped into the ancient Tomb Valley and used certain methods to transform the underground corpses into zombie-like creatures. Gu Laosi snapped his fingers and smiled. Clever. Conversing with an intelligent person is refreshing. You are correct. Many of those spirit masters from back then fled deep into this valley, and the cave I mentioned is where they took refuge. Lin Yi pressed further. What lies within that cave? Why do you insist on my going, especially at the stroke of midnight? Gu Laosi pondered for a moment and said, let me share something else with you. Before the turmoil in Gutan village, there were many legacies and treasures within the village, one of which was an ancient soul artifact capable of sensing spirits and absorbing their essence to grow. Lin Yi was taken aback. The ability to sense and absorb spirits? Are you not describing the spirit artifact I have already bound to? It seemed that Gu Laosi was already aware of the artifact's presence on him. Observing Lin Yi's slightly flustered expression, Gu Laosi chuckled. Do not worry. You have already bonded with the artifact. Unless you are killed, even if they were to extract your heart, they could not separate you from the spirit artifact. Lin Yi could not help but mutter under his breath. Thank you for the reminder. Gu Laosi continued. During the turmoil, many secret treasures and legacies were lost in Gutan village, and the spirit artifact was among them. You ask why I want to go to the cave in the depths of the valley. It is because there lies the legacy of the divine priests that the spirit masters took away back then. Moreover, I want to take you because you possess the spirit artifact, which is considered a sacred object to the spirit masters who rebelled back then. They may not attack you upon seeing you. Lin Yi's expression shifted. They? Are those spirit masters still alive? Gu Laosi paused for a moment, a teasing smile on his face as he replied. Oh, I meant the spirits, the ones that contracted with the spirit masters. Several years ago, my master, the village elder, visited that cave. He said that the spirit masters had long perished, but most of the spirits they once commanded remained, guarding those legacies. And even he was unable to retrieve those legacy items. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi finally grasped what Gu Laosi wanted him to do and recognized the dangers that lay within the cave. Captain Laosi, if I am not mistaken, those spirits left behind by the spirit masters are likely all at the professional level, right? Your assurance that they might not attack me. Are you truly asking me to risk my life for this? Gu Laosi, feeling fatigued, stood up, shrugged, and dusted off his pants. Thus, I promise that you will receive half of the benefits from that cave. What do you think? Not much at all. Lin Yi decisively shook his head. With the omnipotent talent at his disposal, he, Lin Yi, merely needed to develop steadily to achieve rapid growth. There was no necessity to risk his life. What good were treasures in the cave, after all? Ultimately, one only possesses a single life. Chapter 40. The Inheritance of the Sequences. I knew your words were unworthy of trust. Just moments ago, you claimed you would assist me, yet now you have recanted. And to label you as cowardly is hardly an insult. However, I forgot to mention one crucial detail. The enigmatic stone soul device fused with your heart possesses a will of its own. It is undeniable that the more sustenance you provide it, the stronger it will become, yet one day, it shall awaken from your chest. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt a mixture of skepticism and intrigue. The enigmatic stone was a soul device he had bound after system certification. And according to the system's descriptions at that time, this growth-type soul device should pose no danger. Nevertheless, this was an extraordinary world, and the system was not as omnipotent as one might imagine. Thus the words of the ancient fourth could not be easily dismissed as truth or falsehood. Regardless, Lin Yi was not inclined to be led by the nose by Gu Laosi. This was clearly an attempt to deceive him into venturing deep into the valley's cave. Perhaps Gu Laosi would next say, "The solution to your soul device's flaws lies within the cave. All you need to do is accompany me there." Noticing Lin Yi's prolonged silence, Gu Laosi remarked, "Young man, resolving the issues with the enigmatic stone soul device is not particularly difficult. The enigmatic stone soul device is a treasured inheritance of our ancient Tan village, with relevant records on how to manipulate it and prevent its awakening. These records were taken by the enchanters back in the day, and they reside in the cave within the valley." Lin Yi smiled knowingly. Indeed, Gu Laosi's rhetoric mirrored his own thoughts precisely, illustrating that the ancient fourth was likely attempting to mislead him. "Captain Laosi, if you are going to concoct a reason for me to go, at least make it a bit more convincing. I have quite a busy day ahead, and I intend to log off shortly. As for the half-pound of ash I owe you from yesterday, if you're in a hurry for it, I can sell my belongings to repay you tomorrow. The night is rapidly closing in. Let us return for now." With that, Lin Yi disregarded Gu Laosi and made his way back towards the camp. "You little rascal, what do you mean by a fabricated reason?" Seeing Lin Yi leave without a backward glance, Gu Laosi grew genuinely anxious. At that moment, Gu Qinghu, who had been listening attentively, interjected, "Old fourth. Qing Shan is right. Your earlier words did indeed sound improvised and insincere." Gu Laosi was momentarily at a loss for words. But as Lin Yi's silhouette began to fade from view, he hurriedly followed after him, turning to Gu Qinghu as he ran. "Gu Qinghu, you are the captain of that young man. You must persuade him. It has been nearly 300 years since that turmoil. And you know that 300 years is a deadline. If this drags on, we may truly lose the chance to recover those inheritances." Gu Qinghu shook his head. "I cannot persuade him. If you are familiar with Qing Shan, you would know he is not one to take risks. Even if those specters are sealed in the cave, it remains too perilous for the two of you. Unless what? Unless you bring the village chief out and have him personally lead you into the cave. Otherwise, I fear there is little hope. Impossible. That old man would never allow me to take such risks." At this, Gu Qinghu halted and glared at Gu Laosi. "You claim to understand risk? I foresee that even if you truly become the village chief, you will eventually squander ancient Tan village." Gu Laosi also came to a stop, earnestly replying, "I am considering the well-being of ancient Tan village. That batch of lost inheritance not only pertains to the priest profession, but also contains a complete lineage of the sequences. Are you, Gu Qinghu, content to merely transition into a warrior? The four major professions are distinct from one another." I have no aspirations for the sequences. The warrior profession allows for mountain splitting and sea parting, flying through the heavens, and burrowing into the earth. That has been my dream since childhood." Gu Laosi could not help but curse. "Damn it, I am too weary to argue with your dense head. If Gu Laihai were here, he would assuredly join me in this venture. He has long yearned for the sequences." Gu Qinghu retorted, "To be honest, if the two of you truly dare to go, it would not be an adventure. It would be akin to lighting a lantern in a bathroom, inviting death." Thus, Lin Yi continued to run ahead, while Gu Qinghu and Gu Laosi exchanged heated words as they made their way back. Along the way, they even teamed up to slay a level 7 corpse monster, but unfortunately, Lin Yi was not present, and there were no drops. Upon arriving at the camp, the two remained embroiled in a heated argument, neither willing to yield. "I say, captains, if you have nothing further, I shall take my leave." Although Lin Yi had over half an hour of online time left, he found that staying would only subject him to Gu Laosi's incessant entreaties. It would be wiser to log off and allow Gu Laosi to cool down. Furthermore, he was aware that members of the Black Card Alliance had infiltrated his apartment, and he felt compelled to take action to safeguard against potential threats. After all, one cannot remain overly passive. There are times when one must take the initiative. At that moment, Gu Laosi called out to Lin Yi, "Young man, If I can guarantee you are in no danger, would you be willing to accompany me? Lin Yi pondered seriously before replying. As long as safety is assured, I can offer my assistance. Very well, wait for me. With that, Gu Laozi quickly packed a few belongings in the tent and vanished into the night. Captain, where is he going? Most likely back to the village to summon the village chief. Lin Yi was taken aback. Summon the village chief? Gu Qinghu nodded. In truth, much of what Gu Laozi mentioned is accurate. The inheritance within that cave is of utmost importance to our village, and the soul device you possess is key to obtaining that inheritance. After you revealed that soul device before him last night, he became eager for the inheritance within the cave, which is why he appeared so impatient today. I suspect he lingered in the valley during the evening to scout ahead, only to fortuitously encounter us. Lin Yi nodded in understanding, though still perplexed. He asked, Captain, did you not say that Captain Laozi only needs a Spectre Core to advance to priest? What significance does the inheritance in the cave hold for him? Gu Qinghu explained, Qing Shan, you do not comprehend. For the 4 major professions, achieving professional rank is merely the beginning of the extraordinary journey. The path ahead is long and arduous. Since the turmoil 300 years ago, our ancient Tan village has lacked the pathway beyond the priest profession, which has hindered our village's strength, leaving us reliant on the temple for survival. For Gu Laozi, while a half-professional Spectre Core is undoubtedly important, it pales in comparison to the future inheritance within the cave. Lin Yi finally understood. I see. Thank you, Captain. Gu Qinghu smiled. No need for thanks. I have invested my entire fortune in you, so I will certainly share what I know. Pausing for a moment, Gu Qinghu added, however, Qing Shan, should you truly accompany Gu Laozi to the cave, remember to seek no other rewards. There is a complete inheritance of the sequences within that cave, and you must secure it. Chapter 41, The Most Mysterious Profession. Captain, is the sequences profession truly powerful? Lin Yi recalled that earlier. Gu Qinghu had expressed great admiration for the sequences profession when introducing the 4 major professions. Not only is it powerful, but it is also exceedingly rare. Do you know the origins of the 4 major professions? Lin Yi shook his head. Half a year ago, when your kind first appeared on this continent, the village chief once lamented a few words, which I have since committed to memory. He said, in this ancient land, there have been 4 instances of the emergence of the descended, which ultimately gave rise to the 4 major professions. At that moment, Lin Yi felt a jolt in his heart. It is no wonder that the villagers of Guten are not unfamiliar with these reincarnators. It turns out that such beings have existed for a long time. But what connection do the reincarnators have with the 4 great professions? Does the emergence of each reincarnator herald the advent of a new profession on the continent? Gu Qinghu, oblivious to Lin Yi's puzzled expression, continued to elucidate his understanding of the 4 great professions. On the continent of Tianqi, the most ancient of these professions is that of the warrior. This vocation is the most common and possesses a low threshold for talent. As long as one harbors a fighting spirit and possesses ample vitality, one can transition to a warrior before the martial arts steel. Qing Shan, your talent in blade techniques is truly remarkable. In fact, the warrior profession would be an excellent choice for you. The second profession is the shaman. As the name suggests, shamans require communion with the divine to acquire their powers. Throughout the entirety of Tianqi, villages and cities that possess the inheritance of the shaman profession are exceedingly rare. And Guten village is one of them. As for the deity we worship in our village, I shall refrain from disclosing it. However, if you are observant, you may uncover some clues. Pausing momentarily, Gu Qinghu then spoke of the profession of the wizard. My knowledge of the wizard profession is limited, and what I do know comes from the elder of Guyangxiang. He mentioned that wizards do not rely on external forces. Rather, they are a group of individuals who pursue truth, using knowledge to leverage the world. The cornerstone of the wizard profession is mental strength. As long as one's mental prowess far exceeds that of the average person, one can expend certain resources to transition into a wizard at level 10. If you are interested in wizards, you may inquire with Elder Guyun when you return to the village. Lastly, we have the most enigmatic of the 4 great professions, the sequencer. This vocation emerged the latest in Tianqi and is the most mysterious and powerful of them all. Ancient texts within the village record that while shamans acquire strength through devout belief in the divine, sequencers tread the path to divinity, which is the most expedient route to power. However, the sequencer profession is exceedingly rare, and it is said to have a numerical limitation. Therefore, should you encounter a sequencer inheritance, do not let this opportunity slip by. Seize it with both hands. Lin Yi nodded in appreciation. Thank you, Captain. I understand now. After hearing Gu Qinghu's discourse, Lin Yi felt his understanding of the 4 great professions had become significantly clearer, especially regarding the sequencer profession. If indeed the cave mentioned by the Ancient 4 harbors a complete sequencer inheritance, he could not afford to miss this chance. Lin Yi pondered for a moment and asked, Captain, should I log in tonight? Gu Qinghu replied, there's no rush. If the Ancient Four's mission goes smoothly, we may receive news by dawn. However, if it does not, I fear the village chief may not allow them to return. How about this? Qing Shan, log in after dawn and check. We can prepare then. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. All right. Gu Qinghu seemed to recall something and inquired. By the way, Qing Shan, you mentioned encountering trouble in your world today? Yes, but it's just a trivial matter. Gu Qinghu cautioned, as long as you can resolve it yourself, that is all that matters. From my encounters with reincarnators, it seems that your world maintains a good order, and even those at the bottom can live relatively stable lives. However, with the emergence of extraordinary powers, the existing order will inevitably be disrupted. You must be aware of this and prepare accordingly. Lin Yi was taken aback by Gu Qinghu's astuteness and realized that the villagers of Guten seemed to possess a certain understanding of their reality. Rest assured, Captain, I am quite safe at the moment. Subsequently, Lin Yi logged off and returned to the real world, where it was already dark outside his apartment. At that moment, he heard music emanating from the neighboring room, revealing that Lu Yuqian was playing a tune. Lin Yi shook his head in exasperation. The talent apartment he rented was commendable in many aspects, yet the soundproofing left much to be desired. Reflecting on how easily members of the Black Card Alliance had infiltrated his home today, Lin Yi felt it was time to consider relocating. Over the years, he had accumulated approximately 400,000 to 500,000 through his gold farming studio, but after spending around 200,000 to maximize his blood extraction talent for slaying cattle, his remaining funds were insufficient to purchase a home. Nevertheless, renting a beautiful, well-secured community was still feasible, should he require additional funds. Lin Yi could also exchange resources from the Tianqi world for renminbi. To be honest, the resources at his disposal could easily fetch millions if he were to part with them. However, with bank transfers tracing back to him, Lin Yi would refrain from revealing his real identity in the game unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, Gu Qinghu's words before he logged off had resonated deeply within him. The Tianqi world is not merely a perilous realm for those from Earth, but also an unparalleled opportunity. As the number of activation codes proliferates, the number of individuals with extraordinary abilities in reality will inevitably rise, and it is foreseeable that the order of this world will one day be shattered, leading to a complete reshuffling. Currently, Lin Yi, like the majority, was sprinting ahead. Furthermore, he possessed the red talent. It would be a grave oversight not to capitalize on such an advantage. Due to a late lunch, Lin Yi first engaged in a brief workout before heading out for dinner. However, given his current physical prowess far exceeded that of ordinary individuals, he had to restrain his strength during exercise, which felt rather uncomfortable. Once he secured a larger residence, he would need to establish a dedicated space for martial arts and fitness. In the early hours, following Gu Qinghu's advice, Lin Yi logged in to check. But outside the ancient Grave Valley, there was no sign of the Ancient Four. It appeared their external assistance plan had failed. Lin Yi was unconcerned. After greeting Gu Qinghu, he logged off. Just then, he received a message from Lu Boigo. Are you asleep? If not, let us go out for some skewers. The Black Card Alliance matter is resolved. I spoke with Zhao Yilong, the leader of the Black Card Alliance, and he mentioned he is good friends with my dad. Clearly, Lu Bo had encountered something perplexing and sought Lin Yi's insights. Chapter 42. Can game equipment materialize? Upon seeing the message, Lin Yi felt a sense of familiarity with the name Zhao Yilong. After some contemplation, he recalled that Zhao Yilong was a relatively young and ambitious tycoon, previously ranking over 50 on the national rich list. Just 6 months ago, numerous media outlets frequently reported on Zhao Yilong, a self-made entrepreneur. However, there seemed to be a dearth of recent coverage. To his surprise, Zhao Yilong was the founder of the Black Card Alliance, which left Lin Yi quite astonished. Note: Lu Hong mentioned the Black Card Alliance in his diary, but did not mention Zhao Yilong. So Lin Yi was aware of the organization's existence, but not its founder's identity. Subsequently, Lin Yi hurried to the agreed-upon dining location with Lu Bo. It was a private room, and Lu Bo had already ordered an array of skewers, eagerly awaiting Lin Yi's arrival. As they dined, Lu Bo elaborated on his encounters with the Black Card Alliance. After obtaining the footage, I inquired with a friend I met during training in Beijing. He informed me that although the Black Card Alliance is not an official organization, all its members are registered with the authorities. That individual known as No. 16 was once Zhao Yilong's bodyguard, a retired veteran named Song Ren. After relaying this information to you in the afternoon, I tracked down Song Ren based on the registration details. He was completely unfazed upon realizing I had found him and directly asked if I wanted to join the Black Card Alliance. Having secured a stable position, I pondered how I could possibly align myself with them. Subsequently, I confronted my father's matters, to which Song Ren confessed his ignorance, declaring himself merely a laborer. He then proceeded to call his superior, Zhao Yilong, right before my eyes. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi inquired, Zhao Yilong? So, he sent someone to follow you. And later came to your residence? Indeed, Zhao Yilong mentioned over the phone that he and my father were once good friends. The reason for the surveillance was that he had lent my father a precious item, which subsequently went missing after my father's untimely demise. Thus, he dispatched someone to track us down in search of this object. Lin Yi furrowed his brow and asked, a precious item? What exactly is it? It seems your father's journal does not mention this. I, too, questioned Zhao Yilong about the nature of this item, and he revealed it to be a spiritual artifact brought from the world of the apocalypse. The notion of a spiritual artifact from the apocalypse world left Lin Yi astounded, for he had previously experimented with the impossibility of transferring anything between the real world and the apocalypse realm. Could it be that Zhao Yilong possessed a unique method to extract items from that world? Lin Yi hastily queried, Xiaobo, during your training in the capital, did you hear any rumors about the possibility of bringing items from the apocalypse world? Lu Bo shook his head. No, although the content of our training was invaluable. It consisted of basic information for the authorities. More precious information is considered a resource and is not casually divulged to us. However, I believe Zhao Yilong is not deceiving me. There must be some truth to this matter. Very well, what happened next? Lu Bo continued. Zhao Yilong then recounted how he came to know my father. It turns out he was born in Dayu village, where my father resided. He claimed my father had extraordinary talent, able to forge spiritual artifacts at a young level. Their acquaintance began with a transaction involving these artifacts, and they gradually became closer. Overall, there was a sense of insincerity in his words, as if he desired to forge a connection with me. I thought to myself that if my father had indeed had a good relationship with him, it would have been mentioned in his journal. Lin Yi inquired. Did Zhao Yilong say anything about how your father died? He did, stating that Zhao Yilong was away from the village exploring the wilderness at the time of my father's incident. Moreover, Zhao Yilong remarked that the dynamics in Dayu village were quite complex, with various player factions alongside the native NPCs, some of which hailed from abroad. After my father's death, he investigated but found no leads. Lu Bo added. However, he speculated that my father might have been betrayed by the native NPCs, as he had taken the village chief as his master, thereby infringing upon the interests of certain villagers. Lin Yi, upon hearing this, expressed his surprise. Is the situation in Dayu village truly that chaotic? They could even eliminate a player born there? Compared to Dayu village, our Gyutan village is much more harmonious. The 4 militia leaders and 2 village elders I have interacted with are of good character, and the player community in Gyutan village is relatively small, leading to fewer conflicts of interest. Lin Yi pondered aloud. Xiaobo, I suspect Zhao Yilong's words contain both truth and deception. However, he does not seem to be the one responsible for your father's demise. If you wish to uncover the truth behind your father's death, it appears you must reach a professional level and return to Dayu village to investigate personally. Lu Bo sighed. Indeed, but attaining a professional level is exceedingly difficult. Ego. To be honest, I am currently relying on the official bigwigs from our village, gaining experience by associating with them in the militia. Yet even so, the growth in experience is painfully slow. To reach the professional level may take half a year. By then, what remains of the opportunity? Lin Yi understood well the arduous nature of leveling up for ordinary individuals in the apocalypse world, considering that most militia teams recruit from level 5 onward. However, most players struggle to progress from level 1 to 2, let alone independently advance to level 5. Thus, the most viable path for development in the apocalypse world is to join an organization, allowing higher-level players to mentor newcomers. It must be said that both he and Lu Bo were fortunate. One was chosen by the officials, becoming a beneficiary of state resources, while he had encountered Gu Yongqiang and, through him, was recommended to the 2nd militia team. Reflecting on this, Lin Yi mentioned the corpse monsters outside their Gyutan village, stating that they were comparatively easier to deal with than other creatures of the same level, allowing him to level up to 3 within a week or 2, thanks to the experience provided by the corpses. Lu Bo, upon hearing this, expressed envy. Corpse monsters? Ego, your Gyutan village truly is a treasure trove. Not only did you join the militia at level 1, but you also have these aggregate of monsters providing experience. Unlike us, who have to venture into the wilderness to seek and slay creatures for experience, I must admit, logging into the apocalypse world daily fills me with apprehension. Lin Yi nodded. Indeed, our captain is quite amiable and takes good care of me. He even shared some insights regarding the professional level. Lu Bo, suddenly intrigued, exclaimed. Information about the professional level? Ego, please tell me more. I'm still unclear on what the professional level entails. Presently, the players who could attain a professional level were primarily those from the 1st or 2nd batches of individuals born into the apocalypse world. For most factions, information related to the professional level was exceedingly valuable and not disclosed casually. Lu Bo only knew that there were 4 professions at the professional level, one of which was the warrior, but he was entirely unaware of the others. Amused by Lu Bo's curiosity, Lin Yi smiled and shared most of the information he had regarding the professional levels. In truth, he intended to provide Lu Bo with some precious insights, as the lad had been completely open with him, and he felt it only right to reciprocate. Chapter 43. Logging in again to hunt monsters. Upon hearing Lin Yi's introduction of the four main professions, Lu Bo appeared quite exhilarated. Ego, if I can change professions, I must become a wizard. I have loved magic since childhood, and the wizard profession should be able to cast spells, right? Lin Yi was uncertain whether the wizard profession in the apocalypse world aligned with his understanding from films and literature. But since Gu Qinghu had stated that wizards seek knowledge and truth to gain power, it stood to reason that wizards would indeed possess the ability to cast spells. Alright, if I come across any information related to the wizard profession, I shall inform you. The two continued their conversation until the early hours of the morning, at which point they returned to their respective homes. The next morning, Lin Yi logged in early. At the camp, Gu Laosi had yet to return. Considering the new players in the 5th militia team, Gu Qinghu decided to lead them, along with Lin Yi, deeper into the valley to hunt corpse monsters. Lin Yi had no objections, and neither did Dugu Feng and the others. After all, Gu Qinghu was far more approachable than Gu Laosi, never resorting to insults. And since they had heard about Lin Yi's ability to confront the eerie spirits face to face, they were eager to witness his strength. Surely, Lin Yi would have to showcase his abilities while hunting monsters alongside them. As they approached the core area of the valley, thick underbrush surrounded them. Gu Qinghu forged ahead, with Lin Yi and Dugu Feng trailing behind cautiously. The corpse monsters were mostly buried beneath the soil, yet they were highly sensitive to disturbances above. At this moment, Wang Zilong was leading them to an excellent hunting spot, which had reportedly just been discovered by Gu Laosi the previous day. Wang Zilong pointed out the direction ahead as he spoke. Captain Qinghu, it was just ahead where Captain Laosi led us to hunt corpse monsters yesterday. The area is surrounded by towering rocks, with an opening at both the front and back. The front exit is spacious, allowing us to lure the corpse monsters in, while the back valley has a newly dug small tunnel. If we find ourselves unable to handle the incoming monsters, we can escape through this tunnel. Upon the arrival of Lin Yi and Gu Qinghu at the rocky outpost, they discovered, as Prince Long had indicated, that this locale resembled a small valley, wide at the entrance and narrow at the back, a veritable treasure trove for leveling and monster hunting. Gu Qinghu nodded in approval, remarking, indeed, Old Four has demonstrated remarkable foresight in locating such a place. He understood that hunting monsters with a single companion differed significantly from doing so with a group. With Lin Yi's formidable combat prowess, he felt no pressure in the endeavor. However, Old Four's circumstances were quite different. The members of the 5th militia he led were mostly novice players, with the exception of a few, like Dugu Feng and Qian Duoduo, who had some experience. Moreover, as the number of undead monsters in the valley dwindled, Old Four strategically sought out this area near the core zone, clearly intending to train his troops while ensuring their safety. It must be said that Old Four had indeed invested considerable effort in the members of the 5th militia. Given the limited online time for players, Dugu Feng promptly organized the militia upon their arrival at the monster hunting camp, assigning them tasks. Initially, they dug numerous traps at the entrance, then sent a few agile players to scout the nearby terrain for traces of the undead. After a flurry of activity, they aimed to lure a low-level undead monster to test their mettle. The 5th militia comprised 9 members, 4 of whom primarily allocated points to strength and constitution. Armed with short blades and shields, they were responsible for drawing the undead, while Dugu Feng and others would attack from a distance with bows and arrows. Gu Qinghu and Lin Yi refrained from joining the fray, observing their tactics instead. Before long, the first level 7 undead was successfully lured over by Qian Duoduo, whose corpulent yet agile form weaved back and forth, skillfully drawing the creature towards a cluster of large rocks at the entrance. Hurry, I can barely hold it off. It's like a rabid dog. As Qian Duoduo struggled, Dugu Feng quickly knocked an arrow to provide support. The undead, drawn to Dugu Feng's attention, charged forward, only to fall into the traps they had previously set. Approximately 5 minutes later, under the collective assault of the group, the level 7 undead was vanquished. That was exhausting, Qian Duoduo exclaimed, eagerly collecting the dropped loot, only to be met with disappointment as he muttered, "What a pity, just a piece of white-quality corpse oil. Truly garbage." Lin Yi and Gu Qinghu exchanged knowing glances, both nodding slightly. Although it took Dugu Feng's small team over 20 minutes to defeat a single undead, the safety and minimal risk were commendable. Furthermore, it was evident that Old Four had effectively trained these fledgling players. Despite their varying levels of ability, the group displayed a nascent sense of coordination and teamwork. It seemed that even without supervision, they could hunt the undead in this perilous valley. Gu Qinghu, clearly satisfied, praised, "Well done. It appears Old Four has not wasted his efforts. You all have truly begun to embody the spirit of the militia. Subsequently, Dugu Feng and the others prepared for another round of monster luring, while Lin Yi quietly conversed with Gu Qinghu before disappearing into the small valley. Observing Lin Yi's departing figure, Prince Long inquired, "Captain of the second team, is Brother Qingshan not joining us? Why has he left?" Gu Qinghu chuckled. "With his current strength, he is more than capable of hunting the undead alone. There is no need for him to share the experience points with you all." Upon hearing this, the members of the 5th Militia exchanged glances, some expressing belief, while others remained skeptical. Meanwhile, Lin Yi had begun his search for undead traces in the core area. For Lin Yi at this stage, slaying level 9 undead had become a trivial task, thus as long as he did not encounter a level 10 undead, he faced little danger. Of course, should he find himself in peril, Lin Yi could always utilize his white mist ability to escape. And Gu Qinghu's confidence in allowing Lin Yi to hunt solo stemmed from his understanding of the white mist power acquired from the Mist Phantom. This ability was exceedingly potent, enabling him to envelop a 20-meter radius in mere seconds. Whether confronting undead or other creatures, the white mist served as an exceptional auxiliary means. Suddenly, an 8-level undead materialized within Lin Yi's line of sight. Its decaying eyes flickered as it detected the presence of a living being, charging forward with reckless abandon. Lin Yi retrieved his Zhan Yin long knife from his backpack and advanced towards the 8-level undead. This time, he refrained from employing the yin-yang blade technique, opting instead to engage the undead using basic sword techniques to enhance his proficiency. After an intense struggle, Lin Yi, panting heavily, cleaved the 8-level undead in twain. However, due to his choice to forego the yin-yang technique, he bore several claw marks from the undead, and his defensive armor had suffered considerable damage. Lin Yi shook his head slightly, lamenting, "What a pity. Even with the 3-point boost to strength from the Zhan Yin long knife, my current power pales in comparison to that of the 8-level undead. Were it not for my swordplay skills, I would have been unable to withstand its attacks." He further reflected on his inadequate armor, which provided no attribute enhancement and could barely withstand the undead's claws. "Once I return to the village, I must procure a piece of equipment that offers full body protection. If necessary, even a semi-spiritual weapon will suffice." Without wasting time, Lin Yi quickly applied some antiseptic to his wounds before continuing his search through the forest. Chapter 44, The Treasures of the Valley. Due to Lin Yi's limited health points, currently at just over 36, he could fully execute the yin-yang blade technique 3 times. Thus, when encountering 8-level undead, he sought to conserve his energy, reserving the technique for level 9 encounters. Throughout, he maintained more than half of his health as a precaution. After approximately 2 to 3 hours, while Gu Qinghu was absent, Lin Yi successfully hunted 4 undead monsters on his own, one of which was a level 9 undead. These undead yielded 2 pieces of white quality corpse oil and 3 green materials, 2 undead leg bones, and 1 undead arm. Currently, aside from the undead skulls, the materials he acquired were sufficient to assemble 2 or 3 undead creatures. Of course, half of the materials in his backpack belonged to Gu Qinghu, so they were not entirely his own. Nevertheless, he still managed to secure over 20 pieces of green bones and hundreds of white corpse oil blocks. Lin Yi was uncertain of the utility of the undead bones, but being green quality materials, he figured trading 20 or so bones for a few spiritual weapons should not pose a problem. He had long coveted Gu Qinghu's Dragon Roar sword, having tested it himself. Its handling far surpassed that of the Zhan Yin long knife, plus it provided a 10-point boost to strength. Once he had a full set of spiritual equipment, he believed he would face level 10 undead with ease, enabling him to engage Gu Qinghu on more equal terms. Noticing that time was drawing near, Lin Yi resolved to return to the small valley to rest before logging out. As his daily online time was 6 hours, typically 3 hours in the morning and 3 in the afternoon, he began retracing his steps. However, just as he was about to turn back, he noticed several undead emerging from the ground, a sight that had previously been difficult to find. These undead were all level 7 or 8. Even though they were close enough to sense Lin Yi's presence, they did not attack. Instead, they headed towards the eastern part of the valley, seemingly drawn by something enticing. Initially, Lin Yi paid little heed to the peculiar behavior, but after encountering 5 or 6 undead creatures displaying the same conduct, curiosity piqued within him, prompting him to draw nearer for a closer inspection. After all, with the ability bestowed by the enigmatic stone, he was equipped for both offense and retreat. As he traversed the path, Lin Yi mused, "No wonder the undead king is summoning its minions to gather. Yet, I hear no roars from the undead. Could it be that they communicate through telepathy?" Just then, a putrid stench wafted through the forest, distinct from the foul odor of the undead, resembling that of decaying timber. Suddenly, Lin Yi halted in his tracks. Before him, on a gentle hillside, was a throng of undead, numbering around 300. Judging by their sizes, most of these creatures were at least level 7, with several reaching levels 8 and 9, though he had yet to spot the undead king. Nonetheless, the sight of over 300 grotesque undead would be enough to terrify any ordinary person. Lin Yi observed a solitary tree standing prominently amidst the horde, towering at approximately 10 meters. Its leaves were a dark green hue, and nestled among its dense foliage were numerous milky white fruits, reminiscent of cherubic figures. Moreover, the foul scent permeating the woods emanated from these very fruits. Could it be that a rare treasure of nature has ripened? Lin Yi suddenly recalled the words of Gu Qinghu, who had mentioned that the wilderness was rife with rare treasures, and that the ripening of such treasures often attracted nearby malevolent spirits. For instance, the red peony fruit he had discovered in the village was a type of such treasure. Of course, the red peony fruit was the most mundane of its kind, possessing little allure for sentient beings. Otherwise, it would have been devoured by the village's cats and dogs long before Lin Yi had the chance to harvest it. However, the milky white fruits before him, capable of attracting hundreds of undead from several miles around, surely possessed exceptional quality. They must be of blue quality or higher. A thrill coursed through Lin Yi at the thought. Even if these fruits bore no utility for him, they could be exchanged for immense resources. With his newfound ability to manipulate the white mist, he felt emboldened to take a risk. Yet, he knew he must not act hastily. He needed to wait until the milky white fruits were on the verge of ripening. Meanwhile, in the small valley, Dugu Feng and the others were panting from exhaustion. After several rounds of luring and slaying undead, even their enhanced physiques were beginning to falter. Fortunately, their haul for the day was decent. Each of them had gained 70 to 80 experience points, along with a substantial collection of white corpse oil. However, any green materials they obtained would need to be turned over to the ancient elder, who would then exchange them for suitable growth resources from the village's treasury, ensuring they wouldn't incur any losses. Yet, as Lin Yi had yet to return, Dugu Feng and his companions felt a twinge of regret, eager to witness Lin Yi's prowess. They found it hard to fathom how he dared to delve deep into the valley alone. Did he truly possess combat capabilities nearing level 10? After waiting a while longer and seeing no sign of Lin Yi, they gradually logged off. Gu Qinghu, noting Lin Yi's absence beyond the allotted time, suspected he might have encountered an unusual situation, but he was not overly concerned for Lin Yi's safety. After all, even in the face of a horde of undead, Lin Yi's mastery of the white mist should suffice for a safe escape. Still, after some time had passed, Gu Qinghu felt a sense of unease and decided to head in the direction Lin Yi had departed. Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, Gu Qinghu was searching for him. As time slowly ebbed away, Lin Yi lay concealed among the underbrush near the dark green tree for over an hour, during which he observed a continuous influx of undead converging from all directions. Now, beneath that tree, there were over 500 undead, densely packed together, reminiscent of a scene from a zombie apocalypse. Yet, from the size of the undead, it was evident that there was no level 10 undead king present, with the highest being merely level 9. At that moment, the air grew increasingly foul, and the milky white fruits on the brown tree shone with greater luster. It seemed the fruits were nearing maturity. Perhaps stirred by the scent of the fruits, the throng of undead began to stir restlessly, with some even engaging in fierce scuffles to secure prime positions. This spectacle left Lin Yi in awe. It appeared that even these instinct-driven, mindless beings would turn against one another when tempted sufficiently. He could wait no longer. Fearing he might miss his chance, he resolved to take action. Lin Yi then communicated with the enigmatic stone residing in his heart, and a cloud of white mist enveloped him entirely. This mist began to move slowly, drawing closer to the horde of undead. To the undead, anything devoid of life force was perceived as inanimate, and thus Lin Yi, shrouded in the white mist, appeared to them as nothing more than a drifting cloud, posing no threat whatsoever. However, the chilling aura radiating from the mist subtly unsettled them, causing the undead to part slightly, creating a gap as they recoiled from the advancing mist. Lin Yi carefully maneuvered through this opening, though he dared not rush. Should he inadvertently reveal his living essence, he feared the horde would tear him to shreds in an instant. From a lofty vantage point, one could see a white misty entity weaving through a throng of undead heads, advancing steadily. Within mere minutes, Lin Yi had traversed hundreds of meters, reaching the center of the undead mass. Here, the creatures were even more densely packed, leaving scant room for passage. At this juncture, a level 7 undead blocked Lin Yi's path. He waited patiently, observing the creature swaying its head absent-mindedly. Not one to dally, Lin Yi expanded the radius of his mist slightly and delivered a swift kick. With a resounding thud, the level 7 undead was propelled into the air, landing heavily 3 meters away. The next moment, the angered undead scrambled to its feet, glancing at the mist with momentary confusion. Scanning the area, it realized that all nearby undead were larger than itself, rendering it outmatched. With no other recourse, it fixed its gaze on another level 7 undead and charged at it. You kicked me, didn't you? The other level 7 undead, bewildered, thought, why are you coming at me? The two soon engaged in a fierce battle, their conflict inciting a commotion among the surrounding undead, which Lin Yi seized as an opportunity to advance rapidly. After all, wielding the power of the white mist was mentally taxing, and he needed to gather the milky white fruits within a limited time frame. Chapter 45. Acquiring blue-quality fruits. After several more minutes of effort, Lin Yi finally squeezed his way beneath the brown-green tree amidst the throng of undead. Here, the creatures were packed closely together, all staring up vacantly at the milky white fruits, as if expecting them to drop and land upon their heads. However, the overwhelming stench of decay was nearly unbearable for Lin Yi. Even with something to cover his nose, he felt a suffocating sensation threatening to overwhelm him. He could not delay any longer. If he did not act soon, he might succumb to the noxious fumes before exhausting his mental energy. In the next instant, Lin Yi expanded the coverage of his mist. The fog enveloped a 20-meter radius, encompassing the entire brown-green fruit tree within its embrace. The surrounding undead appeared momentarily dazed, as if the treasures they sought had been devoured by the clouds above. In the center, the corpses entangled by Lin Yi and the fruit tree began to roar, their agitation palpable. Under the constraints of their limited vision, some had already commenced biting and clawing at one another. As Lin Yi expanded the range of the white mist, a sudden throb of pain surged through his head. He could not afford to delay. He promptly ascended the brownish-green ancient tree and began to pluck the milky white fruits. Upon acquiring the first milky white fruit, the system finally emitted a notification. Corrupted wood fruit, a rare fruit that flourishes in environments saturated with sinister energy, requiring hundreds of years to bear fruit. When mature, it emits the stench of decaying wood. Consuming this fruit can significantly enhance one's attribute points, but there exists a high probability of bodily corruption, leading to unknown mutations. At the first glance of this description, Lin Yi knew his suspicions had been confirmed. This milky white fruit was indeed a blue-quality treasure. In the world of Apocalypse, aside from the holy water gifted by Gu Qinghu, he had yet to encounter another blue-quality item. This was a stroke of fortune. There were 9 milky white fruits on the tree, and Lin Yi maneuvered swiftly between the branches, frantically harvesting them. In a matter of mere seconds, he had collected all 9 corrupted wood fruits. After stashing them into his spatial backpack, Lin Yi hastily descended from the tree and reduced the coverage of the white mist, making a dash towards the outskirts of the horde of undead. Roar! Roar! In that moment, a cacophony of undead howls erupted. The creatures had realized that not only had the fragrance of the fruit vanished from the air, but upon looking up, they found the tree stripped bare, which incited their fury. Though their anger was palpable, their limited intellect could not fathom that a thief lurked within the mist. Lin Yi sprinted madly through the white fog, feeling his mental energy rapidly depleting as the mist enveloping him began to grow dim. Hurry, hurry, clear the way. After kicking aside one obstructing undead, Lin Yi felt his strength waning. He decisively upgraded himself. This time, Lin Yi ascended 2 levels in one breath, allocating all 10 points to agility. Originally, his agility attribute stood at 10 points, the maximum limit for an ordinary human. After the enhancement, Lin Yi's speed doubled, allowing him to weave more deftly through the throng of undead. Approximately half a minute later, he finally burst forth from the horde, the mist surrounding him now nearly transparent. Yet, he could not afford to release even a trace more of mist, for his mental energy had already reached its limit, his head throbbing with intense pain. If he were to forcefully expel more mist, he feared he might succumb to complete unconsciousness. Upon catching sight of a human presence, the outer undead became exhilarated. Although the enticing fruit had vanished, the prospect of flesh and blood was still a delightful treat. Without the shroud of mist, Lin Yi was gradually spotted by the undead. Observing numerous creatures rushing towards him, Lin Yi attempted to log out. Ding. Detection of numerous dangerous entities in your vicinity. Log out impossible. Damn it. This wretched logout mechanism. Lin Yi's complexion shifted drastically, and he swiftly stashed the cumbersome defensive armor into his backpack, now clad only in the system-gifted leather boots and undergarments. He sprinted with all his might. It was a singular command. Run. Run to a safe place to log out. With the enhancement of his 20 agility points, Lin Yi's speed resembled that of a brisk gale, covering 100 meters in mere seconds. However, a relentless pack of undead pursued him closely, judging by their numbers. There were over 300 of them, with many at level 8 and 9, capable of outrunning Lin Yi, who possessed only 20 points in agility. With no other choice, Lin Yi gritted his teeth and leveled up again, adding 5 points to his agility. This enhancement further increased his running speed. As he glanced back, he noticed that most of the level 7 undead had fallen behind, yet several level 8 and 9 creatures remained in hot pursuit. During his frantic flight, Lin Yi repeatedly attempted to log out, but the system consistently indicated he was not in a safe zone. Damn it. It seems I cannot rely on the system's logout mechanism. In the distance, a figure called out to him, "Qingshan, over here." Upon focusing, Lin Yi recognized it was Gu Qinghu, who had come searching for him. Seeing Lin Yi being pursued by a multitude of undead, Gu Qinghu was taken aback. The last time Old C used a talisman to obliterate a horde of undead, it had only been around 20, yet now, hundreds swarmed after Lin Yi. A daunting sight indeed. Goodness, has Qingshan unwittingly stirred the nest of the undead? Captain, you run ahead. I can still hold on. Enough chatter. This way, there are ample shrubs and trees to obstruct the undead. Come to me. Despite the overwhelming horde, Gu Qinghu refused to abandon Lin Yi. With no other option, Lin Yi dashed towards Gu Qinghu's direction. The dense underbrush of the forest, filled with thorns and small trees, should have provided some cover. Yet the lingering scent of the corrupted wood fruit on Lin Yi still drew the undead towards them. Although many thorns snagged large chunks of flesh from the undead, their pain tolerance was minimal, and their speed remained largely unaffected. "Qingshan, what on earth did you do to attract so many undead?" Lin Yi gasped. "Captain, we can discuss this later. Right now, we need to find a way to shake these things off. I fear the thorns 1T hold them back." Gu Qinghu glanced back and indeed noted that the horde still pursued them tenaciously, particularly the leading level 9 undead, which were now a mere 30 meters away. If they relaxed for even a moment, the undead would surely pounce. After running intensely for 7 or 8 minutes, Lin Yi began to feel the strain on his stamina. He hesitated, contemplating whether to level up again, allocating points to endurance and physique. Just then, he saw Gu Qinghu draw the longing blade and embed it into a towering tree beside them. In the next instant, Gu Qinghu leapt with tremendous force, using the blade's resilience to propel himself onto the massive tree. Then, like a nimble monkey, Gu Qinghu climbed with remarkable agility, reaching the top of the tree in just 2 seconds. Lin Yi felt a wave of embarrassment at his own lack of climbing prowess. "Don't just stand there. Quickly replicate what I did and climb up." Understood. At that moment, the stench of the pursuing undead grew increasingly overpowering. Facing life and death, Lin Yi dared not hesitate. He immediately leaped onto the longing blade. The sturdy blade bent slightly under his weight, launching him several meters into the air, clinging tightly to the massive trunk. Lin Yi struggled for a considerable time before finally reaching the tree's summit. Gu Qinghu frowned. "Qingshan, you're climbing too slowly. You need to practice more." "Captain, enough already. When I get the chance, I will certainly practice." For the first time, Lin Yi comprehended the importance of having climbing skills in the wild. He glanced down and saw a multitude of undead gathering below, their numbers swelling. Thankfully, the undead possessed limited intelligence, failing to realize they could use the longing blade to ascend, nor could they form a human ladder. They were even less capable than the zombies depicted in films. However, the undead creatures did not disperse. Instead, they lingered beneath the tree. Observing this, Gu Qinghu finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Qingshan, your complexion appears pallid. Has your mental energy been overexerted?" "Indeed, Captain. Otherwise, I would have fled using the white mist long ago." Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Lin Yi produced a withered fruit from his backpack and said, "Captain, this is a fruit I just snatched from the horde of undead. The system identifies it as a blue-quality withered wood fruit. Are you familiar with it?" Withered wood fruit. A blue-quality specimen? Gu Qinghu took the milky white fruit, observing that it was unfamiliar to him, having neither seen nor heard of it before. "As you mentioned, this fruit is unsuitable for direct consumption. However, given its blue quality, it should possess utility for all professional levels. If we return it to the village, we could exchange it for considerable resources from the village chief and the elders." At that moment, as Lin Yi revealed the withered wood fruit, the nearby undead horde grew agitated once more. A few particularly clever undead even began gnawing on a tree trunk over 2 meters in diameter, seemingly intent on toppling it to make Lin Yi and the others fall. "Let us stow it in your backpack. The scent it emits is enticing to many beings, and we wouldn't want to attract other monsters." Lin Yi returned the withered wood fruit to his spatial backpack, saying, "All right, but Captain, consider this yours. It's my way of repaying you for your assistance during this time." Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghu chuckled heartily, clapping Lin Yi on the shoulder and revealing a broad smile. "Good lad, you Haven Tea disappointed me. However, if you Haven Tea collected a few more, keep it for yourself. Your captain is currently not in need of such things." "It's fine, I gathered quite a few." "You should keep it, Captain." Lin Yi had always held deep gratitude for Gu Qinghu's prior act of enhancing his attributes with divine water. Presenting him with a withered wood fruit not only served as a token of gratitude, but also signified to Gu Qinghu that investing in Lin Yi would yield favorable returns. Chapter 46. The Mysterious Benefactor. Leaning against the tree crown, Lin Yi felt a lingering ache in his head, indicating that his mental energy would not recover in the short term. Regrettably, the mental energy attribute remained hidden in the system panel and had yet to be unlocked, preventing Lin Yi from assessing his current mental state. Captain, are there any means in the village to swiftly recover mental energy? Gu Qinghu pondered for a moment before replying. Although everyone possesses mental energy, it holds the utmost significance for wizards. The village elder, Gu Yun, should have potions for restoring mental energy. You can inquire about them on our next return. Understood. Lin Yi recognized the importance of controlling the white mist. Yet his limited mental energy restricted the duration of its manipulation. If Gu Yun possessed potions to enhance or restore mental energy, he would certainly keep a supply handy. After resting for a while, Lin Yi felt his headache slightly alleviated. He glanced down at the horde of undead, who remained clustered near the large tree. It seemed unlikely that they would disperse anytime soon. Lin Yi attempted to log out, but found himself unable to do so. Perhaps he would have to wait until the 6-hour online duration concluded before he could forcibly log out. Thus, the two remained still in the tree, resting quietly. After some contemplation, Lin Yi took out some water and pickled beef from his backpack and handed them to Gu Qinghu, ensuring that he wouldn't go hungry while Lin Yi was offline. Captain, if I am forcibly logged out, please keep this food. I fear the undead may not disperse even by nightfall. All right, no problem. Gu Qinghu appeared even more composed than Lin Yi, accepting the food and water before reclining against the tree crown for a brief nap. In less than 2 hours, Lin Yi's form transformed into a white light as he was forcibly logged out. Gu Qinghu opened his eyes to take a glance, then noticed the undead horde remained unchanged, allowing him to resume his rest. However, at that moment, Lin Yi, having just returned from the world of the apocalypse, suddenly gasped in pain. The sensation in his head was far more intense than it had been in the game. His brain felt as though it had been churned into a mush, rendering him incapable of concentrating on any thoughts. Lin Yi surmised that players likely had some form of pain mitigation mechanism in the apocalypse world, but upon returning to reality, that mechanism vanished. It was evident that he must not carry injuries back to reality, lest they worsen. Suffering from mental strain, Lin Yi could accomplish nothing in reality and promptly collapsed onto his bed, falling into a deep slumber. He slept soundly until after 10 that evening, awakening to find the world outside his balcony cloaked in darkness, his stomach growling audibly. It appeared he had been awakened by hunger. Having only eaten a small amount that morning, no wonder he felt so famished. The pain in his head had diminished significantly. Lin Yi opened his phone to check for messages, aside from notifications from the studio. Lubo had sent him several messages filled with complaints about his experiences at the police station. It turned out that in response to the frequent incursions of creatures from the apocalypse world, Zhang Baichuan had received orders to establish emergency response teams across various administrative districts in Lina City. However, Lina City's core members of the apocalypse team consisted of only 4 individuals, leading to Lubo being assigned to oversee one of the districts, partnering with a few seasoned detectives to form a small group. Should an extraordinary event occur within that district, Lubo would be the primary responder. Noticing Lin Yi's reply, Lubo continued to vent his frustrations. Brother Yi, I feel overwhelmed. During the day, I risk my life leveling up in the apocalypse world, and at night, I return to reality to work a second job. I'm utterly exhausted. Right now, I'm still on duty at the office, eating reheated cafeteria meals. It's so dismal. Lin Yi responded teasingly. You're doing well, Xiaobo. Your life is something many would covet. During the day, you have someone guiding you in leveling up. And at night you can enjoy subsidized meals while earning a second salary. Who else has such a fortune? Yet Lu Bo replied with a mere heh. Lin Yi shook his head. The boy clearly had yet to experience the harsh realities of life and did not understand the advantages of having an official identity. After chatting with Lu Bo for a while, Lin Yi inquired about matters related to mental energy. Brother Yi, has your mental energy been overexerted? I recall you're only at level 3. How could you be using mental energy? I can't see my mental energy attributes, nor do I utilize mental energy. As for the restoration of mental energy, I remember the instructor mentioning during our training at headquarters that we have resources available to restore it. But they require apocalypse points for exchange. Apocalypse points? Oh, I forgot to mention. Apocalypse points are a form of extraordinary currency established within our country for members of the apocalypse, similar to contribution points, which can be exchanged for various internal resources. However, you can only earn apocalypse points by completing tasks assigned by the headquarters. I heard our captain once killed a fearsome pig and exchanged its body for a substantial number of apocalypse points. Unfortunately, I currently lack the qualifications to connect to tasks, so I can't acquire any points. Brother Yi, is your mental energy severely damaged? If it is, I can think of a way to help. Lin Yi replied. It's nothing serious, just a bit of a headache. A few days of rest should suffice. I'm off to find something to eat now, so I want to keep you. Focus on your duty. After concluding his conversation with Lu Bo, Lin Yi descended to find a local eatery for dinner. On his way back, he encountered Lu Yuxian, who was heading downstairs to dispose of the trash. The two of them entered the apartment elevator together. She appeared to have just taken a shower. Her smooth black hair cascading over her shoulders, droplets of water trailing down her neck, leaving glistening traces in the air. Lu Yuxian was clad only in a pair of charming pink shorts, her straight and well-proportioned legs resembling finely carved ivory, a truly delightful sight. Lin Yi, glancing over momentarily, was caught by Lu Yuxian's keen perception, as girls are often quite sensitive to the gaze of boys. Lu Yuxian's face, freshly washed, flushed even more red, and she cleared her throat, breaking the silence with the words, "Brother Lin, have you just returned from your meal?" "Yes," came the reply, but the ascending elevator was once again enveloped in silence. Lu Yuxian found herself at a loss for words, though she was quite curious about Lin Yi. Over the past few days, she had been fervently submitting job applications across various platforms, leading to her spending extended hours within the apartment. The poor sound insulation meant that occasionally, she would hear noises from Lin Yi's side, as if he had suddenly appeared in the room. She was also unaware of Lin Yi's profession. It seemed as though he had never held a job, living quite freely. For there were days when she would encounter him heading downstairs for lunch in the middle of the day. To her, Lin Yi was merely a somewhat handsome neighbor with a unique demeanor, albeit with peculiar behavior. Lin Yi, oblivious to Lu Yuxian's thoughts, would likely hasten his moving process if he knew she could often hear the sounds emanating from his room. In the early morning, Lin Yi awoke from his slumber, feeling much better after a night of restorative sleep, with the pain in his head greatly alleviated. It seemed that sleep was indeed a potent remedy for recuperation. Presumably, he would be able to manipulate the white mist with ease upon his return to the world of Apocalypse today. After washing up and having breakfast, Lin Yi caressed the golden activation code on his wrist and materialized at the large tree from the previous day. However, the ancient figure of Gu Qinghu was nowhere to be found, nor were there any traces of the horde of corpse monsters beneath the tree. Lin Yi furrowed his brows. Had the horde retreated during his absence? Yet, he discovered that Gu Qinghu had left a message on a section of the tree bark. "I am safe. Gather in the small valley." Lin Yi then slowly descended the large tree, noticing that while the horde of corpse monsters had vanished, the ground was littered with numerous fragments of their bones. It appeared that powerful reinforcements from the village had intervened, driving the horde away and retrieving Gu Qinghu. However, who could possess such formidable strength to handle hundreds of corpse monsters? It was unlikely that even the captains Gu Laihai and Gu Man, along with the 4 militia teams, could contend with such numbers. Had the village's elders emerged? Lin Yi's curiosity piqued as he swiftly made his way towards the small valley. Chapter 47. The Mystery of the Descendants' Appearance. Within the small valley, the ancient figure of Gu Laosi, who had returned to the village days prior, was once again present, his distinctive shouts echoing faintly within the valley. "Is this the level of your coordination? To deal with merely a level 7 corpse monster? And yet 3 of you were injured? Are you all just sitting around doing nothing? Don't you know about supporting your teammates?" The leader, Dugu Feng, explained, "Captain, we didn't expect the corpse monster to have such remarkable jumping ability, leaping out of the pit trap. Don't give me excuses. If you don't check the trap's condition, can you still blame me? Though you are descendants, you have but one life. If you don't train hard now, you may only reach out to me through dreams in the future." It was no wonder Gu Laosi was so enraged. Not only had he personally come, but he had also invited his master, the village chief of Guten Village, to be present. He had intended to showcase the results of training the militia's 5th team before the village chief, but unexpectedly, at a critical moment, Dugu Feng and his group had faltered. "All right, shall see, their performance was decent. Your insults may have the opposite effect sometimes." A gentle, elderly voice interjected, as an old man with graying hair and a white beard slowly emerged from the tent. This elder was Gu Tianxi, the village chief of Guten Village. Upon hearing this, Gu Laosi scratched his head and with a sheepish grin said, Since they performed well, what about the spiritual fruit resources you promised me earlier?" Gu Tianxi pondered for a moment and replied, "Very well, you may allocate them as you see fit. After all, those fruits hold little value in our village, as there are too few children to cultivate. Currently, the descendants are the hope of our village." Upon hearing this, Gu Laosi's face lit up with joy. The spiritual fruits he sought were among the most precious resources in Guten Village, all of white quality or above, capable of enhancing attributes, and represented decades of the village's stockpile. The descendants of the 5th militia team were currently hindered by experience level limitations, rendering them unable to improve their strength. Even with 9 of them cooperating, they could only tackle level 7 corpse monsters. To enhance their combat prowess without leveling up, they had to rely on heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and external skills. While he had been facilitating skill instruction daily, most of the 5th team's descendants had limited potential, and after more than a week, scarcely any had managed to learn anything. Thus, he had no choice but to seek solutions through heavenly materials and earthly treasures. At that moment, having overheard their conversation, Gu Qinghu, who was recuperating inside the tent, emerged and said, "Village Chief, our team's Qingshan is also a descendant worth investing in. May I also request some spiritual fruits for him?" Gu Laosi chimed in, "Master, Qingshan is the descendant I mentioned who obtained our village's legacy soul weapon. To be honest, that kid is quite impressive, with high potential, but he hasn't signed a contract with our village." The village chief shook his head, stating, "Contracts are merely a means. They are not paramount. If the Qingshan you speak of is truly a talented descendant who understands gratitude, it would not be amiss to allocate some resources from the village to nurture him. After all, only by cultivating true powerhouses can we safeguard Gutan village. Training a batch of descendants with skills comparable to ours would be futile." Village Chief Gu Tianxi turned to Gu Chenghu and instructed, "Xiaohu, speak to the village elder Gu Yuan later, and ask him to raise the contribution point price for the descendants when redeeming items. Our village's current focus must be on nurturing reliable descendants. We must not continue to exploit them." "Understood, village chief." Just as the three were conversing, a figure gradually approached from a distance, revealing Lin Yi, who had just arrived from the large tree. "Master, this is the kid, Qingshan Bulao. I have eyes. I can see," Gu Tianxi remarked, squinting at the approaching Lin Yi, then smiling and nodding. Lin Yi, in turn, noticed the white-haired elder standing between Gu Qinghu and Gu Laosi and inquired, "Are you the village chief?" Having spent some time in Gutan village, it was Lin Yi's first encounter with the village chief. He had not anticipated the chief to be so elderly, appearing to be in his 80s or 90s. However, in a world of the extraordinary, appearance does not necessarily correlate with age. This old village chief might well be over a century old. Gu Tianxi smiled and said, "That would be me, young man. We've been waiting for you. Come, let us discuss within the tent." Lin Yi nodded, realizing that the one who had rescued Gu Qinghu today was indeed this village chief, and the chief's presence here was likely primarily related to the legacy soul weapon he possessed. Nearby, Dugu Feng and the others ceased their training, eager to join the fray, but were promptly shooed away by Gu Laosi's stern demeanor. "Get lost. If you don't train properly, you come over here looking for scolding? With all that energy, just wait until this afternoon to see how I deal with you." Dugu Feng and the others left, feeling quite dejected, sighing internally at the vast differences among players. Inside the tent, Lin Yi noticed that Gu Qinghu's right abdomen was wrapped in white cloth and asked, "Captain, are you injured?" Gu Qinghu flashed a grin. "It was merely a minor incident when I was scratched by a level 9 corpse monster while descending from the tree." Gu Laosi, unable to contain his sharp tongue upon hearing this, retorted, "A minor incident, you say? At that moment, your intestines were nearly disemboweled. I had advised you to descend only after we had cleared the horde of corpse monsters, yet you insisted on showing off." Lin Yi could surmise the situation at that time. It was likely that Gu Laosi and the village chief had gone to rescue Gu Qinghu. However, he was curious about how the village chief had dealt with the swarm of monsters. Lin Yi recalled the remnants of shattered bones beneath the large tree, which appeared to have been violently smashed, lacking any signs of divine symbols. It seemed that, aside from divine symbols, the priest profession must possess other extraordinary means. Inside the tent, Lin Yi took the initiative to inquire, "Village chief, did you summon me to discuss the matter of the soul artifact?" Village chief Gu Tianxi nodded, then pondered for a moment before shooing Gu Qinghu and Gu Laosi out. He had certain matters to discuss privately with Lin Yi. Gu Qinghu obediently exited the tent, but Gu Laosi was reluctant, standing at the entrance with stubbornness. "Master, I am the next village chief. What could I possibly not listen to? We'll discuss that when you actually become village chief. Besides, I never claimed you would definitely be the next village chief." After expelling Gu Laosi, Gu Tianxi retrieved a divine symbol from his sleeve and tore it open, enveloping the entire tent in a veil of white light. "Village chief, what is this?" Lin Yi jumped in surprise, thinking the village chief was about to take action against him. Gu Tianxi chuckled, "Do not worry, it is merely a small method for soundproofing. My apprentice is likely eavesdropping outside, and you need not be concerned. The people of the Tianqi continent currently cannot directly harm you reincarnated beings, lest they incur divine retribution." Divine retribution? Yes, you may interpret it as being forsaken by heaven. Those subjected to divine retribution may not die immediately, but will attract misfortune, often bringing catastrophic disasters to those around them and their villages. Thus, When the people of the Tianqi continent wish to deal with you reincarnated beings, they generally resort to the hands of eerie spirits and monsters. You must remember this. After hearing this, Lin Yi nodded. He could sense the village chief's goodwill towards him but remained somewhat cautious, unable to resist asking, "Village chief, what is it that you truly wish to discuss with me?" Gu Tianxi, unhurried, sat cross-legged on the carpet with a smile, looking at Lin Yi. "There is no need to rush. This is our first meeting, and it is better to get to know each other a bit more. My name is Gu Tianxi, and I am 121 years old. Upon the death of the previous village chief when I was 30, I became the new village chief, and it has now been over 90 years. However, after all these years, I remain at the strength of a one-star priest, which means my lifespan is nearing its end." Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. "One-star priest? Village chief. Is this a classification after the professional level? Do not rush. Listen to me first. If you are indeed the person I seek, I will divulge everything you wish to know shortly." After a pause, Gu Tianxi continued. "Approximately half a year ago, the temple delivered a revelation, and celestial anomalies occurred across the entire Tianqi continent. Upon researching ancient texts, I learned that a new world had been captured by the Tianqi continent, and reincarnated beings are about to appear." Gu Tianxi's words concealed a plethora of information, and Lin Yi felt a jolt within him upon hearing this. Was it because their blue star had been captured by the Tianqi continent that they were able to enter it? What would be the consequences of Blue Star's capture? Was the apocalypse approaching? Noticing that Lin Yi did not interrupt him this time, Gu Tianxi continued with a smile. "Our Gutan village has been inherited for a long time, perhaps for over 100,000 years, or even a million. According to records, our first village chief was a powerful priest, and he was also a reincarnated being. Therefore, I possess greater understanding regarding the existence of reincarnated beings and why you are present here than you might think. I am uncertain about the attitudes of other factions on the Tianqi continent towards reincarnated beings, but at least in our Gutan village, we have maintained a friendly approach towards reincarnated beings since the village's inception. Furthermore, when we encounter exceptionally gifted reincarnated beings, our village invests significant resources in their cultivation. Therefore, you need not worry about me causing you harm. As long as you do not infringe upon the village's interests and safety, I can assure you, you will not be in danger. Well, I have said what I needed to say. Now, you may ask me questions, but you must also answer one of mine, so that neither of us is at a disadvantage." Upon finishing, Gu Tianxi ceased speaking and awaited Lin Yi's response. Chapter 48. The Talent Stone for Enhancing Talent Levels. Lin Yi pondered for a moment and asked, Village Chief, I would like to inquire about what will happen after our world is captured by the Tianqi continent." Gu Tianxi responded earnestly. "Once a world is captured, the two worlds will gradually merge until one consumes the other. From my understanding of your world, it lacks the extraordinary and relies solely on technology, with a weak world will. Therefore, it is highly probable that the world you inhabit will be engulfed by the Tianqi continent. However, rest assured, this timeline typically spans a century or a millennium, so you need not worry about the immediate destruction of your world. Now that I have answered your question, I shall ask you one. Where did you find the inherited soul artifact, the Eerie Stone?" Lin Yi did not conceal the truth, stating directly, "I found it beneath the willow tree by the pond within the village." Beneath the willow tree? Gu Tianxi pondered for a moment, slightly frowning but refraining from further comment. Lin Yi continued to inquire, "Village Chief, I also wish to know if the Eerie Stone soul artifact will revive if it devours too many eerie spirit entities?" Gu Tianxi chuckled. "That was something Xiao Si told you, wasn't it? It is partially true and partially false. The Eerie Stone was crafted by a master craftsman from our Gutan village using a spirit-baiting doll, which is a uniquely special eerie spirit that naturally feeds on eerie spirits. You can currently use the abilities of the Eerie Stone without concern, but remember, if you encounter a spirit-baiting doll, never attempt to use the Eerie Stone to absorb the doll's core object, or else the Eerie Stone will truly revive, and your life will be in peril. Now I understand." Lin Yi exhaled with relief. Gu Laoxi's words were indeed laced with deception. Henceforth, he would simply need to exercise caution when using the Eerie Stone to absorb the cores of eerie spirits. However, at that moment, Gu Tianxi posed a question that left Lin Yi utterly astonished. "Child, my second question is, does your activation code for logging into the Tianqi world have a number?" Lin Yi's heart trembled. The village chief before him was aware that their activation codes might or might not have numbers. Ever since he learned that his activation code was special, he had casually inquired about it during a conversation with Lu Bo. Lu Bo's ordinary activation code lacked a number in the attribute panel, while Lin Yi's activation code bore the number 007. Even Lin Yi, no matter how naive, understood that activation codes with numbers were undoubtedly special. "Village Chief, how do you know about this?" Gu Tianxi replied with a smile. "As I mentioned, since the establishment of our Gutan village, we have encountered many reincarnated beings, and we are well aware of the secrets you are unaware of. So, child, does your activation code indeed have a number? Lin Yi hesitated for a moment, not answering immediately. Yet, Gu Tianxi could ascertain from Lin Yi's expression that his activation code did indeed have a number. Village Chief, my activation code does have a number. And my third question is, what does having a numbered activation code signify? Gu Tianxi explained. It signifies an unparalleled innate talent, meaning you stand atop the shoulders of giants, with the possibility of reaching out to touch the heavens. Lin Yi was left speechless. Your words are akin to saying nothing at all. Gu Tianxi chuckled heartily and remarked, allow me to elaborate. The so-called activation codes you speak of are, in fact, bestowed by the will of your world. When the realm faces invasion, the worlds will awaken. This will can vary in strength. A potent world will grant its children exceptional abilities. The numbered activation codes belong to those favored children, endowed with unparalleled talents. Lin Yi could not help but inquire, Village Chief, does this imply that the stronger the world will, the more gifted individuals will be born? Not entirely so. Gu Tianxi replied. The world will also recognizes the need to nurture elites. It employs its limited power to cultivate highly talented children. For instance, as I mentioned earlier, the first village chief of our Guten village was recorded as a golden talent holder, one who bore a numbered code and received blessings from the world's will. Golden? It seems inferior to his red universal talent, Lin Yi mused. He pressed on. Is a golden talent particularly formidable? Gu Tianxi, having confirmed Lin Yi's possession of a code, did not dwell on the matter, responding, indeed, it is formidable. It is said that, upon reflection, those with golden talents were the most distinguished among them, with only a handful possessing such gifts. Lin Yi nodded, refraining from further questions. It appeared that his red universal talent was indeed a singular existence. After all, only golden talents could precede red ones. Yet, Lin Yi harbored doubts. If even his 007 code possessed a red talent, wouldn't the preceding codes similarly embody red talents? Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, while the top 10 codes represented the highest echelon of talents, the abilities bestowed upon each were not identical. In other words, not everyone possessed a red talent. At that moment, Gu Tianxi inquired gently, child, I have heard from Xiaohu that you mastered and excelled in the yin-yang sword technique in merely a few hours. Thus, your talent pertains to martial arts? Well, it is somewhat related to sword techniques, though I would say it is more versatile, Lin Yi replied cautiously, hesitant to define his talent too rigidly, as he might draw a more advantageous talent in the future. If that is the case, the path of a warrior seems indeed suitable for you, Gu Tianxi remarked. Perhaps, but I have heard from our captain that among the 4 great professions, the sequencer is the most esteemed, which piques my interest, Lin Yi responded. Though the sequencer profession is powerful, the opportunities for career transition are scarce, Gu Tianxi noted. Lin Yi interjected, I have heard that within the ancient Tomb Valley, there exists a cave concealing a legacy. Village Chief, you are not merely here for me, but also for that legacy, are you? Gu Tianxi nodded. It seems Xiaohu has shared much with you. You are correct. I have come specifically for the legacy within that cave. Inside, there are the spectral remnants left by the former Yui Guizers, who concealed the cave with a ghostly veil. This veil is unique, creating a separate space, and even I cannot breach it to retrieve the legacy. However, now that your legacy soul artifact, the spectral stone, is present, there is a significant hope of extraction. Lin Yi asked, Village Chief, why is there hope with the spectral stone? Does it possess some special qualities? Gu Tianxi explained. Because the Yui Guizers must witness the contract object to form a pact with the spectral remnants. And the spectral stone you possess is the contract object of those Yui Guizers. With the spectral stone, I can negotiate terms with the specters, offering the early release of the pact in exchange for the items within the cave. Lin Yi nodded, finally grasping why the Ancient Four had persuaded him to enter the cave. Then, Village Chief, if I assist, could I receive the sequencer legacy from within the cave? Upon hearing Lin Yi's proposition, Gu Tianxi did not perceive him as greedy. Instead, he frowned slightly and replied, Child, based on your talents, you are more suited for the path of a warrior. Rest assured, Village Chief, I will certainly find the profession that best suits me before I transition. As for the sequencer, I merely wish to understand what kind of profession it is, Lin Yi reassured him. Gu Tianxi pondered for a moment. Originally, I intended to pass the sequencer legacy in the cave to Xiao Hai. However, that child recently took many born ones to search for ancient relics and will not return shortly. Thus, if you are willing to assist us, the sequencer legacy within the cave shall be yours. Lin Yi hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Village Chief. Gu Tianxi smiled, then recalled something, asking, by the way, child, would you care to join us in Guten Village? Lin Yi, perplexed, replied, join? Village Chief, am I not already a member of the Guten Village militia? Gu Tianxi shook his head and solemnly stated, no, I am asking if you wish to become the next village chief of Gutan and protect this village. Should the ancient four be present, they might have questioned, Master, if he is the next village chief, then what am I? However, Lin Yi took this inquiry seriously, for it was evident that Gu Tianzi held no malice toward him. This was no jest. Gu Tianzi was clearly earnest. To be frank, becoming the village chief of Gutan was not an unconsidered prospect, but as a born one, could he truly manage Gutan village? Perhaps becoming the village chief would allow him to mobilize the village's resources, but it also imposed a form of constraint, signifying that he would bear the duty of protecting Gutan. If he accepted, it was likely that this venerable village chief would bind him to some form of restrictive pact. After some contemplation, Lin Yi replied, I appreciate your kind offer, village chief. But I must explore the apocalypse continent in the future and cannot remain in the village for an extended period. Gu Tianzi displayed a look of regret, then remarked, What a pity. I had intended to bestow upon the next village chief a talent stone capable of enhancing one's talent level. Lin Yi's expression transformed into one of astonishment upon hearing this. What? A talent stone that can enhance talent levels. I am in dire need of such an item. Chapter 49, Talent finally upgraded. Meanwhile, outside the tent, the ancient four, growing increasingly impatient, kicked at the stones beneath his feet and grumbled. I wonder what the old man is discussing with that cursed brat Qing Shan, refusing to let others hear. Beside him, Gu Qinghu speculated. Perhaps it pertains to the legacy cave within the valley. That still doesn't warrant excluding me from the conversation, especially since I am to be the next village chief. The ancient four retorted. Gu Qinghu looked at him and suggested, Old four, I think you should temper your temper. Did not the village chief just say that you may not necessarily be the next chief? The ancient four dismissed the comment. If I am not the chief, who else could be? After all, within the entire younger generation, I alone possess the divine talent. Surely the village chief would not select another, considering my master's health is failing. Just then, the tent curtain was suddenly lifted, and Gu Tianzi emerged with Lin Yi in tow. Xiao Hu, Xiao Si, come here. I have an announcement to make. What is it? From now on, Qing Shan shall be our village's vice chief. Apart from myself, his status shall be equivalent to that of the three esteemed elders. What? Vice chief? The ancient four erupted in expletives. If he is the vice chief, what does that make me? Unable to contain his frustration, the ancient four exclaimed, Master, have you lost your senses? I have never heard of a vice chief position within our village. Moreover, this brat is a born one. Who knows what tendencies he may have? How can you appoint someone arbitrarily as vice chief? Gu Tianzi cast a stern glance at the ancient four. Xiao Si, it seems your temper has remained unchanged this year. Do you dare to criticize your own master? Can I really entrust the future of Gutan village to you? Standing beside them, Lin Yi chuckled softly. Indeed, Xiao Si, you need not worry about me assuming the role of village chief. My position will merely be that of vice village chief, and no one shall contest your candidacy for the next village chief. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Gu Laosi nearly leapt from his spot. Xiao Si, is that what you're calling me now? Just the day before yesterday, you were calling me Captain Laosi, and today you're referring to me as Xiao Si? I say, you little rascal, do you genuinely believe yourself to be the vice village chief? I do not acknowledge your status. Gu Laosi then turned to Gu Tianzi and stated, Master, I cannot agree to this. How can a newcomer, just arrived in our village for less than a month, qualify as our vice village chief? This is clearly against our customs. Gu Tianzi, disinterested in further discourse, replied succinctly, Once Qing Shan accompanies me to retrieve the inheritance from the cave, he shall have the qualifications. Moreover, I am still the village chief. My words are the law. If you disagree, you may leave the village. Go wherever you please. It is of no concern to me. Gu Laosi found himself at a loss for words. He glanced at his master, whose expression indicated genuine anger this time. Very well. I shall begrudgingly accept this young man's status. Lin Yi, playfully digging at his ear, remarked, This young man? I would appreciate it if Captain Xiao Si would henceforth refer to me as vice village chief. Should I hear any further disrespect towards me, I shall withhold resources from your team. Gu Laosi was left speechless. That vice village chief. You used half a gene of my ghostly ashes just a few days ago. When will you repay me? Lin Yi retorted, Captain Xiao Si, your memory truly is lacking, and your audacity is commendable. Once I agreed to go to the cave for the inheritance, this matter was settled. Why do you still bring it up? It is you who recklessly abandoned the 5th team's newcomers and returned to the village without organization or discipline. I believe you are unfit to remain captain of the militia. Upon returning to the village, I will discuss this matter with the village chief and the elders. Gu Laosi fell silent, realizing that he could not outsmart Lin Yi without resorting to insults. Vice village chief, you are impressive. After uttering this, Gu Laosi stormed off to vent his frustration on the 5th team, who were training nearby. Gu Tianxi gave Lin Yi a brief reminder before retreating to his tent to prepare the divine talismans. They resolved to venture into the Cave of Inheritance that night. For even Gu Tianxi deemed it necessary to make ample preparations before entering this place. Lin Yi turned to Gu Chenghu, who was gazing at him intently, and smiled. "Captain, are you well? Qing Shan, you are now the vice village chief. Do not call me captain anymore. It's all right. Although I bear the title of vice village chief, I remain a member of the second team. Are you not still my captain? Very well." Gu Chenghu couldn't help but smile. He had indeed not misjudged Lin Yi. Even after ascending to a high position within the village, Lin Yi remained humble and unpretentious, displaying no arrogance, retaining his original character. They then began discussing the details of the rescue. Learning that it was Gu Lu and others who had discovered Gu Cheng, who had not returned on time the previous afternoon and had gone back to the village to report the situation. That evening, Gu Laosi had led the village chief to rescue Gu Chenghu. "Captain, I'll place your piece of rotten wood in my backpack for now and return it to you when we get back to the village." Gu Chenghu asked with concern. "All right. By the way, Qing Shan, are you truly going to the cave in the valley with the village chief?" Lin Yi nodded yes. "I promised the village chief. Do not worry. The village chief has agreed to craft a life-saving talisman for me. If I encounter any danger, I shall be fine. But how will you access the inheritance cave? Tonight is when the Yin energy is at its peak, coinciding with the time when the spirits within the cave awaken. Indeed, we must exercise utmost caution." Gu Cheng, who wanted to inquire why Lin Yi had suddenly become the vice village chief of Guten village, but ultimately refrained from doing so. After all, the village chief and Lin Yi had been conversing in the tent for quite some time, clearly discussing matters unknown to him. As for Lin Yi, he initially had no intention of becoming the vice village chief of Guten village, but when Gu Tianxi presented the talent stone, his mind changed in an instant. Talent stone, a rare cosmic phenomenon produced during world fusion. This stone allows those endowed with talent to enhance their talent level upon use, while those without talent may randomly acquire low to mid-quality talents, with a slight chance of obtaining high-quality talents. This stone does not possess a quality grade. Yet for Lin Yi, it is likely to elevate his universal talent and provide him with a second fixed position. Acquiring an additional talent fixation slot would undoubtedly enhance Lin Yi's capabilities far beyond mere arithmetic addition. Thus, lured by the temptation of the talent stone, Lin Yi decisively agreed to Gu Tianxi's proposal. However, he resolved only to accept the role of vice village chief and promised to safeguard Gu Tan village's safety to the best of his ability while enhancing the strength of its inhabitants. To formalize this, the elder village chief, Gu Tianxi, had Lin Yi sign a professional grade contract. Lin Yi was unsure why the elder chief had such confidence in him. Yet he readily acquiesced, for even without the reward of the talent stone, merely becoming the vice village chief of Guten village was overwhelmingly beneficial for him. He learned from the elder village chief that the privileges accompanying the vice village chief position were equivalent to those of the three major elders, including monthly provisions of blood food, spirit fruits, and other resources, as well as the ability to mobilize the militia for his own purposes, provided it did not conflict with the interests of Gutan village. Thus, Gu Tianxi's promise of vice village chief rights was not an empty title, but a genuine role with substantial authority. Nonetheless, Lin Yi felt that he was somewhat unworthy of the vice village chief position. After all, his combat strength was still only at level 9. And even Gu Laosi did not respect him. It was likely that the lower-ranking militia members would see him merely as a fortunate individual, rather than someone whose orders they would readily obey. Lin Yi's subsequent goal was to accumulate attributes through his talents and then break through to level 7, attaining true combat capabilities that could rival those at level 10. After concluding his conversation with Gu Chenghu, Lin Yi eagerly returned to his tent and retrieved the talent stone the elder village chief had given him earlier. The talent stone was a fist-sized crystal, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. When held, one could even feel a faint warmth emanating from it. What a treasure! Though this item bore no grade, its value far surpassed anything else he possessed. Without hesitation, Lin Yi used the talent stone, watching as it seamlessly integrated into his body. Ding! You have used a talent stone. Detection reveals you possess a red-quality universal talent, unable to activate a new talent. Universal talent is leveling up. Universal talent has risen to LV2, with one talent fixation slot. Gazing at the talent page, now adorned with an additional fixation slot glowing with a rainbow of colors, Lin Yi felt an immense weight lift from his heart. He had feared that upgrading his talent would require experience points, which would imply that a single talent stone might not suffice for an upgrade of his universal talent. However, it appeared that upgrading talents did not necessitate experience points. One talent stone was sufficient to elevate his universal talent by one level. Having rushed over today without the chance to extract his universal talent, Lin Yi promptly clicked to extract it. Perhaps due to the recent upgrade, the probability of drawing a high-quality talent had increased. For a blue light flashed before Lin Yi's eyes, revealing a commendable blue talent. Dual Vitality, a rare blue talent that grants you the ability to convert health points and vitality points into one another, with a conversion ratio of 1:1. The converted attributes cannot be transformed again. Note, raising the talent level can slightly adjust the conversion ratio and allow for multiple conversions. Upon reading this talent description, Lin Yi carefully studied its capabilities. Upon solidifying the Dual Vitality talent, Lin Yi can convert his entire 1,700 health points into the much-needed vitality points, according to a ratio of 101. Hence, 1,700 health points can be transformed into 170 vitality points. Similarly, his current 36 vitality points can only convert into 360 health points. Furthermore, regardless of the conversion direction, the attributes post-transformation become fixed and cannot be altered by talent again, unless the talent's level is enhanced. Lin Yi contemplated this. It must be said that this acquired talent is exceptionally suited to him, given the current imbalance between his health and vitality. Based on recent encounters with undead monsters in the valley, his swordsmanship is remarkably sharp, proficient in both offense and defense, with minimal health loss. Thus, the 1,700 health points at his disposal seem rather superfluous. Conversely, the mere 36 vitality points he possesses severely restrict his output. After all, employing the yin-yang sword technique requires a minimum infusion of 10 vitality points. Were he to amass sufficient vitality, Lin Yi could wield the yin-yang sword technique without constraints. When faced with a level 10 undead monster, he would likely harbor no fear, striking it down with 10 or 20 blows if necessary. He is certain to utilize the Dual Vitality talent, though he is uncertain how much health to convert for optimal effect. After all, the thicker the health pool, the greater the sense of security it provides. Lin Yi pondered for a moment before deciding to solidify the Dual Vitality talent, postponing the conversion of health points, especially with a perilous undertaking awaiting him that night. A more robust health pool would ensure greater safety. For the time being, Lin Yi refrained from hunting undead monsters, as he needed to reserve time for the journey with the village chief to the Legacy Cave. Chapter 50. Encountering a level 10 undead king. As night descended, darkness enveloped the entire Apocalypse continent. The ancient Tomb Valley was filled with chilling winds and a faint mist. At this moment, Lin Yi, accompanied by the elderly village chief Gu Tianzi, ambled through the underbrush towards the Legacy Cave within the valley. Their party consisted solely of the two, as the ancient elder had initially intended to join them, but was sternly reprimanded by the village chief and sent back. Along the way, the village chief recounted in detail the internal strife that transpired in ancient Pond Village 3 centuries ago. Initially, the practitioners of the art of spirit control within the village exhibited commendable behavior, showing no signs of abnormality, regardless of whether the contractors were level 10 or not. As long as they could form a contract with the spirit, they could become practitioners of spirit control, a remarkably low threshold for entry that led to a proliferation of such practitioners within the village. However, there is no free lunch in this world. Soon, the first batch of practitioners began to exhibit drastic changes in temperament. Their thought processes diverged significantly from those of normal humans, becoming increasingly cruel, indifferent, and bloodthirsty. Naturally, they remained oblivious to this transformation, believing their actions were solely for the village's benefit. Thus, chaos ensued within the village as the practitioners united to resist the divine profession, seeking to transform ancient Pond Village into a veritable spirit village. This turmoil utterly devastated the once magnificent ancient Pond Village, which had been 4 to 5 times larger and more prosperous than it is today. Just then, an undead monster suddenly emerged from the ground nearby, evidently startled by the village chief's voice. This particular undead was not large. Lin Yi estimated it to be only level 7. Just as he prepared to take action, he witnessed a flash of white light from the village chief's hand. The level 7 undead monster was instantly torn apart by the white light, reduced to a pile of bones that fell back into the pit. Curiously, Lin Yi inquired, "Village chief, was that a divine talisman you just used?" "No, merely a basic divine technique. Once one becomes a divine practitioner, they can learn some fundamental divine techniques," replied the village chief. "Village chief, is it difficult to learn divine techniques? How do they compare to a wizard's spells in terms of power?" Gu Tianzi chuckled, recognizing that Lin Yi had been incessantly questioning him like a curious child throughout their journey. He understood that the first-generation reincarnators had limited knowledge of the extraordinary. Casting divine techniques requires the consumption of divine power, which is obtained through the worship of deities. As for wizards, their abilities are referred to as witchcraft, and casting witchcraft requires the expenditure of their mental energy. To simplify, the former draws strength from the divine, while the latter relies on oneself. Each has its advantages and disadvantages, making it challenging to declare one superior to the other. However, most divine techniques inflict significantly greater damage on spirits, a feat that witchcraft cannot match. The divine power the village chief referred to is essentially the faith attribute among the 4 advanced attributes on the panel, merely differing in terminology. Lin Yi nodded, sensing the village chief's admiration for divine practitioners. Do you have an interest in the divine profession? Lin Yi shook his head but still posed another question. Village chief, how can reincarnators ascertain whether they possess divine talent? The village chief pondered briefly before responding. Determining divine talent requires validation through a temple. This applies to the people of the Apocalypse continent, as well as to you reincarnators. However, the first-generation reincarnators have been selected by the will of the world, and their innate talents are typically high, as long as they inherit from the 4 major professions. Transitioning to the corresponding profession is not particularly difficult. Lin Yi continued to inquire. If one meets the talent requirements and possesses ample basic divine power, what is needed to transition to a divine practitioner after reaching level 10? Earlier, when I, along with the ancient elder and the captain, jointly defeated a mist spirit, we obtained a core item. The ancient elder mentioned that he needed this item to break through to the divine profession. The village chief nodded slightly. What he said is true. Anyone wishing to transition to the divine profession must possess a spirit core, which can only be dropped by at least semi-professional spirits. Aside from the divine profession, to my knowledge, the other 3 professions also require specific key items for transition. Warriors need the heart's blood of a professional-grade demon to refine themselves, while wizards must have mastered the basics of meditation and meet the required mental energy standards. Those who do not meet the standards must prepare rare materials that can enhance their mental energy. As for the final class, the sequence practitioner, the requirements are even more extensive, including core spirit drops as primary materials, as well as the organs of demons and extremely precious rare materials for breakthroughs. As the village chief concluded, he looked at Lin Yi and said, Qing Shan, if you wish to transition to a warrior or divine practitioner, the village can assist you in procuring the necessary materials. However, should you choose to become a wizard or a sequence practitioner, you will have to find a way to acquire those on your own. Lin Yi nodded. Thank you, village chief. I understand. Indeed, Ancient Pond Village is ultimately a small hamlet, while the Apocalypse continent is vast. As a reincarnator endowed with talent, you will eventually venture out to explore the world beyond. What I have shared with you thus far is merely fundamental knowledge, not considered any precious inheritance. Thus, the two continued their trek through the pitch-dark valley for over an hour, encountering an increasing number of undead monsters along the way. Lin Yi glanced at the surrounding terrain and surmised that they had reached the core of the ancient tomb valley. Perhaps the legacy cave lay just ahead. However, at that moment, the village chief suddenly halted, stopping Lin Yi in his tracks. Just ahead, amidst the damp misty thicket, a shadow resembling a humanoid figure flitted by. Lin Yi caught a glimpse, and his pupils constricted, for the shadow stood at least 3 meters tall. He quickly retrieved his silver blossom long knife from his backpack. Village chief, is that a level 10 undead king? Uncertain, but it likely is, the village chief replied, his brow furrowing. He did not employ a divine talisman, but instead produced a palm-sized wooden puppet from his waist pouch. The wooden puppet wielded dual axes, with a human body and a bull's head, resembling a formidable minotaur warrior. The village chief then lightly tapped his finger, and a beam of white divine power penetrated the puppet's forehead. In the next moment, the diminutive wooden puppet, merely 4 inches in size, abruptly expanded to a towering height of over 2 meters. Subsequently, a minotaur warrior, wielding dual axes, knelt before the venerable village elder, uttering a passage in an incomprehensible minotaur tongue. Yet, judging by the tone, it appeared to be a ritual of fealty. Advance and scout ahead, if danger arises. Eliminate it without hesitation, commanded the elder. The minotaur warrior then rose and vanished into the enveloping white mist. Moments later, a roar echoed from within the fog, seemingly emanating from a formidable level 10 undead creature. Beneath the dim light of the night, Lin Yi could discern 2 massive forms entangled in fierce combat, causing the very ground beneath to tremble. Before long, the larger level 10 undead king appeared to be subdued, pinned to the ground and struck by the minotaur warrior's axe. The sound of impact was accompanied by a splatter of foul ichor, suggesting the scene within the mist was gruesomely bloody. Lin Yi was left astounded. How formidable this minotaur is, he mused. But what caliber of warrior can vanquish a level 10 undead king in such a brief span? He hastily inquired, Elder, what method did you employ just now? And surely, this minotaur warrior must possess professional level prowess? The elder elaborated, this is known as a divine puppet, a means bestowed by the deities. This Minotaur warrior was bequeathed to me by the previous village chief, possessing the strength of a professional in direct confrontation. Even a one-star martial artist would be no match for it. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi reflected on the abundance of divine techniques available. Realizing that beyond the cultivation of divine arts and the crafting of divine talismans, the creation of divine puppets was also within their capabilities. It dawned on him that the shattered bones of the undead creatures he had seen beneath the tree earlier were likely the handiwork of this Minotaur warrior. Suddenly, a thought struck Lin Yi, and he spoke up. "Elder, may I claim the final blow against this undead king?" The elder paused, smiling. "I had forgotten you are a newly reborn. Go ahead. The Minotaur warrior will hold back." Nodding, Lin Yi advanced into the mist, armed with his shimmering silver blade. On the ground lay the level 10 undead king, reduced to a mangled mess, 3 of its limbs severed, with dark ichor seeping into the earth from its wounds. Yet, even in such a state, the undead king clung to life, writhing with its remaining arm, showcasing a tenacious will to survive. Lin Yi glanced at the imposing Minotaur warrior beside him, but the warrior's expression remained indifferent, showing no inclination to engage with him. "It appears I am dealing with a rather unfeeling beast," Lin Yi thought, as he checked the undead king's status through his system. Ancient Tomb Valley Mutated Undead King, Green, Health, 231,005 status. On the brink of death level, 10 skills, Diamond Body Technique. Flame Sun Blade Technique Description. This is a wise undead king capable of issuing commands to ordinary undead through its roars. This was Lin Yi's first encounter with an undead king, and he could not help but note its considerable health pool. Boasting a staggering 1,000 points, double that of a level 9 undead. Wasting no time, he raised his shimmering silver blade and struck down. To his surprise, this seemingly ordinary strike only deducted 16 points from the undead king's health. He recalled that his attacks against level 9 undead had typically inflicted 30 to 40 damage. It appeared that, in addition to its robust health, the undead king possessed attributes that far surpassed those of its level 9 counterparts. Furrowing his brow, Lin Yi delivered a second blow, completely depleting the undead king's health. Ding! You have slain the level 10 undead king, gaining 90 experience points. Although the experience gained from the level 10 undead king was modest, it yielded 3 items. Undead Corrosive Heart, Green, a heart that has not yet fully decayed. Containing potent undead energy, feeding it to a level 9 undead significantly accelerates its evolution, and it has other special uses. Undead Fangs, Green, the hardest fangs from the undead king, suitable for forging into spirit artifacts or grinding into powder. Flame Sun Blade Technique, White, a manual of external blade techniques with the attribute of flame, inflicting substantial damage on spectral entities. Upon seeing the 3 dropped items, Lin Yi could not suppress his delight. In addition to 2 precious green materials, the undead king had also dropped a manual for an external skill. A rather valuable one at that, the Flame Sun Blade Technique. Chapter 51. The Enigmatic Shadows of the Temple. It is essential to understand that there exist no original texts of the Flame Sun Blade Technique within the village. Newly reborn individuals wishing to learn this technique must rely on the gradual instruction of those militia members who have already mastered it. Currently, due to the technique's efficacy against spectral entities, many of the 5 squads of newly reborn individuals were endeavoring to learn it, yet none had succeeded in mastering it. In the entirety of Gyuton village, apart from himself, Lin Yi had only witnessed Chongkonkwa employing the Flame Sun Blade technique, but as an experienced player of Gyuton village, it was evident that he had invested considerable time in mastering it. "Elder, I have obtained 3 items. Please choose 2, Lin Yi offered. The elder waved his hand dismissively. "No need, they are all yours. Items dropped by level 10 monsters hold no value for me now." "Thank you, elder," Lin Yi replied gratefully, promptly placing all 3 items into his backpack. The backpack of a newly reborn individual holds only 10 slots, yet identical items can stack. Lin Yi's backpack was filled to capacity with the spoils of the undead, including various green quality bones, abundant white quality undead ichor, and the precious rotten wood fruit he had gathered yesterday. With the addition of the undead corrosive heart and undead fangs, his backpack was completely stuffed, leaving him with no choice but to grasp his shimmering silver blade in hand while stowing the Flame Sun Blade technique in a satchel on his back. Considering the possibility of more than one undead king in the vicinity, the elder chose not to retract the Minotaur warrior, but instead instructed it to lead the way. However, they had not ventured far when Lin Yi's heart began to race. "Elder, I sense the presence of spectral entities." "Then it seems we have arrived," the elder remarked. Having been here before and clearly familiar with the terrain, he guided Lin Yi out of the thick misty woods, halting before a dilapidated, decaying temple. The temple's roof had collapsed significantly, its once vibrant painted walls long since fallen away, and the area was overgrown with weeds, a chaotic sight. Lin Yi felt an uncanny familiarity with the temple's design, and upon further reflection, he realized it resembled a smaller version of the Gyutan village temple, albeit one so dilapidated that he had momentarily failed to recognize it. "Elder, is this the Cave of Heritage?" Lin Yi inquired. The elder nodded gravely. "Indeed, the cave lies behind the temple. However, it is infested with numerous spectral entities, including many of professional caliber. Shall we proceed inside?" Lin Yi asked. "Not so fast. This abandoned temple has become a part of the ghostly realm. If we enter recklessly, we may encounter unforeseen circumstances. We just defeated a level 10 undead king nearby. Such commotion should have drawn the attention of the spirits within. Now, let us wait for them to emerge. But remember, no matter what occurs, you must stay closely behind me to avoid any mishaps." Understood. Although Lin Yi had faced a semi-professional fog specter before, he still felt an inexplicable tension in this domain of spectral creatures. He tightly clutched the divine talisman given to him by Gu Tian before setting out, prepared to tear it apart and flee should the situation turn dire. Return Talisman, a first-level professional talisman that, when activated, can transport the user to a bound temple within a 30-mile radius. It is evident that this divine talisman is akin to a return talisman from the world of Apocalypse. However, as stated by the venerable Gu Tianzi, this talisman is exceedingly rare, requiring him to accumulate an abundance of divine power over an extended period to inscribe just one. Perhaps, as the old village chief suggested, the malevolent spirits within the cave have already sensed their presence. Before long, a billowing black smoke erupted from the cave behind the dilapidated temple, resembling a demon emerging into the world, coiling ominously above the shrine. Subsequently, a cacophony of harsh, deep, nightmarish language emanated from the black mist. The old village chief remained unfazed and began to utter the same tongue. Lin Yi, astonished, refrained from interrupting. He speculated that this was the language of the malevolent spirits. The old village chief and the entity within the black fog conversed for an extended duration, and upon hearing something from the chief, the spirit let out a furious roar. The piercing sound reverberated painfully, shattering the few remaining tiles atop the temple's roof. Lin Yi quickly covered his ears and retreated a few steps, seeking refuge behind the old village chief. The chief continued in the ghostly tongue, saying, "There is no need for your anger, for you are still unable to unravel the seal left by those who once commanded you. I reiterate my earlier request. Retrieve the legacy that rightfully belongs to the village from within the cave, and I shall preemptively dissolve the contract with your captors, thus granting you greater power to assault the seal." The malevolent spirit responded, "Damn humans. In the past, we had good intentions, fully aiding our contract holders, yet you, the human contractors, sealed us away just before your demise. I shall avenge this betrayal, and as for the legacy within the cave, it is not for you to obtain." Upon hearing this, the old village chief sighed softly and pondered for a moment before speaking again. "Do you know who stands behind me? Just a mere human lad, perhaps? Could he be the food you have sent me? Indeed, he appears quite delectable. If you were to present him to me, I would guarantee you a life spared when I break free from this seal." The malevolent spirit's gaze fixed upon Lin Yi, sending a chill down his spine, as if some terrifying entity had set its sights on him. The cursed stone embedded in his chest began to throb violently, issuing frantic warnings. The old village chief frowned, stating, "He possesses the artifact linked to your former contract with the captors. With this item, I can confidently assist you in dissolving the contract ahead of time. Moreover, he is a reborn one." The malevolent spirit gasped in astonishment. "A reborn one? Another reborn one has emerged?" "Indeed," the chief affirmed. "You are aware of what the arrival of a reborn one signifies. Should you wish to remain confined in this cave for the foreseeable future, I will not object. However, this opportunity is singular. Consider it carefully." With that, the old village chief fell silent, and after a moment's contemplation, the spirit spoke. "If the era of the reborn truly dawns, then striking a bargain with you is not out of the question. However, the villagers of Gyutan must sign a new contract with me. Upon obtaining the legacy, they must refrain from hunting or attacking us." The malevolent spirit was acutely aware that many of the legacies seized by the captors were potent methods against their kind. Had it not been for this, it would not have incited its contractors to rebel against Gyutan village and seize the legacy. Yet, it never anticipated that its wretched contractor would ensnare it before death, sealing them all within the cave and forbidding the destruction of the legacy. For 300 years, they had not escaped this confinement. Now, learning of the reborn's emergence in the Apocalypse continent, it cast aside its reservations, yearning for liberation. As for Gyutan village acquiring the legacy and becoming formidable, what of it? The world is vast. It could simply distance itself from this place forevermore. Chapter 52. The transaction concluded. The old village chief replied, "Agreed. but upon their release. None of the spirits within the cave shall harm the inhabitants of Gyutan village. Haha, no problem. Subsequently, the old village chief produced a blank ancient parchment made of sheepskin, and under the watchful gaze of the spirit within the black mist, inscribed the terms of their agreement. Lin Yi leaned closer to take a glance, discovering that it was filled with an incomprehensible script, akin to mystical symbols. However, Lin Yi's proximity momentarily distracted the old village chief from his thoughts. He realized that the contract did not encompass the reborn one from Gyutan village. This implied that while the villagers could not harm the spirits, the reborn one was exempt from this restriction. This detail was not particularly concealed. With careful reading, one could discern the clue. Yet the spirit in the black mist seemed overly excited at the prospect of its impending release and failed to notice the old village chief's subtle trap. After signing the contract, the old village chief tossed it to the spirit within the black mist. It is your turn now. Rest assured. When it comes to matters of trust, we are far more reliable than you humans. The spirit retreated back into the cave behind the temple, and when it emerged, numerous other names of spirits had been added to the contract scroll. Soon after, a ring was flung from the black mist. Old fool, all that you requested is contained within. Due to the constraints of the captor's contract, I cannot verify the contents, but I assure you everything seized in the past is present. Very well. The old village chief accepted the spatial ring and probed it with his consciousness, sensing that it was filled with various items, ancient scrolls, mystical artifacts, and even provisions and water. Enough with the delay. It is time for you to fulfill your contractual obligations and swiftly dissolve our pact with the captors. Observing this, Lin Yi could not help but whisper, "Village chief, is it over?" The old village chief nodded. "It is considered settled. Now, I require your cooperation. I must infuse divine power into the cursed stone within your chest to cleanse the former contract." All right, having come this far, Lin Yi had no choice but to place his unconditional trust in the old village chief. The chief's method was swift. He touched his own chest, and Lin Yi felt the cursed stone tremble slightly as the contract was erased. With the dissolution of the contract, not only did the spirits within the black mist erupt into maniacal laughter, but echoes of sinister mirth also resonated from the cave behind the temple. Ha ha ha. Damn captors. Even in death, they imprisoned us for 3 centuries, but now we are finally free. Though the laughter of these spirits lacked any tangible threat, it disrupted Lin Yi's composure, leaving him feeling utterly disoriented. If one were to express this in gaming terms, Lin Yi's sanity points were plummeting. It seemed that his low stamina attribute rendered him particularly susceptible to the negative emotions induced by the spirit's ghastly laughter. The old village chief noticed Lin Yi's distress and understood that his foundational attributes were still too weak. Prolonged exposure to such laughter could drive him to madness. Let us depart. The transaction is complete. We must leave this place swiftly. At that moment, numerous spirits began to manifest within the temple. Some appeared as faint white silhouettes, while others took on the form of demonic entities with immense, twisted horns. They gazed at Lin Yi and the old village chief departing, murmuring among themselves. Is that old fool truly taking the ring back? It contains numerous treasures meant to combat us. I had intended to seek trouble with Gyutan village once free. The seal remains. We cannot escape. Furthermore, the true names of the contract have been inscribed. There is no recourse. I propose that we join forces to shatter the seal now that the captor's contract has been dissolved. I have had enough of being trapped here for 3 centuries. So have I. I have heard that a reborn has appeared. I wish to explore the world of the reborn. Ha ha ha. At this moment, having walked several hundred meters out of the temple's cavern, Lin Yi took another sip of the peculiar tea handed to him by the old village chief. Feeling a sense of normalcy wash over him. Village chief, will those eerie spirits adhere to the terms of the contract? He inquired. Generally, yes, the village chief replied, unless they resort to cunning tricks to exploit loopholes within the contract. However, I personally drafted the terms, ensuring that the spirits cannot find any weaknesses. Lin Yi, still curious, asked, if one were to master the language and script of the spirits, could they then forge a contract with them? The old village chief cast a knowing glance at Lin Yi, discerning his thoughts, and responded, indeed, but ever since the internal strife in ancient Tan village, individuals outside the village have lost the privilege to learn the language and script of the spirits. If you are willing to become the true leader of ancient Tan village, I could impart this knowledge to you, but you must not misuse it. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi shook his head vigorously. In that case, never mind, chief. I was merely curious. The village chief, wary that Lin Yi might harbor ulterior motives, earnestly advised, curiosity is a trait we all possess. Yet it must sometimes be tempered to avoid being led astray. Frankly, had it not been for the paramount importance of the legacy within the cave, I would not have ventured to engage in dealings with the spirits. Lin Yi chose not to dwell on the topic. quickly shifting the conversation. By the way, Chief, earlier when you conversed with that spirit shrouded in black mist, it seemed quite enraged. How did you manage to persuade it? The village chief explained. Initially, it was reluctant to enter into a transaction with me, for the covenant signed by those ancient spirit tamers was only for 300 years, and that time is drawing near. Once the binding contract with the tamers expires, they could easily break free from the cave seal. However, upon learning that a new descendant had emerged, it became impatient to escape and seek out the transformation resources belonging to its kind in the outside world. What are these transformation resources for the spirits? Lin Yi inquired. The village chief gazed deeply at Lin Yi and replied, humans, numerous humans. Some spirits require the negative emotions generated by humanity to ascend, while others must consume human vitality. Thus, we are natural enemies with the spirits, and coexistence is impossible. Lin Yi was taken aback by this revelation and asked, can they currently enter our world of descendants? With the entire blue planet harboring over 7 billion souls, how could we possibly defend against an invincible spirit? After all, spirits are largely immune to physical harm, rendering even the most advanced nuclear weapons developed by humanity ineffective against them. The village chief, fearing that Lin Yi might hold onto misgivings, pondered before saying, they should be able to, but I am unsure of the specifics. Since the merging of the two realms, certain changes have become irreversible. Please do not blame me for releasing a multitude of sealed spirits for the sake of the village's interests. Even without engaging in contracts, they would soon escape. I understand that, Lin Yi reassured him. There's no need for further explanation. He also noted that both the village chief, Gu Tianzi, and others like Gu Laosi and Gu Qinghu prioritized the interests of ancient Tan village above all else, displaying indifference to events occurring beyond its borders. This was, after all, a common human trait, tending to one's own front yard first. Chapter 53, Clearing Resources. Time flowed slowly, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Since the old village chief, Gu Tianzi, had regained the lost legacy of ancient Tan village, he had eagerly returned to the village to study it. Meanwhile, Gu Laosi and Gu Qinghu continued to lead Lin Yi and the militia's 5th squad in the ancient Tomb Valley, hunting corpses to level up. However, according to the village chief, if the spirits within the cave were to break free, the area around the ancient Tomb Valley would become perilous, and they could no longer linger. Moreover, the corpses in the valley might dwindle to 1 in 10. Thus, in recent days, not only Lin Yi but even figures like Dugu Feng began to engage in intensive hunts for corpses, accumulating experience and loot. After all, corpses were significantly easier to handle compared to other monsters and spirits of the same level, making the ancient Tomb Valley a rare hunting ground that they needed to exploit while time permitted. On the 3rd morning, a series of tremors shook the ancient Tomb Valley, accompanied by ominous, low roars from its core region. This sound possessed a certain malevolence that unsettled everyone present. Gu Laosi observed the commotion deep within the valley, his expression grave as he declared, it seems the seal is on the verge of being breached. From today onward, we must return to the village. No one is permitted to venture outside. At that moment, Lin Yi and Gu Qinghu had just returned from battling monsters in the core area. Upon seeing Gu Laosi arranging for everyone to retreat, they turned back towards ancient Tan village together. En route, Lin Yi opened his attribute panel. Player, Qingshan Bulo. Status, fatigued. ID, 007. Gender, male. Level, 6. Health, 1054. Experience, 31021-200. Saturation, 77100. Strength, 223. Normal male limit of 10. Affecting physical damage and the maximum weight of wieldable weapons. Constitution, 11. Normal male limit of 10. Affecting maximum health, health recovery speed, and basic resilience. Agility, 25. Normal male limit of 10. Affecting movement and reaction speed. Stamina, 11. Normal male limit of 10. Affecting stamina capacity, recovery speed, and load-bearing ability. Vitality, 111. 20 points from blood food, 70 points from health conversion. External skills, Tianqing Archery Green, LV1, 139,500. Each point of vitality attached to an arrow increases its damage by 2. The 7th consecutive arrow can unleash an additional 12 damage. Fiery Sun Blade Technique White, LV8, 12892,600. Infusing at least 10 points of vitality into the blade increases its damage by 512. Doubling the infused vitality will also double the damage. Rapid Movement Technique White, LV1, 79,300. Using 5 points of vitality allows for a brief high-speed displacement of half a meter. However, this technique places significant strain on the legs and may likely injure the ankles if used repeatedly. Equipment, Defensive Armor, expertly crafted from the hide of a black bull demon beast. This armor significantly mitigates damage from both sharp and blunt instruments, excluding spirit weapons. Damaged state. Silver Blossom Longsword. Forged from meteoric iron laced with precious secret silver, this longsword boasts a sharp, elongated blade capable of penetrating armor and grants the wielder an additional 3 points in strength, embodying the power of certain spirit weapons. Initial talent. Universal talent, red, LV2. Natural Blade Master, LV1. Vitality Dual Channel, LV1. Notably, Lin Yi's physical training had resulted in a further increase of 1 point in his strength attribute. From Lin Yi's current attributes, it was evident that his primary focus lay in strength and agility, with his overall capabilities rivaling those of an average level 9 player. Furthermore, with Lin Yi's impressive 1,000 health points and 111 vitality points, his combat prowess had reached the level of a true captain. Just last night, Lin Yi had engaged in a secret sparring match with Gu Qinghu. At that time, Lin Yi had converted 70 points of vitality from his 700 health points using the Vitality Dual Channel talent, significantly enhancing his overall combat power and allowing him to utilize the Fiery Sun Blade technique without the constraints of vitality. In this battle, he and Gu Qinghu were evenly matched, ultimately concluding in a stalemate. He remained uncertain whether Gu Qinghu had held back, yet he had exerted around 70 to 80% of his combat prowess, nearly depleting his vitality. On the return journey, Lin Yi pondered the current development strategy. The foremost priority was the inheritance of the sequences, a matter integral to the path beyond level 10. The sooner preparations were made, the better. That night, after he and the old village chief acquired the spatial ring, the chief hastily returned to the village to organize the inheritance materials contained within. However, before departing, the village chief assured him that the sequence's inheritance would be left for him, so he needn't worry. Upon returning to the village, Lin Yi intended to investigate what the sequence's profession entailed and what specific resources were required for a successful class transition. Secondly, he aimed to exchange his surplus items for the necessary resources. Presently, Lin Yi possessed quite a few useless trinkets, including the unused Swift Talisman, Defense Talisman, and the Bear Muscle Longbow. Given Lin Yi's current strength, talismans of half-professional grade and below held little utility for him. Among his more valuable possessions were a substantial quantity of white corpse oil blocks, nearly 30 pieces of green quality materials from corpse monsters, the Corrupted Heart and Fong of the Corpse Beast, obtained from slaying the Corpse Beast King, along with a book titled Flame's Sunblade Technique that could be directly learned by a newly awakened being, as well as the Spirit Binding Talisman, acquired from the Ancient Four, and the Return Talisman, gifted by the village chief Gu Tianxi. Undoubtedly, the most valuable items in Lin Yi's possession were the 8 blue quality, Rottenwood fruits, from the old village chief. He had learned that blue quality spirit fruits were exceedingly rare in the wilderness and were considered treasures of professional grade, typically yielding a spirit item in exchange for a single fruit. Lin Yi planned to first exchange his weapons and defensive gear upon returning to the village, opting to don a full set of spirit items thereafter. He also intended to acquire the coveted Ancient Pond Holy Water and stockpiled spirit fruits that could enhance attribute points. Now at level 6, Lin Yi knew that reaching level 7 would awaken a crucial physical talent. Therefore, before achieving level 7, he needed to accumulate a particular attribute to secure a commendable physical talent. With a versatile talent at his disposal, Lin Yi believed that as long as he drew a property growth talent akin to the previous, Blood Drain, he would have no trouble awakening a desirable physical talent. As the group retraced their steps along the mountain path back to Gutan village, they caught sight of the long-awaited village walls from a small rise. The low walls resembled a slender black dragon, lying upon the vast wilderness. The members of the militia's 5th squad erupted in cheers. Among them, Qian Duoduo, with tears welling in his eyes, lamented, finally back. After being away for half a month, it feels like a century has passed, with daily training and monster slaying. I feel like I've endured more than in World War II. I weighed myself yesterday and realized I've lost 30 pounds. Who wouldn't he feel this way? Slaying corpse monsters daily, I think I've absorbed their stench. The first thing I do every time I log off is take a shower, feeling as if I've brought that odor home with me. Brothers, I believe the most exhausting part isn't the training or monster hunting, but the psychological torment inflicted by Captain Lao Si. Every day is a dual burden of physical and mental strain. Just days ago, I consulted a psychologist who diagnosed me with severe depression, urging me not to consider suicide and prescribing a plethora of antidepressants. At some point, someone diverted the conversation, prompting the militia's 5th squad to collectively vent their grievances about the Ancient Four. Now that they had finally escaped his clutches, how could they not feel elated? Chapter 54. The wolf pack surrounds the village little brat, who dares to insult me. However, Old Four had keen ears, and, upon hearing the malicious chatter, rushed forward from the back of the line. He glared at all members of the fifth squad, bellowing, "Damn it. During this time, I've sacrificed my meals and sleep for your training. And now that we're back in the village, you think you can evade my supervision? Dream on." After a lengthy tirade, Old Four showed no signs of relenting. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and Gu Qinghu were forging a path at the front of the group and, upon witnessing this scene, made no attempt to intervene. After all, the fifth squad was truly a product of Old Four's diligent training. A teacher reprimanding his students was only natural. However, at that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, and the experienced Gu Qinghu suddenly caught a whiff of blood. "Qingshan, there may be trouble nearby. Stay alert." Lin Yi too became vigilant, swiftly halting Old Four's tirade and instructing the group to be on guard. As the vice-village chief of Gutan village, his words were to be heeded, even by Old Four. After a brief analysis, Gu Qinghu furrowed his brow and declared, "Given the wind's direction, the scent of blood emanates from ahead. This is not good. The village may be in danger." The group hurried toward Gutan village. Upon arriving at the village gates, they beheld a gathering of over 20 ravenous wolves, led by a formidable wolf king, relentlessly assaulting the village's defensive walls. Above, the only militia captain, Gu Man, wielding the spirit item Qingfeng longsword, fought valiantly alongside most of the village's militia, engaged in a bloody battle against the onslaught of the ravenous wolf pack. However, the sheer number of wolves was overwhelming. Apart from the level 10 wolf king, the rest were adult wolves ranging from levels 8 to 9. The situation for Gu Man and his comrades grew increasingly perilous as the defensive line was gradually eroded. From Gu Qinghu and Old Four's vantage point, they witnessed militia members being dragged from the walls by ravenous wolves, only to be torn apart by the surging pack. This sight ignited a fiery rage within the two militia captains, their eyes aflame with fury. "Qingshan, we entrust the fifth squad to you. We must go lend our support." Without waiting for Lin Yi's response, they charged forward with Gu Lu and others in tow. Dugu Feng and his companions approached, gazing at the bloody carnage unfolding beneath the walls, unable to suppress their curiosity. "Qingshan, should we assist?" Lin Yi shook his head. "Your levels are still too low. You would only hinder the effort. Instead, log off for now and return in half an hour. If it is safe, come back to the village. If not, stay offline." Dugu Feng and the others understood that, although the fifth squad had honed their skills in the ancient Grave Valley for half a month, enabling them to contend with level 7 or 8 corpse monsters, the attributes of the ravenous wolves surpassed those of corpse monsters. Moreover, such cunning and intelligent creatures were far more adept at exploiting the weaknesses of their prey compared to the mindless corpse monsters, with an average level hovering around 5. Should they engage, even a single level 8 ravenous wolf could easily breach their defenses. Taking a deep breath, Dugu Feng replied, "All right, we will log off. What about you?" "I will naturally go to assist." Lin Yi said no more, drawing his shimmering silver longsword and charging toward the walls. With an increase of 15 agility points, Lin Yi's speed had become astonishingly swift. Meanwhile, on the blood-soaked battlements, Gu Man spotted several dark figures approaching from below and, upon closer inspection, realized it was Gu Qinghu, Old Four, and the others. He bellowed, "Brothers, hold the line. Reinforcements are here." Reinforcements. Members of the second squad, including Gu He and Gu Xiaolu, were also gritting their teeth to endure. Glancing down at the chaos below, they exclaimed, "Hold on, brothers. I see the captain and the others are down there." Yet at that moment, the colossal wolf king among the ravenous pack sensed the approaching humans and let out a deep growl. At that moment, for siege-hungry wolves abruptly turned and charged towards Gu Qinghu and his companions. Upon noting that these 4 wolves were all of the 9th level, Gu Qinghu's expression became grave as he said, "Old Four, we will hold them off in front. You attack from the back with the divine symbols. Don't hold back any longer. It's time to unleash the ultimate divine symbol." "I understand." With a low growl, the 4 wolves communicated amongst themselves and then scattered, encircling Gu Qinghu and his group from 4 directions. "Damn it, do they think I am an easy target?" Old Four, seeing one of the wolves rushing towards him, gritted his teeth and hurled a semi-professional explosive divine symbol. The symbol transformed into a streak of white light, colliding with the charging 9th level wolf, instantly blowing apart half of its body, with its blood raining down like a crimson shower. The remaining 3 wolves, witnessing this, distanced themselves from Old Four and turned to besiege Gu Ale, Gu Xiaoba, and Gu Qinghu instead. Gu Qinghu could still manage to deal with the 9th level wolf, but Gu Ale and Gu Xiaoba were struggling desperately against the onslaught, and within mere seconds, they began to display signs of defeat. Just as they seemed on the brink of succumbing to the wolf's jaws, a magnificent golden blade light sliced through the air from a distance. With a sharp sound, one of the 9th level wolves that had pounced on Gu Ale was cleaved in 2 before it could even emit a cry. Scalding wolf blood splattered across Gu Ale's face. The one who delivered the strike was, of course, Lin Yi, who had hurried over. Ignoring the wolf blood trickling into his mouth, Guile widened his eyes in astonishment. Deputy Village Head Ching, are you alright? Lin Yi helped Guile to his feet, casually picking up 2 dropped items, which were quite ordinary, merely some common green wolf materials. I'm fine, just got a small bite, Guile replied. Alright, just be careful, Lin Yi said, not lingering, and, amidst Guile's shocked gaze, he turned to assist Gu Xiaoba. Employing the same technique that infused 4 times the health value, with a 20-fold damage boost, he swiftly dispatched the second wolf. Upon witnessing this, Old Four, who was rummaging through his bag for divine symbols, rejoiced. Well done, lad. I never expected you to actually have the courage to come and help. Quite impressive, old man didn't choose wrongly. At this moment, he truly felt a measure of respect for Lin Yi. Meanwhile, Gu Qinghu, who was engaged with the last 9th-level wolf, also breathed a sigh of relief. Having sparred with Lin Yi before, he was aware that if Lin Yi was willing to unleash his health value, he could exhibit the terrifying combat prowess of the Flame Sunblade technique instantaneously. Lin Yi's earlier demonstration of the Flame Sunblade technique must have utilized a health value explosion. As Lin Yi continued to slay 2 of the wolves at the foot of the city, this scene greatly astonished everyone present, significantly boosting their morale. Cheers erupted from the militia team on the city wall, led by Gu Man. Alright, let us finish off these beasts. Covered in blood, Gu He shouted excitedly. That's our team's savior. Our second team, Eternal Qingshan. Noticing the demise of his 3 subordinates, the Wolf King among the pack turned its gaze. Its crimson eyes coldly fixated on Lin Yi and the others. With a commanding howl, it ordered all the wolves to cease their assault on the city and instead converge around it before charging towards Lin Yi and the others. Gather here, Lin Yi shouted, then placed his palm on the ground, and suddenly, a thick white mist erupted, enveloping everyone. Seizing the opportunity, Old Four also produced a divine symbol, aiding Gu Qinghu in vanquishing the last 9th-level wolf. Within the white mist, Lin Yi frantically stuffed his mouth with blood food to replenish his lost health value. Though his previous 2 strikes had appeared ferocious, they had consumed a staggering 80 points of health value, leaving him with only 31 points remaining. Insufficient for a 4-fold augmented Flame Sunblade, he needed to replenish his health value swiftly, but this spectacle must not be revealed to the hungry wolves. Fortunately, while blood food could not significantly increase Lin Yi's health value limit at this stage, it still served as effective nourishment for recovery. His 31 points of health value rapidly restored to 50. The pack of hungry wolves had now reached their front, yet the chilling, bone-piercing mist acted as a barrier, causing the advancing wolves to instinctively slow their pace. Unable to discern what lay within the mist, they sensed an icy aura emanating from it. Oh well. At the Wolf King's urging, several lead wolves communicated, then charged into the mist from 3 directions. In the next moment, there was a violent explosion and a flash of golden blade light within the mist, followed by a mangled wolf corpse being hurled out. This gruesome spectacle instantly halted the pack's aggressive advance. Chapter 55, severely wounding the Wolf King. The wolves possessed a high level of intelligence, faced with the opaque mist. They dared not rush in recklessly. The Wolf King, accompanied by a dozen remaining wolves, circled the mist, seemingly seeking a weakness. However, the dense and frigid white mist that Lin Yi had released not only obscured the wolves' vision, but also severely diminished their keen sense of smell. To the pack, the mist was akin to an impenetrable fog. They had no idea what the enemy was doing inside. Observing this scene from the city wall, some members of the militia could not help but exclaim, Captain Guman, should we go lend support? It seems like Captain Qinghu and our leader are in a precarious situation. Guman pondered for a moment and replied, hold on. I've heard Old Four complain about this white mist's capabilities. It should obscure perception for anything below professional level. The wolves may not dare to charge in recklessly. So, gather a few who are uninjured and still have strength. If anything goes awry, you'll come with me to rescue them. Meanwhile, within the mist, Lin Yi continued to consume blood food to replenish his health value while sensing the movements of the wolf pack outside. Earlier, he and Old Four had executed a 4-fold Flame Sunblade technique, depleting a significant portion of his health value. Now he could only buy time, hoping to recover his health. However, Old Four delivered some unsettling news. Qingshan, Qinghu, the explosive divine symbol earlier requires my divine power to activate. I haven't returned to the village in so long. My divine power is limited, and I can only use it once more at most. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Contemplating, Old Four, do you have any blood food or phantom ash to help me recover? I don't consume blood food, but I do have a bit of phantom ash left. Gritting his teeth, Old Four produced a small quantity of phantom ash, around 30 grams. Lin Yi accepted it without hesitation, placing the phantom ash against his chest, controlling the Enigma Stone to absorb it. Regrettably, perhaps due to the insufficient amount of phantom ash, the stone did not undergo its fourth metamorphosis, but Lin Yi could feel his mental strength recovering somewhat. Gu Ale and Gu Xiaoba also offered their resources, deputy village head. We have blood food and phantom ash, though the blood food is a bit stale. No problem, as long as it's edible, Lin Yi replied, noting the quantities they presented, preparing to return them later. After all, they were merely ordinary militia members, and accumulating resources was no easy feat, unlike Old Four, who was quite affluent. After a few minutes, Lin Yi's condition was nearly restored, and his health value was fully replenished. Yet, the hungry wolves outside continued to linger, showing no signs of hasty attack. Gu Qinghu understood that Lin Yi's mental strength was limited, and that the white mist covering a 10-meter radius could not be sustained for long. He spoke up. We can't prolong this any further. We need to find a way to instill fear in the Wolf King, to make it realize we are not to be trifled with, so it will retreat. Qingshan, can you unleash an even more powerful flame sunblade technique? Lin Yi shook his head. It's not feasible. My current physical condition allows for a maximum enhancement of 5 times my vitality. Any more than that could potentially rupture my meridians. In this regard, Lin Yi was not lying. The 5-fold enhancement of vitality through the yin-yang blade technique was indeed his present limit. To be candid, had the yin-yang blade technique been capable of infinitely channeling vitality, Lin Yi would have long utilized vitality dual communication to convert another batch of vitality. At that point, infusing 150 points of vitality under the 512-fold power augmentation of the 8th level yin-yang blade technique would likely leave the heart-devouring Wolf King severely crippled, if not dead, from a single strike. Just then, commotion arose from outside as the heart-devouring Wolf King charged into the mist, accompanied by the last 7 9th-level heart-devouring wolves. Lin Yi promptly expanded the area shrouded by the mist, attempting to disorient the wolves' senses with the chilling fog. However, the pack within the mist continued to move in unison, communicating in their wolf tongue. This net-like search would not sustain Lin Yi's fog manipulation for long. Old 4, Qingshan, focus on taking down the Wolf King. After uttering this command, Gu Qinghu emerged from the mist, swinging his blade with all his might towards the heart-devouring Wolf King. Simultaneously, Lin Yi and Gu Laosi also launched their attacks. Although their collaboration was improvised, they managed to coordinate effectively, assaulting from 3 different angles. Regardless of the others, Lin Yi executed 2 rapid strikes of the 5-fold yin-yang blade technique with unparalleled speed. The golden blade light struck fiercely at the Wolf King's abdomen. Following the attack, the surrounding wolves lunged towards him. In that moment of urgency, Lin Yi utilized a swift footwork, repositioning himself half a step and retreating back into the mist. On the other side, Gu Qinghu and Gu Laosi mirrored this strategy. After their strikes, they hurriedly turned and dove into the mist. Only the stunned, heart-devouring Wolf King remained, howling in agony. As the mist dissipated, it revealed a portion of the Wolf King's body charred black, with 2 deep gashes in its abdomen, and a small wound near its tail that appeared to have been penetrated as well, blood and flesh a gruesome sight. Within the mist, a triumphant Gu Laosi laughed. Well done, Gu Qinghu. Quite the rogue move to stab the Wolf King. You always seem so composed. Yet in a critical moment, you show such ruthlessness. Lin Yi, Gu Lu, and the others cast a glance at Gu Qinghu, who appeared visibly flustered. What do you know? The weaknesses of the heart-devouring wolves are few and far between. If I were to strike from behind, where else could I aim besides the tail? Laughter echoed within the mist, but outside, the heart-devouring wolf pack, seeing their king heavily injured, began to contemplate retreat. Awu! With a chorus of howls, the pack, rallying around their wounded leader, fled southward. Witnessing this, Lin Yi, burdened by mental strain, hastily withdrew the mist and let out a sigh of relief. However, Gu Laosi, gazing at the several mutilated militia corpses at the base of the city wall, retracted his earlier grin, speaking coldly. Damn it. I'll remember this pack of heart-devouring wolves. Once I've recovered, I'll hunt them down to their lair and reduce them to ashes. Gu Qinghu, equally pained, solemnly replied, Count me in. Subsequently, Lin Yi and his companions made their way towards the city walls, where Gu Man and others approached from the city gate. Unable to contain himself, Gu Laosi inquired, Gu Man, why are you alone? What happened to the village chief and the elders? Gritting his teeth, Gu Man responded, the village chief is still in seclusion, and the 3 elders are stationed at different sections of the wall. I don't know what is happening today, but it seems like monsters are attacking the village from all directions. Gu Laosi was taken aback. How could this be? Could it be related to the weakening of the seal in the ancient Tomb Valley? The Spectre's haven tea fully escaped yet, so it's unlikely they would be able to summon monsters. I'm not sure, but you all should head south to provide support. Only Gu Yun is guarding that area. All right, we'll head over immediately, but do be cautious of the wolf pack's return. Gu Laosi declared. Gu Man nodded. Fine. I'll gather a few brothers who aren't too injured to accompany you. Chapter 56. Reinforcements from all directions. Afterward, Gu Laosi, Lin Yi, and the others continued towards the southern city wall. However, upon their arrival, they spotted over 100 black, squat monkeys congregating at the base of the wall. These creatures, resembling the golden monkeys of Blue Star in size, wore entirely black fur, save for a tuft of white eyebrows above their eyes. They were known as white-browed poison monkeys. Averaging around level 7, these monkeys wielded venomous claws and were notably crafty adversaries. Though Gu Qinghu had previously introduced Lin Yi to these creatures, Lin Yi recalled that the white-browed poison monkeys resided far from Gutan village in distant valleys. It was perplexing to see so many appear here. Despite their numbers, the monkeys showed no inclination to attack the wall, instead gathering 50 meters away, chattering amongst themselves as if holding an assembly. From the ramparts, it felt akin to being in a zoo, watching a congregation of black monkeys convening as though for a grand convocation. Lin Yi surveyed the area and noted the absence of battle signs, indicating that the white-browed poison monkeys had yet to initiate an offensive. You all have arrived? What is the situation at the western wall? Suddenly, an unkempt elder, looking gaunt and wielding a short staff, appeared. This was Gu Yun, one of the 3 elders of Gutan village and the only practitioner of the shamanic profession within the village. Lin Yi scratched his head. Gu Yun's appearance was far from the image he had in mind, resembling more a beggar than a venerable elder. Gu Qinghu hurriedly asked, the western wall is secure. But elder, what exactly is going on? Why aren't those monkey demons attacking? Gu Yun stroked his beard. With a professional-grade shaman like me stationed here, they naturally wouldn't dare assault. After all, these monkeys aren't foolish. As for the eastern and northern walls, I suspect they're holding steady. I haven't seen any distress signals from that direction. Pausing momentarily, Gu Yun continued, regarding your inquiry about the situation, I surmise that the village chief is on the verge of a breakthrough. The aura emanating from him has likely unsettled the monsters, prompting a demon king to rally the others to attack the village as a test of our defenses. Upon hearing this, Gu Laosi gasped. The old man is about to break through? Does this mean my aspirations for the village chief position are indefinitely delayed? Gu Yun shot a glare at Gu Laosi but refrained from commenting. After all, Gu Laosi was a product of the village chief and the elder's mentorship. Known for his mischievousness, it could only be said that the tree had grown crooked and no amount of correction would suffice. Gu Qinghu remarked. Then, elder, we'll first check the other walls. Please continue to guard this position. Gu Yun yawned. No problem. I haven't been out in a while. It's a good opportunity to stretch my limbs. You all go ahead. Amidst the crowd, Lin Yi noticed Gu Yun casting a friendly glance in his direction. Not surprised, Lin Yi deduced that his identity as the village chief had likely been communicated to the 3 elders. He nodded in acknowledgement towards Gu Yun before departing with the others. Next, they arrived at the eastern wall, where no skirmish had occurred either. Gu Yuan stood atop the ramparts with 2 8th-level militia, intimidating the gathering of monsters below. Below them was a group of Gunyo water demons, averaging around level 8. These demons bore a striking resemblance to black cattle, adorned with 2 horns and a striking azure-purple coat that shimmered like a rainbow in the sunlight. However, these beasts possessed formidable combat capabilities, capable of storing vast amounts of acidic liquid within their abdomens, which they could expel as corrosive water blades during attacks. This acidic liquid not only exhibited exceptional corrosiveness, but also possessed terrifying cutting ability when propelled under high pressure. Gu Qinghu had previously introduced Lin Yi to the Gunyo water demon, merely mentioning its delectable flesh without elaborating on its potential dangers. However, Lin Yi had encountered a description in the official manual sent by Lu Bo, which noted that the Gunyo water demon is an exceptionally intelligent, social creature with a strong territorial instinct and a fierce propensity for aggression. In a one-on-one confrontation, even the voracious heart-devouring wolf would be no match for a Gunyo water demon. It often takes a pack of heart-devouring wolves working in unison to contend with a single Gunyo water demon. Generally, these creatures do not stray far from their territory. But should a more powerful demon command them, the situation could be markedly different. At present, beneath the city wall lay approximately a dozen Gunyo water demons. These demons exhibited no intention of attacking the village, seemingly content to present a facade, basking in leisure. Lin Yi observed a bull mounting a cow within the herd, a sight quite jarring to behold. Given that the area around Gyuan posed no immediate threat, the group prepared to advance to the final line of defense at the city wall. However, upon their arrival, they discovered a fierce battle raging outside the wall. Below, a large throng of ghostly demons was frantically scaling the city wall, clashing violently with the militia stationed there. The defenders were few, numbering only around 10, Yet Lin Yi recognized several skilled individuals among them, including Gu Yongxiang and the Butcher Li. Additionally, some newcomers were stationed at the rear, transporting supplies and evacuating the wounded. Despite the ferocity of the ghostly demon's assault, the defenders appeared to suffer minimal casualties, each equipped with a protective talisman. Although the village held the advantage, Gu Qinghu and his companions were visibly anxious and chose to join the fray. Lin Yi, after a moment as contemplation, refrained from unsheathing his silver-long knife and instead retrieved his long-neglected bear sinew bow, taking position atop the wall to eliminate the ghostly demons below with his celestial arrow technique. The ghostly demons were particularly unique, being parasitic entities. Their true forms were diminutive, akin to that of an infant, cloaked in pitch black with unsettling green eyes, and they moved with remarkable agility. Once they found a host, they would devour its flesh and blood, thereby maturing into a complete form. The first ghostly demon Lin Yi encountered within the village had stealthily infiltrated, successfully consuming a living host to become a fully realized entity. The appearance of these complete ghostly demons varied widely depending on their hosts. The attacking demons were primarily of level 7 and below, some sporting rabbit ears while others resembled black bears, presenting a diverse array. The weaker demons had achieved their complete forms by consuming ordinary animals, while the more formidable ones had parasitized certain other demon species. Of course, the ghostly demons were particularly fond of human flesh. It was said that those who matured by consuming human blood had the potential to ascend to demon kings. Amidst the horde of ghostly demons, Lin Yi discerned a powerful entity resembling a wolf's head. The aura it emanated indicated it was likely a level 10 demon. However, this formidable demon remained cautious, issuing commands from the periphery and refraining from approaching the wall. Soon enough, after a failed wave of assault that left a number of corpses in its wake, the demons began to retreat. Gu Qinghu inquired, "Are the ghostly demons withdrawing?" A nearby militia member, adeptly clearing the battlefield, replied, "Captain Qinghu, do not let your guard down. These demons have charged several times, and I suspect they will regroup and attack the village again. Are these demons insane? They've lost so many of their kind, yet dare to assault the city? By the way, where's the village elder? I haven't seen him," queried Gu Qinghu. "The elder is in the tent below, crafting protective talismans. The talismans we have were distributed by him." Chapter 57. Is it excessive to share a room? Gu Qinghu and Gu Laosi proceeded to the tent to report to Elder Gu He, while Lin Yi encountered Qin Changsheng atop the wall. At that moment, Qin Changsheng was assisting the militia in collecting resources dropped by the ghostly demons. However, as most of the demons had been slain by the village's natives, the resources were scarce, predominantly consisting of white materials. Upon spotting Lin Yi, Qin Changsheng's eyes lit up. "Ah, Brother Qin Shan, you've returned from the valley?" Lin Yi smiled. "Indeed, but Brother Qin, why are you out here? Didn't we agree to avoid dangerous situations?" Qin Changsheng chuckled. "Well, I'm a merchant after all. When the stakes are high, I'm willing to take risks. Besides, my NPC master has come to assist, and if I hide away, he might not look kindly upon me in the future. By the way, did you find anything valuable in the valley? Green materials, martial arts manuals, I can appraise them for you, and if you wish to exchange them for currency, I can ensure you receive a fair price." "Thank you, but I don't need anything at the moment." Lin Yi shook his head and departed. His impression of Qin Changsheng was neither particularly good nor bad. However, Dugu Feng had mentioned that Qin Changsheng was not as simple as he appeared. Previously, a newcomer had attempted to forcefully buy items from him, only to mysteriously perish outside the village, never to return. Thus, despite Qin Changsheng's surface-level status of merely level 1, he might well be a cunning individual. After all, most of the newcomers who entered Gudong village early on had perished, and it was improbable that Qin Changsheng had survived without some means. After parting ways with Qin Changsheng, Lin Yi greeted Gu Yongxiang and Li the Butcher. From their conversation, Lin Yi learned that the wolf-headed ghostly demon outside was likely a powerful entity that had invaded the village several years prior. Due to a blood feud with the village, it was now attacking with such fervor. However, as the number of ghostly demons outside dwindled, the defenders continued to receive a steady supply of talismans and healing potions. At this rate, the ghostly demons would inevitably be defeated. Lin Yi took a stroll atop the city wall before descending to the tent to find Gu Qinghu and the others. Upon entering the tent, he found Elder Gu He engrossed in crafting defensive talismans at a wooden table, while Gu Qinghu and Gu Laosi stood rigidly beside him, barely daring to breathe. Gu Laosi even made a gesture for silence. Nodding in understanding, Lin Yi joined them, standing quietly at the side, not daring to disturb Elder Gu He. Among the 3 village elders, he held the utmost respect for Elder Gu, for without his guidance, Lin Yi would never have encountered Gu Yongxiang, nor would he be in his current position. Furthermore, through their preliminary interactions, It was clear that Elder Gu he possessed the most composed demeanor among the three elders. A few minutes later, after the final ounce of divine energy was infused, Elder Gu he completed the crafting of the protective talisman. He turned to Lin Yi and the others, smiling. All right, we can speak now, don't hold it in. Gu Laosi was the first to break the silence, asking, Elder, what exactly is going on today? We returned only to find our village surrounded by demons. Is it true, as Elder Gu Yun suggested, that a demon king is orchestrating these attacks to test us? And what about the old man? Is he confident in breaking through? I'm too weary to answer all these questions. First, tell me, what is the situation over at Guman? You must have come from there. Gu Qinghu replied. 7 militia members perished there, and 5 or 6 were gravely injured. When we arrived, the pack of wolves had just commenced their assault. Now, the heart-devouring wolves have retreated and likely won't dare to attack again in the near future. Elder Gu he sighed slightly. That is a relief. After the appearance of the demon horde outside our village, I promptly arranged for defenses. Unfortunately, with you captains absent from the village and the village head in seclusion, I had no choice but to allow Gu Man to defend a section of the wall alone. It appears that your arrival has been rather timely. Otherwise, I fear that even if the ancient barbarian tribe managed to hold their ground, they would suffer considerable casualties. At this juncture, Lin Yi curiously inquired, Old Gu, could it be that there is truly a demon king orchestrating events from behind the scenes? Gu He looked at Lin Yi with a smile and replied, if those two had asked me, I would likely have refrained from responding, but you, Qing Shan, are the vice-village chief appointed by the village head. Your words carry weight, and I dare not remain silent. Faced with Gu He's teasing remarks, Lin Yi found himself at a loss for words. After a brief pause, Gu He's expression turned solemn as he stated, indeed, a demon king exists, having taken residence atop a mountain in the wilderness, raising a multitude of monstrous creatures. A century ago, this demon king clashed with us, but was repelled. Sensing the village head's ascension to a 2-star priest and recognizing the impending threat, it has summoned nearby demons to test our village's strength. Lin Yi, filled with concern, asked, with the village head currently in seclusion, what shall we do if this demon king decides to take action? Fear not, Gu He reassured. Our Gutan village has endured for many years on the Apocalypse continent, and we have never been overrun by demons. Moreover, this demon king is merely a 1-star demon. Should it dare to leave its lair to assault our village, I assure you it will not return. After departing from old Gu He's tent, Lin Yi observed that the ghostly demons outside the city posed no threat, and thus informed Gu Qinghu before logging off. In truth, he had nearly exhausted his online time. After 6 hours, only half an hour remained. Upon returning to reality, Lin Yi began packing his personal belongings and contacted a moving company in preparation for relocating to a new neighborhood. This community, named Polaris No. 1, is renowned in Linha City as an upscale villa district. Lin Yi had previously visited this area. It is located not far from the city center, nestled on a hillside, boasting a beautiful environment and stringent security measures. The community also features amenities such as a gym and a swimming pool. The only drawback is the exorbitant rent, approximately 20,000 a month. However, for Lin Yi, as long as the living environment is pleasant and privacy is maintained, spending a little extra money is inconsequential. The moving process was swift. Lin Yi completed the move to his new villa in just half a day. This 3-story villa includes a garden, a living room, and a kitchen on the first floor for spacious rooms on the second, and a storage room along with several vacant rooms on the third. After arranging his personal items and hiring a cleaning team to tidy up the villa, Lin Yi logged back into the world of Apocalypse. By this time, night had fallen in Apocalypse world, with stars twinkling overhead. Most of the tents in the city had been dismantled, and only 5 or 6 militia were stationed at the city walls. Upon inquiry, he learned that the demon horde outside the village had retreated simultaneously at dusk and vanished. Nevertheless, for safety's sake, old Gu he had stationed numerous militia members on the walls to prevent any nighttime ambush by demons. Returning to his quarters in the second militia team, Lin Yi was surprised to find 1 or 2 additional beds had been added. It seemed that new births had occurred in the militia team during this period. Lin Yi pondered, given that he had moved in reality, it was unnecessary for him to continue residing here. Now that he was a vice-village chief, it would not be unreasonable to have a private room in a core position within the village, would it? Chapter 58, the first participation in a senior village meeting. Upon learning of Lin Yi's return, Gu Qinghu quickly sought him out, intending to take him to the temple. Captain, why the urgency? I have limited online time left, less than 20 minutes. We could discuss matters tomorrow, Lin Yi admitted, feeling weary after a long day and yearning for rest. It won't take much of your time. It's merely a meeting. As the vice-village chief appointed by the village head, the 3 senior elders have specifically requested your presence. Under Gu Qinghu's guidance, Lin Yi gradually entered the temple, a place he had never visited before. The layout of the temple differed significantly from his expectations. It was spacious and devoid of any idols or totems. In the center stood a rectangular table, surrounded by chairs. At first glance, it resembled more of a conference room than a traditional temple. Noticing Lin Yi surveying the interior, old Gu He, seated in the second position, smiled and said, "Stop looking. The real temple lies beneath the ground. If time permits, I shall take you to see it. Come, we have been waiting for you." At the meeting table, the three senior elders, Gu He, Gu Yuan, and Gu Yun, along with the three militia leaders, Gu Qinghu, Gu Man, and Gu Laosi, were already seated. Lin Yi took a position between Gu Yun and Gu Qinghu, a spot previously occupied by Gu Laihai, who was currently absent from the village. Gu He began. "Qing Shan is a newborn. Time is of the essence, so I will briefly outline the village head's instructions prior to his seclusion. Firstly, with the assistance of the newborn Qing Shan, the village head retrieved the inheritance ring and its associated items from the abandoned temple. Considering Qing Shan's commendable character and exceptional talent, he has been appointed as the vice village chief of Gutan village, with a standing equivalent to that of the three of us elders. I have discussed this matter with Gu Yun and Gu Yuan, and they have no objections." Upon finishing, there was no applause from the audience. Lin Yi glanced around. Old Gu Yuan was dozing with his eyes closed. While old Gu Yun was preoccupied with examining the patterns on his ring, none were paying attention. However, Gu Qinghu and Gu Man exchanged glances with him, their eyes brimming with encouragement and admiration. As for Gu Laosi, his actions spoke volumes as he picked his nose with his pinky finger, a gesture undeniably clear in its implications. Gu He continued, "The village head's seclusion may take considerable time, but he has already allocated some inheritance resources beforehand. One portion of the sequence inheritance belongs to Vice Village Chief Qing." Lin Yi quickly interjected, "Old Gu He, my surname is Lin." "Very well. One portion of the sequence inheritance belongs to Vice Village Chief Lin. The complete divine inheritance is currently under my custody, along with various spiritual artifacts, divine talismans, and other resources that I will present to you shortly. Should you wish to acquire them, you must exchange village contribution points or equivalent resources. The second matter pertains to the newborns within the village and is also related to Vice Village Chief Lin." "Related to me?" Lin Yi queried, intrigued. "Yes. This is my proposal. Currently, there are numerous newborns in Gutan village, and I intend for you to oversee their management. After all, you are a newborn yourself, familiar with their needs and how to manage them." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi fell into contemplation. His first thought was whether managing the newborns in Gutan village would yield any benefits. However, authority inherently comes with interests. If he could oversee the village's newborns, it would enable him to cultivate his own faction. Reflecting on Zhao Yilong from reality, who had leveraged the opportunities in the apocalypse world to establish the extraordinary organization known as the Black Card Alliance, Lin Yi concluded, "I have no objections. But managing and nurturing the newborns will likely require the village to allocate a portion of resources." Old Gu He nodded in agreement with Lin Yi's request. However, noticing Gu Laosi still nonchalantly picking his nose, Lin Yi inquired, "Old Gu He, should the 5th militia team also be considered newborns? Will they fall under my management?" Gu Laosi, previously relaxed, immediately sprang to his feet, glaring at Lin Yi before saying, "Elder, I trained the 5th militia team myself. With only a little assistance from Gu Qinghu, this team should rightfully be under my management." Lin Yi countered, "Elder, I believe Captain Laosi's assertion is misguided. To my knowledge, the newborns in the 5th team harbor significant resentment towards him. Allowing Captain Laosi to continue managing them may only lead to adverse effects in the future." Observing the unyielding Lin Yi and the obstinate old four, Elder Gu He smiled and remarked, "Chenghu, as their intermediary, what are your thoughts?" After a moment of hesitation, Gu Chenghu pondered and replied, "Elder, since the position of Deputy Village Head Qing Lin is on par with yours, I believe it would be prudent for Old Four to oversee the 5th militia, while Deputy Lin supervises him. Wouldn't that suffice?" "Excellent. That reasoning is sound." Lin Yi felt inclined to give a thumbs up to his captain. Elder Gu He nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well, let it be decided thus. Should Old Four continue to engage in any disrespectful behavior towards the descendants," he fixed his gaze on Old Four and added, "then you shall return to lead your 4th team. The 5th militia will no longer require your oversight." With Elder Gu He's authoritative clap of his hand, it was clear that all 3 elders had consented, leaving Old Four with no choice but to acquiesce, despite his evident displeasure. As he glanced at the smiling Lin Yi, Old Four grumbled internally, "You little rascal. Just appointed as deputy village head and already trying to outmaneuver me." Noted. Subsequently, Elder Gu He deliberated on the defensive arrangements for the militia. Given the recent unusual activities of malevolent spirits and monsters outside the village, there was a pressing need to bolster their defenses. However, the militia had suffered considerable losses. And with Gu Lai Hai and a cadre of high-ranking descendants absent, not only Gu Cheng Hu and Gu Man, but even Lin Yi was assigned a 4-hour duty each day. Yet, considering Lin Yi's status as a descendant and his limited online hours, his participation in duty was not strictly enforced. For Lin Yi, this duty was not entirely unwelcome. After all, as a descendant, it was essential for him to venture near the village to hunt down monsters and malevolent spirits. In a sense, serving in Gutin village was akin to a quest for leveling up. The meeting was relatively brief, concluding in about 10 minutes. Following this, Elder Gu He requested Lin Yi to stay behind. Deputy village head, Lin Yi quickly interjected, "Please, just call me Qing Shan. I cannot bear such a title." Elder Gu He chuckled, "Very well, Qing Shan. While the legacy of the sequence holder is commendable, it is worth noting that this tradition has been concealed within Gu Tan village since the turmoil, with a history spanning several millennia. Due to its complexity, no one has successfully transitioned into this role during this time. Should you choose this path, do not harbor regrets." Lin Yi replied with a smile, "Rest assured, I guarantee I shall not regret it." Chapter 59, The Sequence of Fuzhou. Soon after, Lin Yi received the coveted legacy of the sequence holder from Elder Gu He. It was a finely crafted piece of white beast hide, inscribed with intricate characters. "Elder, is this the legacy?" Indeed, it chronicles the sequence holder of Fuzhou. To become a sequence holder, one must awaken the bloodline organ, which is essential for harboring spiritual energy. The characters on the white hide were meticulously penned in small Chinese script. While Lin Yi could comprehend them, he found it perplexing that Fuzhou was a divine beast from ancient mythology. This sequence holder profession was entirely different from what he had envisioned. Elder Gu He did not provide further explanation, handing the legacy to Lin Yi before departing from the temple. Aware that his online time was limited, Lin Yi hurriedly recorded the inscriptions on the white beast hide, intending to study them further upon returning to reality. However, as he read on, his astonishment grew exponentially. It became clear that both divine beasts and deities were embodiments of rules, inherently possessing divine traits. The so-called sequence holder traversed the path to divinity by emulating the characteristics of divine sequences. The beast hide detailed Fuzhou, an ancient divine beast. Its entire form as pure as a white deer, adorned with luminous, radiant antlers, resembling a celestial stag descended from paradise. The Fuzhou divine beast possessed 3 divine characteristics: purity, water control, and the essence of flora. Among these, purity represented Fuzhou's purification power. Water control denoted the ability to manipulate flowing water, while the essence of flora indicated an affinity with plants. Once players transitioned to the Fuzhou sequence holder, they could gradually master and manipulate these 3 fundamental characteristics, gaining command over the most elemental forces of the world. For instance, with the divine characteristic of purity, one could cleanse all negative emotions and substances from the world. The accompanying spiritual energy of purity could dispel malevolent spirits, suppress the bloodlust within monstrous minds, and eliminate adverse influences and toxins. If a monster were to be continually subjected to the purification power, it might ultimately shed its monstrous traits and revert to its true beastly nature. Water control and the essence of flora were innate abilities of Fuzhou. It was a spirit of water and wood, inherently capable of wielding vast torrents and communicating with plant spirits. The legacy on the beast hide also described the hierarchy of divine characteristics. High-ranking divine characteristics were singular, while mid to low-ranking characteristics could be possessed by other divine beasts and deities. Notably, purity was not only the primary high-ranking divine characteristic of Fuzhou, but also its unique capability. However, relying solely on divine characteristics, the sequence holder would evidently fall short when compared to the other 3 major professions. The sequence holder possessed an unparalleled advantage: spiritual energy. This energy served as the exclusive power that sequence holders utilized to channel divine characteristics, stored within the bloodline organ, and could be readily converted into a martial artist's true energy, the faith of a deity, or the mental power of a sorcerer. The term inner strength was revised to true energy. This meant that even should Lin Yi transition into a sequence holder, as long as his spiritual energy was sufficient, he could still wield certain abilities of martial artists, deities, or sorcerers. Perhaps this was the true strength of the sequence holder. However, the sequence holder was not without its drawbacks. Their combat power lacked a clear standard. As far as Lin Yi knew, after attaining a professional level, there were 7 stars in total. The other 3 major professions had distinct star classifications, but sequence holders did not. The stronger the divine characteristic replicated, the greater the combat power. Should Lin Yi master the water control characteristic to its fullest, he could manipulate countless streams of water with ease, effortlessly inundating a city of 1 million inhabitants. Just as Lin Yi was engrossed in the contents of the legacy on the beast hide, his online time expired, abruptly ejecting him from the world of Tianqi. As he materialized in the villa he had just moved into, Lin Yi continued to contemplate the profession of sequence holder. It must be said that the sequence holder was indeed an exceptionally rare and formidable profession. However, the resources required to transition into one were substantial. Reflecting on the contents of the beast hide, Lin Yi realized that to become a sequence holder, he needed to condense the bloodline organ prior to the transition. The bloodline organ of Fuzhou manifested as a pair of antlers, essential for nurturing spiritual energy. This implied that if Lin Yi chose to transition into the divine beast Fuzhou sequence, he would have to endure the challenge of growing a pair of pristine white antlers. Moreover, the materials required for condensing the bloodline organ were numerous, with at least a dozen basic white and green materials necessary, such as withering fruits, water essence stones, and white snow lotuses, many of which Lin Yi had never even heard of. Most critically, condensing the bloodline organ necessitated a portion of blue-quality antler powder. Lin Yi was astonished. Blue-quality antlers could only be obtained from at least a professional-level deer monster. Given his current capabilities, he would likely be unable to procure all the materials needed to condense the bloodline organ. No wonder both Elder Gu He and the old village chief expressed that transitioning to a sequence holder was exceedingly arduous. The following morning, Lin Yi logged in early and sought out Elder Gu He, who was crafting talismans within the temple. "You're here? Don't rush. Let me finish this talisman first." After completing the protective talisman, Elder Gu He finally looked up at Lin Yi. "What brings you to me? Is it related to the legacy of the sequence holder?" "Elder, I have perused this legacy, and the materials required are excessively numerous. I simply cannot gather them in the short term." Ancient River chuckled lightly. "Last night, it was you who expressed your desire to select a legacy. What prompts you to reconsider today?" Lin Yi replied, "Elder, I have no intention of foregoing the legacy. It is merely that many of the resources associated with it are unfamiliar to me. Is there any way you could assist?" Ancient River nodded. "If it pertains to this matter, I indeed possess a solution. However, the resources within the village are not easily obtained. Should you wish to acquire them, you must provide equivalent resources in exchange." "That is not an issue," Lin Yi responded with a measure of confidence, for he possessed several valuable items. Speaking of his recent participation in the battle against the gluttonous wolf and the ghost demon, he had also obtained several green-quality materials. "Let us proceed, and I shall unveil the heritage of our ancient pond village." Ancient River rose and led Lin Yi to the underground entrance of the temple. The temple structure above was rather inconspicuous, while the true temple lay hidden beneath the earth. To enter here, one must approach with reverence, free of any impure thoughts. "And most importantly, stay close to me." Lin Yi nodded solemnly. "I understand, Elder." As Ancient River ventured deeper underground, Lin Yi discovered that the space was remarkably vast, with an approximate height of 30 meters, resembling an underground cavern. A winding stone staircase spiraled down into the darkness below. Yet, amidst the shadows, there was a large expanse emanating a bluish-green luminescence. Though faint, this light was conspicuous in the subterranean gloom. Lin Yi closely followed Ancient River down the stone staircase. Upon reaching the bottom, he was astonished to find that the source of the bluish-green glow was a small pond, roughly the size of a square yard. Chapter 60. The Heritage of Ancient Pond Village. The water in the pond rippled gently, exuding a comforting, ethereal radiance. Perhaps it was an illusion, but as Lin Yi approached the pond, he could almost sense a joyful emotion emanating from the water. Could it be that this small pond was alive? "Elder, could it be that Ancient Pond Village owes its name to this pond?" "Indeed, the greatest treasure of our ancient pond village lies within this sacred pond. Since the establishment of the village, this pond has protected us. The sacred pond possesses a sentient awareness, capable of sensing the goodness or malevolence of human hearts. The annual sacrificial ceremonies we hold are to express our gratitude for its protection. The pond is our village's deity and the source of our divine power." Remarkable. Lin Yi was genuinely astonished. He had heard of sacrifices made to animals and plants, and even to inanimate statues, but never had he encountered a sacrifice made to a pond. Moreover, this pond had attained divinity. Yet, did this sacred pond differ from the deities he had learned about in the Fuzhou legacy? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi inquired, "Elder, the aura emanating from this pond is incredibly soothing. It must possess special properties, correct?" Ancient River replied, "Did you not drink the divine water from Old Sea earlier? This pond's water is divine water." Lin Yi's heart stirred. He had indeed surmised correctly. He recalled that the sacred water he had consumed earlier was less than 10 milliliters. Yet it had granted him a full 10 attribute points. If he could immerse himself and drink deeply from this pond, would his attribute points not soar? In the dim light, Ancient River seemed to perceive Lin Yi's yearning gaze and smiled. "What? Are you taken by the pond's water?" Lin Yi unabashedly replied, "Of course. I am but an ordinary born individual. How could I not be tempted by such a treasure? Do not be hasty. As the vice village chief, you will receive a bottle of divine water each month. Naturally, you may also trade for divine water using equivalent blue quality resources." Lin Yi quickly asked, "I possess blue quality withered wood fruit. Can it be exchanged?" "Yes, but I lack the qualifications to retrieve divine water from the pond. Come, I shall take you to meet the village chief. If you require divine water, you can negotiate with him." "The village chief? Has he not been in seclusion to break through?" Lin Yi queried. "Who says one cannot meet others while in seclusion?" Ancient River led Lin Yi around the luminous sacred pond, deeper into the cavern. Along the way, Lin Yi noticed many clusters of writhing flesh growing from the crevices near the cavern walls, resembling red corals of the sea. "Elder, is this the blood food? I had no idea that the blood food we consume grows in such a place." Lin Yi observed that the closer they got to the sacred pond, the more abundant the blood food became, while the deeper they ventured into the cavern, the less visible it was. Ancient River explained, "Indeed, the essence of this substance is earth meat hidden beneath the rocks. The blood food is the fruit that grows from the earth meat. However, for the earth meat to flourish, it requires divine water or demon blood for nourishment. Our greatest treasures in ancient Pond Village are the blood food and divine water. In the past, during trade days with Tianshui City, our village would bring these two resources to trade, and each time, they were sold out and highly sought after." Lin Yi inquired, "Trade days? Wasn't the route to Tianshui City severed?" "It has been severed. But the cultivation of 5 teams of born individuals is precisely to reopen the road to Tianshui City." In this manner, the two engaged in a question-and-answer exchange until they arrived at the end of the cavern. Before them appeared a stone chamber emanating candlelight. By the faint glow, Lin Yi could see the stooped figure of the village chief, Gu Tianxi, absorbed in studying something within the chamber. Ancient River said, "Go ahead. I shall wait for you outside." Lin Yi nodded and stepped into the stone chamber, where he found village chief Gu Tianxi seemingly engrossed in an ancient sheepskin scroll. After a while, the elderly chief lifted his head and noticed Lin Yi's presence. He then smiled and said, "The second-tier divine arts recorded here are rather convoluted." I momentarily became entranced. "Please, make yourself comfortable. Do not hold back." The chamber was cluttered with various books and sheepskin scrolls, creating a somewhat chaotic atmosphere. Lin Yi ultimately found a smooth stone to sit upon. "Ancient River brought you to see me. I presume it pertains to the legacy of the sequencer?" Lin Yi nodded. "Indeed, Chief. I have perused that legacy, but the resources required are largely unfamiliar to me. I wish to inquire if there are relevant resources within the village." "Qingshan, you are fortunate. Apart from that Fuzhou legacy, the ring also contains a batch of materials that condense the Fuzhou bloodline organs. Combined with the resources stored in the village, we should be able to gather most of the materials you require." "Chief, please speak plainly." The old chief chuckled heartily. "Ah, I forgot you prefer directness over circumlocution. To put it simply, the village is currently in dire need of spiritual artifacts, especially since you went to the ancient Grave Valley and returned with a wealth of materials suitable for forging spiritual artifacts, yet we lack competent artifact smiths." Lin Yi questioned, "Forging spiritual artifacts? Chief, I have heard that the ancient source elder in the village can forge spiritual artifacts using green materials. Did not the defensive armor of Captain Guman come from his forging?" The old chief shook his head. "Ancient source is not capable. His forging techniques are severely flawed and entirely self-taught. Achieving success once out of 5 attempts is commendable, resulting in an immense waste of materials." Lin Yi forced a smile. "Chief, you cannot possibly expect me to forge, can you? I have no knowledge of how to create spiritual artifacts." The old chief responded, "You can, if you intend to become a sequencer." "Qingshan, do you know why spiritual artifacts are called spiritual artifacts? Could it be related to spiritual energy?" "Precisely. It is said that the spiritual artifacts left behind by our village were all crafted by sequencers, as their spiritual energy enhances the compatibility of different materials. The attributes of the spiritual artifacts they forge are not only superior, but also have a higher success rate." Lin Yi began to understand. "So, your suggestion is?" The old chief presented his request. "The village can assist you in gathering the materials you lack for the bloodline organs. But once you possess the bloodline organs, you must aid the village in forging spiritual artifacts. If it is merely about forging spiritual artifacts, I can agree." Lin Yi did not hesitate and readily consented. After all, he had little hope of obtaining the materials required to condense the bloodline organs at this point. Since the village chief is willing to invest in him and assist in preparing the necessary materials, he naturally agrees. However, Lin Yi suddenly recalls his elder brother Lu Hong. The diary left by Lu Hong mentions a connection between his talent and the crafting of spiritual artifacts. Could it be that Lu Hong had acquired spiritual energy in advance? The old village chief then states, "Very well, but there is one material you require that our village currently lacks. However, to my knowledge, the village chief of the neighboring River Fresh village once possessed a collection of blue-quality deer antlers. After you step out, seek out Gu Yunxiang and ask him to head to River Fresh village to exchange for a sufficient quantity of deer antler powder for your use. Understood, Lin Yi replies. Nodding. By the way, village chief, I also wish to exchange for a portion of divine water. Divine water is a rare treasure, a blue-grade natural resource in the outside world, but since you are the deputy chief of our Guten village, I shall trade you a vial of divine water for a piece of blue material. It must be said that although the village chief is somewhat aged, his words are still quite pleasing to hear. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yi directly produces 6 milky white rottenwood fruits, exchanging them with the village chief for 6 vials of divine water. Considering that Lin Yi is entitled to receive a vial of divine water each month, the village chief generously hands over 7 vials to Lin Yi, effectively prepaying his monthly allowance to prevent Lin Yi from bothering him again in the near future.